voice. She perked up. Had she been going to the theater with Rosemary, or was this just a happy coincidence? No matter, she'd be so happy to see her. She tried to look around. It was so dark. Was there really a performance this late? And the squirrels, chittering and chittering to the point of madness. It would have been exquisite with T. Malice, but by herself it was only excruciating. A thin flashlight beam cut through the darkness, and she winced. "Jane?" Rosemary asked again. She was closer now. "Jane, you look awful. What happened? Did someone—" There was the sound of claws scratching on the side of the building. Jane turned in the direction of the sound and saw Rosemary standing a few yards away. The dim illumination from the street lamps made her little more than a detailed silhouette. Funny, Jane thought suddenly, that the theater had no outside security lights to discourage burglars or vandals. A darker shadow was flowing back and forth around Rosemary's ankles. It eventually resolved itself into a cat. Rosemary looked down at the cat and then up at Jane again. "What kind of trouble are you in, Jane?" she asked, and her voice had a slight edge to it. "The worst," said a man's voice. "Just like you, Miss Muldoon." Jane shook her head, trying to clear it. Something was coming back to her, something about an Oriental woman who was not Kim Toy, and a man with a needle, and dialing the telephone. A larger shadow swept up behind Rosemary, and suddenly she was standing with an arm around her throat and the barrel of a gun jammed up against the side of her face. "It is appropriate we meet in the shadows," a man's voice said. Rosemary stood perfectly still, staring past Jane. Jane followed her gaze and saw the other man leaning casually at the opposite end of the building with his own pistol up and ready. Jane felt herself starting to nod out and forced herself to hold her head up. Her face felt itchy and uncomfortable, and the craving for T. Malice burst on her with a strength that made her want to double over. But her body could manage no more than a mild spasm. They lied, she thought miserably. The woman and her friend lied. How can people lie so easily? There were more people, more men, melting out of the darkness to surround her and Rosemary. Even through the soupy fog that was her mind, Jane could sense the weapons and the malignant intent. The woman who had taken her home had been no friend of Rosemary's or hers either. But it was a little late for clever deductions. "Aren't junkies funny, Miss Muldoon?" said the man. "That one sold you out for a mere dime of garden-variety heroin." "No, no, it isn't true," she wanted to scream, but her voice was stuck in the craving. Her eyes had adjusted to the darkness now, and she could see that Rosemary was staring at her with a stricken expression. "Jane," she said, "if there's anything left of the person you used to be, you could turn this around." "Not junkie," Jane said heavily. Her eyes began to roll up. "Hopheads don't make great aces," the man said with a laugh. "She's not about to—" There was the sound of wings, and something whirred out of the night, fluttering and flapping directly onto his head. "Hey!" he yelled, letting go of Rosemary, who pushed away from him. She tripped and went down on her hands and knees, just as several other things raced past Jane, parted themselves fluidly around Rosemary, and launched themselves at the man.
"Vagabond," Rosemary said breathlessly, and then there was an explosion of angry cries and wails, both human and not. The man who had been standing so insouciantly at the other end of the building was now batting at a pigeon flapping around his head while he tried to kick something loose from his pant leg. Rat, Jane realized dully. She had never seen a rat so bold. Rosemary had gotten to her feet and was backing away from the embattled group of men. More shapes of various sizes were streaking out of the night to throw themselves onto the men, hissing, screeching, howling with unmistakable anger. Someone tore himself loose from the group and ran past Rosemary and Jane, screaming as he tried to shake the rat off his arm and pull the squirrel away from his neck. Something clattered at Jane's feet, and she looked down at it. A gun. Her legs gave out, and she slid down the building onto her knees. She picked the gun up and stared at it for a moment. Then Rosemary was shaking her. "Come on," she said, pulling Jane to her feet and forcing her to run along the walk in front of the theater, out to the sidewalk on the other side of Sheridan Square. Several large stray dogs were waiting for them in a strange, loose formation. Jane blinked at them groggily, barely aware of Rosemary's arms around her. After a moment, the dogs broke and ran back the way she and Rosemary had come. The shouts of the men turned to screams over the sounds of growling and baying. Jane staggered along the street, still in Rosemary's grasp. "God damn you, run!" Rosemary said, close to her ear. On the edge of consciousness, she stumbled along until the awful noise began to fade behind them. The absence of T. Malice was gaining on her again, countering the drug in her system, making each step more painful than the last as it brought her back into full awareness. She gave Rosemary a mighty shove and broke away from her, staggering up against a light pole. Catching herself, she looked around. The streets were deserted, except for the two of them. "Jane," Rosemary said, tensely, "I'll take you somewhere you'll be safe. And then you can—" "Stay away from me!" she shouted, raising her hand. Rosemary backed off quickly, and she saw why. She still had the gun, and she was pointing it at the other woman. Her first impulse was to toss it away and tell Rosemary she meant her no harm, she'd been tricked, and she hadn't even realized she'd been holding a gun. But it didn't matter whether she meant Rosemary any harm or not. Anyone around her would be in terrible danger for as long as she lived. "You get out of here, Rosemary," she said shakily, keeping the gun on her. "You go someplace you'll be safe, and you thank God there still is such a place for you, because there's no place like that for me anymore." Rosemary opened her mouth to say something, and Jane thrust her gun hand forward. "Go on." Rosemary backed away a few steps, then turned and broke into a run. Still hanging on to the lamppost, as if she were some kind of comical, innocent drunk, Jane studied the gun in her hand. She didn't know anything about guns except for what was generally known, but that would be enough. You just put it in your mouth. Aim the barrel toward the top of your head and count to 3, and you'll be free. Nothing could be easier. Her hand turned very slowly, as if there was still some reluctance somewhere in her. Unless, of course, you want to walk around like this for the next 40 or so years. The craving flared in her, and her hand moved quickly. Barrel in the mouth. Just turn it around so the trigger faces the sky. The metal tasted sour and made her lower teeth ache. She swallowed open-mouthed and took a firmer grip on the gun. Count to 3 and you'll be free. She remembered how it felt the first time T. Malice had climbed onto her back. The way his small hands had touched her, eager, greedy, confident. She must have looked at Hiram the way Rosemary had been looking at her. A spasm of shuddering swept over her, the strange physical sickness she'd been feeling, but she managed to keep the gun in place. Count to 3 and you'll be free. She remembered the feel of Azalee's skin and the taste of her. Azalee would have enjoyed the sight of her standing on a deserted street with a gun in her mouth. Now there was a prickly sensation crawling over her shoulders and down her arms, her torso, her legs, as though a small fire had broken out in her skin. Count to 3 and you'll be free. She remembered Croyd. She remembered walking with Sal only to have him turn into a man with a mouse's head. It was Sal she was a great disappointment to, not Hiram Worcester. Sal had believed in what she was. Hiram had never really known her. Her flesh began to simmer. Count to 3 and you'll be free. She remembered that none of it would matter if someone would bring T. Malice to her right now, right this very second, and set him on her shoulders. She would toss the gun away and welcome his blissful presence inside of her, and he would make all of it unimportant in the universe of pleasure that he could pour into the void, widening in her, even as she stood there, feeling the hardness of the pistol against the roof of her mouth. She was broiling alive now. Count to 3 and you'll be free. A small movement caught her eye. On the curb, a squirrel was staring up at her with bright, curious little eyes.
She swallowed open-mouthed again and counted without hurrying. 1, 2, 3. Her fingers squeezed the trigger. Absurdly, Sal's voice spoke in her mind. "Hey, Katamia, now what the hell you doing?" In the total silence of the street, the click was deafening. Misfire. She sank down to the pavement, and the warm, dark tide of the fever covered her over. She was in a soft realm of many colors. They came and went, conversing in human voices, sometimes speaking directly to her. She couldn't answer. This wasn't her realm. She was just waiting here. Besides, they said such funny things. Things like, "The coma is unmistakable. It doesn't happen that way to all of them, but when it does, we know what it is." And, "Why don't we just put her in a bathtub and be done with it? The way the water's pouring off her, her skin will rot before she has a chance to die." And oddest of all, "Jane, why couldn't I have helped? I should not have let my fatigue cause me to fail you." That was the brightest color, an extraordinary shade of red, sometimes with bright yellow accents. A little later, all the colors went away. Unplug the machines and get them out of here. She's not going to wake up. And there was only peace for a while. Then, somewhere far away, a phone rang. "It's for you," someone said. And she imagined that meant her. "Jane, it's time." She roused to a strange, soft awareness that reminded her of a lucid dream. The voice that had spoken sounded familiar. "That you, Sal? I've been looking all over for you. Where are you?" "Never mind that now. It's time." "Time for what, Sal?" "Time for you to get up. There's something very important you have to do. Come on now, open your eyes and get out of bed." She sat up looking around. Tachyon's clinic. How had she ended up back here, she wondered. "Don't worry about that. You have to hurry." "All right, Sal." She slipped out of bed and padded across the room to the door barefoot. Just at the doorway, she turned to look back at the bed. There was a pale shape on the mattress, slowly fading away like trick photography. "Was that me, Sal?" "It was you. It isn't you anymore. Go down the hall. Quickly now, there's no time to lose." She seemed to float down the hall, her bare toes just a few inches above the cold floor. It was a great way to travel, she thought. Being dead had a lot to recommend it in the comfort department. You're not dead. She accepted that with equanimity. It didn't seem to be worth arguing about. "This door, on your right, go into that room." She wafted into the room and hovered next to one of the two beds, looking down at the occupant. Once, she might have found his appearance frightening and pitiable. Now she looked down at him with complete and rational calm, taking in the sight of the enormous head on the pillow, cratered like the moon, except each crater was filled with an eye, most of them open. They watched her just as calmly, or so it seemed. A small hole near one of the craters opened, and she heard a whistle of breath. "Who are you? Are you a doctor? Listen very carefully, because I have to leave now and you must remember this." She felt a small pang of fear. "Leaving me again? Do you have to?" "Yes, but I am leaving you with a gift. It's a very important gift. It's a gift that Croyd gave you." "What is it?" "You'll find out." Something in the soft air around her changed, and she knew she was alone with the Joker. Acting without her volition, her hand pulled the sheet back, exposing the rest of the Joker's body, which was cratered with more eyes, almost all over. They seemed to be forming as she watched. She would have to work fast so as not to hurt him. She climbed onto the mattress next to him and smiled. One area, fortunately, had been spared so far, and it was there that she began, moving with gentleness. "Lady, what the hell are you doing?" She couldn't answer him, but it wasn't necessary. Certainly he could see very well what she was doing. "Hammond! Hey, Hammond, wake up! Tell me this isn't a dream!" She ignored the sounds from the next bed, ignored everything except the task at hand. Except task was entirely the wrong word for it. Loving someone was not a task. Loving someone could perform miracles. She felt his hands moving carefully on her, felt him quiver with pain. The eyes,
How they all must hurt when anything touches him, she thought, and wondered who had been so thoughtless as to cover him with a sheet. Perhaps they'd just been waiting for him to die. This was the terminal ward after all. "Don't worry," she told him. "I'll do it all." "Do anything you like," he said, and groaned with enjoyment as he felt her enfold him. It was different when it was love, she thought happily. When it was love, there was no pain, no shame, of course. When it was love, you wanted to heal the other person of all hurts. And when it was love, that was really possible. She smoothed her hands over his chest and laid her head down on it to listen to his heartbeat. His arms went around her, and she could feel the new strength in them as they rocked together. Next to this, T. Malice was a sad, sorry imitation of a kiss. And with that thought, she realized that the terrible void within her had vanished, and she was free. She rose up and gave a shout of joy. A roomful of voices answered her. It was like a switch being thrown. Suddenly she was awake, really awake, and she realized she was straddling a man in a hospital bed, a perfectly normal man with only two, green eyes and sandy hair, who was looking up at her with a beatific smile on his young, plain face. "Lady," he said, "this is what I call medication." She twisted around and saw that the room behind her was filled with jokers of every variety, and among them, forcibly restrained, were 2 nurses and a doctor. They broke loose from their captors and rushed the bed, pulling her off and examining the man. "I saw it, but I don't believe it. Right before my very eyes, I thought this one was already dead. Who are you? What room are you in?" She backed away from their questions, into the waiting arms of the jokers. A misshapen man whose features had been scrambled thrust his distorted face into hers and demanded, "Can I be next?" "No, me!" shouted someone else, and then hands were grabbing at her, pulling her every which way, trying to throw her down on the floor. "Sal!" she screamed. The room was suddenly filled with fog, and then a wall of water crashed through the door, slapping them all down. Jane let it carry her across the room, onto the ex-Joker's bed. She rolled into the headboard and slipped down to the floor. More fog poured into the room as she crawled around the confused, shouting, drenched mob, splashing about in the ankle-deep water, and she fled through the open doorway. By the time the alarms went off, she had already left the building. The luncheonette was a far cry from Aces High, and the clientele didn't tip nearly as well, but they didn't expect a whole lot. Most of them hardly looked at her. A waitress with a short, punkish haircut and an ill-fitting baggy white uniform wasn't especially noteworthy in that part of town. The owner was a big, motherly woman named Giselle, who called her Lamb and asked nothing more of her than their being on time and trying to remember any good jokes they overheard from the customers. Giselle collected jokes, and the regulars were always happy to supply them. Like the 2-headed man who came in every Monday, Wednesday, and Thursday morning for a bacon and egg sandwich. They always had a new one to offer. "Hey, have you heard the latest?" they said, as she was setting the dish down in front of them. "There's good news and there's better news." She smiled at each head politely. The 2-headed man was 1-2 of the better tippers. "The good news is, there's this woman that can turn you back into a gnat by screwing you." Her smile froze, but they didn't seem to notice. "You know what the better news is?" She shook her head, unable to speak. "She's really good-looking." Both heads roared with laughter, accidentally bonking into each other. She tried to laugh with them, but she couldn't manage even a mild ha-ha-ha. The head sobered and looked up at her, slightly disappointed in her lack of reaction. "Hey, we guess you gotta be a joker to really appreciate it," finished the other head, and giggled a little more. It's very good, really," she said in a too cheery voice. "I'll have to remember to tell it to Giselle when she comes in. I don't think she's heard it yet." "Well, don't forget to tell her where you heard it first." "I won't," she said, still smiling her frozen smile at each head. "I won't, I promise." All the King's Horses by George R.R. Martin. I, Tom. found the latest issue of Aces in the outer office while the loan officer kept him waiting. The cover showed the turtle flying over the Hudson against a spectacular autumn sunset. The first time he'd seen that photograph, in life, Tom had been tempted to have it framed, but that had been a long time ago. Even the shell in the picture was gone now, jettisoned somewhere in space by the aliens who'd captured him last spring. Underneath, letters black against the scarlet-tinged clouds, the blurb asked, "The turtle, dead or alive?" "Fuck," Tom said aloud, annoyed. The secretary gave him a disapproving look. He ignored her and thumbed through the magazine to find the story. How the hell could they possibly say he was dead? So he got napalmed and crashed into the Hudson in full view of half the city, so what? He'd come back, hadn't he? He'd taken an old shell and crossed the river, flown over Jokertown near dawn the day after Wildcard Day. Thousands of people must have seen him. What more did he have to do? He found the article. The writer made a big deal of the fact that no one had seen the turtle for months. Perhaps he died after all, the magazine suggested, and the dawn sighting was only some kind of mass hallucination. Wish fulfillment, one expert suggested. A weather balloon, said a second. Or maybe Venus. Venus, Tom said with some indignation. The old shell he'd used that morning was a goddamn VW Beetle covered with armor plate. How the hell could they say it was Venus? He flipped a page and came face to face with a grainy photograph of a shell fragment pulled out of the river. The metal was bent outward, twisted by some awful explosion, its edges jagged and sharp. All the king's horses and all the king's men couldn't put the turtle together again, said the caption. Tom hated it when they tried to be clever. "Miss Trent will see you now," the secretary announced. Miss Trent did nothing to improve his disposition.
She was a slender young woman in oversized horn-rimmed glasses, her short brown hair frosted with streaks of blonde, quite pretty, and at least 10 years younger than Tom. "Mr. Tudbury," she said, from behind a spotless steel and chrome desk when he entered, "the loan committee has gone over your application. You have an excellent credit record." "Yeah," Tom said. He sat down, for a moment allowing himself to hope. "Does that mean I get the money?" Miss Trent smiled sadly. "I'm afraid not." Somehow he'd expected that. He tried to act as though it didn't matter. Banks never lent you money if they thought you needed it. "What about my credit rating?" he asked. "You have an excellent record of timely payment on your loans, and we did take that into account, but the committee felt your total indebtedness was already too high, given your present income. We couldn't justify extending you any further unsecured credit at this time. I'm sorry. Perhaps another lending institution would feel differently." "Another lending institution?" Tom said wearily. Fat chance. This bank was the 4th one he'd tried. They all said the same thing. Yeah, sure. He was on his way out when he saw the framed diploma on her wall and turned back. "Rutgers," he said to her. "I dropped out of Rutgers. I had better things to do than finish college. More important things." She regarded him silently, a puzzled expression on her pretty young face. For a moment, Tom wanted to go back, to sit down and tell her everything. She had an understanding face, at least for a banker. "Never mind," he said. It was a long walk back to his car. It was just shy of midnight when Joey found him, leaning against a rusted rail and watching the moonlit waters of the Kilvan Cull. The park was across the street from his house and from the projects where he'd grown up. Even as a kid, he'd found solace there, in the black, oily waters, the lights of Staten Island across the way, the big tankers passing in the night. Joey knew that. They'd been friends since grade school, different as night and day, but brothers in all but name. Tom heard the footsteps behind him, glanced over his shoulder, saw it was only Joey, and turned back to the kill. Joey came up and stood beside him, arms folded on the railing. "You didn't get the loan," Joey said. "No," Tom said. "Same old story." "Fuck 'em." "No," Tom said. "They're right. I owe too much." "You okay, Tuds?" Joey asked. "How long you been out here?" "A while," Tom said. "I had some thinking to do." "I hate it when you think."
Tom smiled. Yeah, I know. He turned away from the water. I'm cashing in my chips, Joey. What the fuck is that supposed to mean? Tom ignored the question. I was getting nostalgic about that last shell. It had infrared, zoom lenses, 4 big monitors and 20 little ones, tape deck, graphic equalizer, fridge, everything on fingertip remote, computerized, state-of-the-art. 4 years I worked on that mother. Weekends, nights, vacations, you name it. Every spare cent I had went into it. So what happens? I have the damn thing in service for 5 months, and Tachyon's asshole relatives just toss it into space. Big fucking deal, Joey said. You still got the old shells out in the junkyard. Use one of them. Tom tried to be patient. The shell the Tachysians jettisoned was my 5th, he said. After I lost it, I went back to number 4. That was the one that got napalmed. You want to look at the pieces? Go buy a copy of Ace. There's a swell picture in there. We cannibalized all the useful parts from 2 and 3 years ago. The only one that's still more or less intact is the first. So, Joey said. So. It's got wires, Joey, not circuit boards. 20-year-old wires. Obsolete cameras with limited tracking capabilities, blind spots, black and white sets, vacuum tubes, a fucking gas heater, the worst ventilation system you've ever seen. How I got it over to Jokertown back in September, I still don't know. But I was in shock from the crash, or I never could have tried such a fucking moronic thing. So many of the tubes burned out that I was flying half blind before I got back. We can fix all that stuff. Forget it, Tom said, with more vehemence than he knew was in him. Those shells of mine, they're like some kind of symbol for my whole fucking life. I'm standing here thinking about it, and it makes me sick. All the money I've put into them, all the hours, the work. If I'd put that kind of effort into my real life, I could be somebody. Look at me, Joey. I'm 43 years old. I live alone. I own a house and an abandoned junkyard, both of them mortgaged up to the hilt. I work a 40-hour week selling VCRs and computers, and I've managed to buy 1/3 of the business. Haha, big joke on me. That woman in the bank today was 10 years younger than me, and she probably makes 3 times my salary. Cute, too, no wedding ring. The secretary said Miss Trent. Maybe I would have liked to ask her out, but you know what? I looked into her eyes, and I could see her feeling sorry for me. Some dumb cunt looks down at you. That's no reason to get bent out of shape, Joey said. No, Tom said. She's right. I'm better than I look to her, but there's no way she could have known that. I've put the best part of myself into being the turtle. The astronomer and his goons almost killed me. Fuck it, Joey. They dropped napalm on my shell, and one of them made me so sick I blacked out. I could have died. You didn't. I was lucky, Tom said with fervor. Damn lucky. I was strapped into that motherfucker, every one of my instruments dead, with the whole fucking thing, all umpteen tons of it, headed straight for the bottom of the river. Even if I'd been conscious, which I wasn't, there would have been no way to get to the hatch and open it manually before I drowned. That's assuming I could even find the hatch with all the fucking lights out and the shell filling up with water. I thought you didn't remember this shit, Joey said. I don't, said Tom. He massaged his temples. Not consciously. Sometimes I have these... Fuck it, never mind about that. The point is, I was a dead man. Only I got lucky, incredibly lucky. Something blew the goddamn shell apart, blew me right out without killing me, and I managed to make it to the surface. Otherwise, I'd be down in a steel tomb on the bottom of the Hudson, with eels slithering in and out of my eyes. So, Joey said, you're not, are you? What about next time? Tom demanded. I've been breaking my back trying to figure some way to finance a new shell, sell my share of the business, or maybe sell the house and move into some apartment. And then I thought, well, great. I sell my fucking house, build a new shell, and then the goddamn Tachysians show up again. Or it turns out the astronomer had a brother and he's pissed, or some other shit goes down. The details don't matter, but something happens and I wind up dead. Or maybe I survive, Only the new shell gets trashed, just like the last two, and I'm right back where I started, except now I don't have a house either. What's the fucking point? Joey was looking into his eyes, Joey who had grown up with him, who knew Tom better than anybody. Yeah, maybe, he said. So why do I think there's something you're not saying? I used to be a pretty smart kid, Tom insisted, turning away sharply, but somehow I got pretty dumb as I grew up. This double life shit is a crock. One life is hard enough for most people to manage. What the hell made me think I could juggle two? He shook his head. The hell with it. It's over. I'm wising up, Joey. They think the turtle's dead? Fine. Let him rest in peace. Your call, Tuds, Joey said. He put a rough hand on Tom's shoulder. It's a damn shame, though. You're gonna make my kid cry. The turtle's his hero. Jet Boy was my hero, Tom said. He died too. That's part of growing up. Sooner or later, all your heroes die. Takedown by Leanne C. Harper. Rosemary stared out into the spring rain. Gray and dirty, outside it looked more like winter.
Chris Mazzucchelli droned on in the background. Christ, how had she ever gotten involved with a jerk like him? Living underground with him had shown her the difference between dealing with Chris on an occasional basis and being together nearly 24 hours a day. He was no longer a romantic rebel in her eyes. He was a vicious punk. The problem was, he was her vicious punk. She returned her attention to the crisis at hand, but her eyes were immediately caught by the sight of Chris's rat tail bouncing up and down on his back as he paced the dingy little Alphabet City hotel room they were using as a safe house. We lost 8 capos to this double cross. Fiore, Baldacci, Schiaparelli, Hancock, and my brother, dead. Vince Schiaparelli looked like he had been turned inside out. Fiore's skin turned into stone, and he choked to death. Hancock and Baldacci weren't there anymore, just puddles with bones sticking out. My brother. Here, even he gagged and hesitated. 3 more, worse than dead. Matrona and Chang walked away. They're fine, just fine. Since then, we've been able to do nothing more than stay even, if that. And what did we get? See Ma. We already knew about her. We've tried to kidnap her twice, for Christ's sake. We know who's behind the immaculate egrets, but we still don't know who the ultimate leader is. Rosemary Gambione shook her head. Even if Croyd knew something truly useful, they didn't get it out of him. Great! The Shadow Fists must have gotten to him. We hit a few more Shadow Fist operations, lose some more of our people, and we're just as far away as ever. Even worse, they've started using some kind of biological warfare against us. I wonder whose side this Croyd is really on. Well, oh fearless leader, any ideas? I've done everything I can think of. Chris spun on her, anger and fear mixed evenly on his face. And do me a favor, don't bring up your fucking father again. I've had about all I can take of that too. Find your informer, this Croyd. Maybe he does have something more. Let's try to find out how the Shadow Fists got hold of this wildcard virus they used. If they have it, we need it. Rosemary thought, but did not voice her apprehension, that if the families were this far behind, they had already lost the war. She was the sole surviving Dawn. The Shadow Fists had gotten all the others. This war had begun to feel like Vietnam, and they weren't on the right side. I'll do what I can. By this time, he's probably in outer fucking Mongolia. Chris looked unimpressed by her request. Chris, get him. Rosemary used the drill sergeant tone deliberately. She suspected that he did not always follow her orders. She wondered at the speed with which the papers had gotten hold of her true background, and whether the source could have been within the family. Mazzucchelli looked back at her with swiftly concealed loathing. Anything you say. Dear. Chris stalked across the room before turning back at the door. By the way, you might find it amusing that our boy Bludgeon apparently beat the shit out of Sewer Jack Robichaux a few nights ago. He found out that Jack turned us down, I guess, and took it upon himself to teach the dirty little Cajun a lesson in manners. I gave him a little bonus for the job, in your name, of course. Rosemary sat on the bed. It wasn't supposed to be this way. She was completely isolated from her people. Chris told her it was the only way to guarantee her security, but the situation was getting to her. She looked across the room to the door. She didn't feel like an all-powerful mafia don. She felt like a prisoner. Vagabond let herself into CC Ryder's loft, expecting that CC would be in the studio. Instead, Cordelia was bothering CC again. She wondered what Cordelia wanted this time. Vagabond had had to dodge around even more people wearing the useless surgical masks. She had no sympathy for those panicked by this new outbreak of the wildcard virus. Maybe it would do them some good. Paced by the ginger cat, Vagabond walked over to the couch and sat down on the floor beside CC. The ginger put her head in Vagabond's lap. Both women nodded to her before continuing their discussion. "There's something weird about that Shrike. I can feel it." Cordelia leaned forward to make her point. "And what they're doing to Buddy just isn't right. He wrote those songs." "Cordelia, Shrike music is a perfectly legitimate business. I know people who record for them. They're good business people. If Holly gave up the rights to his songs, that was his decision to make." CC shook her head wearily. "This business is full of trade-offs. That's the way it works. You know that by now. Buddy's got his new songs. They're good. Let it be. But I can tell by talking to Buddy that it wasn't his decision. He just won't tell me what happened." Cordelia got that look on her face that told Vagabond that she was not about to give up. Vagabond got up and went into the kitchen. Cordelia's obsession with saving the world reminded her uncomfortably of some of the younger nuns she'd met as a child. They had all wanted to be saints, real ones. The old-timers got ripped off. Look at little Richard. It wasn't right, it wasn't fair, but it was legal. You can't do anything about that. Buddy has other preoccupations now. The concert went fine. Leave it. But you saw him a few weeks ago, playing in a Holiday Inn in New Jersey. Somebody has to help him, and I'm going to do it. Cordelia's eyes shone with the fervor of the converted. Let Buddy get on with his life. Hey, it's not even my idea this time. They want to see me. Cordelia waved her hands innocently in the air. CC shook her head in resignation. "So, what's this great plan of yours?" Vagabond hacked off a chunk of cheddar cheese for herself and another for the cat. Nibbling at hers, she walked back into the living room. "I have an appointment to meet a Shrike exec tomorrow. I put him off until well after the concert." Cordelia scooted down on the couch and put her arms around her knees. "And I need to know what to ask him." "Me?" CC sighed and reached down for a bite of Vagabond's cheese. "Right. You, my expert on recording contracts." Cordelia bounced once in triumph and grinned over at CC. "I want to see the original contracts, right? I'll guarantee you that they are not going to let you see Holly's contract. I'll find a way." Cordelia grinned unselfconsciously. "Woo! Hey, I gotta go." Cordelia was up and headed for the door. "I'll see you two later. Bye, y'all." Chris Mazzucchelli burst into the room to face Rosemary's drawn Walther. He waved both hands in the air languidly, then dropped them and threw himself down on the bed. "Put that silly thing away before you shoot yourself. Jesus Christ, woman, I haven't seen you for days. Where the hell have you been?" Rosemary lowered the pistol but did not holster it. "I've been a good little boy. I've been out finding Croyd, just like you wanted." Chris rolled over onto his elbows. "I've got an address all ready for you." "Don't be ridiculous, Chris. I'm not leaving this room." Rosemary sat down on a chair across the narrow room from Chris. "It's too dangerous." "Maybe if you exposed yourself to a little danger, you'd get some idea what we're up against. You sure as hell don't know anything now." Chris sat all the way up on the bed. "Or is that more than your heart would take? Your father would never be caught dead hiding his face like this." "All right." Rosemary knew she was being baited, but the question was whether Chris had the guts to kill her. "Where?" "In Jokertown, in a hotel near the docks." Chris smiled openly in triumph. "Fitting, don't you think?" Chris got up and walked over to her. He stroked her cheek. She tensed, but did not pull away.
Come on, baby, we've got until tomorrow. It took hours to get rid of him. When he finally left, to make final preparations for her security, or so he said, she went to the bathroom and pried open the window. With one foot on the sink and the other on the water tank, she levered herself outside onto the fire escape.
Rosemary climbed the fire escape to the roof, silently cursing at the least rusty squeak it gave. On the roof, she walked as quietly as possible to a small flock of pigeons cooing on the edge of the building. When they did not fly off at her approach, she scattered some crumbs from the sandwiches she had been eating for weeks. "Vagabond, help me!" She tried to catch the eyes of each pigeon, wondering how long it could carry her image in its tiny brain. There was no other chance. "Vagabond, I need you! Chris is going to kill me!" Vagabond was her last hope. Chris wouldn't dare just shoot her. It would be too obvious to the few mafiosi still loyal to her father and the Gambioni name. He had to find another way. This was it. She could feel it. Vagabond pulled off her headphones. Something, like a fading echo within her mind, had broken her concentration on CC's newest tapes. She tracked it back through the lines of consciousness that intersected in her mind, identified the medium as a bird's mind, then found the pigeon who carried the vision. Rosemary called to her again out of the pigeon's memory. Rosemary had given her address. Vagabond knew the area. She sat stroking the ginger's back as she debated meeting Rosemary. She couldn't trust the woman anymore. In the message she had left among the pigeons, Rosemary promised to tell Vagabond who really killed Paul. The mafia leader sounded sincere, but Vagabond had seen her in action before. She was a lawyer. She was trained to say whatever would best serve her purposes at that moment. But even Rosemary's training could not hide the fear that was carried by every pigeon she had reached. Rosemary was terrified. Vagabond remembered the first time they had met. The social worker, frightened then, but frightened of not being able to help, had done everything she could for the street people. Vagabond remembered Rosemary's teasing questions about her dates with Paul and going shopping together for just the right outfit to impress him. Rosemary had given her back part of her life, but she had paid that debt. She'd already saved Rosemary's life once when Water Lily had betrayed her. Betrayal. What about Paul? Wasn't helping Rosemary betraying Paul? Vagabond still suspected that Rosemary was more involved in his death than she would admit. Vagabond stood up and dumped the cat onto the floor. She picked up her old coats and wrapped them around her. Even if she decided that Rosemary was lying about Paul's death, she had meant too much to her for too long to abandon her now. She turned off the tape deck and amplifier. The green telltales that had illuminated the room dimly faded to black. Vagabond's eyes adjusted almost instantly as she walked unhesitatingly across the loft toward the door and the New York City night. Down on the street, she began gathering her forces. Vagabond contacted the pigeons, the cats, and the dogs, and the rarer ones, the pair of peregrine falcons, the wolf who had escaped from his would-be owners, and the ocelot who spent her time prowling the parks for stray dogs. The wild ones listened to her call and were ready to follow her. Rosemary was north near Jokertown. It would be a long walk to this hotel where she would be meeting someone who planned to harm her. Vagabond slipped into a subway entrance and began working her way through the tunnels toward Jokertown. She had gone almost a mile underground when Jack called. Jack had been missing since the night of the concert. Cordelia had been concerned, but she had assumed that he was doing what he wanted and had not tried to find him. He and Vagabond continued to avoid each other, and she had not tracked him down either. The strength of his sending was incredible. Vagabond fell to one knee, then collapsed under the weight of it. She caught snatches of images. It was enough to tell her he was in a hospital. But that was not the message. Jack was cycling through the human alligator as fast as he could, using the alligator persona to contact her and the human to communicate.
It was Cordelia. She was in trouble. Filtered through Jack's perceptions, Vagabond understood that Cordelia had called for Jack, but he was physically unable to help her. Not only was he switching between alligator and human, he was alternating between consciousness and coma. Jack was expending all the energy he could muster to ask her for help. Vagabond concentrated. Cordelia's fear resonated through everything Jack sent. Images cascaded through Vagabond's mind. A needle, the pain of an injection. A street empty of pedestrians or traffic. Anonymous buildings. They looked like apartments, but Vagabond did not recognize the neighborhood. Where, Jack? Where? Somewhere else. Rough concrete cut into her hands and knees. It was to the north. It had to be. She could tell that much from what she had seen of the apartment houses crowded onto hills. With part of her fragmented mind, she tried to match what she had seen with the views of the birds and the animals in the north end of Manhattan. Abruptly, she lost Jack. Jack! For long seconds, he was gone entirely. He was dead to her, and she feared that his efforts had been fatal. Then, abruptly, she was seeing the numbers over the building's front door through Cordelia's eyes. The street, Cordelia, the street! She did not know if Cordelia had heard her or not, but corner street signs appeared. Washington Heights. She also felt the rough hands on her arms and the gun at her head. There was a haze across the images that she recognized. Cordelia had been drugged with something psychoactive and disorienting that would prevent Cordelia from concentrating enough to harm her attackers, even if she would betray her principles. Cordelia's face floated in her mind, shaded by both her own memories and Jack's. Cordelia's young enthusiasms and energy, her devotion to life and helping others, pulled Vagabond north toward her. But Cordelia's face was overlaid by Rosemary's. The ginger screamed her empathy with the turmoil in Vagabond's brain. She had promised to help Rosemary. Cordelia had the ability to help herself, if she would use it. But could she? Drugged? And would using it destroy the girl, as Vagabond had been destroyed? Rosemary had killed Paul, or caused his death. Vagabond knew that as well as she knew anything. She had been blinding herself to it because of her overwhelming desire to keep Rosemary as her friend. Rosemary had chosen her path. Cordelia had not had time to choose hers. The falcons wheeled in mid-flight and headed north, and the ocelot bounded after them. Her bodyguards followed Rosemary down the filthy hallway of the flophouse where Croyd was hiding, if Croyd was there at all. Rosemary remembered the men she had seen in prison movies being escorted to their deaths. The two big mafiosi said nothing to her. She didn't even know their names. Chris had told her he would wait outside to keep watch. The walls were mildew and stained, and the hallway smelled of cigarette smoke and urine. Abruptly, the two men stopped. The dark-haired man on her right motioned her forward. She couldn't tell if Vagabond was there, watching and waiting. Rosemary had come up with a plan to take care of two of her problems. She knew she could convince Vagabond that Paul's death had all been Chris's doing. Vagabond would kill Chris in revenge. With Chris out of the way, maybe she could make some kind of deal with the Shadow Fists. Get out alive. Maybe. Please, God, Vagabond, be here. Vagabond found one of Jack's underground motorized carts. He had made her memorize the tunnel system underlying the entire island. She silently thanked him as she switched from one passage to another, risking a crash by pushing the cart as fast as it would go. The markings on the walls passed as she sped north. Above her, and through the tunnels paralleling her route, her animals kept pace as best they could. The hawks arrived first and circled the building.
Through their eyes, Vagabond could see the motions of the men inside. Cordelia was huddled in a corner, but still alive. Vagabond tried to send that information to Jack, but she got no response. Ignoring Jack's silence with difficulty, she began setting up her warriors before she arrived. There was a broken window at the top of the 1940s apartment building. She sent the hawks through it to wait at the top of the stairwell. The ocelot was almost there. She had used roofs as well as streets and had outpaced the others. The wolf was blocks back, trying to avoid being seen.
The black and calico she kept with her, but she sent the ginger into the building to be two of her eyes. For the others, she called rats from the surrounding buildings. Many waited to be renovated and housed her creatures. As her animals converged, she felt the warmth of her strength build. By the time she climbed up the stairs of the subway station at 200th, she was in place. She cycled through the consciousnesses of her animals, controlling them and holding them ready, and as she did, she tried to touch Cordelia. The girl was a blank without Jack to amplify her mind. With the part of herself that remained human and aware of why she was here, Vagabond urged Cordelia to use what she had been given to protect herself. The black she had left to guard her car. He had been unhappy, but she refused to risk him. The younger calico she took along, but left up the block from the building. A combination of points of view told her that two men loitered at the main entrance of the partially renovated red brick apartment house. The ocelot paced restlessly back and forth in the darkness of an alley beside the apartments. At the touch of a thought, she sprang out and raced for the hunt. Running silently for the hunt. She leaped for the closest guard and tore out his throat before he realized that he was being attacked. The other human was fast enough to pull his pistol, but his first shot was wild. He never got a chance for another. As she slunk into the 5-story building, Vagabond made sure that no one was taking any notice of the noise or the bag lady. She jerked her head as the rhythmic wail of a car alarm began a few blocks away, but no one else reacted to it except the nervous ocelot. Still trying vainly to get something from Cordelia, Vagabond sent the ocelot and the ginger ahead of her up the fire stairs. Moving quietly, she followed while tracking the presence of her creatures within and without the building. She spread a living net centered on Cordelia and a well-dressed Oriental man confronting each other in a 4th-floor apartment. The rats scuttling through the walls and across the floors told her that the teenager was still alive. As she climbed the 4th flight of stairs, she heard the voices echoing through the open door. The Oriental was interrogating Cordelia. She could not understand the words. Disrupting her concentration, Rosemary's face flashed across her mind. She mentally thrust it and the accompanying guilt away from her, down into the submerged, fully human part of herself. Rats broke from side rooms and ran down the hallway. 3 guards stood outside in the bright light cast by the bare light bulbs in the ceiling. Heavy hitters in expensive, tailored suits that normally hid the guns they had drawn. Vagabond wondered what these people feared from Cordelia. The wolf was making his way up the stairs at the far end of the hall. The ocelot strained at her side. The sight of the rats had made the well-dressed killers nervous. She used her other eyes to look into the room where Cordelia still lay curled up on the floor as she was questioned. Damn her Catholic martyr syndrome. Vagabond could not sense even stirrings of Cordelia's power. The girl was keeping her promise to herself, or she was incapable of acting. A huge man who looked like a sumo wrestler and wore a Man Mountain Genshin t-shirt stood silently in the corner. But even through the rat's dim vision, Vagabond could see the bloodlust in the way he moved constantly, clenching and unclenching his fists as he looked at Cordelia. Abruptly, Vagabond sent the ginger yowling down the hall. As she had hoped, the 3 men pulled their guns but held their shots when they saw it was just a cat. "Going after the rats. Great," one of the men voiced his hope as he reholstered his weapon. The other 2 were agreeing when the ocelot sprang away from Vagabond's side. One swipe of the ocelot's paw tore away most of a face and ripped the jugular, before she used the shoulder of the dead man as a platform for her leap to the next. On the opposite side, one of the guards shot at the gray shape lunging across the scarred wooden floor, claws scrabbling for purchase. Only one shot creased the wolf's hind quarter before he was on his enemy, jaws closing on the man's throat. The last man had managed to wedge his forearm into the ocelot's head and was beating her with the butt of his gun when the wolf caught his free arm. Vagabond knew the noise would alert the men inside. She could only hope that Cordelia would use the distraction to advantage in the short time before she could get there. The sumo was too close to Cordelia to stop. When she slid behind the remains of the guards and into the apartment where they had been interrogating Cordelia, Vagabond saw only a sharply tailored pants leg and an Italian shoe disappear into a connecting room. She didn't see the wrestler. Cordelia was wavering to her feet, saying something, as Vagabond started forward to free her. The huge hand around her throat stopped her. "Forget about me, you crazy bitch," the sumo spoke with an English accent. Stepping completely out of a closet, he spun her toward him. Vagabond's breath was cut off, and she felt her windpipe closing underneath his inhuman strength. She attacked him directly, but her telepathy did not affect him. He was too human, she realized, in a part of her darkening mind that could still perceive irony. The ginger had already fastened her claws into his leg, but it had no effect. Vagabond called for the ocelot and the wolf, but her mental power was fading with her physical. She could not seem to override their desire to feast on their kills. As she considered all the deaths she had felt, she wondered how her own would be received by the wild ones. Would they remember her? She kicked at her tormentor, but she couldn't seem to get her legs untangled from her skirts and coat. The wind of the hawks passing brought her back to consciousness long enough to hear their hunting screams. She felt blood drip onto her face before she was flung away. She was blind, but through the eyes of the ginger lying across the room, she saw her attacker driven back toward the window. The shattering glass showered her as he crashed through to plunge 40 feet to the ground. Vagabond thought she felt the building rock when he hit, but she decided that it had to be a hallucination from the oxygen deprivation. The ocelot and the wolf crawled contritely over to her and leaned against her to give her strength. She could feel the rats running rampant throughout the building as the cats ran among them, scattering but not killing the vermin. As far as she could reach, her wild animals were going crazy. She did her best to bring them back to normal and sent those she could touch to their homes before returning to the bare apartment. Opening her eyes, she saw Cordelia, arms still tied behind her, leaning over her. "Girl, you got to take responsibility for yourself and what you are. I ain't going through this again, not even for Jack. Either learn to use what you have, or go live in a convent." Vagabond started to slide into the warm darkness again. She was not sure whether she had actually spoken to Cordelia, or whether she had imagined it. Rosemary was feeling increasingly afraid of the entire situation. Chris was up to something. She could feel it.
She did not have to be a telepath like Vagabond to sense that she was in trouble. She had not seen any animals around her, not even a rat. It was not a good sign. Where the hell was Vagabond? She deliberately slowed as she walked down the hallway. She tried to focus on her danger and use it. What was waiting for her in the filthy little room she was about to enter? Rosemary drew her own gun. She tried the knob. The door was unlocked. She pushed it open onto the room and its occupant. The man who had been described to her as Croyd stood there, about to leave. "Who the hell are you?" He was obviously surprised to see a woman. With the gun, Rosemary gestured for him to sit back down on the iron-framed bed. She kept her back against the wall beside the door. "Christ, you're Maria Gambione! I need to know what you actually found out." Rosemary leveled the gun on the man across the tiny room, holding it firmly, just as she had always practiced. "You're not going anywhere." Outside on the fire escape, Chris waited for Rosemary to go down with the virus. Mentally, he urged her to get closer to Croyd. He could not hear what they were saying. It did not matter, as long as Croyd did to her what he had done to the capos. Chris knew Croyd had to have access to the virus somehow. Nothing else could have done that. Why didn't she close in? He saw her gun go up. Croyd moved faster. Before Chris could get out of the way, Croyd had thrown the bedside lamp through the window and followed it out onto the fire escape. Chris scrambled backward, but in his haste to get away from Rosemary, Croyd was across the iron grating of the landing. Seeing Chris at last, Croyd tackled him and threw him down the next flight of steps. Chris gagged and tried to crawl away down the steps. A shot narrowly missed Croyd, and he clambered up the ladder 2 steps at a time. Rosemary had frozen when Croyd went through the window. As the echoes of the crash rang through the flophouse, she heard her bodyguards coming for her. She followed Croyd out the broken window and saw him start up the fire escape. She fired at him more to keep him moving than to kill him. The only way out was down the escape. Chris was coughing and convulsing on the landing below her. As she heard her men break down the door behind her, she was running down the steps and jumping over her lover. She did not stop. "Bastard!" she hissed at him as she left him behind. She was headed for the ground. She knew now that Chris's men would kill her on sight. It would take luck and fast moves, but there was just a chance she could lose the bodyguards and the men out front. It was her only chance. Concerto for Siren and Serotonin V. Croyd took a taxi crosstown, then hiked a circuitous route to his Morningside Heights apartment. There were no lights on within, and he entered quickly and quietly. Painkillers, antihistamines, psychedelics, and a 5-pound box of assorted chocolates all gift-wrapped together in a gaudy parcel beneath his arm. He flipped on the hall light and slipped into the bedroom. "Veronica, you awake?" he whispered. There was no reply, and he crossed to the bedside, lowered himself to a seated position, and reached out. His hand encountered only bedclothes. "Veronica?" he said aloud. No reply. He turned on the bedside lamp. The bed was empty, her stuff gone. He looked about for a note. No, nothing. Perhaps in the living room, or the kitchen. Yes, most likely should leave it in the refrigerator, where he'd be certain to find it. He rose, then halted. Was that a footstep? Back toward the living room? "Veronica?" No reply. Foolish of him to have left the door open, he suddenly realized, though there had been no one in the hallway. He reached out and extinguished the lamp. He crossed to the door, dropped silently to the floor, moved his head outside at floor level, and drew it back quickly. Empty. No one in the hall. No further sounds either. He rose and stepped outside. He walked back toward the living room. In the dim light from the hallway, as he rounded the corner, he beheld a Bengal tiger, and its tail twitched once before it sprang at him. "Holy shit!" Croyd commented, dropping Veronica's present and leaping to the side. Plaster shattered and fell as he careened off the wall. An orange and black shoulder grazed him in passing, and he threw a punch that slid over the animal's back. He heard it growl as he leaped into the living room. It turned quickly and followed him, and he picked up a heavy chair and threw it as the beast sprang again. It roared as the chair struck it, and Croyd overturned a heavy wooden table, raised it like a shield, and rushed with it against the animal. The tiger shook itself, snarling, as it batted the chair aside. It turned and caught the table's flat surface upon a smooth expanse of shoulder muscle. Then it swung a paw over the table's upper edge. Croyd ducked, pushed forward. The big cat fell back, dropped out of sight. Seconds crept by like drugged cockroaches. "Kitty?" he inquired. Nothing. He lowered the table a foot. With a roar, the tiger sprang. Croyd snapped the table upward, faster than he could remember ever having lifted a piece of furniture before. Its edge caught the tiger a terrible blow beneath the jaw, and it let out a human-sounding whimper as it was turned sideways and fell to the floor. Croyd raised the table high and slammed it down atop the beast, as if it were a giant fly swatter. He raised it again. He halted. He stared. No tiger. "Kitty?" he repeated. Nothing. He lowered the table. Finally, he set it aside. He moved to the wall switch and threw it. Only then did he realize that the front of his shirt was torn and bloody. 3 furrows ran down the left side of his chest from collarbone to hip. On the floor, a bit of whiteness. Stooping, he touched the object, raised it, studied it. He held one of those little folded paper figures, origami, he remembered, the Japanese called them. This one was a paper tiger. He shivered at the same time as he chuckled. This was almost supernatural. This was heavy shit.
It occurred to him then that he had just fought off another ace, one with a power he did not understand, and he did not like this a bit. Not with Veronica missing. Not with his not even knowing which side had sent the stranger ace to take him out. He locked the door to the hallway. He opened Veronica's present, took out the bottle of Percodans, and tossed off a couple before he hit the bathroom, stripped off his shirt, and washed his chest. Then he fetched a beer from the refrigerator and washed down a French green with it, to provide the perks with some contrast. There was no note propped against the milk carton or even in the egg drawer, and this made him sad. When the bleeding stopped, he washed again, taped a dressing in place, and drew on a fresh shirt. He was not even sure whether he had been followed or whether this had been a stakeout. Either way, he wasn't going to stick around. He hated abandoning Veronica if someone really had a make on the place, but at the moment he had no choice. It was a very familiar feeling. They were after him again. Croyd rode subways and taxis and walked for over 4 hours, crouched behind his mirror shades, crissing and crossing the island in a pattern of evasion calculated to confuse anybody. And for the first time in his life, he saw his name up in lights in Times Square. Croyd Crenson, said the flowing letters high on the building side. Call Dr. T. Emergency. Croyd stood and stared, reading it over and over. When he had convinced himself it was not a hallucination, he shrugged. They ought to know he'd stop by and pay his bill when he got a chance. It was damn humiliating, implying to the whole world that he was a deadbeat. They'd probably even try to charge him too, he guessed, when broom closets should be a lot cheaper. Out to screw him, the same as everyone else. They damn well wait. Cursing, he ran for a subway entrance.
Heading south on the Broadway line, sucking on a pair of Purple Hearts and a stray Pyrahex he'd found at the bottom of his pocket, Croyd was amazed and impressed that Senator Hartman actually did seem a man of the people, boarding the train at the Canal Street station that way. Then another Senator Hartman followed him. They glanced his way, conferred for an instant, and one leaned out the door and hollered something, and more Hartmans came running. There were tall Hartmans, short Hartmans, fat Hartmans, and even a Hartman with an extra appendages, 7 Hartmans in all. And Croyd was not so unsophisticated as to fail in realizing this near Jokertown that Hartman's was the werewolf's face of the day. The doors closed, the train began to move, the tallest Hartman turned, stared, and approached. "You, Croyd Crenson?" he asked. "Nope," Croyd replied. "I think you are." Croyd shrugged. "Think whatever you want, but do it someplace else if you want my vote. Get up." "I am up. I'm a lot higher than you. And I'm up for anything." The tall Hartman reached for him, and the other Hartmans began a swaying advance. Croyd reached forward, caught the oncoming hand, and drew it towards his face. There followed a crunching sound, and the tall Hartman screamed as Croyd jerked his head to the side, then spat out the thumb he had just bitten off the hand he held. Then he rose to his feet, still holding the werewolf's right wrist with his left hand. He jerked the man forward and drove the fingers of his free hand deep into his abdomen and began drawing them upward. Blood spurted and ribs popped and protruded. "Always following me," he said. "You're a real pain in the ass, you know. Where's Veronica?" The man commenced a coughing spasm. The other werewolves halted as the blood began to flow. Croyd's hand plunged again, downward this time. Red up to the elbow now, he began drawing out a length of intestine. The others began to gag, to back toward the rear of the car. "This is a political statement," Croyd said, as he raised the gory Hartman and tossed him after the others. "See you in November, motherfuckers." Croyd exited quickly at the Wall Street station, tore off his bloody shirt, and tossed it into a trash receptacle. He washed his hands in a public fountain before departing the area, and he offered a big black guy who'd said, "You really a whitey," $50 for his shirt, a pale blue, long-sleeved polyester affair, which fit him fine. He trotted over to Nassau then,
followed it north till it ran into center. He stopped in an open all-night Greek place and bought 2 giant styrofoam cups of coffee, one for each hand, to sip as he strolled. He continued up to Canal and bore westward. Then he detoured several blocks to a cafe he knew, for steak and eggs and coffee and juice and more coffee. He sat beside the window and watched the street grow light and come alive. He took a black pill for medicinal purposes and a red one for good luck. He said to the waiter, "You're the 6th or 7th person I've seen wearing a surgical mask recently." "Wild card virus," the man said. "It's around again." "Just a few cases here and there," Croyd said, "last I heard." "Go listen again," the man responded. "It's close to 100, maybe over already." "Still," Croyd mused, "do you think a little strip of cloth like that will really do you any good?" The waiter shrugged. "I figure it's better than nothing. More coffee?" "Yeah, get me a dozen donuts to go, too, will ya?" "Sure." He made his way to the Bowery via Broome Street, then on down toward Hester. As he drew nearer, he saw that the newsstand was not yet open, and Jube nowhere in sight. Pity. Had a feeling Walrus might have some useful information, or at least some good advice on dealing with the fact that both sides in the current gang war periodically took time out to shoot at him, say every other day. Was it sunspots? Bad breath? It was rapidly ceasing to be cost-effective for the mob to keep chasing him to recover his fee for his investigation. And Sayuma's people must have hit at him enough to have recovered a lot more face than had ever cost them. Munching a donut, he passed on, heading for his Eldridge apartment. Later. No rush. He could talk to Jube by and by. Right now it would be restful to lean back in the big easy chair, his feet up on the ottoman, and close his eyes for a few minutes. "Shit," he observed, tossing half a donut down the stairwell to a vacant basement flat as he turned the corner onto his block. Was it getting to be that time already? Then he continued to turn with that rapid fluidity of movement that had come with the territory this time around, following the donut down into darkness where the asthmatic snuffling of some ancient dog would have been distracting, but for the fact that he was viewing, even as he descended, a classical stakeout up the street near his pad. "Son of a bitch," he added, just his head above ground level now, outline broken by a length of upright piping that supported the side railing. One man sat in a parked car up past the building. Another sat on a stoop, filing his nails, in command of an angled view of the rear of the building from across the side alley. Croyd heard a panicked gasping as he swore, unlike any doggy sound with which he was familiar. Glancing downward and back into the shadows, he beheld the quivering, amorphous form of Snotman, generally conceded to be the most disgusting inhabitant of Jokertown. Every square inch of the man's surface seemed covered with green mucus, which ran steadily from him and added to the stinking puddle in which he crouched. Whatever garments he had on were so saturated with it as to have become barely distinguishable, like his features. "For Christ's sake, that's filthy, and I was eating on it," Croyd said. "Have a fresh one." He extended the bag toward Snotman, who did not move. "It's okay," he added, and finally he set the bag down on the bottom step and returned to watching the watchers. Snotman finished the discarded fragment and remained still for some time. Finally, he asked, "For me?" His voice was a liquid, snotty, snuffling thing. "Yeah, finish 'em. I'm full," Croyd said. "I didn't know you could talk." "Nobody to talk to," Snotman replied. "Well, yeah, that's the breaks, I guess. People say I make them lose their appetites. Is that why you don't want the rest?" "No," Croyd said. "I got a problem. I'm trying to figure what to do next. There's some guys up there have my place covered. I'm deciding whether to take them out or just go away. You don't bother me, even with that gunk all over you. I've looked as bad myself on occasion. You? How? I'm Croyd Crenson, the one they call the Sleeper. I change appearance every time I sleep. Sometimes it's for the better, sometimes it isn't. Could I? What? Oh, change again? I'm a special case, is what it is. I don't know any way I could share that with other people. Believe me, you wouldn't want a regular diet of it. Just once would be enough, Snotman answered, opening the bag and taking out a donut. Why are you taking a pill? Are you sick? No, it's just something to help me stay alert. I can't afford to sleep for a long time. Why not? It's a long story. Very long. Nobody tells me stories anymore. What the hell? Why not? Croyd said. Blood ties 4, baby. Your master is an idiot. No, master. Yes, baby. Blaze lay curled among the tumbled pillows on the vast canopy bed that almost filled the bridge stateroom aboard Taxion's yacht. 2 of the curving pearlescent walls presented a miniature schematic of New York City. Different colored lines connected red markers. The 3rd wall broke down the location of wild card cases by building and business. Chase Manhattan Bank, Jokertown branch, 3 apartment buildings, one of which was in Harlem, top hat cleaners on the Bowery, restaurants, bars, drugstores, department stores. It's a human vector.
Tachyon rose from the floor and dusted the seat of his pants, sensing irritation from his ship at this slur on her housekeeping. Sometimes ships had a skewed sense of priorities. An imputation of dust was far more significant than the announcement that a Typhoid Mary was threatening Manhattan. "Have I done well, master?" "Extraordinarily well. I just wish I had not been so slow to see. Blaze, cook it. We're going now. Put your arm around my neck. Good lad." He carried the child out of the ship. Pausing at the door of the warehouse, he fumbled with the lock and struggled with his sleeping burden. Tachyon was a small man, and his grandson already showed every indication that he would tower over his tiny forebear. Into the sultry night, 2 a.m. He could imagine what Victoria Queen was going to say to him when he woke her at this hour. But it had to be discussed, and with people he could trust. Somewhere a human contagion slept or walked the streets of New York. His arms tightened convulsively about the boy as the realization struck. No one was safe. While Blaze was playing in the park, walking to the clinic, eating in a restaurant, this monstrous sickness could pass by and endanger his child, his line, his future. He almost turned back to the ship. This evil could not pass. Baby, he chided himself for hysteria. There were millions of people in Greater Manhattan. What chance of actually encountering the carrier? Depended upon the identity of the carrier, and how to establish that? Ideal, it was probably a hopeless task. "This is absolutely hopeless," said Victoria Queen. "Thank you for that incredibly helpful observation." The chief of surgery and Tachyon exchanged sizzling glares. Chrysalis flicked a nail against the rim of her glass, pulling out a single ringing tone. Finn took another bite of raw Quaker oats. "We interview the family and friends of every victim. We interview the surviving victims. We search for the common thread, some individual they all recall," said Tachyon. "It would be an incredible long shot that any of them would remember," sighed Finn. Tachyon turned the full blazing force of his lilac eyes on his assistant. "So, are you suggesting that we wait and hope that this person notices that people are dying like flies all around him or her? And even that won't help." Tach shook his head as if disgusted by his own facetiousness. "The incubation period appears to be around 24 hours. This carrier, whoever it is, can have no notion of their power." "Power?" snorted Chrysalis. "Yes, power. Clearly this person's wildcard gift is to give wildcard. The person probably contracted the virus during this latest outbreak. If it had happened earlier, we would have been facing this crisis months or even years ago." "Doc." Finn tossed his heavy forelock out of his face. "This has to mean that the virus is mutating." "Yes, I'm afraid you're correct. Dr. Corvisart will be ecstatic." "Who?" asked Queen. "A French researcher who was absolutely convinced that the virus was mutating. I tried to explain to him that there's only been one case of a constantly mutating virus, and that's because it is this man's power." "What?"
"What is it?" asked Finn sharply at Tachyon's frozen expression. The alien relaxed his frenzied grip on the edge of the desk. He and Chrysalis met each other's gaze. "You're thinking what I'm thinking." "Yes. Then why not enlighten those of us who aren't thinking?" snapped Queen bitterly, who then flushed and quickly added, "In the peculiar way you think. There is one individual in this city who's an old hand at wildcard, who is reinfected with the virus every time he sleeps. How many times has he transformed over the past 40 years? A dozen? 20? 30? It would be the most unbelievable coincidence," warned Chrysalis. "I agree, but it has to be investigated." Tachyon pushed to his feet. Finn lurched to his feet. "Sleep?" "Yes," said Tachyon rather impatiently. The tiny centaur gave a long shake that began at his head, vibrated to his tail, and pulled a deep-throated groan from his lungs. "He was here." "What?" "Back in March. He came in to see you, but you weren't back yet. He was high on speed, and apparently he'd promised some girl he wouldn't go out with her cranked. He wanted help. I put him to sleep. How? For the ideal's sake, this could be critical. Brain entrainment and suggestion. When did he wake and leave? Mid-May." "May! And you didn't tell me. I didn't think it was important." "He's been awake a month," Chrysalis said to Tachyon. "Do you still want us to do those interviews?" asked Queen. "Yes, it might help us pinpoint his present physical form." "I don't suppose you saw him when he left." "No, one morning he just wasn't there." "Where did you stash him?" asked Chrysalis curiously. "In the janitor's closet." "Have we lost any janitors?" asked Tachyon with graveyard humor. "We were lucky, incredibly lucky," muttered Finn, crossing himself. "People, this has got to be kept absolutely confidential. Can you imagine the panic if wind of this reaches the general populace?" "Sooner or later the authorities are going to have to be informed," objected Queen. "Not if Chrysalis and I succeed." "I hate it when you're smug. Tachyon, she's got a point. We're going to feel like absolute shit if we can't find Croyd, or we find him and he's not the one." "How many more people are going to die, Tachyon?" asked Chrysalis. Tachyon splashed a liberal dollop of cognac into a glass, raised the blinds, and watched the sun trying valiantly to struggle through the layers of mist and smog. "I think I'm justified in trying this alone first. What would I say to the mayor? Well, Your Honor, we think there's a wildcard carrier. We think it's Croyd Crenson. No, sir, we don't know what he looks like because he changes every time he sleeps. I don't suppose we could try anything simple and silly like running ads on the radio and in the papers. Croyd, phone home," suggested Finn. "Why not? I'm willing to try anything. The real question is how many amphetamines he's eaten in the past weeks." He turned away from the window to face Chrysalis. "You know what he's like toward the end of an episode." "He's a psychotic," said Chrysalis bluntly, "and usually paranoid, so if he starts hearing or reading ads, he's going to assume they're after him." The Takissian sighed, and he'd be right. Tachyon poured another drink and pulled a face as the brandy washed down. "Great breakfast," said the owner of the palace dryly. "I'll break an egg in it if that will make you feel any better. You've been hitting the bottle pretty hard recently." "You tell him," muttered Queen under her breath. Tachyon glared at both of them. "Not to sound too terribly trite, but I have been under a great deal of pressure recently." "You were an alcoholic, Tachyon. You shouldn't be drinking at all," said Chrysalis. "Blood and bone, what has gotten into you? One would think you'd joined a temperance league. Going to be down at Father Squid's beating on a tambourine? You're a saloon keeper, Chrysalis." He watched the increased wash of blood into those transparent cheeks. "I care, Tachyon. Don't make me regret that. You're important to Jokertown." She plucked nervously at the arm of her chair. "Maybe even to the nation. Don't crap out on us and crawl back in a bottle. You've got the prestige to stand against crime bosses and other things. Nobody else in this fucking freak show has that."
Bitterness edged each word. He knew what it cost her to make that admission. She had a pride of self and place that rivaled his. Slowly he walked to her, forced himself to bend and place his cheek against hers. He couldn't help the involuntary closing of his eyes, but it wasn't as bad as he expected. Her skin, invisible though it was warm and soft. She could be any lovely woman, as long as his eyes were closed. He stepped back and lifted her fingers to his lips. Send out word to your network. This has to take precedent over anything else. Even the fists and the gambionis? Yes.
What profiteth us to gain Jokertown if we lose the whole bloody world? It'll save you a tambourine. No, I want to be the whole damn trumpet section. Why am I not surprised? Said Queen to Finn. Concerto for Siren and Serotonin V. When Snotman grew ill, Croyd snapped the lock on the door behind him, letting him into the dusty ruin of a small two-room apartment whose owner was obviously using the place to store damaged furniture. He located a threadbare couch on which the glistening Joker sprawled, quivering. He rinsed a jelly jar he found near a basin in the next room and took him a drink of water. Sweeping aside a mess of ancient drug paraphernalia, Croyd seated himself on a small cracked bench as the other sipped. "You been sick?" Croyd asked him. "No. I mean, I always feel like I've got a cold, but this is different. I feel sorta like I did a long time ago, when it all started." Croyd covered the shivering Joker with a pile of curtains he found in a corner, then seated himself again. "Finish telling me what happened," Snotman said after a time. "Oh yeah." Croyd popped a methamphetamine and a Dex and continued his tale. When Snotman passed out, Croyd did not notice. He kept talking until he realized that Snotman's skin had gone dry. Then he grew still and watched, for the man's features seemed slowly to be rearranging themselves. Even speeded, Croyd was able to spot the onset of a wildcard attack. But even speeded, this did not quite make sense. Snotman was already a Joker, and Croyd had never heard of anyone, himself excluded, coming down with it a second time. He shook his head, rose and paced, stepped outside. It was afternoon now, and he was hungry again. It took him a few moments to spot the new shift that had taken over surveillance of his quarters. He decided against disposing of them. The most sensible thing to do, he guessed, would be to go and get a bite to eat, then come back and keep an eye on the now transforming Snotman through his crisis, one way or the other. Then clear out, go deeper underground. In the distance, a siren wailed. Another Red Cross helicopter came and went, low, from the southeast, heading uptown. Memories of that first mad wildcard day swam in his head, and Croyd decided that perhaps he'd better acquire a new pad even before he ate. He knew just the sleaze bin, not too far away, where he could get in off the streets and no questions asked, provided they had a vacancy, which was generally the case. He detoured to check it out. Like a mating call, another siren answered the first, from the opposite direction. Croyd waved at the man who hung upside down by his feet from a lamppost, but the fellow took offense or grew frightened and flew away. From somewhere he heard a loudspeaker mentioning his name, probably saying terrible things about him. His fingers tightened on the fender of a parked car. The metal squealed as he pulled at it, tearing a wide strip loose. He turned then, bending it, folding it, blood dripping from a tear in his hand. He would find that speaker and destroy it, whether it was high on a building side or the top of a cop car. He would stop them from talking about him. That would give him away, though, he realized in a moment's clarity, to his enemies, who could be anybody. Anybody except the guy with the wildcard virus, and Snotman couldn't be anybody's enemy just now. Croyd hurled the piece of metal across the street, then threw back his head and began to howl. Things were getting complicated again, and nasty. He needed something to calm his nerves. He plunged his bloody hand into his pocket, withdrew a fistful of pills, and gulped them without looking to see what they were. He had to get presentable to go and get a room. He ran his fingers through his hair, brushed off his clothes, began walking at a normal pace. It wasn't far. Blood ties V.
The man wrapped a webbed hand about Tachyon's wrist, indicated for a pad, and scrawled out, "How long you think I got?" "A few days." Tachyon noticed Tina Mixon's wince. He knew that she considered his frankness to border on brutality, but he didn't believe in lying to people. A man needed time to prepare himself for death. And these humans with their delicate sensibilities, they either wouldn't talk about death or they shrouded it in euphemisms. On the other hand, they were not in the least backward about dealing out death. The hiss of the respirator was loud in the room as the man laboriously wrote, "If you could find that woman." "She's vanished, Mr. Grogan. I'm sorry." "Use powers. Find her." Tachyon bowed his head and recalled the scene, only 3 days ago, it seemed an eternity, that had met his disbelieving gaze. He had responded to word of a riot on the 3rd floor. He had run into the ward, then frozen, and stared down at the water washing over the tops of his shoes. There must have been 60 people in a room designed for 10. Soaked and bedraggled jokers clung like survivors of a shipwreck to the beds. Orderlies disgruntledly slopped mops across the flooded floor. A sandy-haired man stood on one of the beds babbling hysterically, while a pair of women jokers pawed at his knees and added their shrill cries to the general pandemonium. A fucking vision, a fucking golden vision. "And look at me!" screamed the sandy-haired man. "Look at me!" "Why does it have to be a woman?" wailed a woman. "Maybe you got her power. Fuck me! Fuck me!" Tachyon had ruthlessly mind-controlled her, and the babbling man, and anyone else who had seemed likely to make trouble. The remaining jokers had stared at him like targets at a county turkey shoot. They were less intimidated now, like this pathetic blackmail from a dying man. "I'm sorry," Tachyon said again to Grogan, and left the room, and stumbled into a lurking pack of jokers. "Good morning." "What's good about it?" growled a big joker with a mouthful of cilia in place of teeth. It made his diction mushy, and Tachyon had to strain to understand him. "You're alive, Mr. Kanopka, which is more than many unluckier ones can claim," the alien snapped. He pulled off his stethoscope and jerked it between his hands. "You call this livin'?" said a woman. "I look like a monster. My husband's left me. I lost my job." "Everyone's got a story," said Tachyon shortly, heading down the hall. They followed him. Kanopka stepped in front of the Tychexian and stopped him with a hard jab to the small alien's chest. "What are you doing to find that woman?" For a long moment, Tachyon warred with conflicting emotions, to placate them with a soothing lie, or be damned to them and tell them the truth. The joker gave him another jab with a forefinger tipped with a long, sharp nail. "Huh? Huh? Answer up." Tack ran out of patience. "I'm doing precisely nothing to find that woman." "You motherfucker, I'm gonna kill you." Kanopka drew back a fist. Another man cried, "You don't care about us?" Tachyon whirled on him, seized him by the shoulders. "No, that's not true. Sean, I care more than you can conceive. But I must also care for Jane. Look at you." He raked the crowd with a lilac-eyed glance. "You're like hunting animals. That girl can cure us. You gotta find her." The anger drained from Sean, replaced with a humble pleading. Kanopka jerked the alien around to face him. "You owe it to us, Tachyon, because you made us what we are, and you can't do fuck to cure us." There were shouts of agreement. Tachyon glanced to the nurse's station, where Tina was dithering over the switchboard. He gave an infinitesimal shake of the head. All this situation needed was the arrival of security. "All of you return to your rooms." "No brush off, Tachyon." "Listen to me," he pleaded. "That girl is a person, a human being, not a fucking machine designed to cure jokers. You would have killed her 3 days ago. Consider the terrible dilemma with which she is faced. Think of her too, and not only of yourselves."
How can I trust you when I can't even trust myself to do what is right and proper by Jane? Finn had popped out of an elevator and now stood with a foreleg upraised as if ready to paw the linoleum floor. With a low murmur, the crowd began to disperse. All except Kanopka. He gathered up a handful of the burgundy satin coat and lifted Tachyon's feet from the floor. Finn cantered daintily forward, whirled on his slender forelegs, and landed a kick square in the center of Kanopka's ass. With a roar, the Joker dropped Tachyon and spun to face this new attack. "Cut it out," yelled Finn, "and get the hell back to your room." Kanopka's fist lashed out. Finn danced back, but 4 legs are less dexterous than 2. The blow landed. "Nat ass kisser!" Tachyon dropped Kanopka snoring to the floor. "Why didn't you do that a long time ago?" asked Finn, rubbing at his reddening cheek. "Possibly because I'm tired of victimizing them." Tachyon whirled, his long-tailed coat rustling around him. Finn had to trot to keep pace. "It's not your fault." "Which part of this mess? The creation of the virus? No, not entirely my fault. The fact that Croyd's become a carrier? Again, probably beyond my control. The fact that Jane has become the most hunted person in Jokertown? Maybe not. But she is my responsibility, and I've got to find her and protect her if I can." Tachyon slammed his fist into the elevator wall, breaking the skin across his knuckles. Finn lifted his hand and blotted at the welling blood with a handkerchief. "Relax, we'll find her." "Will we?" Tachyon licked reflectively at the blood. "More to the point, should we?" "Ha! I blast you with my killer mind attack! And I make it! You lose another life!" Tachyon tossed the tiny cardboard marker into the discard pile. "And I can really do that, too." Blaze's eyes glittered in the lamplight. "I bet if I worked hard, I could kill with my mind." Polyakov glanced up from his newspaper. "It's not a talent to cultivate. Can you do it? Drop it, Blaze." "Can you?" "I said drop it." The small round chin hardened, the lips narrowing into a mulish line. "Maybe I'll just have to practice on somebody, since you won't." Tachyon came across the dining table and landed a slap that knocked the boy out of his chair. "Tachyon!" bellowed the Russian. "Blaze! Blaze! I'm sorry, so sorry. Are you all right?" Aghast, he gathered the child into his arms. "Oh, ideal. Forgive me." The boy swung wildly, striking Tack above the eye. His esperability poured off him in shuddering silver waves as he struggled to break his elder's shields. Tachyon quieted Blaze with a lick of his power. "Listen to me. I'm horribly tired and under a lot of stress. I know that's not an adequate excuse, but I offer it as an explanation. I don't want you to learn to kill. It does something to your soul, because you are so closely linked with your victim. It's not like make-believe." He gestured back toward the abandoned talisman game. "You have to burrow deep, tear away layer after layer of the person's mind before you can kill. Have you done it?" Blaze muttered around a swelling lip. "Yes, and it haunts me to this day." Polyakov stepped to the alien's side and rested a hand on his shoulder. "I weighed Rabdan's life against the life of the Earth. He had to die. It was necessary. But—" he hugged the child close. "You must learn to be kind, Blaze. Don't even joke about practicing on the humans. Our original sin was treating them as laboratory animals. Don't you?" The trill of the phone interrupted him. "Doctor, this is Jane." "Jane? Where? No questions. Just listen. I have an address and a telephone number for Croyd. Only one. I heard the ads. I guess I can understand why you have to find him. Jane, I'm sorry I didn't help you before. It's okay. I was pretty strung out. You're not going to hurt him, are you? He's been a friend. I hate to think I'm betraying him, but more people will die if you don't. You're right to tell me. Okay. He's got an apartment on Eldridge, 323 Eldridge, 3rd floor. 555-4491. Thank you, Jane. Thank you so much. My dear child, we must." But he was talking to the buzz of a disconnected line. He replaced the receiver and stood face to face with a nasty moral dilemma. If, when they captured Croyd, and if he awoke in a new form, minus the carrier power,
Well and good. But if this mutation carried on, then the decisions became harder. To keep the man in isolation for the rest of his life, or to kill him. A woman lying back among pillows and tangled sheets, a sheen of sweat across her dark breasts and belly, the moisture-matted hair of her mons. The three-dimensional picture fragmented and vanished. "Sorry," squeaked Video in Tachyon's mind. "We got the wrong apartment." Wait, that might be Croyd. He reached out and touched the woman's mind. It wasn't Croyd. Floater and Video resumes their slow crawl across the back wall of the apartment building. There were a few nervous laughs from the people in the van. Elmo shufted uncomfortably. His hazardous environment suit was scarcely able to contain his bulk, and he looked rather like an ill-stuffed sausage. They had cobbled together suits for Troll and Ernie out of 4 other suits. So far, the seals were holding, but Tachyon winced every time he considered the expense. Video and Floater each had suits, and Tachyon wore his network-designed spacesuit. It was impossible to protect Slither. They had tried a helmet and air supply, but the air tanks kept sliding around on her serpent's body, pulling loose the hoses. Tack had ordered her to stay out of the fight. She would be a final line of defense if Croyd got past them. Surprisingly neat room. A tall, thin man lounged on the sofa reading Newsweek. Ultra-pale skin, odd eyes, brown hair with white roots showing. Another man seated at the kitchen table playing solitaire. Wonderfully handsome, but an easily forgettable face for all that. Bill Lockwood. Tachyon read a soul-deep sense of gratitude and a determination to protect Croyd. He switched his focus to the albino. Sweat broke out on his upper lip and stung his eyes as he struggled to touch the mind. Sliding his hand through the clear bubble of the helmet, he wiped perspiration and tried again. Whirling darkness like a primordial black hole. It was a mind block, but one of the oddest he'd ever felt. He spent another 20 minutes trying to find a way over, under, around, or through it. Finally, he reluctantly concluded that it was more like an immunity than an actual shield. He explained the situation to his troops, then added, "So, we just go in and thump on him. How hard can that be? And remember, if you're not suited, don't go into that room." They piled out. With a wave, he motioned Slither and Ernie toward the rear alley. Then he and Troll and Elmo headed up the steps to the front door. There were buzzers, but since the lock was broken off the outer door, they didn't serve much purpose. Cautiously, they stepped inside and started climbing for the 3rd floor. Fortunately, the suit masked the smells, but Tack could imagine them. He had made too many house calls to just such buildings. The stink of rancid grease, the sickly sweet scent of human and animal wastes clinging in the corners of the stairwells. Sweat, fear, poverty, and hopelessness, they too left a smell. The walls were graffiti-covered, slogans and howls of outrage in several languages. "I'm in position." Video flashed him another picture of the room. Nothing had changed. "Window?" Tachyon asked his recon team. "Open. In this heat, what do you expect?" Sent back Floater. "Go in?" asked Video. "Yes." The alien motioned to Troll. The security chief took a grip on the knob, sucked in a breath, held it. The albino noticed Floater with Video riding piggyback on his shoulders, crawling in the window. He rose with blinding speed, uttered an oath, and drew a gun. "Now!" yelled Tachyon. Troll forced the door. The lock broke with a scream of outraged metal and torn wood. Tack and Elmo tumbled into the room. The albino fired and missed.
Slither, disobeying or having completely forgotten her orders, came coiling up the fire escape like a hunting boa on a tree. She lashed out with her tufted tail and knocked the gun from the albino's hand. "You fuckers!" Cards flew like frightened butterflies as the young man flung aside the table. A right punch was coming in. Tachyon tried to deflect it with a quick outward block, but when his arm connected with Lockwood's, it stopped as if caught in a vice. Tack gasped. Troll, grunting with irritation, let loose with a wide, slow haymaker. His enormous fist slammed into Lockwood's jaw. No reaction. Tack and Troll stepped back, alarmed. Croyd was trying to tie Slither into knots. Elmo waded in and was tossed contemptuously aside. He came back in, his arms driving like pistons. Ernie joined the fray. Floater was trying to scramble across the ceiling back to the window. A sound like a side of beef hitting concrete. The pretty boy had landed a hit on Troll. The big Joker doubled over, and Tachyon stared dismayed. "Thank you, Jesus, that he didn't hit me," came the hysterical little thought. Troll drove 2 hard left-right punches into Lockwood's gut. Nothing. Lockwood wound up and delivered a punch to Tachyon's head. The network helmet withstood the blow, but the kinetic force threw the tiny alien across the room. He came up bruised and groaning against the far wall. Troll was raining punches on Lockwood. The young man grinned and hammered in a series of hits that drove Troll across the room. The big Joker stood swaying, arms over his helmeted head. Lockwood kicked him hard in the groin, then brought both hands down on the back of Troll's neck. When a tree falls in the forest, this is just how it sounds, thought Tack inanely, as 9 feet of Joker went down like a pole-axed ox. "Shit," commented Floater from overhead. Tachyon reached out with a powerful imperative. Silver lines of power flowed out from him, but failed to wrap like a net about the man's mind. Instead, the power sank like a stone in quicksand. Sleep! The power washed back toward him, struck his shields, and passed right through. Boomerang power was Tachyon's last conscious thought. He was dancing the most intricate and wonderful triple minor set, but there were no other men in the dance, just him and a long line of women. Blythe and Saaba and Danny and Angelface and Marat and Jane and Tolly and Roulette and Peregrine and Victoria and Zab grabbed him by the shoulder and tried to cut in. Muttering and growling, Tack dug his cheek deeper into the pillow. The antiseptic smell and rough texture of the pillowcase infuriated him. "I won't endure a bed like this. How dare they? The infernal cheek!" He forced up gummed lids, stared into Victoria Queen's frowning blue eyes, smiled up at her. "You dance divinely. Oh, wake up!" She jammed a needle into his arm. "Ow! Stimulant! Our hero! You finally meet someone with a superior mind control at positively the worst moment. He was not superior. That was my own power ricocheting back at me. Nothing else could have gotten past my..." He cut off, ashamed by his outraged justification, then continued in a chastised tone. "Did we get them?" "No." He dropped his face into his hands. "Oh, ancestors, what a mess." "Yes." She walked out. Croyd escaped. And if Slither died, another casualty of his failures. The click of dainty hooves on tile. What next, boss? I commit suicide. Wrong answer. I go to the police. They'll freak, remarked the Joker as he pulled tangles from his white mane. What choice do I have? I wanted to keep this secret, avoid panic, but Croyd now knows he's being hunted. He will go to ground. We must have manpower to find him. And this companion. Call Washington, have Scare search their files for an ace with boomerang powers. The Takesian rose stiffly from the bed, winced as he explored a bruise on his elbow, ran his hands through his tangled curls. I handled this so badly. You couldn't know. How are the troops? Finn bowed his head and inspected his hands. What is it? What's happened? Troll? Slither? Slither. She went into Black Queen reaction minutes after you went under. The incubation period must be shortening. He's continuing to mutate the virus. So maybe it will mutate until it becomes non-viral? I couldn't be so lucky. Everything I touch leads to death. Stop it. That's not true. We don't have time for you to feel guilty. If anyone's at fault, I am.
I let him leave. You couldn't have known he'd become a carrier. My point exactly. What's done is done. Let's get on with the future. If there is one, we'll make it happen. How did you end up so optimistic and well-adjusted? I'm too dumb to be otherwise. All the king's horses, V. The big corrugated metal garage door rattled overhead as it slid back in its tracks. The opener was old and noisy, but it still did its job. Dust and daylight filtered into the underground bunker. Tom turned off the flashlight and hung it on a hook in the wooden beam supporting the hard-packed dirt wall. His palms were sweaty. He wiped them on his jeans and stood regarding the metal hulks before him. The hatch gaped open on his oldest shell, the armored beetle. He'd spent the last week replacing vacuum tubes, oiling the camera tracks, and checking the wiring. It was as ready as it would ever be. Me and my big fucking mouth, Tom said to himself. His words echoed through the bunker. He could have rented a truck, a big semi maybe. Joey would have helped. Back it up to the edge of the bunker, load the shells, get them over to Jokertown the easy way. But no, he had to go and tell Dutton he'd fly them over. No way the Joker would ever believe him now if the damn things got delivered by UPS. He looked at the open hatch, tried to imagine crawling into that blackness and sealing the door behind him, locking himself into that metal coffin, and he could feel the bile rise in the back of his throat. He couldn't. Only he had no choice, did he? The junkyard wasn't his anymore. A crew would be arriving in less than 3 weeks to start clearing away all the shit that had accumulated here in the last 40 years. If the shells were still lying around when they showed up with their bulldozers, the jig was seriously up. Tom forced himself to walk forward. No big deal, he told himself. The shell was okay. He could get it across the bay. He'd done it 1,000 times. So he had to do it one more time, that's all. One more time and he was free. All the king's horses and all the king's men. Tom bent at the knees, grasped the top edge of the hatch, and took a long, slow breath. The metal was cold between his fingers. He ducked his head and pulled himself inside, swinging the hatch closed behind him. The clang rang in his ears. It was pitch dark inside and chilly. His mouth had gone dry, and he could feel his heart shuddering away in his chest. He fumbled in the darkness for the seat, felt torn vinyl upholstery, squirmed toward it. He might as well be in a cave at the center of the earth, or dead and buried. It was so black. Faint lines of light leaked in around the outside of the hatch, but not enough to see by. Where the fuck was the power switch? The newer shells all had fingertip controls built into the armrests of the seat, but not this old bucket, oh no. Tom groped in the darkness over his head and jammed his fingers painfully on something metal. Panic stirred inside him like a frightened animal. It was so fucking black. Where were the lights? Then, suddenly, he was falling. The vertigo crashed over him like a wave. Tom grabbed the armrests hard, tried to tell himself it wasn't happening, but he could feel it. The darkness tumbled end over end. His stomach roiled, and he bent forward, cracking his forehead sharply against the curving wall of the shell. "I'm not falling!" he screamed loudly. The words rang in his ears as he fell, helpless, locked in his armored casket.
His hands thrashed madly, fumbling against the wall, sliding over glass and vinyl, throwing switches everywhere as he gasped for breath. All around him, the TV screens woke to dim light. The world steadied. Tom's breathing slowed. He wasn't falling. No, look out there. That was the bunker. He was sitting in the shell, safe on the ground at the bottom of a hole. That was all. He wasn't falling. Fuzzy black and white images crowded the screens. The sets were a mismatch of sizes and brand names. There were obvious blind spots. One picture was locked into a slow vertical roll. Tom didn't care. He could see. He wasn't falling. He found the tracking controls and set his external cameras to moving. The images on the screen shifted slowly as he scanned all around him. The other two shells, the empty husks, squatted a few feet away. He turned on the ventilation system, heard a fan begin to whir, felt fresh air wash over his face. Blood was dripping into his eyes. He'd cut himself in his panic. He wiped it away with the back of his hand, sagged back in the seat. "Okay," he announced loudly. He'd gotten this far. The rest was candy. Up, up and away. Out of the bunker, across New York Bay, one last flight. Nothing simpler. He pushed up. The shell rocked slowly from side to side, lifted maybe an inch off the ground, then settled back with a thump. Tom grunted. All the king's horses and all the king's men, he thought. He summoned all his concentration, tried again to lift off. Nothing happened. He sat there, grim-faced, staring unseeing at the washed-out black and white shapes on his television screens. And finally, he admitted the truth he'd hidden from Joey DeAngelis, Xavier Desmond, and even from himself. His shell wasn't the only thing that was broken. For 20-odd years, he'd thought himself invulnerable once behind his armor. Tom Tudbury might have his doubts, his fears, his insecurities, but not the turtle. His tech, nurtured by that sense of invincibility, had grown steadily greater year after year after year, so long as he was inside his shell. Until wildcard day. They'd taken him out before he even knew what was happening. He'd been high over the Hudson, answering a distress call, when some ace power had reached through his armor as if it didn't exist. Suddenly, he felt sick, weak. He had to fight to keep from blacking out, and he could feel the massive shell stagger in mid-flight as his concentration wavered. A moment before his vision blurred, he'd glimpsed the boy in the hang glider slicing down from above. Then there'd been a tremendous loud pop that hurt his eardrums, and the shell had died. Everything went. Cameras, computers, tape deck, ventilation system, all of it burned out or seized up in the same split second. An electromagnetic pulse, he'd read later in the papers, but all he'd known then was that he'd gone blind and helpless. For a moment, he was too shocked to be afraid, punching wildly at his fingertip controls in the darkness, frantic to get the power back on. He'd never even realized that they'd napalmed him. But with the napalm, the weakness came again. He lost it then. The shell began to tumble, plunging toward the river below. This time, he did black out. Tom pushed the memories away and ran his fingers through his hair. His breathing had gone ragged again, and he was covered with a fine sheen of sweat that made his shirt cling to his chest. Face it, he told himself, you're terrified. It was no use. The turtle was dead, and Tom Tudbury, he could juggle bars of soap and robot heads with the best of them, but no way was he going to lift a couple of tons of armor plate into the air. Give it up. Call Joey, dump the old shells into the bay, write it off. Forget the money. What's $80,000? Not worth his life, that's for sure. Steve Bruder was going to make him rich anyway. The waters of New York Bay were wide and dark and cold, and it was a long way to Manhattan. He'd lucked out once. The goddamn shell had exploded as it fell to the bottom of the river. Must have been the napalm or the water pressure or something. A freak accident. And the shock of the cold water had somehow revived him. And he struggled to the surface and let the current take him, and somehow, he'd made it to the shore in Jersey City. He should have died. His breakfast moved in the pit of his stomach, and for a moment Tom thought he would gag. Beaten, he unbuckled his seatbelt. His hand was shaking. He turned off the fans, the tracking motors, the cameras. The darkness closed in around him. The shell was supposed to make him invulnerable, but they'd turned it into a death trap. He couldn't take it up again, not even for one last trip. He couldn't. The blackness trembled around him. He felt as though he were going to fall again. He had to get out of here, now. He was suffocating. He could have died. Only he hadn't. The thought came out of nowhere, defiant. He could have died, but he hadn't died. He couldn't take the shell up again, but he had, that very night, this very shell. When he'd finally made his way back to the junkyard, he'd been half drowned and exhausted and drunk with shock, but also strangely alive, exhilarated, high on the mere fact of his survival.
He'd taken the shell out and crossed the bay and done loops over Jokertown, climbed right back on the horse that had thrown him. He'd showed them all. The turtle was still alive. The turtle had taken everything they could throw at him. They'd knocked him out and napalmed him and dropped him like a rock to the bottom of the fucking Hudson River, and he was still alive. Tom's hands reached out, flicked a switch, a second. The screens lit up again. The fans began to whir. "Don't do it," his fear whispered within him. "You can't. You'd be dead now if the shell hadn't blown." "It did blow," Tom said. "The napalm, the water pressure, something." The walls of his bedroom. Broken glass everywhere, his pillows ripped and torn, feathers floating in the air. The water made a sullen gurgling sound somewhere in the close, hot blackness. The world twisted and turned, sinking. He was too weak and dizzy to move. He felt icy fingers on his legs, creeping up higher and higher, and then sudden shock as the water reached his crotch, jolting him awake. He tore away his seat harness with numb fingers, but too late. The cold caressed his chest. He lurched up and the floor tumbled and he lost his footing. And then the water was over his head and he couldn't breathe, and everything was black, utterly black as the grave. And he had to get out. He had to get out. Cracks on the wall of his bedroom, more every time the nightmare came. And pictures in a magazine, fragments of armor plate torn and twisted, welds shattered, bolts torn loose, the whole shell shattered like an egg. The armor bent outward. Fuck it all, he thought. It was me. I did it. He looked into the nearest screen, gripped the armrests, and pushed down with his mind. The shell rose smoothly, up, through the bunker, through the garage door overhead, into the morning sky. Sunlight kissed the flaking green paint of its armor. He came out of the eastern sky, out of Brooklyn, with the sun behind him. The trip was longer that way when he circled over Staten Island and the Narrows, but it disguised the angle of his approach, and 20 years of turtling had taught him all the tricks. He came in over the great stone ramparts of the Brooklyn Bridge, low and fast, and on his screens he saw the morning strollers below look up in astonishment as his shadows washed across them. It was a sight the city had never seen before, and would never see again. 3 turtles sweeping across the East River, 3 iron specters from yesterday's headlines and the land of the dead, moving in tight formation, banking and turning as one, and sliding into a flamboyant double loop over the rooftops of Jokertown.
For Tom, in the center shell, the reactions down in the streets made it all worthwhile. At least he was going out in style. He'd like to see the magazines blame this one on Venus. It'd been hell getting the other shells out of the bunker. Gutted or not, their armor still lent them plenty of weight, and for a moment, hovering above the junkyard in Bayonne, he didn't think he'd be able to juggle all 3. Then he had a better idea. Instead of trying to take them individually, he pictured them welded to the points of a giant invisible triangle, and he lifted the triangle into the air. After that, it was candy. Dutton had 1 camera crew on the Brooklyn Bridge, a second on the roof of the famous Bowery Wildcard Dime Museum. With all the film they shot, there would be precious little question of authenticating the shells. "All right, Tom," announced through his loudspeakers after he had set the shells down on the wide, flat roof. "Show's over. Cut." Filming his approach and landing was one thing, but he wasn't going to have any footage of him climbing out of the hatch. Mask or no mask, that was a risk he didn't care to take. Dutton, tall and dark with his cowl drawn up over his features, made a peremptory gesture with a gloved hand, and the camera crew, all jokers, loaded up their equipment and left the roof. When the last of them vanished down the stairs, Tom took a deep breath, slipped on his rubber frog face, killed the power, and crawled out into the morning sun. After he'd emerged, he turned for one last look at what he was leaving behind. Out here, in daylight, they looked different than they had in the dimness of his bunker. Smaller somehow, shabbier. "Hard to walk away, isn't it?" Dutton asked him. Tom turned. "Yes," he said. Beneath the cowl,
Dutton was wearing a leather lion mask with long golden hair. "You bought that mask at Holbrook's," Tom said. "I own Holbrook's," Dutton replied. He studied the shells. "I wonder how we're going to get these inside." Tom shrugged. "They got a fucking whale into the Museum of Natural History. A few turtles ought to be easy." He was not feeling nearly as nonchalant as he tried to sound. The turtle had pissed off quite a few people over the years, everyone from street punks to Richard Milhouse Nixon. If Dutton hadn't been discreet, any or all of them could be out there waiting for him. And even if they weren't, there was still the small matter of getting home with $80,000 in cash. "Let's do it," he said. "You got the money?" "In my office," Dutton replied. They went downstairs, Dutton leading, Tom following, looking around cautiously at every landing. It was cool and dim inside the building. "Closed again?" Tom asked. "Business is off badly," Dutton admitted. "The city is afraid. This new wild card outbreak has driven the tourists away, and even the jokers are beginning to avoid crowds and public places." When they reached the basement and entered the gloomy, stone-walled workshop, Tom saw that the museum was not entirely deserted. "We're preparing a number of new exhibits," Dutton explained, as Tom paused to admire a slender, boyish young woman who was dressing a wax replica of Senator Hartman. She had just finished knotting his tie with long, deft fingers. "This is for our Syrian diorama," Dutton said, as the woman adjusted the senator's gray checked sports coat. There was a ragged tear at one shoulder, where a bullet had ripped through, and the surrounding fabric was carefully stained with fake blood. "It looks very real," Tom said. "Thank you," the young woman replied. She turned, smiling and extending her hand. Something was wrong with her eyes. They were all iris, a deep, shiny red-black, half again the size of normal eyes. Yet she did not move like a blind person. "I'm Kathy, and I'd love to do you in wax," she said, as Tom shook her hand. "Seated in one of your shells, maybe?" She tilted her head and pushed a strand of hair out of her strange, dark eyes. Said Tom, "I'd rather not." "That's wise of you," Dutton said. "If Leo Barnett becomes president, some of your fellow aces may wish they'd kept a lower profile, too. It doesn't pay to be too flamboyant these days." "Barnett won't be elected," Tom said with some heat. He nodded at the wax figure. "Hartman will stop him." "Another vote for Senator Gregg," Kathy said, smiling. "If you ever change your mind about the statue, let me know." "You'll be the first," Dutton told her. He took Tom by the arm. "Come," he urged. They passed other elements of the Syrian diorama in various states of assembly. Dr. Tachyon in full Arabian regalia, curled slippers on his feet, the giant Syed done in wax 10 feet high, Carnifex in his blinding white fighting togs. In another part of the room, a technician labored over the mechanical ears on a huge elephant head that sat on a wooden table. Dutton passed him with a curt nod. Then Tom saw something that stopped him dead. "Jesus fucking Christ," he said loudly. "That's Tom Miller," Dutton said, "but I believe he preferred to be called Gimli. Bound for our Hall of Infamy, I'm afraid." The dwarf snarled up at them, one fist raised above his head as he harangued some crowd. His glass eyes, boiling with hate, seemed to follow them wherever they went. He wasn't wax. "A brilliant piece of taxidermy," Dutton said. "We had to move quickly before decay set in. The skin was cracked in a dozen places, and everything inside had just dissolved. Bones, muscles, internal organs, everything. This new wild card can be as merciless as the old." "His skin," Tom said with revulsion. "They have John Dillinger's penis in the Smithsonian," Dutton said calmly. "This way, please." This time, when they reached Dutton's office, Tom accepted the offer of a drink. Dutton had the money carefully banded and packed in a nondescript, rather shabby green suitcase. "10s, 20s, and 50s, a few hundreds," he said. "Would you like to count it?" Tom just stared at all the crisp green bills, his drink forgotten in his hand. "No," he said softly after a long pause. "If it's not all there, I know where you live." Dutton chuckled politely, went behind his desk, and produced a brown paper shopping bag with the museum logo on the side. "What's that?" Tom asked. "Why, the head. I was sure you'd want a bag." Actually, Tom had almost forgotten about Modular Man's head. "Oh yeah," he said, taking the bag. "Sure." He looked inside. Modular Man stared back up at him. Quickly, he closed the bag. "This will be fine," he said. It was almost noon when he emerged from the museum, the green suitcase in his right hand and the shopping bag in his left. He stood blinking in the sunlight, then set off up the Bowery at a brisk pace, keeping a careful eye out to make sure he wasn't being followed. The streets were almost deserted, so he didn't think it would be too difficult to spot a tail. By the third block, Tom was pretty sure he was alone. What few people he'd seen were jokers wearing surgical masks or more elaborate face coverings, and they gave him and each other as wide a berth as possible. Still, he kept walking, just to be sure. The money was heavier than he had figured, and Modular Man surprisingly light, so he stopped twice to change hands. When he reached the funhouse, he set the suitcase and bag down, looked around carefully, saw no one. He peeled off his frog mask and jammed it in the pocket of his windbreaker. The funhouse was dark and padlocked. "Closed until further notice," said the sign on the door. They'd shut their doors shortly after Xavier Desmond had been hospitalized, Tom knew. He'd read about it in the papers. It had saddened him immensely, and made him feel even older than he felt already. Barefaced and nervous, shifting from foot to foot, Tom waited for a cab. Traffic was very light, and the longer he waited, the more uneasy he grew. He gave 50 cents to a wino who stumbled up just to get rid of the man. 3 punks in Demon Prince colors gave Tom and his suitcase a long, hard, speculative look.
But his clothes were as shabby as the suitcase, and they must have decided that he wasn't worth the sweat. Finally, he got his cab. He slid into the back seat of the big yellow checker with a sigh of relief, the shopping bag on the seat beside him, the suitcase across his lap. "I'm going to Journal Square," he said. From there, he could get another cab to take him back to Bayonne. "Oh no," the cabbie said. He was dark-eyed, swarthy. Tom glanced at his hack's license. Pakistani. "No Jersey," the man said. "Oh no, do not go to Jersey." Tom took a crumpled 100 from the pocket of his jeans. "Here," he said, "keep the change." The cabbie looked at the bill and broke into a broad smile. "Very good," he said, "very good. New Jersey, oh yes, I am most pleasant." He put the cab in gear. Tom was home free. He cranked down a window and settled back into his seat, enjoying the wind on his face and the pleasant heft of the suitcase on his lap. A distant wail floated across the rooftops outside, high, thin, urgent. "Oh, what is that?" the cabbie said, sounding puzzled. "An air raid siren," Tom said. He leaned forward, alarmed. A second siren began to sound, nearer, loud and piercing. Cars were pulling over to the sidewalk. People in the streets stopped and looked up into bright, empty skies. Far off, Tom could hear other sirens joining the first two. The noise built and belt. "Fuck," Tom said. He was remembering history. They'd sounded the air raid sirens the day that Jet Boy had died, when the wild card had been played on an unsuspecting city. "Turn on the radio," he said. "Oh, pardon, sir, does not work, oh no." "Damn it," Tom swore. "Okay, faster then. Get me to the Holland Tunnel." The driver gunned it and ran a red light. They were on Canal Street, 4 blocks from the Holland Tunnel, when the traffic came to a standstill. The cab stopped behind a silver-gray Jaguar with its temporary license taped to the rear window. Nothing was moving. The cabbie hit his horn. Other horns sounded far up the street, mingling with the sound of the air raid sirens. Behind them, a rust-eaten Chevy van screeched to a halt and began to honk impatiently, over and over. The cabbie stuck his head out the window and screamed something in a language Tom did not know, but his meaning was clear. More traffic was piling up behind the van. The cab driver hit his horn again, then turned around long enough to tell Tom that it wasn't his fault.
Tom had already figured out that much for himself. "Wait here," he said unnecessarily, since the traffic was locked bumper to bumper, none of it moving, and there wasn't room for the cabbie to pull out even if he'd wanted to. Tom left the door open and stood on the center line, looking down Canal Street. Traffic was tied up as far as he could see, and the jam was growing rapidly behind them. Tom walked to the corner for a better look. The intersection was gridlocked, traffic lights cycling from red to green to yellow and back to red without anyone's moving an inch. Music blared from open car windows, a cacophony of stations and songs, all of it counterpointed by the horns and air raid sirens, but none of the radios were getting any news. The driver of the Chevy van came up behind Tom. "Where the fuck are the cops?" he demanded. He was grossly fat, with a jowly, pockmarked face. He looked as if he wanted to hit something, but he had a point. The police were nowhere to be seen. Somewhere up ahead, a child began to cry, her voice as high and shrill as the sirens, wordless. It gave Tom a shiver of fear. This wasn't just a traffic jam, he thought. Something was wrong. Something was very, very wrong. He went back to his cab. The driver was slamming his fist into the steering wheel, but he was the only one this side of Broadway who wasn't honking. "Horn broke," he explained. "I'm getting out here," Tom said. "No refund. Fuck you." Tom had been going to let the man keep the $100 anyway, but his tone pissed him off. He pulled the suitcase and shopping bag out of the back seat and gave the cabbie a finger as he headed up Canal on foot. A well-dressed 50-ish woman sat behind the wheel of the silver Jaguar. "Do you know what's going on?" she asked. Tom shrugged. A lot of people were out of their cars now. A man in a Mercedes 450 SL stood with one foot in his car and one on the street, his cellular phone in his hand. 911's still busy, he told the people gathered around him. "Fucking cops," someone complained. Tom had reached the intersection when he saw the helicopter sweeping down Canal just above rooftop level. Dust whirled and old newspapers shivered in the gutters. The rotors were so loud even at a distance. I never made so much fucking noise, Tom thought. Something about the helicopter reminded him weirdly of the turtle. He heard the crackle of a loudspeaker, the words lost in the street noise. A pimpled teenager leaned out of a white Ford pickup with jersey plates. "The guard," he shouted. "That's a guard chopper." He waved at the helicopter. The whop 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 of the rotors mingled with the horns and sirens and shouting to drown out the loudspeakers. Horns began to fall silent. "Return to your homes," someone began shouting obscenities. The chopper dipped lower, came on. Even Tom saw the military markings now, the National Guard insignia. The loudspeakers boomed. "Holland Tunnel is closed. Repeat, Holland Tunnel is closed. Return to your homes peacefully." Huge gusts of wind kicked up all around him as the helicopter passed directly overhead. Tom dropped to one knee and covered his face against the dust and dirt. "The tunnel is closed," he heard as the chopper receded. "Do not attempt to leave Manhattan. Holland Tunnel is closed. Return to your homes peacefully." When the copter reached the end of stalled traffic, 2 blocks farther back, it peeled off and rose high in the air, a small black shape in the sky, then circled back for another loop. The people in the streets looked at each other. "They can't mean me. I'm from Iowa," a fat woman announced, as if it made a difference. Tom knew how she felt. The cops had finally arrived. 2 patrol cars edged down the sidewalk carefully, bypassing the worst of the congestion. A black policeman got out and started snapping orders. 1 or 2 people got back into their cars obediently. The rest surrounded the cop, all of them talking at once. Others, lots of them, had abandoned their vehicles. A stream of people headed up Canal Street toward the entrance to the Holland Tunnel. Tom went with them, moving along slower than most, struggling with the weight of his bags. He was sweating. A woman passed him at a dead run, looking ragged and near hysteria. The helicopter flew over again, loudspeakers blaring, warning the crowd to turn back. "Martial law!" a truck driver shouted down from the cab of his semi. A wall of people formed around the truck, trapping Tom in their midst. He was shoved up against the tractor's rear wheel as the crowd pressed closer for news. "It just came over the CB," the trucker said. "The motherfuckers have declared martial law. Not just the Holland Tunnel. They shut down everything, all the bridges, the tunnels, even the Staten Island ferry. No one's getting off the island." "Oh, God," someone said behind Tom, a man's voice, husky but raw with fear. "Oh, God, it's the wild card. We're all going to die," an old woman said. "I seen it in 46. They're just gonna keep us here." "It's those jokers," suggested a man in a three-piece suit. "Barnett is right. They shouldn't be living with normal people. They spread disease." "No," Tom said, "the wild card isn't contagious." "Says you. Oh, God, we probably all got it already." "There's a carrier," the trucker shouted down. Tom could hear the crackle of his CB radio. "Some fucking joker. He's spreading it wherever he goes." "That's not possible," Tom said. "Goddamn joker lover," someone shouted at him. "I gotta get home to my babies," a young woman wailed. "Take it easy," Tom started to say, but it was too late, way too late. He heard crying, screaming, shouted obscenities.
The crowd seemed to explode as people ran off in a dozen directions. Somebody slammed into him hard. Tom staggered back, then fell as he was buffeted from the side. He almost lost his grip on the suitcase, but he hung on grimly, even when a boot stomped painfully on his calf. He rolled under the truck. Feet rushed past him. He crawled between the wheels of the semi, dragging his bags behind him, and got to his feet on the sidewalk, half dazed. "This is fucking crazy," he thought. Way down canal, the helicopter began another pass. Tom watched it come, the crowd surging hysterically around him. The chopper will calm them down, he thought. It has to. When the first tear gas canisters began to rain down into the street, trailing yellow smoke, he turned and dodged into the nearest alley and began to run. The noise dwindled behind as Tom fled through alleys and side streets. He'd gone 3 blocks and was breathing hard when he noticed a cellar door ajar under a bookstore. He hesitated a moment, but when he heard the sound of running feet on the cross street, his mind was made up for him. It was cool and quiet inside. Tom gratefully dropped the suitcase and sat cross-legged on the cement floor. He leaned back against the wall and listened. The air raid sirens had finally quieted, but he heard horns and an ambulance and the distant, angry rumble of shouts. Off to his right, he heard the scrape of a footstep. Tom's head snapped around. Who's there? There was only silence. The cellar was dark and gloomy. Tom got to his feet. He could swear he'd heard something. He took a step forward, froze, cocked his head. Then he was sure. Someone was back there, behind those boxes. He could hear the short, ragged sound of their breathing. Tom wasn't going any closer. He backed toward the door and gave the boxes a hard telekinetic shove. The whole stack went over, cardboard ripping, and dozens of glossy paperback copies of more disgusting Joker jokes cascaded from a torn carton. There was a grunt of surprise and pain from behind the boxes. Tom edged forward and pushed the top boxes in the feebly moving pile off to the side, using his hands this time. "Don't hurt me," a voice pleaded from under the books. "No one's gonna hurt you," Tom said. He shifted a torn box, spilling more paperbacks onto the floor. Half buried underneath, a man curled in a fetal ball, arms locked protectively around his head. "Come on out of there." "I wasn't doing nothing," the man on the floor said in a thin, whispery voice. "I was hiding too," Tom said. "It's okay. Come on out." The man stirred, unfolded, got warily to his feet. There was something dreadfully wrong with the way he moved. "I ain't so good to look at," he warned, in that thin, rustling voice. "I don't care," said Tom. Walking in a painful, crabbed sideways motion, the man edged forward into the light, and Tom got a good look at him. An instant of revulsion gave way to sudden, overwhelming pity. Even in the dim light in the back of the cellar, Tom could see how cruelly the Joker's body had been twisted.
One of his legs was much longer than the other, triple-jointed, and attached backward, so the knee bent in the wrong direction. The other leg, the normal one, ended in a clubfoot. A cluster of tiny vestigial hands grew from the swollen flesh of his right forearm. His skin was glossy black, bone white, chocolate brown, and copper red in patches all over his body. There was no way to tell what race he'd belonged to originally. Only his face was normal. It was a beautiful face, blue-eyed, blonde, strong, a movie star's face. "I'm Mishmash," the Joker whispered timidly, but the movie star lips hadn't moved, and there was no life in those deep, clear blue eyes. Then Tom saw the second head, the hideous little monkey face peeping cautiously out of the unbuttoned shirt. It sprouted crookedly from the Joker's ample gut, as purple as an old bruise. Tom felt nauseated. It must have showed on his face, because Mishmash turned away. "Sorry," he muttered. "Sorry." "What happened?" Tom forced himself to ask. "Why are you hiding here?" "I saw them," the Joker told him, his back to Tom. "These guys. Gnats. They had this Joker. They were beating the hell out of him. They would have done me too, only I snuck away. They said it was all our fault. I gotta get home." "Where do you live?" Tom asked. Mishmash made a wet, muffled sound that might have been a laugh, and half turned. The little head twisted up to look at Tom. "Jokertown," he said. "Yeah," Tom said, feeling very stupid. Of course he lived in Jokertown. Where the fuck else could he live? "That's only a few blocks away. I'll take you there." "You got a car?" "No," Tom said. "We'll have to walk. I don't walk so good." "We'll go slow," Tom said. They went slow. Dusk was falling when Tom finally emerged, cautiously, from the cellar refuge. The street had been quiet for hours, but Mishmash was too frightened to venture out until dark. "They'll hurt me," he kept saying. Even when twilight began to gather, the Joker was still reluctant to move. Tom went first to scout the block. There were lights in a few apartments, and he heard the sound of a television blaring from a third-story window, and more police sirens far off in the distance. Otherwise, the city seemed deathly quiet. He walked around the block slowly, moving from doorway to doorway like a GI in a war movie. There were no cars, no pedestrians, nothing. All the storefronts were dark, secured by accordion grills and steel shutters. Even the neighborhood bars were closed. Tom saw a few broken windows, and just around the corner, the overturned, burned-out hulk of a police car sat square in the middle of the intersection. A huge Marlowe billboard had been defaced with red paint. "Kill all Jokers," it said. He decided not to take Mishmash down that street. When he returned, the Joker was waiting. He'd moved the suitcase and shopping bag to the doorway. "I told you not to touch those," Tom snapped in annoyance, and felt immediately guilty when he saw how Mishmash quailed under his voice. He picked up the bags. "Come on," he said, stepping back outside. Mishmash followed, his every step a hideous twisting dance. They went slowly. They went very slowly. They stayed mostly to alleys and side streets south of Canal, resting frequently. The damned suitcase seemed to get heavier with each passing block. They were catching their breath by a dumpster just off Church Street when a tank rolled past the mouth of the alley, followed by a half-dozen National Guardsmen on foot. One of them glanced to his left, saw Mishmash, and began to raise his rifle. Tom stood up, stepped in front of the Joker. For an instant, his eyes met the guardsman. He was only a kid, Tom saw, no more than 19 or 20. The boy looked at Tom for a long moment, then lowered his gun, nodded, and walked on. Broadway was eerily deserted. A lone police paddy wagon wove its way through an obstacle course of abandoned cars. Tom watched it pass while Mishmash cringed back behind some garbage cans. "Let's go," Tom said. "They'll see us," Mishmash said. "They'll hurt me." "No, they won't," Tom promised. "Look at how dark it is." They were halfway across Broadway, moving from car to car, when the streetlights came on, sudden and silent. The shadows were gone. Mishmash gave a single sharp bark of fear. "Move it," Tom told him urgently. They scrambled for the far side of the street. "Hold it right there." The shout stopped them at the edge of the sidewalk. Almost, Tom thought, but almost only counts in horseshoes and grenades. He turned slowly. The cop wore a white gauze surgical mask that muffled his voice, but his tone was still all business. His holster was unbuttoned, his gun already in hand. "You don't have to," Tom started nervously. "Shut the fuck up," the cop said. "You're in violation of the curfew." "Curfew?" Tom said. "You heard me. Don't you listen to the radio?" He didn't wait for the answer. "Let me see some ID." Tom carefully lowered his bags to the ground.
"I'm from Jersey," he said. "I was trying to get home, but they closed the tunnels." He fished out his wallet and handed it to the cop. "Jersey?" the cop said, studying the driver's license. He handed it back. "Why aren't you at Port Authority?" "Port Authority?" Tom said, confused. "The clearance center." The cop's tone was still gruff and impatient, but he'd evidently decided they weren't a threat. He holstered his gun. "Out-of-towners are supposed to report to Port Authority. You pass the medical, they'll give you a blue card and send you home. If I was you, I'd head up there." Port Authority bus terminal was a zoo under the best of circumstances. Tom tried to imagine what it would be like now. Every tourist, commuter, and visitor in the city would be there, along with a lot of frightened Manhattanites pretending to be from out of town. All of them waiting their turn for a medical or fighting for a seat on one of the buses leaving the city, with the police and National Guard trying to keep order. You didn't need a lot of imagination to picture the kind of nightmare going on up at 42nd Street. "I didn't know. I'll get right up there," Tom lied, "as soon as I get my friend home." The cop gave Mishmash a hard look. "You're taking a big risk, buddy. The carrier's supposed to be some kind of albino, and nobody said anything about any extra heads, but all jokers look alike in the dark, right? Those guard boys are real jumpy, too. They see a pair like you, they might decide to shoot first and check your IDs later." "What the fuck is going on?" Tom said. It sounded worse than he could have imagined. "What is all this?" "Do good to turn on a radio once in a while," the cop said. "Might stop you getting your head shot off." "Who are you looking for?" "Some joker fuck, been spreading a new kind of wild card all over the city. He's freaky strong and crazy, dangerous. And he's got a friend with him, some new ace. Looks normal, but bullets bounce right off him. If I was you, I'd dump the geek and haul ass for Port Authority." "I didn't do nothing," Mishmash whispered. His voice was low, barely audible, but it was the first time he dared to speak, and the cop heard him well enough. "Shut the fuck up. I'm not in the mood for any joker lip. I want to hear you talk, I'll ask you a question." Mishmash quailed. Tom was shocked by the loathing in the policeman's voice. "You got no call to talk to him that way. It was a mistake, a big mistake." Above the surgical mask, the policeman's eyes narrowed. "That's so? What are you, one of those queers who likes to hump jokers?" "No, you asshole," Tom thought furiously. "I'm the great and powerful turtle, and if I were in my shell right now, I'd pick you up and drop you in the garbage where you belong." But what he said was, "Sorry, officer, I didn't mean anything by it. It's been a rough day for everyone, right? Maybe we should just get going?" He tried to smile as he picked up the suitcase and shopping bag. "Come on, Mishmash," he said. "What's in those bags?" the cop said suddenly. Modular Man's head and $80,000 in cash, Tom thought, but he didn't say it. He didn't think he'd broken any laws, but the truth would raise questions he wasn't prepared to answer. "Nothing," he told the cop. "Some clothes." But he'd hesitated too long. "Why don't we have a look?" the policeman replied. "No," Tom blurted. "You can't. I mean, don't you need a search warrant or probable cause or something?" "I got your fucking probable cause right here," the cop said, drawing his gun. "This is martial law, and we got authority to shoot looters on sight. Now lower the bags to the ground slowly and back off, asshole." The moment seemed to last a long, long time. Then Tom did as he was told. "Further back," the cop said. Tom retreated to the sidewalk. "You too, geek." Mishmash moved back next to Tom. The policeman edged forward, bent over, and pulled one of the handles of the shopping bag to peer inside. Modular Man's head flew up and smashed him in the face. Blood squirted from the cop's nose with a sickening crunch to stain the white gauze of his mask. He gave a muffled screech and staggered back. The head bowled squarely into his gut, tumbling like a cannonball. The cop grunted as his feet went out from under him. He landed on his ass in the street. The head swooped around him. The cop brought up his pistol with both hands and squeezed off a round. Glass shattered in a second-story window as the head came crashing into his temple. The cop swatted at it with the barrel of his pistol. Then something jerked the gun right out his hand and sent it skittering off down a sewer. "Son of a bitch," the cop managed. He tried to struggle back to his feet, his eyes as glassy as Modman's. His nose was still bleeding. The surgical mask had turned a vivid red. The head came at him again. This time he managed to grab it and hold it at bay, just inches from his face. The long cable dangling from the jagged neck took on a life of its own and snaked up into a bloody nostril. The cop screamed and grabbed for the cable. The head jumped forward. Two foreheads cracked together hard. The cop went down. The head circled over him. The cop groaned and rolled over. He made no attempt to rise. Tom started breathing again. "Is he dead?" Mishmash asked in an eager whisper. Tom's heart was still on adrenaline overdrive. It took a moment for the words to register. "Fuck," he said. What the hell had he done? It had all gone down so quickly. Modman's head fell out of the air, hit the gutter, and rolled. Tom knelt over the fallen cop and felt for a pulse. "He's alive," Tom said. "Breathing is shallow, though. He might have a concussion, maybe even a cracked skull." Mishmash crowded close. "Kill him!" Tom's head snapped back around, and he stared at the Joker in horror. "Are you crazy?" The hideous little purple monkey face was straining forward through his shirt front. Moisture glistened on the hard, thin lips. "He was gonna kill us! You heard him! You heard what he called us! He had no right! Kill him!" "No way," Tom said. He stood up, wiping his hands on his jeans compulsively. His high was gone now. He felt more than a little sick. "He knows who you are," Mishmash whispered. Tom had somehow managed to forget that. "Fuck, fuck, fuck," he swore. The cop had seen his driver's license. "They'll come for you," Mishmash suggested. "They'll know you did it, and they'll come. Kill 'em. Go on, I won't tell." Tom backed away, shaking his head. "No." "Then I'll do it," Mishmash said. His lips peeled back over a mouthful of yellowed incisors, and the wrinkled face shot out and down, into the cop's throat. Mishmash's shirt sagged where his gut had been. The head worked at the soft flesh under the cop's chin, bobbing at the end of 3 feet a glistening transparent tube connecting it to the Joker's torso. Tom heard wet, greedy sucking sounds. The cop's feet began to thrash feebly. Blood spurted, Mishmash swallowed and sucked, and a thick red wash began to travel up through the thick glassy flesh of his neck. "No!" Tom screamed. "Stop it!" The monkey face continued to feed, but on top of the Joker's body, the movie star head turned to stare at Tom from clear blue eyes and smiled beatifically. Tom reached out for Mishmash with his teleki, or tried to, but there was nothing there. The fury that had filled him when the cop threatened them was gone. Now there was only horror and fear, and his power had always deserted him when he was afraid. He stood helplessly, hands clenching and unclenching as Mishmash gnawed away, with teeth as cruel and sharp as needles. Then he leapt forward and grabbed the Joker from behind, wrapping his arms around that twisted torso, pulling him back. For a moment they grappled. Tom was overweight and out of shape, and had never been especially strong. But the Joker's body was as weak as it was misshapen. They stumbled backward, Mishmash thrashing feebly in Tom's arms, until the head pulled free of the cop's torn throat with a soft pop. The Joker hissed in fury. His long, glistening neck coiled around, snake-like, over his left shoulder, as pale eyes glared down, insane with frustration. Blood was smeared all over the shrunken, purplish face.
Wet red teeth snapped wildly, but his neck wasn't long enough. Tom spun him around and shoved him away. The Joker's mismatched legs tangled under him, and he tripped and fell heavily into the gutter. "Get out of here!" Tom screamed. "Get out of here now, or I'll give you the same thing I gave him!" Mishmash hissed, his head weaving back and forth. Then, as suddenly as it had come, the bloodlust was gone, and once more the Joker cringed in fear. "Don't," he whispered. "Please don't. I only wanted to help. Don't hurt me, mister." His neck shrunk slowly back into his shirt, a long, thick glass eel returning to its lair, until there was only the small, scared face shivering between his buttons. By then, Mishmash was back on his feet. He gave Tom one last pleading look, and then whirled and began to run, arms and legs working grotesquely. Tom stopped the policeman's bleeding with a handkerchief. There was still a pulse, but it felt weak to him, and the man had obviously lost a lot of blood. He hoped it wasn't too late. He looked around at the abandoned cars and headed toward a likely one. Joey had once shown him how to hotwire an ignition. He sure as hell hoped he still remembered. It was standing room only in the waiting room of the Jokertown clinic. Tom pushed his suitcase up against a wall and sat on top of it. The shopping bag, with Modular Man's bloodied head stuck inside it, he shoved between his legs. The room was hot and noisy. He ignored the frightened people all around him, the screams of pain from the next room, and stared dully at the tiles on the floor, trying not to think. Perspiration covered his face under the clinging frog mask. He'd been waiting a half hour when a fat, tusked newsboy in a pork pie hat and Hawaiian shirt entered the waiting room with an armful of papers. Tom bought a copy of tomorrow's Jokertown Cry, sat back on his suitcase, and began to read. He read every word and every story on every page, and then started all over again. The headlines were full of martial law and the city-wide manhunt for Croyd Crenson. Typhoid Croyd, the Cry called him. Anyone coming in contact with the carrier risked drawing the wild card. No wonder everyone was so scared. Dr. Tachyon had told the authorities it was a mutant form, capable of reinfecting even stable aces and jokers. The turtle could bring him in, Tom thought. Anyone else, police or guardsman or ace, risked infection and death if they tried to apprehend him. But the turtle could take him in perfect safety, easy as candy. He didn't have to get real close to tech someone, and his shell gave him plenty of protection. Only there was no shell, and the turtle was dead. 63 people had required medical treatment after the rioting around the Holland Tunnel, and property damage was estimated at more than $1 million, he read. The turtle could have dissipated that crowd without anyone's getting hurt. Just talk to them, damn it. Take the time to quell their fears, and if things got out of hand, pry them apart with Tekka. You didn't need guns or tear gas. Sporadic outbreaks of anti-Joker violence had been reported throughout the city. 2 Jokers were dead, a dozen more had been hospitalized after beatings or stonings. There was widespread looting in Harlem. Arson had destroyed the storefront headquarters of Jokers for Jesus, and firemen responding to the alarm had been pelted with bricks and dog shit. Leo Barnett was praying for the souls of the afflicted and calling for quarantine in the name of public health. A 20-year-old co-ed from Columbia had been gang raped on a pool table in Squisher's basement. More than a dozen Jokers had watched from their bar stools, and half of those had lined up to take their turns after the original rapists were done. Someone had told them they'd be cured of their deformities if they had sex with this woman. The turtle was dead, and Tom Tudbury sat on a battered old suitcase stuffed with $80,000 in cash as the world grew more and more insane. All the king's horses and all the king's men, he thought. He'd just finished his 3rd pass through the newspaper when a shadow fell across him. Tom looked up and saw the hefty black nurse who had helped him carry the policeman in from the car. "Dr. Tachyon will see you now," she said. Tom followed her back to a small cubicle off the emergency room, where Tachyon sat wearily behind a steel desk. "Well?" Tom asked after the nurse had left. He'll live, Tack said. Lilac eyes lingered on the green, rubbery features of Tom's mask. We are required by law to file a report on this sort of thing. The police will want to question you once the emergency has passed. We need a name. Thomas Tudbury, he said. He pulled off the mask and let it drop to the floor. Turtle? Tack blurted, surprised. He stood up. The turtle is dead, Tom thought. But he didn't say it. Dr. Tachyon frowned. Tom, what happened out there? It's a long, ugly story. You want it? Go into my fucking brain and take it. I don't want to talk about it. Tack looked at him thoughtfully. Then, as the alien winced and sat down again. At least with the fucking astronomer I could tell the good guys from the bad guys, Tom said. He has your name, Tack said. One of my names, Tom said. Fuck it, I need your help. Tack was still linked with his mind. The alien looked up sharply. I will not do that. Tom leaned forward across the desk, looming over the smaller man. You will, he said. You owe me, Tachyon, and there's no way I can kill myself without your help. Mortality, by Walter John Williams. Run. Consciousness stitched a lightning path across his mind. It seemed to come in bursts, like lines of text from a very fast laser printer. But no, it was more complex than that. A master weaver was forming the largest and most intricate tapestry in the universe, all in a matter of seconds, and doing it all in his brain. He opened his eyes. St. Elmo's fire shimmered before him like a polar aurora. A screaming noise assaulted his ears. Subsonics moved through his body like tidal waves. The noise faded. Internals ran lightspeed checks. Radar painted an image in his brain, superimposed it on the visuals. All monitored systems are functioning, he found himself saying. The St. Elmo's fluorescence faded, revealing sagging, bare roof beams, a half-open skylight with the glass painted black from the inside, diagrams tacked up helter-skelter, drooping electric cables. Electric fans made a busy stir in the air. Something in the room moved, imaged first by radar, then by visuals. He recognized the figure, the tall, white-haired man with the hawk nose and disdainful eyes. Maxim Travnicek. A frigid smile curled Travnicek's lips. He spoke with a Middle European accent. Welcome back, Toaster. The land of the living awaits. I blew up. Modular Man examined this possibility with cold impartiality as he pulled on a jumpsuit. A fly buzzed in the distance. You blew up, said Travnicek. Modular Man the invincible android blew himself to bits in a big fight at Aces High with the astronomer and the Egyptian masons. Lucky I had a backup of your memory. Memories poured over the android's macroatomic switches. Modular Man recognized Travnicek's new Jokertown loft, the one had moved into after being evicted from the bigger place on the Lower East Side. The place was stiflingly hot, and electric fans plugged into overworked extension cords did little to make the place seem like home. Equipment, the big flux generators and computers, were jammed together on home-built platforms and raw plywood shelving. The ultrasonics had burst the picture tubes in 2 of the monitors. The astronomer, he said. He hadn't been seen in months. I have no recollection of his return. Travnicek made a dismissive gesture. The fight happened after I last backed up your memory.
I blow up? The android didn't want to think about this. How could I blow up? Right, a surprise to both of us. Half-intelligent microwave ovens aren't supposed to explode. Travnik sat on a third-hand plastic chair, a cigarette in his hand. He was thinner than before, his reddened eyes sunk deep in hollows. He looked years older. His straight hair, usually combed back from his forehead, stuck out in tufts. He seemed to have been doing his own barbering. Travnik wore baggy army green surplus trousers and a cream-colored formal shirt with food stains and frills on the front. He wasn't wearing a tie. The android had never seen Travnik without a tie. Something must have happened to the man, he realized. And then a frightening thought came to him. How long have I been dead? Yes, you blew up last wildcard day. Now it's June 15th. 9 months. The android was horrified. Travnik seemed irritated. He threw away his cigarette and ground the stub into the bare plywood floor. How long do you think it takes to build a blender of your capabilities? Jesus Christ! It took weeks just to decipher the notes I wrote last time. He gave an expansive wave of his hand. Look at this place. I've been working day and night. Fast food containers were everywhere. A bewildering variety that strongly represented Chinese places, pizza joints, and Kentucky Fried Chicken. Flies buzzed among the cartons. In and among the containers were bits of scrap, yellow legal paper, pieces of paper bags, torn cigarette cartons, and the insides of matchbooks. All with notes that Travnik had made to himself during his fever of construction. Half of them ground into the naked floor and covered with footprints. The electric fans Travnik used to move the sluggish air in the place had done a good job of scattering them. Travnik stood up and turned away, lighting another cigarette. "The place needs a good cleaning," he said. "You know where the broom is?" "Yes, sir." "Resign to it. I've got about $50 left after paying the rent on this fucking heap. Enough for a little celebration." He jingled change in his pockets. "Gotta make a little phone call." Travnik leered. "You're not the only one with girlfriends." Modular Man ran his internal checks again, looked down at his body in the half-zipped jumpsuit. Nothing seemed out of place. Still, he thought, something was wrong. He went after the broom. Half an hour later, carrying 2 plastic trash bags full of fast food cartons, the android opened the skylight, floated through it, crossed the roof, then dropped down the air shaft that led to the alley behind. His intention was to toss the trash in a dumpster that he knew waited in the alley. His feet touched broken concrete. Sounds echoed down the alley. Heavy breathing, a guttural moan. A strange, lyric, bird-like sound. In Jokertown, the sounds could mean anything. The victim of an assault bleeding against the brownstone wall. The sad and horrible Joker, Snot Man, struggling for breath. A derelict passed out and having a nightmare. A customer from Freakers who'd had too much liquor or too many grotesque sights and had stumbled away to upchuck his guts. The android was cautious. He lowered the trash bags silently to the pavement and floated silently a few feet above the surface. Rotating his body to the horizontal, he peered out into the alleyway. The heavy breathing was coming from Travnik. He had a woman up against the wall, lunging into her with his trousers down around his ankles. The woman wore an elaborate custom mask over her lower face, a Joker. The upper half of her face was not disfigured, but it wasn't pretty either. She was not young. She wore a tube top, a glittery silver jacket, and a red miniskirt. Her plastic boots were white. The trilling sound came from behind the mask. Short time in an alley was probably costing Travnik about $15. Travnik muttered something in Czech. The woman's face was impassive. She regarded the alley wall with dreamy eyes. The musical sound she was making was something she probably did all the time. A sound unconnected with what she was doing. The android decided he didn't want to watch this anymore. He left the garbage in the air shaft. The trilling sound pursued him like a flight of birds. Someone had stuck a red, white, and blue poster on the plastic hood over the payphone. Barnett for president. The android didn't know who Barnett was. His plastic fingertips jabbed the coin slot on the payphone. There was a click, then a ringing signal. The android had long ago discovered an affinity with communications equipment. "Hello? Alice? This is Modular Man." A slight pause. "Not funny. This really is Modular Man. I'm back. Modular Man blew up. My creator built me over again. I've got almost all the memories of the original." The android's eyes scanned the street, looking up and down. There were very few people on the street for a warm June afternoon. "You feature in a lot of those memories, Alice." Oh, God. There was another long pause.
The android noticed that the pedestrians on the street seemed to be giving one another a lot of space. One of them wore a gauze mask over his mouth and nose. Cars were few. "Can I see you?" he asked. "You were important for me, you know." "I'm glad, Alice." The android sensed impending disappointment in his demotion to the past tense. "I mean, every man I'd ever been involved with was so demanding. Wanting this, wanting that. I never had any time to find out what Alice wanted. And then I meet this guy who's willing to give me all the space I need, who didn't want anything from me, because he can't want anything, because he's a machine, you know, and because he can get me seated at the good tables at Aces High, and because we can fly and dance with the moon." There was a brief silence. "You were really important to me, Mod Man. But I can't see you. I'm married now." A palpable sense of loss drifted like scuttering snow across the android's macroatomic switches. "I'm happy for you, Alice." A National Guard jeep cruised past, with 4 guardsmen in combat gear. Modular Man, who had established good relations with the guard during the swarm attack, gave them a wave. The jeep slowed, its passengers looking at him without changing expression. Then they sped up and moved on. "I thought you were dead, you know." "I understand." He sensed an irresolution in her. "Can I call you later?" "Only at work." Her voice was fast. "If you call me at home, Ralph might start asking questions. He knows about a lot of my past, but he might find an affair with a machine a little weird. I mean, I know it was okay, and you know, but I imagine it's a little strange explaining it to people." "I understand. He's tolerant of alternate lifestyles, but I'm not sure how tolerant he'd be of me having one, particularly one he'd never heard of or thought about. I'll call you, Alice. Goodbye." She thought I didn't want anything for myself, the android thought as he hung up the phone. Somehow, that made him sadder than anything. His finger jabbed the coin slot again and dialed a California number. The phone rang twice before a recording announced the number had been disconnected. Cindy had moved somewhere. Maybe, he thought, he'd call her agent later. He dialed a New Haven number. "Hi, Kate," he said. "Oh." He heard someone inhaling a cigarette. When the voice came back, it was cheerful. "I always thought someone would put you back together." Relief poured into him. "Someone did. For good this time, I hope." A low chuckle. "It's hard to keep a good man down." The android thought about that for a moment. "Maybe I can see you," he said. "I'm not coming to Manhattan. The bridges are closed anyway." Bridges closed? Bridges closed. Martial law. Panic in the streets. You have been out of touch, haven't you? Modular Man looked up and down the street again. "I guess so. There's a wild card outbreak, mostly in lower Manhattan. Hundreds of people have drawn the Black Queen. It's a mutant form."
Supposedly, it's spread by a carrier named Croyd Crenson. The Sleeper? I've heard the name. Kate sucked on the cigarette again. They've closed the bridges and tunnels to keep him from getting out. There's martial law, which explained the guard on the streets again. Things had seemed a little slow, Modular Man said, but nobody told me. Amazing. I guess if you're dead, hollowly, you don't get to watch the news. He thought about this for a moment, then tried to cheer himself up. I could visit you. I can fly. Roadblocks can't stop me. You might. She cleared her throat. You might be a carrier, Mod Man. She tried to laugh. Becoming a Joker would really wreck my burgeoning academic career. I can't be a carrier. I'm a machine. Oh. A surprised pause. Sometimes I forget. Shall I come? That cigarette sound again. I'd better not. Not till after comps. Comps? 3 days locked in a very small and cramped hell with the dullest of the Roman poets, which, come to think of it, is really saying something. I'm studying like mad. I really can't afford a social life till after I get my degree. Oh, I'll call you then, okay? I'll be looking forward. Bye. Modular Man hung up the phone. Other phone numbers rolled through his mind, but the first 3 had been sufficiently discouraging that he didn't really want to try again. He looked up the near vacant street. He could go to Aces High and maybe meet somebody, he thought. Aces High, where he died. A coldness touched his mind at the thought. Quite suddenly, he didn't want to go to Aces High at all. Then he decided he needed to know. Radar dish spinning, he rose silently into the air. The android landed on the observation deck and stepped into the bar. Hiram Worcester, standing alone in the middle of the room, swung around suddenly, holding up a fist. His eyes were dark holes in his doughy face. He looked at Modular Man for a long moment, as if he didn't recognize him, then swallowed hard, lowered his hand, and almost visibly drew a smile onto his face. "I thought you'd be rebuilt," he said. The android smiled. "Takes a lickin'," he said. "Keeps on tickin'." "That's very good to hear." Hiram gave a grating chuckle that sounded as if it were coming from the tin horn of a gramophone. "Still, it's not every day a regular customer comes back from the dead. Your drinks and your next meal, Modular Man, are on Aces High." Aside from Hiram, the place was nearly deserted. Only Wallwalker and 2 others were present. "Thank you, Hiram." The android stepped to the bar and put his foot on the rail. The gesture felt familiar, warmly pleasant, and homelike. He smiled at the bartender, whom he hadn't seen before, and said, "Zombie?" Behind him, Hiram made a choking sound. He turned back to the fat man. "A problem, Hiram?" Hiram gave a nervous smile. "Not at all." He adjusted his bow tie, wiped imaginary sweat from his forehead. His pleasant tone was forced. It sounded as if it took great effort to talk. "I kept parts of you here for months," he said. "Your head came through more or less intact, though it wouldn't talk. I kept hoping your creator would appear and know how to reassemble them. He's secretive and wouldn't appear in public, but I'm sure he'd like the parts back." Hiram looked at him with his deep, dead eyes. "Sorry, someone stole them. A souvenir freak, I imagine." "Oh, my creator will be disappointed." "Your zombie, sir," said the bartender. "Thank you." The android noticed that an autographed picture of Senator Hartman had been moved from a corner of the bar to a prominent place above the bar. "You must pardon me, Modular Man," Hiram said, "but I really ought to get back to the kitchens. Thyme and rognon sautés au champagne wait for no man." "Sounds delectable," said the android. "Perhaps I'll have your rognons for dinner, whatever they are." He watched as Hiram maneuvered his bulk toward the kitchen. There was something wrong with Hiram, he thought, something off-key in the way he reacted to things. The word zombie, the weird comment about the head, he seemed hollow somehow, as if something was consuming his vast body from the inside. He was completely different from the way Modular Man remembered him. So was Travnicek, so was everyone. A chill eddied through his mind. Perhaps his earlier perceptions had been faulty in some way, his recorded memories subject to some unintended cybernetic bias. But it was just as likely that it was his current perceptions that were at fault. Maybe Travnicek's work was faulty. Maybe he'd blow up again. He left the bar and walked toward Wallwalker. Wallwalker was a fixture at Aces High, a 30-ish black man of no apparent occupation, whose wild card enabled him to walk on the walls and ceiling. He wore a cloth domino mask that didn't go very far towards concealing his appearance, seemed to have plenty of money, and was, the android gathered, pleasant company. No one knew his real name. He looked up and smiled. "Hi, Mod Man. You're looking good. May I join you?" "I'm waiting for someone." His voice had what Modular Man thought to be a light West Indian accent. "But I don't mind company in the meantime." Modular Man sat. Wallwalker regarded him from over the rim of a Sierra Porter. "I haven't seen you since you exploded." He shook his head. "What a mess, Mon." Modular Man sipped his zombie. Taste receptors made a cataclysmic null sound in his mind. "I was wondering if you might be able to tell me about what happened that night."
The android's radar painted him the unmistakable image of Hiram stepping into the bar, glancing left and right in what seemed to be an anxious way, then stepping away. "Oh, yes, I dare say you would not remember, would you?" He frowned. "It was an accident, I think. You were trying to rescue Jane from the astronomer, and you got in Croyd's way." "Croyd? The same Croyd that's spreading the virus?" "Yes, same gentleman. He had the power to make metal go limp or some other such nonsense. He was trying to use it on the astronomer, and he couldn't control it, and he hit you. You melted like the India Rubber Man, and you started firing off tear gas and smoke, Mon, and a few seconds later you exploded." Modular Man was still for a few seconds while his circuits explored this possibility. "The astronomer was made of metal?" he asked. "No, just an old fella, kinda frail. So Croyd's power wouldn't have worked anyway, not on the astronomer." Wallwalker raised his hands. "People were shooting off everything they had, Mon. We had a full-grown elephant in here. The lights were out, the place was full of tear gas, and Croyd fired off a wildcard talent that could only work against me." Wallwalker shrugged. The two other customers rose and left the bar. Modular Man thought for a moment. "Who's Jane?" "The woman I was trying to rescue." Wallwalker looked at him. "You don't remember her either?" "I don't think so." "You were supposed to be guarding her. They call her Water Lily, Mon." "Oh." A qualified relief entered the android's mind. Here, at least, was something I could remember. I met her briefly, during the Great Cloisters raid. I thought her name was actually Lily, though. "Didn't I see you at the ape escape?" he'd asked. Never saw her again. Maybe she'd have some answers. "Seems to prefer that people call her Jane, Mon," was the name she used when she worked here. "I don't have a name," the android thought suddenly. "I've got this label, Modular Man, but it's a trademark, not a real name, not Bob or Simon or Michael. Sometimes people call me Modman, but that's just to make it easy on themselves. I don't really have a name." Sadness wafted through his mind. "Do you know how to get a hold of this Jane person?" he asked. "I'd like to ask her some questions." Wallwalker chuckled. "You and half the city, Mon. She has disappeared and is probably running for her life. Word is she can heal Croyd's victims." "Yes?" "By fucking them." "Oh." Facts whirled hopelessly in the eddies of the android's mind. None of this made any sense at all.
Croyd had blown him up and was now spreading death throughout the city. The woman who could heal the harm Croyd was doing had fled from sight. Hyred and Travnicek were behaving oddly, and Alice had gotten married. The android looked at Wallwalker carefully. "If this is all part of some strange joke," he said, "tell me now. Otherwise, quite seriously, I'll hurt you badly." Wallwalker's eyes dilated. The android had the feeling he was not terribly intimidated. "I am not making it up, Mon." His voice was emphatic, matter-of-fact. "This is not a fantasy, Modman. Croyd is spreading the Black Queen. Water Lily is on the run. There's martial law." Suddenly there was shouting from the kitchen. "I don't know where he went, damn it," Hiram's voice. "He just walked out. He was looking for you." There was a sudden crash, as if a stack of pans had just toppled. I don't know. He just walked out, goddammit. He wouldn't walk out on me. He walked out on both of us. Jane wouldn't walk out. They both left us. I don't believe you." More pans crashed. "Out! Out! Get out of my place!" Hiram's voice was a scream. Suddenly he appeared, rushing out of the kitchen with another man in his arms. The man was Asian and wore a chef's uniform. He seemed light as a feather. Hiram flung the man into the outside door. He didn't have enough weight to swing it open and began to drift to the floor. Hiram flushed. He rushed forward and pushed the man through the door. There was a silence in the restaurant, filled only by the sound of Hiram's winded breaths. The restaurateur gave the bar a defiant glare, then stalked into his office. One of the customers rose hastily to pay for his drink and leave. "God damn," the other customer said. He was a lanky, brown-haired man who looked uncomfortable in his well-tailored clothes. I spent 20 years trying to get into this place, and look what happens when I finally get here. Modular Man looked at Wallwalker. The black man gave him a rueful smile and said, "Standards fallen all over." The android took an odd comfort from the scene. Hiram was different. It wasn't just some programming glitch. He turned his mind back to Wildcard Day. Circuits sifted possibilities. Could Croyd have been working for the astronomer? Back on Wildcard Day? Wallwalker seemed to find this thought interesting. He is a mercenary of sorts. It's possible. But the astronomer killed just about all of his own henchmen. A real bloodbath, Mon. And Croyd is still with us. How do you know so much about Croyd? A smile. I keep my ear to the ground, Mon. What's he look like? Modular Man intended to avoid him. I cannot give a description of what he looks like right now. Fella keeps changing appearance and abilities, understand, Mon? And last time he surfaced, he had someone with him, a bodyguard or something, and no one knows which is which. Or who. One of them, Croyd or the other guy, he's an albino, Mon. Probably got his hair dyed and shades over his eyes by now. The other is young, good-looking. But neither have been seen for a few days. No new cases of wildcard. So whichever one is Croyd, he may be someone else now. He may not be carrying the plague anymore. In that case, the emergency's over, right? Guess so. There is still the gang war going on, though. I don't want to hear about it. And the elections. Even I don't believe who's running. Seen on radar, Hiram appeared from his office, cast another anxious glance over the barroom, left again. Wallwalker's eyes tracked him over Modular Man's right shoulder. He looked concerned. Hiram's not doing well. I thought he seemed different. Business is way off, Mon. Aces are not as fashionable as once we were. The Wildcard Day massacres were a real black eye for all wild talents. And then there was violence all over the bloody place, on the Who tour, a real cock-up, and Hiram took part. Beg pardon, Mon, that's something else you probably don't know about. Never mind, said the android. Okay, and now, the Croyd buggering up and dealing jokers and black queens all over town, a big reaction is going on. Soon it may not be politically astute to be seen in Ace's company. I'm not an ace, I'm a machine. You fly, Mon. You are abnormally strong, and you shoot energy bolts. Try and tell someone the difference. I suppose. Someone walked into the bar. The radar image was strange enough that Modular Man turned his head to pick up on him visually. The man's brown hair and beard hung almost to his ankles. He had a crucifix on a chain around his neck, outside the hair, and otherwise wore a dirty t-shirt, blue jean cutoffs, and was barefoot. None of this was sufficiently abnormal to do more than suggest a wild card. But as the man ambled closer, Modular Man saw the different colored irises, orange, yellow, green, set one within the other like target symbols. His hands were deformed, the fingers thin and hairy. He held a 6-ounce bottle of Coke in one hand. "This is the man I need to see," Wallwalker said. "If you'll pardon me. See you later, maybe." Modular Man stood up. The hairy stranger walked up to the table and looked at Wallwalker and said, "I know you." "You know me, Flat Top." Modular Man made his way to the bar and ordered another zombie. Hiram appeared and ejected Flat Top for lacking proper footwear. When he left with Wallwalker, the android noticed that he had plugged the Coke bottle into the inside of his elbow joint, as if the bottle were a hypodermic needle, and left it there. The bar was empty. Hiram seemed fretful and depressed, and the bartender echoed his boss's mood. The android made excuses and left. He wouldn't drink zombies ever again. The associations were just too depressing. Yeah, gotta get us some money, right, food processor? Maxim Travnicek was rooting through a pile of notes he'd written to himself during Modular Man's assemblage. "I want you to get to the patent office tomorrow. Get some forms." Shit, my foot itches. He rubbed the toe of his left shoe against his right calf. "I could try to get on Peregrine's perch tomorrow. Let everyone know I'm back. She only pays scale, but the bitch is pregnant, you know.
Gonna pop any day now from what I can see. Something else I hadn't heard about, the android thought. Wonderful. Next, he would discover that France had changed its name to Fredonia and moved to Asia. But you should see her tits. If you thought they were good before, you should see them now. Fantastic. I'll fly over and visit her producer. Bosonic strings, Travnicek said. He had one of his notes in his hand but didn't seem to be looking at it. -1 to the nth is -1 for the massless vector, so epsilon equals 1. His eyes had glazed over. His body swayed back and forth. He seemed to have fallen into some kind of trance. For superstrings, he went on, -1 to the nth is +1 for the massless vector, so epsilon equals -1. All of the n times n anti-Hermitian matrices taken together represent un in the complex case. Potential clash with unitarity. Cold terror washed over the android. He had never seen his creator do this before. Travnicek went on in this mode for several minutes. Then he seemed to jerk awake. He turned to Modular Man. "Did I say something?" he asked. The android repeated it word for word. Travnicek listened with a frown. "That's open strings, okay?" he said. "It's the ghost string operator that's the bitch. Did I say anything about sigma sub +1/2? Sorry," said the android. "Damn it." Travnicek shook his head. "I'm a physicist, not a mathematician. I've been working too hard. And my fucking foot keeps itching." He hopped to his camp bed, sat down, took off his shoe and sock. He began scratching between his toes. "If I could get a handle on the fucking fermion emission vertex, I could solve that power drain problem you have when you rotate out of the normal spectrum. Massless particles are easy. It's the..." He stopped talking and stared at his foot. 2 of his toes had come off in his hand? Bluish ooze dripped deliberately from the wounds.
The android stared in disbelief. Travnicek began to scream. "The operators in question," said Travnicek, "are fermonic only in a 2-dimensional worldsheet sense and not in the space-time d-dimensional sense." Lying on a gurney in the Rensselaer Clinic E-room, Travnicek had lapsed into a trance again. Modular Man wondered if this had anything to do with the ghost operator his creator had mentioned earlier. Truncating the spectrum to an even G parity sector eliminates the tachyon from the spectrum. "It's wildcard," Dr. Finn said to Modular Man. There had scarcely been any doubt. "But it's strange. I don't understand the spectra." He glanced at a series of computer printouts. His hooves clicked nervously on the floor. There seemed to be 2 strains of wildcard. "Ghost-free light cone gauge Lorentz invariance is valid, I've informed Tachyon," said Finn. He was a pony-sized centaur, his human half wearing a white lab coat and stethoscope. He looked at Travnicek, then at the android. "Can you assume responsibility for this man, should we decide to give him the serum? Are you family?" "I can't sign legal documents. I'm not a person. I'm a 6th-generation machine intelligence." Finn absorbed this. "Well, wait for Tachyon," he decided. The plastic curtains parted. The alien's violet eyes widened in surprise. "You're back," he said. Modular Man realized this was the first time he'd ever heard Tachyon use a contraction. Tachyon was dressed in a white lab coat over which he wore a hussar jacket with enough gold lace to outfit the Ruritanian Royal Guard. Over it was strapped a Colt Python on a black gun belt with silver and turquoise conchos. "You're carrying a 6-gun, Modular Man said. Tachyon recovered quickly from his surprise. He waved his hand carelessly. "There has been harassment. We are coping, however. I am pleased to see you have been reassembled. Thank you. I've brought in a patient." Tachyon took the printouts from the centaur and began glancing through them. "This is the first appearance of the wildcard in 3 days," he remarked. "If we can discover where the patient was infected, we might be able to trace Croyd." "Reparametrization invariance of the bosonic string," Travnicek shouted. Sweat beaded on his forehead. "Preserve the covariant gauge."
Tachyon's eyes narrowed as he glanced at the printouts. There are 2 strains of wildcard, Tachyon said. One old infection, one new. Modular Man looked at Travnicek in surprise. Probabilities poured through his mind. Travnicek had been a wildcard all along. His ability to build Modular Man had been a function of his talent, not native genius. Tachyon looked at Travnicek. Can he be awakened from this state? I don't know. Tachyon leaned over the gurney, looked at Travnicek intently. Mental powers, Modular Man thought. Travnicek gave a shout and batted the alien's arms away. He sat up and stared. It's that fucking Lorelei, he said. She's doing this to me, the bitch, just because I wouldn't tip. Tachyon looked at him. Mister, Travnicek brandished a finger. Stop singing when we do it, I said, and maybe I'll tip. Who needs that kind of distraction? Sir, Tachyon said, we need a list of your contacts over the last few days. Sweat poured down Travnicek's face. I haven't seen anyone. I've been in the loft the last 3 days. Only ate a few slices of pizza from the fridge. His voice rose to a shriek. It's that Lorelei, I tell you. She's doing it. Are you sure this Lorelei is your only contact? Jesus, yes. Travnicek held out his hand. His 2 toes were still in his palm. Look what the bitch is doing to me. Do you know how to reach her? Where she might be hiding? Shangri-La outcalls. They're in the book. Just have them send her. Rage entered his eyes. $5 for the taxi. Finn looked at Tachyon. Could Croyd have become a female in the last 3 days? Unlikely, but this remains the only lead we possess. If nothing else, this Lorelei might provide us with a lead to Croyd. Call the squad. And the police. Sir. Finn's hooves rapped daintily on the tile floor as he left the curtained area. Tachyon's attention returned to Travnicek. Have you a wildcard history? He asked. Any manifestations? Of course not. Travnicek reached for his bare foot, then jerked his hand back. I have no feeling in my toes. God damn it. The reason I asked, sir, this is your 2nd dose of wildcard. You have a previous infection. Travnicek's head snapped up. Sweat sprayed over Tachyon's coat. What the hell do you mean, previous infection? I've had nothing of the sort. It would appear that you have. Your gene structure has been thoroughly infiltrated by the virus. I've never been sick in my life, you fucking quack. Sir, the android interrupted, you have unusual abilities. Involving reparametrization invariance of the bosonic string? Travnicek looked at him for a long moment. Then comprehension dawned, followed by horror. My God, he said. Sir, said Tachyon, there is a serum. It has a 20% chance of success. Travnicek continued to stare at the android. Success, he said. That means both infections go, right? Yes, if it works at all. But there is a risk. Hooves tapped on the floor. Finn appeared through the curtains. All set, Doc. He carried a case, which he opened. Bottles and hypodermics were revealed. I've brought the serum, also the release forms. Travnicek appeared to notice the centaur for the first time. He shrank away. Get away from me, you freak! Finn seemed embarrassed. Tachyon's face hardened, and he drew himself up. Angry hauteur burned in his face. Dr. Finn is in charge here. He is a licensed physician. I don't care if he's licensed to pull carriages in Central Park. A joker is doing this to me, and I'm not having a joker treat me. Travnicek hesitated and looked at the toes in his hand. Decision entered his eyes. He flung the toes to the ground. In fact, I'm not taking the fucking serum at all. He looked at the android. Get me out of here, now. Yes, sir. Dismay wafted through the android. He was not constructed so as to be able to refuse a direct command from his creator. He picked up Travnicek in his arms and rose into the air. Tachyon watched, arms folded in frozen, implacable hostility. Wait, Finn's tone was desperate. We need you to sign a release that you refuse treatment. Piss off, barked Travnicek. Modular Man floated above the screen separating the E-room beds and began moving toward the entrance.
A gray-faced Joker child, waiting to have a splinter removed from his knee, stared upward with blank silver eyeballs. Finn followed, waving his forms and a pencil. "Sir, I at least need your name." Modular Man butted through the swinging doors leading to the E-room, and then passed a surprised, green 7-foot Joker to the street door. Once outside, he accelerated. "After we get home," Travnicek said, "I want you to find Lorelei. Bring her to the loft, and we'll make her turn off her wild card." People on the night street stared up as the android and his burden flew overhead. Half of them were wearing gauze masks. Modular Man's feeling of dismay intensified. "This is a viral infection, sir," he said. "I don't believe anyone is doing this to you." "Jesus fucking Christ," Travnicek slapped his forehead. "The two sons of bitches in the hallway, I forgot about them." He grinned. "It's not the chippy after all. When I went downstairs to call Lorelei on the payphone in the downstairs hall, I ran into these two guys coming up the stairs. I bumped into one of them in the hall. They went into the apartment right under us. One of them must be this Croyd guy. Was one an albino? I didn't pay attention to them. They were wearing those surgical mask things anyway." He grew excited. "One of them was wearing dark glasses and in a dark corridor. He must have been hiding his pink eyes." They had arrived at Travnicek's building. The android flew down the alley, circled into the air shaft, and rose to the building's flat roof. He opened the skylight and lowered Travnicek carefully through it.
As he set Travnicek on his feet, he observed that two of the man's remaining toes were set at an odd angle. Travnicek, oblivious to this fact, cackled as he paced back and forth. "I thought there was a Joker in that apartment," he said. "I ran into one once on the stairs. All I cared about was that he didn't complain to the landlord about noise from the flux generators." One of his toes, cast adrift, rolled under a table. "He's right below," he said. "He's been doing this to me, and now the bastard is going to pay." "He may not be able to," the android said. He was looking at the place where the toe had vanished, wondering if he should retrieve it. "He may not be able to reverse things." Travnicek swung around. Sweat was pouring down his face. His eyes were fevered. "He's going to stop what he's doing," he shouted, "or he's going to die." His voice rose to a shriek. "I am not going to be a Joker. I am a genius, and I intend to stay one. Find the bastard and bring him here." "Yes, sir." Resigned, the android stepped to the metal locker where his spare parts were kept. He twirled the combination knob, opened the door, and saw that the two grenade launchers were missing. Apparently, he'd loaded one with sleep gas and the other with smoke grenades, and they'd been destroyed at Aces High. That left the Dazzler, the 20mm cannon, and the microwave laser. Croyd, he thought, had already destroyed him once. He opened the zips on the shoulders of his jumpsuit and willed open the slots on his shoulders. He took the cannon and the laser and fixed them in place. The cannon was almost as tall as he was, and heavy. He wove software patterns that compensated his balance accordingly. A drum of 20mm rounds was attached to the cannon. The bolt slammed back and forward, and the first round was chambered. He wondered if he was going to die again. He turned on his flux fields. Ozone crackled around him. A faint St. Elmo's aura danced before his eyes. Insubstantial, he melted through the floor. The first thing the android saw was a television set. Its tube had imploded. An unstrung coat hanger was wired in place of one of the broken rabbit ears. There was a camp bed in the middle of the floor. The mattress was wrapped in plastic. There were no sheets. Cheap furniture choked the rest of the room. The android became substantial and hung suspended in the middle of the room. He heard voices in the back room. His weaponry swung toward the sound and locked into position. Something broke all the glass. The voice was fast, fervid, weirdly intense. Something strange is going on, maybe a sonic boom. Another voice, deeper, certainly calmer. The cups on the shelves? The voice was very insistent, talking so fast the words crowded on one another.
Something broke the cups on the shelves. Sonic booms don't do that, not in New York. Something else must have done that. The man wouldn't let the subject alone. Modular Man hovered to the doorway. Two men stood in the apartment's tiny kitchen, bent to peer into a small refrigerator. Milk and orange juice dripped from its sill. The nearest man was young, dark-haired, movie star handsome. He was dressed in blue jeans and a Levi's jacket. He had a piece of a broken juice container in his hand. The other was a thin, pale, nervous man with pink eyes. "Which one of you is Croyd Crenson?" asked the android. The pink-eyed man turned and gave a shriek. "You blew up!" he shouted, and in a blur of speed he reached for a gun under his Levi's jacket. Modular Man concluded this, sure enough, sounded like a guilty conscience. The ceiling was too low for him to maneuver over the first man, so he pushed out with an arm as he moved forward, intending to knock him into the refrigerator and get next to the albino. The second man didn't move when the android shoved him. He didn't even shift his stance, partly stooped by the refrigerator. Modular Man stopped dead. He pushed harder. The man straightened and smiled and didn't move. The presumed Croyd fired his automatic. The sound thundered in the small room. The first wild round missed, the second gouged plastic skin from the android's shoulder. The third and fourth shots hit Croyd's companion. The man still didn't react, not even after being shot. The bullets didn't ricochet or flatten on impact, just dropped to the scarred linoleum. Bullets don't work, the android thought. Scratch the cannon. Modular Man backed up, dropped to the floor, fired a straight punch to the young man's chest. The man still didn't move, didn't even flinch. Croyd's bullets cracked as they cut the air. A couple of them hit his friend, none hit the android. The android punched again, full force. Same result. The young man struck out, the return punch unnaturally fast. His fist caught Modular Man and knocked him back, out of the kitchen. The android drove through the old tin paneling of the far wall, and partway through the slats on the other side. Paint flecks a dozen layers thick dropped like gray snow from the ancient walls. Red damage lights came alive in the android's mind. Modular Man levered himself out of the wall. The long tube of the cannon got caught and required a wrench of the android's shoulders to free it. He saw the albino charging with superhuman speed. The refrigerator raised high. The android tried to get out of the way, but the wall hampered him, and Croyd was moving very fast. The refrigerator drove Modular Man back through the wall again, widening the hole. Orange juice sloshed in the refrigerator's interior. Modular Man cut in his flight generators and flew straight forward, seizing the refrigerator and using it as a battering ram. Croyd was caught off-center and spun into the front room, arms flailing, before the camp bed caught the back of his knees and he crashed to the floor. The android kept going, driving the refrigerator full force into Croyd's companion. The man still didn't move. St. Elmo's fire filled the hallway as the android's generators went to full power. The man still didn't move. The hell with it. Go for Croyd. The android let go of the refrigerator and altered his flight pattern to head for the albino. Very quickly, before he could move more than a few inches, the young man struck out with the other arm, a forearm slam against the top of the refrigerator. Modular Man went through the wall again, across someone's apartment, into a 15-gallon fish tank, then into the exterior wall. Bits of the android's consciousness fragmented with shock. A green flood poured across the carpet. Tropical fish began to die. A moment of time throbbed endlessly in his mind. He could not remember his purpose, could not recognize the scatter of bright scales that flapped helplessly before his gaze. Automatic systems slowly rerouted his memory. The day and its long advent of despair returned. He pried himself from the wall. His energies needed replenishment. He couldn't go insubstantial for a while, and he shouldn't fly. The 20mm cannon hung bent over one shoulder. The laser seemed intact. The apartment was decorated with care. featuring abstract prints, an oriental carpet, more fish tanks. A mobile jangled near the ceiling. Its tenant seemed not to be home. Distantly, he heard the sound of arriving police. The android stepped through the hole into Croyd's apartment, saw that the albino and his companion had left, and walked up the stairs to Travnicek's. On the way, his consciousness disappeared twice, for half-second intervals. When he regained it, he moved faster. He heard the heavy footsteps of police below. Travnicek opened the door to his knock. Both his feet were bare, and all the toes had gone. Something blue and hairy was beginning to grow from each wound. "Fucking coffee maker," said Travnicek. The android knew it wasn't going to get any better. Croyd wasn't so much a problem as this other person. The android had his jumpsuit off, was repairing the gouge in his synthetic flesh. The cannon lay on a table.
He would have to get a replacement from the Army munitions depot where he'd found the first one. Travnicek was laboring over broken components. He'd told the police that he'd heard shots, but had been afraid to go downstairs to phone for help. They'd accepted his explanation without comment and never came into the apartment where the android had been hiding in a locker. "Nothing's really badly damaged, Toaster," Travnicek said. "Field monitor jarred loose. That's why you kept losing consciousness. I'll strap the bastard down this time. Otherwise, just a few dings here and there." He straightened, his eyes glazed over. "Renormalization function switch damaged," he said. "Replace at once." He shook his head, frowned a moment, then turned to the android. "Open your chest again. I just remembered something." Travnicek was scratching one of his hands near the finger joints. He looked down, realized what he was doing, and stopped. He seemed a little pale. "After I get you fixed up," he said, "get on the goddamn streets. That Croyd guy is going to be using his power to transform more people. That'll give you a fix on his location. I want you to be looking for him." "Yes, sir." The android's chest opened. He noticed that his creator's neck was beginning to swell, and that his flesh now had a distinct blue cast. He decided not to mention it. The android patrolled all that night, searching the streets for familiar figures. His internal radio receiver was tuned to any alert on both police and National Guard bands. From an early edition of the Times, stolen from a pile near a closed newsstand, he found out that there had been a half-dozen cases of wildcard in the 2 hours following his battle with Croyd. 3 of the cases had been in Jokertown, and the other 3 were people traveling together on a northbound No. 4 Lexington Avenue Express. Croyd and his companion had taken the subway at least as far as the 42nd Street stop. He also discovered, from a copy of Newsweek he found in a trash basket, that Croyd and his unknown protector had fought a group of jokers led by Tachyon to a standstill a few days before. He wished he'd known that. Even though the article didn't give many details, maybe knowing the pair was dangerous would have made a difference. As he hovered over the streets, eyes and radar casting for familiar images, he replayed the fight in the apartment. He'd tried to knock the unknown man away, and the man hadn't moved. Punches had struck him and then stopped. When the android had tried to bulldoze him with the refrigerator, motion had just stopped. Bullets hadn't bounced off the man, just lost their energy and fallen to the floor. Lost their energy, the android thought. Lost their energy and died. The unknown man, therefore, absorbed kinetic energy. Then he transformed it in an attack of his own. He had to get hit first, the android realized, because he seemed to need to absorb the android's attack before he could strike back. Satisfaction moved through the android's mind. All he had to do to get around the other guy was not hit him. If he didn't have any energy to absorb, he couldn't do anything. And if things went wrong, the android could use the microwave laser as a last resort. The unknown man absorbed kinetic energy, not radiation. The android smiled. He had the next encounter aced. All he had to do was find them. At 2:31 in the afternoon, 2 people drew the Black Queen on 47th Street near Hummersholt Plaza. The radio crackled with NYPD and National Guard commands to reinforce the guards on the United Nations building, in case Croyd was intending to make some move on the UN. Modular Man was overhead seconds after the alarm. 2 victims were stretched on the street half a block apart, one lying still, his body turned into something monstrous, the other writhing in pain as his bones dissolved and he was crushed by the weight of his own body. Olive green MASH ambulances were responding, followed in the distance by a whooping city ambulance. There was nothing Modular Man could do for the victims. He flew a swift search pattern over the block, then began flying in widening circles. Another wild-card victim to the west of the others on 3rd Avenue gave his search another focal point. Then he saw one of his targets, Croyd's brown-haired companion. The man was dressed as the android had last seen him, in a Levi's jacket and jeans. He was walking east on 48th Street, having doubled back, and he was moving quickly, hands in his pockets and eyes fixed on the pedestrians ahead of him. Modular Man flew behind the parapet of a building across the street, paralleling him, moving his head from cover every often to keep tabs on his target. There was very little foot traffic, and the android found him easy to follow. The young man did not look up. Ambulance sirens wailed in the distance. The young man began moving north on 2nd Avenue. He walked for 3 blocks, then pushed through the revolving door of a large white stone bank. The android hovered over the building across the street while he decided what to do, then flew swiftly across 2nd Avenue and dropped to the pavement, careful not to make his movements visible from the bank's front door. People in white gauze masks gave him plenty of room on the sidewalk. The android turned insubstantial and walked into the thick wall of the bank, then pushed his face through the far side. Croyd's guardian had walked across the bank lobby, past the teller cages, and was speaking to a pudgy, white-haired bank guard who sat on a stool near one of the back doors. He showed the guard a card and a key. The guard nodded, pressed a button, and a sliding door opened. The young man entered an elevator and the door shut behind him. Modular Man stepped back from the building. Apparently, Croyd's companion was heading for a safety deposit box. The android, to the audible gasps of a pair of pedestrians, dropped through the pavement. Though his vision was dark, his internal navigation systems kept him aligned perfectly. He moved down, then forward. His upper head, containing eyes and radar, moved tentatively through a wall. The android perceived an enormous vault, with a clerk behind a desk, her back to him. Stacks of fresh bills, each with a neat paper wrapper, stood on the desk. Wrong vault. The android moved back, then to the side, then forward again, then pushed through a row of safety deposit boxes. Right vault. Remaining insubstantial was draining his power reserves. He couldn't do this much longer. Croyd's companion was marching with another guard, to one large box. He and the guard inserted their keys, and the young man withdrew the box. The android memorized its location, then made note of the position of all the cameras and other security monitors. His energy was running low. He moved back, rose up through the sidewalk, turned substantial, flew to the roof across the street, and lighted. It probably didn't matter what was in the deposit box, although if it proved relevant, he could always return. Croyd's companion was in the bank for another 10 minutes, allowing the android's energy to return fully. When the man emerged, he began retracing his steps south, turning west on 50th Street, to avoid the ambulances and military police setting up checkpoints on 47th, then hastened to Lexington Avenue, where he turned south again. The android followed, flitting from roof to roof. His quarry walked south to 44th, then headed west to enter one of the side entrances to Grand Central Station. The android turned insubstantial and flew through the wall onto the second level of the station. He lighted on the polished marble balcony and watched his quarry move across the floor below. The station was almost deserted. The entrances to the platforms were guarded by regular Army Rangers in black berets. They were in full biological warfare rig, hoods and gas masks off, but ready. Croyd's companion walked to a stairway leading down to the arcade level and descended. The android followed, moving carefully, turning insubstantial when necessary in order to peer around corners. The young man moved lower, through a utility door with a smashed lock, then down into the train tunnels that stretched north from the station. Rusting iron supports held up what seemed to be half of Manhattan. Occasional bulbs provided dim light. The place smelled of damp and metal. The android, keeping his target in sight with radar, followed without difficulty. He found a corpse, a man in several layers of shabby clothing whose body seemed to have calcified, leaving the derelict a huddled figure with his face permanently carved in a look of horror and pain. Croyd had been here all right. There was another body 100 yards farther on, an elderly woman with her bags clutched around her. The android looked closer. It wasn't the bag lady he had once known. The android was relieved. "J' get it? J' get it?" The albino's eager voice rapped out of the darkness. "Yeah, let me see. Bunch of keys. Envelope of cash. Gimme the deposit key." The android crept nearer. An approaching train was rumbling closer, coming from the north. "Here you go. You shouldn't have risked going out." The albino's rapid-fire voice crackled with suspicion. "Didn't know if I could trust you. And your signature wasn't on the card. The guard barely looked at it. I think he was drunk. Gimme the gun. This thing's heavy. What is it?" "44 Automag, the most powerful handgun ever made." Croyd strapped a giant shoulder holster under his arm. "If the robot comes after us again," he said, "I want to be able to dent him. This thing fires cut-down NATO rifle rounds. Jesus." The albino said something then, but Modular Man couldn't hear it. The train was getting closer. Its headlight outlined iron stanchions. Croyd and his companion began moving toward Modular Man. The android silently flew upward to the dirty ceiling, hovering in the shadow of a girder. Yellow light burned steadily on the iron pillars as the train ground steadily southward. The noise echoed in the cavernous room. Croyd and his bodyguard passed beneath the android. Croyd looked up, warned somehow, maybe he'd seen the hovering android in his peripheral vision. The albino yelled something, obscured by the sound of the train, and clawed for his pistol with incredible speed. His companion began to turn. Modular Man dropped from the ceiling, his arms going around the albino from behind. The train bathed the scene in garish cinema light. Croyd shouted, tried to throw himself from side to side. His strength was considerably more than that of a normal human, but not equal to that of the android. Modular Man rose into the air, his legs wrapping around Croyd's, and he began to fly south. Wind from the train pushed him on. "Hey!" the companion was running after, waving an arm. "Bring him back!" The huge gun, still jammed in Croyd's armpit, fired out and down through Croyd's coat. A ricochet struck bright sparks from an iron stanchion. Croyd's guardian swerved. He leaped directly into the path of the train. There was a burst of light, a crackling sound. The train stopped dead. The young man was hurled 50 feet farther down the track. When he hit the ground, a smaller burst of electricity jumped between him and the nearest rail. The man jumped to his feet. In the bright light of the train's headlight, the android could see his grin. Modular Man made a brief calculation of the amount of kinetic energy possessed by a fully loaded train moving at 15 or so miles per hour. Although Croyd's guardian hadn't absorbed all of it, and the excess had bled off in a burst of lightning, there were some limits on his power, fortunately. The total of what he had absorbed was appalling. The android's laser whined as it tracked toward the man standing on the tracks. The man crouched, bracing his feet against the track, then jumped. His leap was aimed ahead of the android, to cut him off. The man tumbled in air. Evidently he wasn't used to traveling this way. Then hit a stanchion and fell to the ground. No electricity this time. He picked himself up and looked at the approaching android with clenched teeth. His clothing smoldered. Swift calculations passed through macro-atomic circuits, followed by light-speed regret. Modular Man hadn't ever shot a real person before. He didn't want to Mao. But Croyd was killing people even in hiding, even in the tunnels deep under Grand Central. And if Croyd's guardian got his hands on the android, he could tear his alloy skeleton to bits.
The android fired. Then suddenly he was falling, his arms limp. Croyd tumbled to the ground. The android crashed to the young man's feet. The young man reached, seized him by the shoulders. The android tried to move, failed. Modular Man realized that Croyd's protector didn't just absorb kinetic energy. He absorbed any kind of energy and could return it instantly. Bad mistake, he thought. Suddenly he was flying again. He crashed through the side of the commuter train, sprawled across several seats in a spill of glass and torn aluminum. Someone's briefcase tumbled to the aisle, papers flying. The android heard a scream. His sensors registered the smell of burning. The few people on board, executives, whose work forced them into the quarantine city, rushed to his aid. Lifting him from his ungainly sprawl across the seats, they laid him carefully in the aisle. "What's that on his head?" asked a white-haired man with a mustache. Radar imaging was gone. Its control unit had been fried when Croyd's bodyguard returned the coherent microwave pulse. The monitor that controlled his ability to turn insubstantial was gone. His alloy underskin had a neat hole in it. The excess energy had blown a lot of circuit breakers. The android reset as many as possible and felt control to his limbs. Some breakers wouldn't reset. "Pardon me," he said, and stood up. People faded back. The train gave a jerk as it started moving again, and the android tumbled backward, arms windmilling, and sat down in the aisle. People rushed toward him again. He felt the helping hands on his right side, but not on his left. Balance and coordination were still affected. He rerouted internal circuits, but still something was wrong. "Excuse me." He unzipped and pulled off the upper half of his jumpsuit. Train passengers gasped. Plastic flesh was blackened around the wound. Modular Man opened his chest and reached inside. Someone turned away and began to be sick, but the other passengers seemed interested. One woman standing on a seat and craning her neck to peer into the android's interior through horn-rimmed spectacles. The android removed one of his internal guidance units, saw melted connections, and sighed mentally. He returned the unit. The trip home was going to be pretty shaky. He certainly couldn't fly. He looked up at the people on the train. "Do any of you have $5 for a taxi?" he asked. The trip to Jokertown was humiliating and dangerous. Some of the passengers supported him out of the station, but even so, he fell a few times. With some money given him by the mustache, he took a taxi to the other side of the block from Travnik's brownstone. He pushed the money through the slot in the taxi's bulletproof shield, then staggered out onto the sidewalk. He half-walked, half-crawled down the alley to Travnik's building, then dragged himself up the fire escape to the roof. From there he crawled to the skylight and lowered himself down. Travnik lay on his camp bed, naked to the waist. His skin was light blue. Writhing cilia, covered with long hairs, grew from where his fingers and toes had been. A fly hummed over his head. The swollen skin around his neck had split open, revealing a flower lay of organs. Some were recognizable, trumpet-shaped ears, yellowish eyes, some normal in size and some not, but others of the organs were not.
"The only left-moving ghosts," he muttered, "are the reparametrization ghosts." His voice was thick, indistinct. The android had the intuition that his lips might be growing together, and the words seemed half unfamiliar, as if he no longer entirely comprehended their meaning. "Sir," said Modular Man, "Sir, I've been injured again." Travnik sat up with a start. The eyes clustered around his neck swiveled to focus on the android. "Ah, Toaster, you look very interesting this way." The eyes in his skull were closed. Perhaps, the android thought, forever. "I need repairs." Croyd's companion reflected my laser back at me. "Why the fuck did you shoot him, Blender?" "All forms of energy are the same as matter, as far as that goes." "I didn't know." "Fucking moron. You'd think you'd pick up a little intelligence from me." Travnik jumped up from his cot, moving very fast, faster than a normal human. He caught hold of a roof beam with one hand, swung around it to stand on his head. He planted his feet on the ceiling, the hairy cilia splaying, and then removed his hand from the beam and hung inverted. Yellow eyes looked steadily at the android. Not bad, eh? Haven't felt this good in years. He moved carefully along the ceiling toward the android. Sir, radar control is burned out. I've lost a stabilizer. My flux control is damaged. I hear you. His voice was serene, drifting. In fact, I don't just hear you. I perceive you in all sorts of ways. I'm not sure what some of them are just yet. Travnik grabbed another roof beam, swung to the floor, dropped. The fly buzzed airily in the distance. Sadness swelled in the android's analog mind. A mounting hush of fear, like white noise, sizzled steadily in the background of his thoughts. Open your chest, Travnik said. Give me the monitor. There's a spare guidance unit in the cabinet. There's a hole in my chest. The yellow eyes looked at him. The android waited for an outburst. Better patch it yourself, Travnik said mildly, when you have the time. He took the flux monitor and stepped to a workbench. It's getting hard to think about all this, he said. Preserve your genius, sir. Modular Man tried not to let his desperation show. Fight the infection. I'll get Croyd here. A touch of vinegar entered Travnik's voice. Yeah, you do that. Now let me worry about the fermonic coordinates, okay? Yes, sir. Mildly reassured, he staggered to the locker and began looking for a new gyroscope. The Barnett for President poster had been defaced. Someone had drawn a knife or fingernail file through the candidate's picture several times, then written Joker Death over it in thick red letters. Next to it was a freehand drawing of an animal head, a black dog, executed in thick felt tip. Hi, I need to talk. Kate blew cigarette smoke. Okay, for a little while. How are the Roman poets coming along? If Latin weren't already a dead language, Statius would have killed it. Modular Man was hunched over the public phone again. His gyroscope had been replaced and he could walk and fly. Except for the heavy presence of the National Guard and Army, the streets were nearly deserted. Half the restaurants and cabarets in Jokertown were shut down. Kate, the android said, I think I'm going to die. There was a moment of startled silence. Then, tell me, my creator got infected by the wild card. He's turning into a Joker and forgetting how to repair me. And he's sending me after the plague carrier, hoping the man can make it stop. Okay. Cautiously, I'm following. He seems to think the man's deliberately doing this to him, but most people think the guy is just a carrier, and if that's true, and I bring him to my creator, the chances are 9 to 1 that if my creator's reinfected, he'll draw the Black Queen and die. Yes, and the man I'm after, his name is Croyd, the man who killed me the first time, and this time Croyd has a protector who is more powerful than he is. We're already fought twice, and they've beaten me both times. The last time I could easily have died, and my creator can't put me together again. He's losing his abilities. He may not be able to repair the damage from the last attack. Kate drew on her cigarette, exhaled. Mod Man, she said, you need help. Yes, that's why I'm calling you. I mean other wild cards. You can't face these two alone. If I went to Scare or someone and we captured Croyd together, then I'd have to fight the Scare aces to get him away. I'd be an outlaw. Maybe you could make some kind of deal with them. I'll think about it. I'll try. Despair wailed through him. I'm going to die, he said. I'm sorry. Can't you just leave? I'm programmed to obey him. I can't refuse a direct order. And I'm programmed to battle the enemies of society. I don't have a choice in any of that. People like the Turtle or Cyclone, it's their decision to do what they do. It was never mine. I'm not human that way. I see. Sooner or later, I'm going to lose a fight. I don't heal like people. Someone has to repair me. Any parts that get broken won't get fixed. If I don't die, I'll be a cripple. Pieces falling off. Like Travnik, he thought, and a cold shudder ran through his mind. And even if I'm crippled, he went on, I'll still have to fight. I still won't have any choice. There was a long silence. I don't know what to tell you. Her voice was choked. I was sort of immortal before, Modular Man said. My creator was going to mass produce me and sell me to the military.
If any single unit was destroyed, the others would go on. They'd have identical programming. They'd still be me, at least mostly me. Now that's not going to happen. I'm sorry. What happens to machines when they die? I've been wondering that. Your ancient philosophers never thought about that, right? I suppose they didn't, but they had a lot to say about mortality in general. Must not all things be swallowed in death? Plato, quoting Socrates. Thank you, that's really comforting. There's not a lot of comforting things to say about death. I'm sorry, I never really worried about it before. I'd never died before. Most of us don't get to come back even once. None of the others killed on Wild Card Day came back. This may be a temporary aberration. Normality may resume at any point. The android realized he was shouting. The words echoed on the empty street. He swiftly wrote himself a piece of programming to keep his voice level. Kate thought for a long moment. Most of us have a lifetime to get used to the idea that we have to die. You've just had a few hours. I have a hard time getting my mind around it. There are all these feedback loops in my brain, and my thoughts keep going round and round. They're taking up more and more space. In other words, you're panicking. Am I? He thought about this for a moment. I suppose I am. The prospect of death, to misquote Samuel Johnson, is supposed to concentrate the mind wonderfully. I'll work at it. He suited action to words, swiftly putting an end to the run-amok computer logic that was smashing up against too many unknowns and infinities to do anything other than fill up his logic systems with macro-atomic hash. A cooler and more systematic approach to the problem seemed indicated. Okay, that's done. That was fast. 1.666 seconds. She laughed. Not bad. I'm glad you recognized what was happening. I'm not really wired to deal with abstracts. I'd never got hung up that way before. You're still superhuman. No human could do that. She thought for a moment. Do you know Millet? My candle burns at both ends. It will not last the night. But ah, my foes, and oh, my friends, it gives a lovely light. The android considered this. I suppose that, aesthetically, I might have produced an objectively lovely light when I blew up. The thought seems a bit barren of comfort, mainly, I suppose, because I wasn't there to see it. I think you missed my point, patiently. You are incredibly fast at both action and cognition. Your means of apprehending your surroundings are more complete and acute than those of a human.
You have the capacity to experience your existence more thoroughly and intensely than anyone on the planet. Might this not compensate for any shortness of duration? The notion was encoded, spun into the maelstrom of the android's electronic mind, whirled like a leaf into a cold electronic torrent. "I'll have to think about it," he said. "You seem to have crammed a lot of existence into the months you were on the planet. You had many of the experiences that people say lead to wisdom. War, comradeship, love, responsibility, even death." The android gazed into the mutilated face of Barnett, the presidential candidate, and wondered who the man in the picture was. "I guess I kept busy," he said. "There are a lot of people who would envy that existence. I'll try to bear that in mind. You burn very bright. Cherish that." "I'll try. And you may not burn out. You fought the swarm without taking serious injury, and there were hundreds of thousands of them. These are just a couple of guys. A couple of guys. You'll deal with it. I have confidence in you." "Thank you. Joker Death," the poster read. "I think you've given me something to consider. I hope I could help. Call me if you need to talk again. Thanks. You've really been of great assistance." "Anytime." Modular Man put the phone on the hook and rose silently into the sky. He rose into the darkness, drifted the several blocks to Trevneksik's apartment, went in through the skylight. Joker Death, he thought. Trevneksik was lying on his bed, apparently asleep. The camp bed was surrounded by empty tins of food. Apparently he'd been eating the stuff right from the cans. Some of the organs around Travneksik's neck had blossomed a bit, were making ultrasonic chirping sounds. the period of which decreased as the android dropped into the apartment. Sonar, the android thought. Travnexic opened the eyes around his neck. You? He said. Yes, sir. The module's rebuilt. I think. Some of my memories were kind of hazy. Fear filled the android. A fly buzzed past, and he chased it away with a flap of his arm. I'll try it. He opened his jumpsuit and his chest, reached for the module that waited on the workbench. My brain seems to be evolving, Travnexic said. His voice was dreamy. I think what's happening is that the virus is enlarging the brain sections concerned with sensory input. I'm perceiving things in every possible way now, very intensely. I've never experienced anything as intensely as I can just lying here watching things. He gave a hollow laugh. My God, I never knew that eating creamed corn from the can could be such a sensual experience. Modular Man inserted the module, ran test patterns. Relief flooded him. The monitor worked. Very good, sir, he said. Hang on. You're so interesting this way, Travnexic said. The fly was wandering near the empty food cans. There was sudden movement. One of the organs around Travnexic's neck uncoiled with lightning rapidity and caught the fly. The extrusion snapped back and stuffed the fly into Travnexic's mouth. The android couldn't believe what had just seen. Wonderful, said Travnexic, smacking his lips. Hang on, sir, Modular Man said again. His flux field crackled around him. He flew through the roof and into the blackness. Arriving at the bank, the android turned insubstantial, burned every vault sensor with bursts from his microwave laser so that any guards couldn't see what happened next, then stepped into the vault, solidified himself, and ripped the deposit box from its resting place. Suddenly he stopped. A yellow warning light glowed in his mind, flickered, turned red. He tried to go insubstantial again. He rotated 90 degrees from the reel for a fraction of a second. Then he felt something go, and he was solid again, standing in the bank vault. He could smell something burning. The flux monitor was gone again. Travnexic's repairs hadn't been permanent. A chill eddy of fear rippled through the android's mind at the thought that it might have happened when he was in the steel and concrete wall of the vault. He looked around, examined the door and the lock. If he were found here in the morning, he thought, his reputation as a do-gooder would definitely suffer. It proved fortunate that vaults are made to prevent people breaking in, not out. 45 minutes patient work with the microwave laser burned a hole in the laminated interior of the door, gaining him access to the lock apparatus. He reached through, touched the mechanism, felt an awareness of its function. He glitched the electronics, easy as getting a free telephone call, and the heavy bolts slid back. He took the emergency stairs out, burning cameras as he went. Once out, he flew to the roof of a nearby building, tore the box open, and examined the contents. Long-term leases he found to several small apartments in the New York area. Keys, stacks of currency, jewelry, gold coins, bottles containing hundreds of pills, a pair of pistols and boxes of ammunition, Croyd's secret stash of money, weapons, drugs, and the keys to his hideouts. He thought for a long moment. Travnexic was deteriorating swiftly. The android was going to have to move fast, and he was going to have to get some help. I don't want to have to do the scouting, Modular Man said. If they see me again, they'll run, and they'll spread the plague while they do it. Very well. Tachyon's violet eyes glittered as his hands played with the velvet lapels of his lavender jacket. His .357 and holster sat on the desk before him. On his office wall, next to a set of honorary degrees, was a sign with red, white, and blue lettering. The man, Hartman. The time, 1988. The plan, our children's future. My Joker squad can be of use. Some of them should prove capable of covert reconnaissance. Good. I should stay here with your most powerful people. Then we can move out together.
The contents of Croyd's deposit box were spread out on Tachyon's desk, and he looked at them. "There are only 3 addresses actually in Manhattan," Tachyon said. "I suspect he'd try for one of those first, before trying the tunnels and bridges. Blind Sophie can use her acute hearing to listen in on what's going on behind a closed window, using the vibrations of the window glass as a diaphragm. Squish is a taxi driver, hence unobtrusive. He might be able to make inquiries that might seem suspicious from anyone else." Tachyon frowned. "Croyd's companion, however, that handsome young gentleman, is going to prove difficult to deal with. I fought him twice, but I think I know how his power works." Tachyon stared. He leaned forward over the desk, pushing aside the pistol in its holster, his expression intent. "Tell me, sir." "He absorbs energy, then returns it. He can only attack after he's already been hit. He absorbs all sorts of energy. Kinetic, radiation, psionic," Tachyon murmured. "But if you don't hit him first, he doesn't have any more strength than a normal person. So, whatever we do, we can't attack him. Just ignore him, no matter how tempting a target he makes himself." "Yes, very good, Modular Man. You are to be commended." The android looked at Tachyon, and apprehension spun through his mind. "I need to get Croyd away as fast as possible. I can't catch the wild card from him, so I think I should deal with him solo. He's got enough strength to tear through your biochemical warfare suits. I'm powerful enough to subdue him if I don't have to worry about anyone else. The task is yours." Simply. Triumph settled in the android. He was going to be able to seize Croyd and get him to Trevnexic without interference. Maybe things were looking up at last. The phone rang on Tachyon's desk. The alien snatched it. "Tachyon here." Modular Man saw Tachyon's violet eyes dilate with interest. "Very good. You are to be commended, Sophie. Stay there until we arrive." He returned the phone to its cradle. "Sophie believes they're in the Perry Street address. She can hear 2 people, and one of them is talking non-stop, as if he was affected by stimulants." The android jumped to his feet.
His emergency pack had already been prepared, and he slung it on his back. Tachyon pressed a button on his telephone. "Tell the squad to suit up," he said, "and after a decent interval, inform the police." "I'll fly on ahead," the android said. He flung open the door and almost ran into a slim, erect black man who was standing just outside the door in the secretary's office. He wore a biochem suit and a feathered black and white death's head mask. His smell was appalling, must and rotting flesh. "A Joker." "Pardon me, sir," the man said. His voice was an educated, somewhat theatrical baritone. "Could you take me with you?" Modular Man's software wove swift subroutines to eliminate the man's smell from his sensory input. "I don't believe I know you." "Mr. Grave Mold." A minute bow. "I am a member of the Good Doctor's Joker Squad." "Can't you travel with them in the ambulance?" The android sensed a smile behind the dramatic mask. "I'm afraid that in the close confines of an automobile, my scent becomes rather overwhelming." "I see your point." "Grave Mold." Tachyon's voice was strangled. "What are you doing in my secretary's office? Were you trying to eavesdrop?" "That's Mr. Grave Mold, Doctor." The deep actor's voice was sharp. "Beg pardon, I'm sure." Tachyon's voice was denasal. "In answer to your question, I was waiting to speak to our artificial friend. I wished to spare the other squad members the burden of my perfume." "Right," through clenched teeth. "Do as you please, Modular Man." The android and Mr. Gravemold left the clinic at a fast trot, and then Modular Man wrapped his arms around the Joker from behind and lifted him into the air. Air ruffled the feathers on Mr. Gravemold's mask. "Sir," the android said, "are there any abilities you have besides, my smell?" The deep voice was barren of amusement. "Indeed I have. As well as smelling as if I were dead, I have the powers of death. I can bring the cold of the grave to my enemies." That sounds useful. Crazy, the android thought. The Joker had been smelling his own perfume too long, and it had driven him mad. I'm also fast and tough, Mr. Gravemold added. Good, so is Croyd. Quickly, the android explained about the albino and his abilities, and also about the nature of his bodyguard. Oh yes, he added, and Croyd is carrying a gun, a .44 automag, a preposterous weapon. He must be feeling insecure. Glad it doesn't bother you. The Parry Street brownstone came in sight below. Modular Man dropped to the ground a few feet downwind of a slim, long-haired middle-aged woman wearing shades and carrying a white cane. She was standing in the shadows by a doorstoop. The woman looked up. Her nose wrinkled. Gravemold, she said. Mr. Gravemold, if you please. In that case, said blind Sophie, I'm Miss Yudkovsky. I have never referred to you by any other name, madam. A pair of ears, round like those of a cartoon mouse, seemed to inflate on either side of Sophie's head, rising like balloons past concealing strands of long dark hair. She cocked her head toward Modular Man. Hello, whoever you are. I didn't hear you till now. I didn't know I made any noise. You're a little late, gentlemen, Sophie said. The two men left a couple minutes ago, just after I got back from the telephone. Annoyance flickered through the android circuits. Why didn't you tell us? God forbid I should interfere with Mr. Gravemold correcting my speech. Where did they go? They didn't say. I believe they took the back way out. Without saying anything more, Modular Man seized Mr. Gravemold again and rose into the sky. He swiftly quartered the district, radar searching out. Mr. Gravemold lay passively in his arms. Silent, the android thought, as the grave. We're on the way. Tachyon's voice crackled on Modular Man's receivers. There's a problem, Modular Man said, pulsing silent radio waves toward the clinic. He explained quickly. We shall continue heading in your direction, Modular Man, Tachyon said. There, said Mr. Gravemold, pointing. A pair of human-sized radar images detached themselves from the shadow of a rusting iron pillar that helped support the deserted West Side Express Highway. The android was surprised. The Joker had incredibly good night vision. The android drifted silently toward the pair. He had to come within 300 yards before he was certain the two were Croyd and his companion. Uneasiness stirred him. The last time, he'd almost died. Burning bright, Kate's voice echoed in his mind. Each was burdened. The young man held a bulky parcel, and Croyd carried an outboard motor over one shoulder. Croyd was talking endlessly, but the android couldn't hear him. The two walked swift down a corroded concrete street and came to a stop at a chain-link fence that cut off a Hudson River pier from the mainland. The albino put down his burden, inspected the padlock and chain that held the gate shut, and snapped the hasp with a quick twist of his fingers. The two moved through the gate and passed by a deserted guard box with shattered windows. The pier was otherwise deserted. Except for a few ships caught here under quarantine, New York Harbor was empty, a contrast to the blaze of activity on the Jersey shore. They're going to try to get off the island, said Mr. Gravemold. So it would seem. Put me down. We can deal with it. A moment. I've got to contact Tachyon. He sent Tachyon a radio message, heard no answer, and had to rise another 500 feet before his pulse carried to the ambulance. Mr. Gravemold stirred restlessly. What are you doing, man? They're getting away. Put me down. As soon as he heard an acknowledgement, Modular Man descended rapidly. Going to fight Croyd again, he thought. He remembered his first moments of existence, the confused fight around the Empire State Building, Cindy's blonde hair floating like a brilliant star above the ape's dark hand. Burning brightly, he thought. He dropped Mr. Gravemold near the gate. The Joker dusted himself off. What was that all about? He demanded. I'll explain later. Both jumped at the sound of a moan from nearby. The android's alarm faded as he saw a pudgy, unconscious man lying near the fence, a bottle of bourbon near his tattooed hand.
The drunk wore leather trousers and boots and an NYPD cap. His chest was bare and featured steel rings hanging from pierced nipples. Modular Man fixed this sight in his memory. Cherish it, he thought. We can't wait, the Joker said. Those two will get away before the ambulance arrives. Mr. Gravemold turned away and removed his mask. There was no facial deformity that Modular Man could see from behind. The Joker put on his hood and gas mask and began to move with speed down the pier, following a pair of rusted railroad tracks. His feet stepped in surprising silence. Wait, said Modular Man, they'll see you. The Joker paid no attention. He moved toward the edge of the pier, ducked under a railing, and disappeared. Alarm rattled in Modular Man's mind. He took to the air and did a half roll under the pier. Mr. Gravemold was still moving, walking inverted on the old corroded planks, his pace brisk, the dark and silent Hudson rolling beneath his head. The android flew up next to him. A possibility occurred to him. His mind ran scans, cross-checks. The possibility was confirmed at greater than 90%. Build, talents, race, approximate age, everything matched. The accents were wildly different, and the voices substantially different as to tone and timbre, but scans of certain key words showed a surprising correspondence. Why, Modular Man wondered, had Wallwalker made himself smell bad and disguised himself as a Joker? Or was that another manifestation of Wallwalker's wild card? Maybe he was Wallwalker part of the time, and then he started smelling bad and became Mr. Gravemold. Maybe he was just crazy. Why else would someone disguise himself as a Joker? He decided not to mention his conclusions to the inverted ace beside him. You didn't mention you could walk upside down, he said. Did I not? The voice was muffled by the mask.
Sometimes I'm a bit forgetful. Is there anything else you can do that I should know? Modular Man began to hear Croyd's voice. Mr. Gravemold looked at him. Shh, be silent. The android sensed a grim smile behind the mask. Silent as the grave. They moved on. Mr. Gravemold moved easily through a tangle of wood and metal pier supports that loomed around them like the ribs of some giant, extinct animal. Croyd's voice grew louder. Modular Man remembered the shower of flaming stars that signaled the descent of the swarm. Burning bright. Never had a fucking chance, Croyd said. Jesus, never learned a goddamn thing about the fucking world. Not algebra, not anything. He laughed. I taught them a thing or two. Stick with me, kid. We're gonna give them some very interesting lessons, you and me. The android thought about Cindy, Alice, the others. Didn't I see you at the ape escape? He thought about burning brightly and tried to make his movement precise, perfect. Tried to find the wonder in this situation, flying beneath a pier with the slick water waiting beneath him, and a very likely insane, upside-down disguised ace walking purposefully beside him. Halfway down the pier was a wooden ladder that reached down into the dark water. Croyd's voice seemed to come from just overhead. Okay, kid, here we go. Just follow the old sleeper. I know how to survive in this world. Mr. Gravemold turned to the android and gestured. Despite the clumsiness of his suit, the meaning was clear. You fly over the opposite side of the pier. I'll wait here. Great, the android thought. I charge, and while they're killing me, Gravemold attacks from behind. Terrific. Bring me the package, kid, Croyd's voice. There seemed no time to engage in a debate with Mr. Gravemold. The android drifted backward across the pier, weaving his way through the metal supports, and then rose from the other side. Croyd was standing by the ladder facing his companion and, by coincidence, the android. Croyd's friend had a small knife out and had cut away the string and paper wrapping his package. Croyd snapped to attention. Shit! The robot! His arm a blur of swift motion, he reached for his gun. Not again, thought the android. He accelerated, heading straight for the albino. Croyd made frantic tugging motions. The huge silver handgun seemed to have snagged in his armpit.
His companion, without the unnatural speed possessed by the others, slowly turned and spun between Croyd and the charging android. Choices reigned on the android's circuits. He couldn't hit Croyd's bodyguard, not without charging him with energy, and he couldn't get to Croyd without going through the other. He dove for the surface of the pier, landed on his hands, tumbled. Splinters tore at his jumpsuit. He came to a halt at the young man's feet. The man stared at him. There was a rip of fabric. With a triumphant cry, Croyd jerked his gun free and leveled it. Black pills scattered like dirty snow, spilling from a torn inner pocket. Mr. Gravemold rose behind Croyd, sudden and ominous as a specter. His gloved hand reached out and closed over the gun. He jerked it back, and the automag went off with a sound like the end of the world. The Joker gave a yell as the gun's action slammed back under his hand. The gun clattered to the surface of the pier. The bullet, which had hit Croyd's bodyguard in the back, fell also. Oops, thought Modular Man. The young man dived for him, right fist clenched. Modular Man rolled away. The man flopped on top of him, burning his power charge as he drove his fist into the planks. The android kicked up, throwing the man over onto his back. He had probably given him a small charge, but it wasn't enough to worry about. Croyd, in the meantime, had slammed his elbow into Mr. Gravemold's sternum. The Joker bounced back against the rail. Rusted nails moaned. Croyd scooped up the outboard engine, looked over his shoulder, and flung it full strength, not at his foes, but at his bodyguard. Trying to charge him up, the android thought. He flew up into the engine's path. It thudded solidly into his shoulder, driving him back. Croyd's companion reached up and seized the android's feet. Fingers dug with desperate strength into his plastic flesh. Mr. Gravemold flung himself off the rail, smashing Croyd from behind with a forearm. Croyd spun, his fingers talons. His pink eyes gleamed murderously. He clawed at the Joker, trying to puncture his suit. Mr. Gravemold danced out of the way. Both were moving unnaturally fast. Modular Man rose into the sky. The young man clung gamely to his legs. Kicking at him, the android thought, would only make him stronger. Suddenly, Croyd shuddered. He gasped, clutched at his middle. The balmy summer air suddenly turned a few degrees colder. The cold of the grave, the android thought. It wasn't some fancy metaphor. The Joker had actually meant what he said. Lights flashed on the far end of the pier. A siren wailed. The ambulance from the Jokertown clinic had arrived. Croyd staggered back. He seized the package, flung it at Mr. Gravemold. The Joker easily avoided it. It splashed into the water beyond. "Death is cold, Mr. Crenson," said Mr. Gravemold. His deep actor's voice rang past his gas mask, over the sound of the approaching ambulance. "Death is cold, and I am cold as death." The Joker raised a clenched fist, and the temperature dropped again. Mr. Gravemold, Modular Man realized, was stealing heat from the air. With energy going out rather than in, the bodyguard's talent had nothing to work with. Modular Man did a loop in air, came down on the albino, seized Croyd by collar and belt. Brakes shrieked as the ambulance came to a stop. Jokers in biochem suits spilled out. Laughter boomed from behind Mr. Gravemold's gas mask. The android rose into the sky with his shivering burden and accelerated. Puzzled Jokers, their face masks giving them tunnel vision, peered at the sky, trying to see where he and Croyd had gone. Modular Man shook Croyd like a rag doll. "Why did you blow me up?" he shouted. Croyd's teeth were chattering so hard it was difficult to understand him. Seemed like a good idea at the time. Buildings sped beneath them. Fury raced through the android. He shook Croyd again. Why? Croyd began to thrash. Modular Man suppressed the albino's uncoordinated movements with ease. He had won, he realized. Carefully, he tried to cherish the feeling. Croyd was shivering uncontrollably as Modular Man lighted on a rooftop and took off the emergency pack he'd strapped to his back in the clinic. It contained a biochem suit, a blanket, a canvas tarpaulin, a sack, and some cord. The android wrapped the albino in a blanket before stuffing him into the biochem warfare suit.
Who are you working for? Croyd's teeth chattered louder than his voice. The Mafia? The other guys? The android screamed at him. Why did you blow me up? In the darkness, Croyd's eyes were the color of blood. Seemed like a good idea then, he said. Better idea now. A shivering fit struck him, and his teeth began to chatter like castanets. The albino's skin was a vivid turquoise, the same color as Travnisek's. He seemed barely conscious. The android closed the face mask and put a cloth flour sack over Croyd's head. He then wrapped Croyd in the canvas tarpaulin and tied him securely with the nylon cord. Even a person of unusual strength, the android thought, shouldn't be able to fight his way out of something that gave him no freedom of movement. The android picked up his burden and flew on, spiraling down onto Travnisek's roof next to the skylight. Light shone upward through cracks in the black paint. He reached for the skylight. Over here, Toaster. Travnisek was standing naked atop the pointed roof of a water tower on the next building. His voice no longer came from his mouth, which seemed to be sealing up. One of the organs around his neck, one shaped like a speaking trumpet, had taken over that function. His Middle European accent had come through the transformation untouched. That's the Croyd person, yes. That's correct. The android took his burden to the next roof and lowered it to a tarred surface still warm from the summer sunlight. Travnisek leaped the 30 feet from the top of the tower and landed effortlessly next to the bound figure. He bent, his organ lay rustling as it focused on the albino. The sound of chattering teeth came from beneath the flour sack. I can see the virus is in there, right through that bag you've got over his head, Travnisek said. I don't know how just yet, but I can see them. The wildcards are very alive, very eager to enter my body and subvert my programming. A laugh floated from his speaking trumpet. A mental chill flowed through the android at the noise, at how inhuman the laugh sounded without a throat to generate it. Modular Man bent over the trembling figure of Croyd. I will open the hood and mask. If you lean close, sir, and inhale, you should get another dose of the virus. Travnisek laughed again. You're a fool, Toaster, a fool. What rose in the android was not despair, but a bleak and hopeless confirmation of despair. You ordered me to bring him. You wanted to be reinfected. That was before I realized what I was. The laugh came again. I'm strong, I'm youthful, and I perceive the world in ways that no human ever dreamed were possible. He turned his back on the android and walked to the parapet. He stood on the edge of the roof and let the lights of Jokertown play on his azure skin. This city is so tasty, he said. I can feel the light, perceive motion and wind. His organ lay rose toward the sky. I can hear the stars singing. My senses range from the microscopic to the macrocosmic. Why should I want to lose this? Your genius, sir, the genius that created me. If you don't regain it, what good did it ever do me? What pleasure did it bring? He laughed. Years of bad food and no sleep, years of listening to voices babble in my head, years of no friendships, of fucking cheap tarts in alleyways because I didn't dare let them into my workplace. He gave a snarl and turned to the android. It's gonna change, Blender. I'm gonna have a real life now. And the first thing, you get me some money. Real money. A couple $100,000 for a start. Just walk into a bank vault and grab it. The android gazed at the garland of yellow eyes. Yes, sir, he said. And get rid of that Croyd person, where he won't bother anyone. Yes, sir. Travnisek walked from the parapet to the iron base of the tower, then jumped 6 feet and clung to the side of the tower with hands and feet. He walked deliberately to its pointed crown and crouched, looking at the city. The world's my oyster, he said. You're gonna open it for me. The warm June night had gone cold. Croyd kicked and gave a yell. Modular Man picked him up and flew into the night, heading for the clinic. A trumpet flower laugh followed his silent ascent. Travnicek, dressed in new custom-made clothing, stood with a woman on the observation deck of Aces High. Her hair was blonde and curly, her dress light and low-cut, and very nearly transparent. She wore white plastic boots. Travnicek leaned toward her, blue tongues lapping from his organ lay, making wet tracks on her face. She shuddered and turned away. "Fuck this, man. You're not paying me enough." Travnicek reached into a pocket and pulled out a roll of bills. "How much enough do you want?" He held up a $100 bill. The blonde woman hesitated, her face set into lines of determination. "A lot more." Hiram wandered past like a ghost, his eyes tracking over the restaurant but seeing nothing. Jesus! A customer's voice drifted over the sound of the crowd. Hiram never used to allow that kind of thing. Modular Man winced and turned away. His seat near the window of the restaurant, within listening distance of the platform, gave him a far better view of Travnicek than he wanted. There were some experiences he could not bring himself to cherish. Kate looked over her shoulder at the twosome and lit a cigarette. "Quite an approach. It seems to work quite well." She looked at him. "I detect a certain edge in your comment. Do you know the guy?" "I have made his acquaintance." "Okay, I won't ask." Travnicek, laughing, handed the woman a roll of bills. His tongues, or whatever they were, continued to explore the woman. There were sounds of disgust from the bar. Ignoring the fuss, the red-haired waitress stepped to the table. "Dessert?" she asked. "Yes," said the android. "The crostata, the orange tart, and the chocolate sabayon pie." "Yes, sir. And anything for the lady?" Kate looked at Modular Man and stuck out her tongue. "Not for me. I'm counting calories." "Very well. Coffee?" "Yes, thank you." Kate tapped cigarette ash into an ashtray. She was a small woman with straying brown hair and warm Jean Moreau eyes. "I'm not sure even Epicurus would approve of all this gorging," she said. "My days are numbered. I want to try everything." He smiled. "Besides, I don't gain calories, just amps." "I know." She reached out and squeezed his hand. "Are you all right? Now that you've fallen from Olympus and are living among the mortals?" "I think I'm getting used to it. I'm still not certain I like it, though." "And your creator?" "His genius is gone." "So you're on your own?" "No, I'm still compelled to obey him. Also to fight enemies of society in my spare time." "And break into safes," he thought, though he didn't say it. "Wearing a disguise so no one recognizes me." She looked troubled. "I wish there was something we could do." "There appears not to be." Still, she took a drag on her cigarette. "You could learn physics, metallurgy, that sort of thing. It could keep you going." "Yes, I could enroll in night school." "Why not full-time?" He shrugged. "Why not?" Kate laughed. "They can bar a person from the classroom for not paying tuition. I don't know about a machine. Maybe I'll find out." The android looked at his partner. "Thank you. You've helped me get things in perspective." She smiled. "You're welcome. Anytime." Someone's head appeared above the observation deck balcony. "Wall walkers." The android started, remembering Mr. Gravemold. Why would someone disguise himself as a Joker? The young ace stepped over the balcony and entered the bar. The waitress brought the dessert tray and a pot of coffee. Kate, looking balefully at the desserts, pushed back her chair. "Time for a bathroom check. And then," she sighed, "I've got to get back to Stadius and company." The waitress moved the dessert tray to allow a customer to pass. The android recognized the nondescript brown-headed man who had been in the restaurant the day he'd spoken to Wallwalker. He nodded at the man, but spoke to Kate. "Thank you for joining me," he said.
"I kept expecting an emergency of some sort to interrupt the dinner. An alien invasion, an ape escape, something." Kate looked surprised. "Oh, you hadn't heard about the ape?" The android's heart began to sink. "No, I hadn't." "He's not an ape anymore." Modular Man raised a hand. "Spare me." The lanky brown-haired customer looked at them. "In fact," he said, "I'm the ape." The android looked at him. The man held out a hand. "Jeremiah Strauss," he said, "pleased to meet you." The android allowed his hand to be shaken. "Hi," he said, I don't do the ape anymore. Jeremiah Strauss seemed eager for company. But I can still do Bogart. Watch this. The ex-ape began to concentrate. His features slowly began to rearrange themselves. I'm not gonna play the sap for you, sweetheart, he lisped. His face looked like Bogart's must have looked in his coffin. Very good, Modular Man said, appalled. You want to see Cagney? He looked at Kate, saw her glassy stare. Maybe some other time. Strauss seemed stricken. Too eager, huh? He said. Sorry, I just haven't caught up yet. You think it was bad being dead for a year, man? Trying being a giant ape for 20? Jesus, last I heard, Ronald Reagan was an actor. Bathroom, Kate said. She looked at Strauss. Nice to meet you. She fled. Modular Man shook Strauss's hand and said goodbye. The waitress pushed the cart back to the table and handed him his desserts. We had a message for you a couple days ago, she said. She gave him a wink. A call from California. I thought maybe it would be a bad idea to give it to you when you were with another lady, though. She reached into a pocket and gave the android a pink message slip. A long-distance number was written at the top. Welcome back. New phone number. Call soon. Love, Cindy. P.S. Got your heart on? Modular Man memorized the number, smiled, crumpled the paper. Cherish, he thought. Thank you, he said. If the lady should call again, tell her the answer is yes. He reached for his desserts. New experiences were everywhere. Blood ties V. If the situation hadn't been so deadly, it could have been funny. Modular Man vanishing over the rooftops with Croyd in his arms, and the Joker Squad and Tachyon gaping stupidly after him. Troll had cleared his throat, an explosion of sound like a road grader moving gravel. He offered the Takisian the limp figure of Bill Lockwood like a man presenting his prize catch. Well, at least we've got this one, he said timidly. Bloody lot of good it does us. Well, I suppose I must treat him, Tack had muttered pettishly. And they had all returned to the clinic. A few hours later, and the mystery man's body temperature was returned to near normal. He lay blinking groggily in the hospital bed, confined by restraints. Tachyon drew up a chair and stared into the handsome, insipid face. You've given us a devil of a time, you know that. Why on earth did you protect Croyd so desperately? You're directly responsible for the deaths of hundreds of innocent people. To Tachyon's chagrin, the young man's face screwed up and he began to cry. I was just looking out for Croyd, he blubbered, while Tack mopped at the tears with his handkerchief. He's the only person who's ever been good to me. He gave me his donuts, he made me an ace. Who the hell are you? Aren't you gonna read my mind? I'm too tired and cranky to read your mind. Tachyon sensed that in some inexplicable way he had let the man down. Was Snot Man, but don't use that name. I'm an ace now. Snot. Tachyon's voice trailed away, and he helplessly shook his head. Memories like a stuttering slideshow raced through his mind. The horrible mucus-covered figure fleeing from the baseball bat-wielding bouncer at Freakers, the demon princes tormenting the miserable Joker until blood had mingled with the green mucus, the disgusting adenoidal sounds emerging from dumpsters where Snotman slept. Oh, ships and ancestors! He made you an ace, and you were so grateful! Words again failed him. What's gonna happen to me? Asked Bill Lockwood. I don't know. There was a growing tumult in the hall. Troll bellowing like an outraged bull, and Tina's voice high and shrill. A name emerged from the cacophony. Tachyons. Modular Man was circling overhead with Croyd wrapped in a sheet like an outraged mummy. Tachyon and Troll tumbled into their suits, and the android thrust Croyd into the isolation chamber. Tachyon had prepared it weeks ago. Prison security glass, a heavily reinforced steel door. They were ready. Croyd punched his way through the glass in just under 2 minutes, and vanished,
beneath a pile of tackling bodies. Hours later, the glass was replaced, and electrified mesh bolted to the wall. Croyd punched through that in under a minute. Electricity seemed to act as a stimulant. Troll looked up from where Croyd, bound hand and foot with steel shackles, lay beneath his 9-foot bulk. "Doc, I can't sit on him for the rest of my life." They replaced the glass again. Tachyon discussed steel shutters with the security experts from Attica. They shrugged and pointed out that the walls would never bear the stress. Then Finn had produced a wild and harebrained notion. "Consider cows," he had remarked, pawing gently at the floor with a dainty forefoot. Victoria Queen had almost headed off for a sedative. "They're so stupid, they won't walk over painted lines on the highway because they think it's a cattle guard." "Yes, but Croyd is a man, not a cow," Tachyon explained patiently. "But he's very suggestible. How would you know? I put him to sleep with brainwave entrainment and suggestion, remember?" They hooked him up and tried the same trick again. This time it didn't work. So they painted bars on the window and on the door. Croyd was very docile after that, as long as no one came in the room. "Please go to sleep. Please, Croyd, go to sleep." Tachyon had made this prayer every day for the past 4 days, but there was no response from the nervously pacing albino beyond the painted glass of the isolation chamber. Tachyon had tried to give nature a little push. After the failure of brainwave entrainment, he had pumped sleep gas into the room, drugged Croyd's food. And Croyd remained stubbornly and infectiously awake. And each hour he was awake, the virus continued to mutate. Croyd was a walking holocaust, and a decision had to be made. Tachyon stared down at his hands, remembered the buck of the gun as he killed Claude Bonnell, remembered the burning woman, remembered Robdon. Ideal. "I'm tired of dealing in death. Spare me, fathers, I don't want to do it again." Peregrine smiled up at him from the hospital bed, then grimaced and bit down hard on her lip as another pain washed through her. Her blue eyes were overly bright, and her cheerful manner seemed more manic than natural. Tachyon sympathized. He had to struggle to keep his smile in place. In the next few hours she would give birth, and they both knew what that experience could do to the fetus, now struggling to free itself from her swollen body. He laid a gentle hand on the mound of her belly, and felt the contraction shuddering through the muscles. "Cesarean might be easier on our boy. No, McCoy and I feel very strongly about this. Where is he?" "Out getting coffee." "You still insist on all this togetherness?" "Yes, husbands are a damned nuisance." "I'd expect you to feel that way, Tacky darling." She managed to look almost sexy despite her condition. "And by the way, we're not married." Another spasm, and she panted, "How much longer?" "You're just warming up." Terrific. Middle-aged mothers. It's harder on you. No encouragement, and now an insult. Sorry. She reached out to him. "Tack, I was teasing. Try to rest. I'll see you in a few hours. It's a date." Troll stuck his head around the office door. "You don't need me, do you?" "Why?" "Trouble at the Chaos Club. The call just came in." "No, go ahead." "Strange. There hasn't been a peep out of these goons for days. You'd think they'd have learned." "Well, go and drive home the lesson again, Troll. You want to come?" "Peregrine's in labor." "Oh, see you later, Doc."
Tachyon checked with Tina and discovered they had moved Peregrine to the delivery room. In the locker room, he stripped out of his peach and silver finery, shrugged into the green surgical gown, and scrubbed. The intercom buzzed. He flipped it on with an elbow. "Boss," came Finn's voice, "it's raining jokers down here. I've got a baby to deliver." "Oh, right." Finn hung up the phone. The emergency room was filling up with young jokers sporting a variety of cuts and bruises. More were streaming in. Finn trotted to the nearest teen, then reared back when he noticed that the gash across the boy's forehead was a clever makeup job. A 6-inch length of a switchblade glittered beneath Finn's nose.
An ambulance roared into the bay and disgorged a party of heavily armed men. Finn raised his hands. His mommy didn't raise no dummy. When the idea of seizing Tachyon's clinic had first been proposed, Brennan had argued strenuously against the plan. But the word filtered down from on high. Tachyon can lead us to a woman who can sleep with a Joker and cure him. Find her. And Tachyon needs to be taught a lesson. Get him. Brennan wasn't surprised by the order. A year ago, Kian had been using the lovely Vietnamese girl Mai to cure Jokers. All it took was money, a lot of it, and you were cured. Then Brennan had killed Scar and rescued Mai, and now a new girl had arisen to take her place. A girl who cured with sex. What Joker male wouldn't pay a fortune to be cured by fucking a beautiful woman? The real irony was that Brennan had been given command of the assault. After robbing Kian of his curing machine, he was about to provide the crime boss with a new one. It was too bad about Tachyon and his clinic, but Brennan had his own agenda to pursue. The only problem was that he'd been jumped over Danny Mao, and the Oriental didn't appreciate it. On the other hand, it was an indication of how well regarded Brennan have become within Kian's Byzantine network. The next step would probably be into the inner circle that surrounded Kian himself, and then Brennan's revenge would be within reach. So he couldn't refuse the assignment. He had worked too hard for too many years to pull down the facade that was Kian Fook and reveal the rottenness that lay behind. Brennan rammed a clip into his Browning high power and touched the pockets of his vest, making sure his reloads were handy. It had been agreed that deaths would be kept to a minimum. Only one person was earmarked for death, Tachyon. 11:27. Brennan, riding with the driver, peered ahead at the clinic. They'd be pulling in soon. Too bad about Tachyon. If you wish to find the unclouded truth, do not concern yourself with right and wrong. He had his own agenda, right or wrong. McCoy was holding up pretty well. At least he hadn't passed out and been carried out of the delivery room. He was even occasionally remembering to instruct Perry to pant, bear down, breathe. Her responses to these helpful reminders were direct and uncomplimentary. Another brittle scream tore from her throat, and she arched in the stirrups. Tachyon, eyes flicking between monitors and her dilated cervix, said softly, "You're doing fine, Perry. Just a little more now." He reached out and touched the unformed mind of the child fighting its way down the birth canal. Fear, fury at having its comfortable world so abruptly upset. Definitely Fortunato's child. Tachyon stroked and soothed. Watch the heartbeat slow from its frenzied pounding. "You're going to be all right, little man. Don't give me the satisfaction of being right." How many times had he hunched between a mother's knees, received a child, and had it turned to sludge in his hands? Too many. There was a crash that swung him around on the stool, and the alien gaped in amazement at the 3 armed men who had plunged through the doors of the delivery room. Peregrine reared up on her elbows and eyed them with loathing. "Oh, Christ! What the devil do you mean by this?" Tack retreated slightly at the aggressive thrust of an Uzi barrel in his direction. The 2 other intruders merely gulped and stared with reddened faces at Peregrine's private parts. "You've broken the sterile integrity of this room. Get out." "We're here for you." "I'm a little busy right now. I'm delivering a baby." "Out." Tack made shooing motions with his gloved hands. "Fuck this," yelled McCoy, doing just what Tachyon had prayed he wouldn't. Tack's mind control dropped the cameraman in his tracks, and his seizure of the shootist sent the rounds spraying into the ceiling. Glass from broken light fixtures tinkled all about him. "McCoy!" Peregrine struggled in Tina's grasp. "Lie down. He's fine. He will live to be an idiot yet another day. Release my man or I'll kill you." "One of the 2 of us will get you, or these women," shouted the nervous young Oriental. Dr. Tachyon released the gunman.
Now you're coming with us. Gentlemen, I don't know why you're here or who you are, but I will be at your disposal after I have delivered this child. I can't slip away down the drain. I have to exit through those doors. So kindly wait for me in the scrub room. He pulled his stool back into position between Perry's legs and resumed his quiet external and internal monologue to mother and child. McCoy, panted the ace, asleep. Perry's screams and contractions were coming in waves. Tack didn't like her pressure, but suddenly baby slid free. Reaching into the vagina, he cradled the tiny head on his palm and helped slide John Fortune into his new world. Tack tasted blood and realized he had bitten through his lower lip. He enfolded the child in waves of warmth and love and comfort. Don't change. Don't transform. By the ideal, don't transform. The baby lay in his hands, a perfectly formed man-child with a thick head of dark hair. The mucus was suctioned from the bud-like mouth. Upending him, Tachyon massaged the tiny back, and a powerful yell erupted from the boy. Tack blinked away tears, wiped blood and mucus from the baby, and laid the child on his mother's flaccid stomach. He's all right. He's all right. Her fingers played gently across the bawling child. Yes, Perry, he's perfect. The final details were handled. Cord cut, child given a more thorough wash and wrapped in lamb's wool. Tachyon and Tina levered Peregrine onto a gurney, then heaved the snoring McCoy onto another. A face was thrust into the window of the delivery room. Tack hunched his shoulders and ignored it. Doctor, what's going on? Quavered Tina. I don't know, my dear, but I presume those armed gentlemen will tell me. Brennan swept into the scrub room and stared at his man. They guiltily dropped the cigarette they had been sharing and studied the floor. Where's Tachyon? In there. Why in there? He was delivering a baby. God, it was gross. Amplified, the third. He promised to surrender to you. Yes, gentlemen, I did, and you behold me. Now, however, could you help me? I assume you have. His eyes met Brennan's. He faltered, coughed, and resumed. You have seized my orderlies, and I have a patient who needs to be taken to the nursery and one who needs to go to her room. You! My gods, what are you doing here? Seizing your clinic. But why? Why? So, if you would be kind enough to assist with a gurney. The outer conversation flowed on over the inner telepathic exchange. The three men looked to Brennan. Put them with the rest in the cafeteria. Cafeteria? Surely you're not moving the dangerously ill or the infants. Don't be an idiot. They're no threat to us, said Brennan, disgusted. The man in isolation. You didn't release him? Asked Tachyon. No, he's our cover. Cover? Why am I wasting time beating gums with you? Move it, shouted Brennan. You can take the brat to the nursery, and we'll have a little talk. Brennan, his Browning gripped tightly in his hand, and Tachyon, with John Fortune cradled in his arms, paced through the unnaturally silent halls. The nursery staff had all been removed, so Tachyon prepared a bottle and fed the child.
Brennan swung a chair around and straddled it, arms folded across the back. Now, what is this all about? Asked Tachyon with a mildness he didn't feel. Two things. You've upset a certain major player with your goon squad. You've also got an item that this player wants. Please stop talking like a third-rate goon in a B-gangster movie. Item indeed, snorted the alien. Jane Lillian Dow. I don't know where she is. My boss thinks different. Your boss is wrong. Tachyon wiped away a trail of milk from the baby's chin. I presume you have put about some story or another to explain the closure of the clinic? Yes, we're telling people that the carrier's loose in the hospital. Clever. Tachyon shifted Johnny, studying the baby's slight epicanthic folds, and glanced significantly at Brennan's altered eyes. I never asked why you wanted the surgery. I know. I appreciated that. I could have discovered, but I did not. I respected your privacy. Yeah, I know. And this is how you repay me? I had to get into this organization. I've risked everything for this. Tachyon flung out a hand. This? Invading my clinic? Endangering my patients? No, not this. Other things. Brennan's voice trailed away. I wouldn't give you Jane even if I knew where she was. My orders are to start killing patients until you do. Tachyon blanched and took a harder grip on the bottle. He flipped John over his shoulder and patted until the baby let out a loud belch, dribbling milk over the peach-colored material. Your orders are to kill me? No matter what! Stay out of my head! Brennan swung away from Tachyon, clenched his fists between his thighs. I won't do it! No, you will have someone else do it for you. What a very flexible mind you have, Captain. You would have made a good Takesian. Perhaps that is why I like you. He rose and laid Johnny in a crib. God damn you! Why? You're all closing in on me, wrapping me in these bonds, holding me, smothering me. I wonder what your Jennifer would think of what you're doing. Damn it! Stay out! Just stay the fuck out! I didn't want to care, he concluded quietly. It is the price you pay for being human, Brannon. Sometimes you have to care. I do, he said, agonized. For death. Sometime it might make an interesting change to choose the living. That's not fair, he cried after Tachyon's back. What about Mai? Mai is gone. This is here and now, and you are going to have to make a choice. The hours crawled by. Tachyon's admiration for Bradley Latour Finn increased with each passing moment. The little joker comforted the old, jollied the young, and played games with the children. His insouciant grin never budged. Not when their increasingly nervous guards rained curses or blows onto his curly head. Not when Victoria Queen cried out hysterically, "We're all going to die, and how can you be so fucking calm?" Too dumb to know different. He trotted to Tachyon, gun muzzles following his progress through the crowded cafeteria. He paused briefly by a table where Deadhead was maintaining a constant babble. Nodded seriously for several seconds. I couldn't agree more. Sit down, yelled one of their guards. Finn backed delicately toward a chair, wriggled his hindquarters, sadly shook his head and trotted to Tack. The alien gasped in surprise as he noticed for the first time the Joker's tail. It had been cut off just below the dock. Your tail! It'll adorn some werewolf's jacket. Idiotically, this upset Tachyon almost more than anything that had thus far happened. Your tail, he mourned again. It'll grow. Besides, I was too proud of it anyway. He leaned in. Doc, some of these people need medication. I know. Tachyon slid off the table, and with his hand resting lightly on Finn's withers, he walked to Brannon. It was an absurd picture. The tiny alien dressed in knee breeches, the lace cravat of his shirt untied and falling like a foaming waterfall, copper curls fluttering as he walked. The tiny Palomino centaur prancing like a Lipizzaner at his side. A number of these people are on medication. May I take some of my staff and obtain the drugs? Drugs? Sounds good, laughed a werewolf. Give us what we want, said Brannon. No. Shit! Danny Mao mashed out a cigarette on a cellophane-wrapped chef salad. The hot tip burnt through the plastic and left a black smear on the cheese and the meat. How long are we gonna sit here? As long as it takes, replied Brennan shortly. Cowboy, let's kill a few of these ugly fuckers. Danny Mao eyed the huddled jokers with disgust. We'd be doing most of them a favor. Brennan rounded on Tachyon. The girl? No. Why are you doing this? Why are you? 20 more minutes crawled agonizingly past. Tachyon, eyes half closed, fingered a violin sonata on his knee, head beating time to the silent music. Cowboy, he's got a mind power. What's to say he's not calling the Joker hit squad right now? Lee ranged himself with the only other Oriental in the group. Danny's right. He won't call for help. He knows the risks of an assault from outside. How many of them? Brennan's arm swept out to encompass the frightened patients and staff.
We'll be killed in the shooting." He rounded on Tachyon, his gray eyes hard. "How many of them shall we kill as payment for treachery?" Treachery! Tachyon savored the word. Lilac eyes met gray. The gray fell first. "Okay, so you don't want to start offing sick old ladies," said Danny, eyeing one with disfavor. "Even if they are as ugly as an unwiped asshole. Why don't we use him?" A jerk of a thumb toward Deadhead, who was guiltily gobbling down a piece of pie and keeping up the running monologue with himself. "That's what he's here for." Brennan wiped sweat. "We don't know what Tachyon might do to him. It's an alien metabolism." Danny stepped to an old man, gripped him by his stringy white hair, and thrust the barrel of his Colt Python into the toothless mouth. Victoria Queen whimpered. A rustle went through the hostages. Tachyon came half out of his chair, then subsided when he realized the Chinese man's focus was on Brennan. "I don't think you've got what it takes, cowboy," Danny said in a dangerously low tone. "I think it was a mistake putting you in charge. Now either you gather your stones and act, or I will." "All right," shouted Brennan. "We'll use Deadhead." Danny pulled his pistol from the Joker's mouth and placed the tip of the barrel against Tachyon's throat. A gasp and a rustle ran through the prisoners. But not here. In his office. And Deadhead. The ace looked up and paused in his energetic chewing. "Bring a spoon." Brennan left 5 men on guard in the cafeteria. He watched Tachyon studying the 15 men who towered over him in the elevator. It was a look he knew. A man weighing the odds, and not liking the answer. Isida, my Roshi, what takes precedence? The quest of a man's soul, or the transitory friendships of this world? There was no answer. Somehow Brennan had a feeling that even if the old man had been present, there still wouldn't have been an answer. Tachyon's narrow face was composed. He was clearly resigned to death. Brennan doubted the alien would meet it quietly. He would try something before the end. Deadhead belched and patted his stomach. "Wish I hadn't had that piece of pie. Hope I got room for this. Hey, how we gonna open his head?" Tachyon's eyes widened. Suddenly he doubled over and vomited onto Danny's shoes. "Aw, shit!" yelled the Oriental. "Mind reading's not such a great power," gritted Brennan. "You find out what's in store for you. Lee, go down to the operating room and bring a saw." "Why don't we just take him down there?" whined the boy, holding his nose against the stink. "Because I don't want to." Tension and fury crackled in the words. They filed into Tachyon's office, Brennan carefully closing the door behind him. Danny pulled back the hammer on his gun and grinned back over his shoulder to Brennan. "I'll handle this, cowboy. You don't seem to have the stomach for it." It wasn't a conscious decision. Brennan just reached out and snapped off the lights.
New York's bright glow formed a square of silver around the tightly closed blinds, but the rest of the room was plunged into Stygian darkness. Tachyon hit the floor as 2 simultaneous muzzle flashes almost blinded him. A body fell across him. "Shit, he's got a gun," he heard Brennan sing out. He wished to God he had. Thrusting with elbows and knees, Tachyon belly-crawled across the thick carpet. A foot took him hard in the ribs, and he bit back a gasp. The man took a header, discharging his Uzi in a long burst as he fell. Someone screamed. Feeling for the knob, Tachyon seized it in a sweat-slick hand, threw open the door, and darted through. He slammed it quickly behind him, and bullets blasted through the thin wood, peppering his cheek with splinters. He ran. Steadying himself with a hand, he swung around the corner just as the door burst open, and the pursuit began. Again Brennan's voice. "Half of you come with me. Well, head him off. 15 becomes 14, becomes 13, becomes maybe 12, if that first Uzi blast hit one of them, so call it 6-1. Still terrible odds, and too many for mind control unless he could separate them, and he didn't like that idea at all. So where to go? This is the place of death." Tachyon jerked open the door to the stairs and leaped like a hunted deer, taking 2 steps at a time. They were 1 landing behind, but the buck lived because he came first, running for his life. It was a desperate gamble.
It had to be taken. 2 floors below huddled his people. If his pursuers remembered, returned to threaten them. He fished out his keys, put on a final burst of speed. His breath was sobbing in his raw throat. He couldn't see Croyd through the wide observation window of the isolation room. The lock turned, and he waited, hand on the knob. The hunting pack burst out of the stairwell, baying with excitement. There he is! He entered the room with a forward roll, flashed past Croyd, who was crouched waiting by the door, but not for a compact bundle, tucked in close and rolling. Tachyon bounced to his feet. "Croyd, help me, they're after us!" A hand reached out. Tack flowed through it, allowing the momentum to carry Croyd a good 3 feet past him. Avoidance was his only hope. If Croyd ever got a grip on him, the ace would break him like fragile glass. The red eyes were maddened, the pale face twisted, inhuman. The hunters arrived. Tachyon threw himself into a long flat dive that carried him toward the bed. Croyd snarled, confused, questing. His eyes met those of the leading gunman. The Uzi came up, but the man let out a wail like steam being vented from a locomotive and began to melt. Within seconds, he had sunk to his knees in an ever-widening pool of frothing pink ooze. Croyd's hand lashed out at another, connecting at the junction of shoulder and neck. Tachyon pressed desperately against the wall, heard bones crunch. The man collapsed with a broken neck. Screams filled the room. Suddenly, there was a flare of incandescence, and a hunter became a human torch. Within seconds, all that was left was the stink of burnt tile and cooked flesh, and a blackened patch on the floor. One of the 3 survivors got off a shot. The bullet buried itself in Croyd's bare foot. Throwing back his head, the albino howled in pain. He gripped the gun and ripped it from the man's hand. Croyd then proceeded to beat him with the barrel. Skin cracked and tore as the gun sight ripped into the tender flesh of his cheeks. At Tachyon's feet, another man writhed. The convulsions were so violent that he was literally bent like a bow, head to heels. Blood ran from his mouth where he had bitten through his tongue. Black Queen. Without Joker manifestation, 3 out of 7. Blood and line. Let me live. I want to live. Fear was a living thing, gripping him by the throat, stopping the breath in his lungs. Tachyon struggled for air. The boy, Lee, had been at the back of the pack. Terrified, he threw down his gun and fled. Croyd tossed aside his attacker, who collapsed like a bloody puppet, and raced in pursuit. Tachyon, turning his head as if his neck were made of glass, eyed the carnage, gazed down his own slim length, gave a sob of joy. Pushing off the wall, he swept up an Uzi and ran into the hall. The window over the fire escape had been wrenched out of the wall. Leaning out, he saw a shadowy figure vanishing between the dumpsters in the alley. Hating himself, he fired, heard the whine of bullets ricocheting off brick and metal, and no other sound. Croyd was gone. His ankles had gone limp, and he almost fell. A strong arm slipped around his waist, and the Tahitian gave a cry of terror. He lashed out with his mind power, and froze as he recognized the mind. Brennan. They had a few minutes before the police arrived. Tachyon sat behind his desk, poured 2 stiff brandies, and saluted the impassive human. "I count you friend." "Thank you." Brennan was canted back in his chair, booted feet propped on the desk. Danny's body sprawled on the carpet next to him. "Took me a damn long time to make up my mind." "You had much at stake." "I am grateful." "Shut up. You've thanked me enough." "Well, I better get out of here." Brennan fished in his pocket, pulled out an ace of spades, and flipped the card onto the body. Give them all something to think about. The police? And who else? "What do you mean?" Brennan tensed in the doorway. "Who is behind this?" Silence stretched between them. "Daniel, I demand to know. You owe me that." The human turned slowly back to face him. "It's dangerous." "You're telling me something I don't already know? This man has preyed upon my people, my holding, and made war on me. It must stop." "And how do you propose to accomplish that?" "By making him believe that I am more dangerous to him than he is to me." A smile quirked that strong mouth.
vanished, began to grow by slow stages. Tachyon watched in fascination. It was the first time he'd ever seen Brennan smile. "This is what I propose." Order was restored. Finn treated patients for shock. Peregrine nursed her baby. Statements were given. Bodies, or the remnants of bodies, counted. The 5 men left on guard in the cafeteria had escaped, and also the horrifying Deadhead. A massive manhunt began for Croyd. Tachyon regretted and agonized over his decision. Perhaps he should have accepted death rather than release Croyd. But what a death! His brains consumed by that repellent creature. He decided he just wasn't that noble. By 5 a.m., the alien was free to leave. He made preparations, collected the limousine, met Brennan. With the human driving, they set out to 5th Avenue and 73rd Street. They parked in the alley behind the 5-story Greystone apartment building. Tachyon spread a lace tablecloth across the hood of the Lincoln and laid out breakfast. Warm croissants, thermoses of hot tea and coffee, a selection of cheeses. Then, nibbling on a sliver of camembert, he sent out the call. A siren summons. 10 minutes later, Cian Fook stepped out the back door into the alley. Wyram was with him. The Joker reached for a gun, then hissed as Brennan slowly turned and notched a heavy broadhead hunting arrow in his bow and leveled it on Cian. Tachyon released the compulsion, and the Vietnamese waved his Joker ace down. Tachyon spread his hands in welcome. "Won't you join me, Mr. Fook, while our 2 lieutenants keep us and each other honest?" Tachyon proffered a plate, shrugged when Cian remained motionless. "You have irritated me, Mr. Fook, but I was pleased when you tried your pathetic seizure of my clinic. It gave me the opportunity I had been seeking." "For what?" Cian's voice grated out like rusty machinery starting after years of neglect. "To warn you." "I am a bad enemy to make," the alien said brightly, and spread jam on a croissant. "What do you want?" "First, to demonstrate how easily I can take your mind and compel you to do anything. Second, to make it clear to you that Jokertown is my territory. And third, to reach a truth."
"Truce? I have my own interests to pursue, just as you have yours. Yours include prostitution and numbers running and the drug trade, but they will not include protection rackets and extortion and gun battles in my streets. I want my people safe." Cian's eyes slid to Brennan. "Is this trained jackal yours? Oh no, he too has his own interests to pursue." Brennan's gray eyes stared implacably into Cian's black ones. "I'm coming for you, Cian." Tachyon smiled. "You have people who can kill me from the shadows. I have people who can do the same to you. Stalemate. You won't interfere with my business?" "No." Tachyon sighed. "I suppose it shows a distressing lack of morality on my part, but I am not a crusader. Men will still crave women, and women will sell themselves to satisfy those cravings, and drugs will be sold and consumed. We are, alas, not angels, but I insist on peace in my streets." Tachyon lost his light, bantering tone. "There will be no more children dying in senseless gun battles in Jokertown, and my clinic and my patients will be safe. What about Jane Dow? That chip is not up for discussion in this negotiation, Mr. Fook." Cian shrugged. "All right. Are we agreed?" "I agree to your terms." Tachyon grinned. "You should never plan a double cross in the presence of a telepath. Brennan, kill him." The Vietnamese blanched. "Wait, no, wait. All right, let us try it again. Are we agreed?" "Not quite," Cian ground out. He stared at Brennan, who returned his gaze levelly. "I received a message from you some time ago." Brennan nodded. "This is my reply." Hate and fury laid a rough edge on the man's voice, and he pointed his half-hand at Brennan as if it were a weapon. "If you persist in annoying me, if, as you say, you bring me down, then I will have nothing left to live for. And then, I swear to you, this wraith, this Jennifer Malloy, will die.
Back off, Captain Brennan. Back off and leave me in peace, or she will die. This is my promise to you." Tachyon looked from Keen to Brennan. The archer's face was as hard and unyielding as a clenched fist. "You weary me," snapped Tachyon. "Your threats weary me. Go!" And he sent the Vietnamese and his jackal worm trotting back into the building. Tachyon was feeling pretty jaunty when he returned to the clinic. He paused to gleefully pat each stone lion, then trotted up the stairs. Croyd couldn't remain awake much longer. Surely his contagion power would fade in the next transformation. Keen was, for the moment, neutralized. Of course, the Vietnamese would go back on his word, but perhaps by then, Brennan would have achieved his goal, and Keen would no longer be a problem. Tachyon headed into the basement and shut off the elaborate series of electronic locks that protected his private laboratory. It was here he manufactured the drug for Angel Face and pursued his research for a perfected Trump virus. It was force of habit that drove him to draw blood and begin the XVTA test. He was obviously fine. The ideal and the percentages had been with him last night. He slipped the slide into the electron microscope, focused, and read his fate in the tangled web of the wild card. With a cry, he swept a tray of slides and test tubes onto the floor. Beat his fists on the table, screaming out denial. Calm, calm. Stress could trigger the virus. Quietly, he righted his stool, sat with folded hands, and considered. If it manifested, he would most likely die. Acceptable. He might become a Joker. Unacceptable. The Trump? A last resort. Jane. The irony of an impotent man being saved through sex struck him, and he laughed. When he realized they grew from hysteria, not humor, he stifled the wild whoops. And the future? Search for Jane. Remove as much stress as possible from his life. Go on living. The House Il-Kazem did not breed cowards. And most important, Blaze. The boy was all he had now. His blood and seed were poisoned. There would be no other children. Concerto for Siren and Serotonin. 8 again. They were after him. If you can't even trust your doctor, he wondered, who can you trust? The siren's wails were almost a steady sheet of sound now. He hurled chunks of concrete, broke streetlights, and dashed from alley to doorway. He crouched within parked cars. He watched the choppers go by, listening to the steady foot of their blades. Every now and then he heard parts of appeals over some loudspeaker or other. They were talking to him, lying to him, asking him to turn themselves in. He chuckled. That would be the day. Was it all Tacky's fault again? An image flashed before his mind's eye of Jetboy's small plane darting like a tiny fish among great grazing whales, there in the half-clouded sky of an afternoon. Back when it all began. What had ever happened to Joe Cerzano? He smelled smoke. Why did things always get burned in times of trouble? He rubbed his temples and yawned. Automatically he sought in his pocket after a pill, but there was nothing there. He tore open the door to a Coke machine before a darkened service station, broke into the coin box, then fed quarters back into the mechanism, collected a Coke for each hand, and walked away sipping. After a time, he found himself standing before the Jokertown Dime Museum, wanting to go inside, and realizing that the place was closed. He stood undecided for perhaps 10 seconds. Then a siren sounded nearby, probably just around the corner. He moved forward, snapped the lock, and entered. He left the price of admission on the little desk to his left, and as an afterthought, tossed in something for the lock. He sat on a bench for a while, watching shadows. Every now and then he rose, strolled, and returned. He saw again the golden butterfly, poised as if about to depart from the golden monkey wrench, both of them transmuted by the short-lived ace called Midas. He looked again at the jars of Joker fetuses, and at a buckled section of a metal door bearing Devil John's hoofprint. He walked among the great events in wildcard history dioramas, pressing the button over and over again at the Earth versus Swarm display. Each time that he hit it, Modular Man fired his laser at a swarm monster. Then he located one that made the statue of the Howler scream.
It was not until his final Coke was down to its last swallow that he noticed the diminutive human skin, stuffed, displayed in a case. He pressed nearer, squinting, and read the card that identified it as having been found in an alley. He sucked in his breath as the recognition hit him. "Poor Gimli," he said. "Who could have done this to you? And where are your insides? My stomach turns at it. Where are your wisecracks now? Go to Barnett. Tell him to preach till all hell freezes. In the end, it'll be his hide, too." He turned away. He yawned again. His limbs were heavy. Rounding a corner, he beheld 3 metal shells suspended by long cables in the middle of the air. He halted and regarded them, realizing immediately what they were. On a whim, he leaped and slapped the nearest of the 3, an armor-plated VW body. It rang all about him and swayed slightly on its moorings, and he sprang a second time and slapped it again before another yawning jag seized him. "Have shell, will travel," he muttered. "Always safe in there, weren't you, turtles, so long as you didn't stick your neck out." He began to chuckle again, then stopped as he turned to the one he remembered most vividly, the 60s model. And he couldn't reach high enough to trace the peace symbol on its side, but "Make love, not war," he read, the motto painted into a flower-form mandala. "Shit, tell that to the guys trying to kill me," he added, and he leaped and hooked his fingers over the edge and drew himself upward. The vehicle swayed, but held his weight easily. In a minute, he was sequestered within. "Ah, sweet claustrophobia," he sighed. "It does feel safe. I could—" He closed his eyes. After a time, he shimmered faintly. What Rough Beast by Leanne C. Harper. Vagabond looked down at her friend Jack Robichaud.
The transformations were coming more slowly now and lasting longer. Right now, he was human, and he would probably remain human for the next several days. She had spent some time wondering if she was partially to blame for his continuous transformations. Jack had known he could only communicate with her as an alligator. Even in his coma, it was possible that he had realized that he had to change to tell her about Cordelia. She looked up to catch Cece's gaze and shrugged. "I know I promised to stop feeling guilty. I'm going to miss him." Both women looked up as Cordelia entered the hospital room. "Good news, guys. Dr. Tacky says that Jack may be getting a little better. He's not sure, but he thinks that the time that Jack has been spending as a gator may be killing the virus." Cordelia crossed the hospital room to Jack's bed and leaned down to kiss him on the lips. "So there, Uncle. Don't you give up on me now." Cece Ryder and Vagabond exchanged surprised glances over Cordelia's head. Vagabond allowed a smile to sneak onto her face, camouflaged by the tangled hair. The red-haired singer took Vagabond's hand. "Told you so." "What? Never mind. Y'all speak in shorthand anyway. Worse in Cajuns. When are y'all leaving?" Cordelia stood by Jack's head, looking down as if she could see inside him. "Plane leaves tomorrow. I dropped the itinerary off at your office this morning, so if there's any change, you can get in touch immediately." Cece looked up at her friend. "Suzanne will want to know right away. Do they have phones in Guatemala?" "Yes, Cordelia." Cece sighed. "Bring me back an Indian." Cordelia held her uncle's hand, but she grinned up disarmingly at Vagabond and Cece. "We're going to help them, not arrange American wives. Who said anything about marriage?" Cordelia's quicksilver emotions turned serious. "Vagabond, I'll take care of him, I promise. I know you don't think much of me sometimes, but just need to grow up. Don't make promises to yourself or anybody else that you can't keep. The world doesn't need any more saints." Cordelia blushed. Vagabond looked straight into the eyes of the younger woman. "Sides, you don't think I'm going to leave Jack unguarded, do you?" Vagabond swept open her coat, and the black leaped out and shook himself before sitting down to begin preening his disturbed fur back into place. Cordelia knelt beside him and tried to scratch behind his ears. The cat backed away and leaped up onto Jack's bed and put his head beside Jack's on the pillow. "Phones or no phones, tell the black if you need me. It's a long way, but I don't think that distance could stop us anymore. I feel bad going, though."
Vagabond looked down at the floor. Dr. Tacky will take care of Uncle Jack, with appropriate help from me and the Black. He'd want you to go. Cordelia looked back at her uncle, lying pale and silent under the tubes and connections that kept him alive. I know. He'd say it would be good for me. Vagabond glanced at Cece standing beside her. I'm not used to all these people knowing what's good for me, but I always wanted to talk to a black jaguar, and no rock star should be without her bodyguard. Rock star. Cece rolled her eyes toward heaven. She keeps telling me that one jungle's like another. I don't know who's going to have the greatest culture shock, us or them. Poor guys are trying to build a new country. Just what they need, an Asian rock star and a bag lady. Cordelia reached over and hugged Cece. They could do a lot worse. Vagabond watched her appraisingly, then held out her hand. Cordelia hesitated, then took it tightly between both of her own. You know how to take care of yourself. Don't cut off something that's part of you. Vagabond raised her head to stare at Jack. We both did, one way or another. He'd tell you the same. Don't become a cripple. It's not worth the effort. I think I figured that out, one night a while back. Cordelia released Vagabond's hand self-consciously. Vagabond walked up to Jack and gazed down on his peaceful face. She rested her hand on his cheek. With her hair hanging down around her face, no one else could see the words she made. She could only hope that Jack heard them, wherever he was. I love you. As they left the room, a man walked up to the door. It took Vagabond a moment to recognize him. Michael. He clutched a huge fruit basket that almost completely hid his face. What they could see was frightened. No one spoke. He's my friend, too. Michael lowered the basket a few inches. Can I see him? Vagabond and Cordelia looked at each other, passing judgment on the man who had abandoned Jack months before. It was Cordelia who nodded their assent. We all love him. Rocking back and forth, Rosemary Gamboni wrung her hands as she sat on the bed, waiting for the Shadow Fist's lawyer to make it official. It was all over. The Mafia had lost. The faces of the dead Dons, the capos, even the soldiers were with her now even in the daytime. The nightmare had become her reality. She was sweating. Her little room sweltered in the August humidity of New York. On the bed, her suitcase was packed and ready to go. Anywhere, as long as it was out of the city. At the knock on her door, she ran her hands down her jeans and grabbed her Walther. She had used it often in the last few months. It felt secure and heavy in her hands. Who? She pulled the gun up to shove the damp hair out of her eyes. Swordfish. Or is there some other password you'd prefer? The voice was elegant and a touch effete. Rosemary recognized it immediately from the phone calls that had set up this meeting. Holding the pistol in her right hand, she awkwardly opened the door with her left. Dressed in a custom-tailored white suit, the man she knew as Loophole sauntered into her room. Goodness! He looked at her gun for a moment before surveying the room. Ah, well, these are troubled times in which we live, aren't they? Not even a desk, I see. Use the suitcase, Latham. Rosemary saw his head jerk slightly at the sound of his own name. She had seen him at every bar association dinner for years. She was surprised now that she had not recognized his voice. Quite. Much better than that loophole appellation with which I appear to be permanently associated. Please be seated, Miss Gamboni. Or is it Muldoon? Gamboni. Let's get this over with. Rosemary sat down across her suitcase from the lawyer, but she kept her Walther in her lap. By the way, my associates are stationed throughout the building and on the street to provide us with the privacy we need for our transaction. Rosemary sighed. Loophole, I'm not going to take you hostage or kill you. What's the point? I just want to get this taken care of, so I can leave. I don't want any more of my people dead. Let's see the contract. Latham handed it over and studied her as she read it. Rosemary wondered if he was curious as to how low one of his own could sink. But then he had never seen her as a peer. If she hadn't wanted to keep those of her people who were left alive, killing Latham would be a particularly pleasurable form of suicide. It appears to be in order. The interests you represent take over my operations throughout the city, retaining my personnel. Those who are left and still capable. Rosemary's hand tightened on the gun. Yeah, right. I'll sign it. Got a pen?
Of course. Latham extracted a Mont Blanc from his briefcase and carefully uncapped it for her. Please. Rosemary laid the contract on her suitcase and, in her last act as a Gamboni, signed it. She saw her father's face in the background of the paper, and her hand trembled. The signature was shaky, but it would keep her people safe. Latham held up the contract and examined her signature. Rosemary couldn't tell if he was sneering at the wet imprints her hand had made, or if it was simply his habitual expression. He was not sweating, she noticed. I want the money and the ticket. It has all been arranged, my dear. Latham opened his briefcase again to stow away the contract and to remove 2 envelopes.
The larger manila envelope was stuffed almost beyond its capacity. $200,000 and your passage to Cuba. I understand it is quite nice this time of year. I do hope you'll enjoy the voyage. Latham stood and walked to the door. As he put his hand on the knob, he spoke again. By the way, I had understood that you were looking for Mr. Mazzucchelli. My sources inform me that he can be found at the address in the envelope. Good luck. Rosemary stared at the white envelope lying on her suitcase. She did not touch it. After a moment, she looked up at Latham. Lagniappe. He shrugged. The interests I represent are not without sympathy, my dear. The door had been shut behind him for 10 minutes before Rosemary picked up the white envelope. Turning it over, she saw the blood-red wax of the seal and smiled in pain. One of the deals she had made was that the men who were entering the warehouse in front of her would be cared for in the best fashion possible. Most were not men anymore. They were the jokers that had survived the meeting with Croyd. She still wondered how Chris had arranged it. When she had phoned their relatives to tell them about Chris, she had expected joy at this chance for revenge. She had received dull acceptance instead. Vengeance would be taken, but it would be taken because it was the proper thing to do, not because anyone, victim or guardian, could take any pleasure in it. She had been surprised, but now that she was here, she understood. She was not pleased at what was about to happen. She felt nothing at all. Earlier in the day, she had found a side entrance and a route to the mezzanine of the abandoned Jokertown warehouse. If Chris had been there, she hadn't seen him. This time, as she took her vantage point, she heard the victims moving through the warehouse searching for him. The noises they made came close to nauseating her, but she forced herself to watch. It was her fault, after all. The noises grew in volume. She spotted their prey and gasped. She had not expected this. What had been a 30-year-old man was now a fur-covered, shambling thing. Its claws scrabbled on the concrete floor for purchase as it recognized that it was being pursued. As it turned its head to spot its enemies, the sharp teeth in the pointed muzzle glinted in the moonlight, shining down through the shattered skylights. The only thing she recognized was the tangled rat tail that still fell down his back. His victims, her victims, shambled and oozed through the aisles of the warehouse toward the author of their pain. Did any of them still know what they had been, or how they had become the warped creatures that closed in on the erstwhile Chris Mazzucchelli? An excited twittering erupted when Chris was spotted for the first time. He hissed at his pursuers, slashing the air with his outstretched claws. They were implacable. Even after he had drawn blood, they came on, surrounding him carefully outside his reach. Chris was backed into an area of the warehouse piled high with rusted machinery. He could not scale it, and his tormentors closed in for the kill. Rosemary tried to watch, but instead of remembering the man who had tried to kill her, she recalled the caring man she had taken as a lover. She stared down at the execution for only a moment before gagging and turning her back on the high-pitched screams that were followed by liquid gurgles. Even the sounds were more than she could bear. Rosemary fled, but the noises pursued her long after she boarded the ship and curled up on the bed with her hands pressed against her ears.
Concerto for Siren and Serotonin by Roger Zelazny. I. Sitting shade-clad in a booth at Vito's Italian, odd hour and quiet, lowering a mound of linguine and the level in a straw-bound bottle, hair stiff with spray or tonic, the place's only patron had drawn attention from the staff in the form of several wagers, in that this was his 7th entree. When a towering civilian with a hand like a club came in off the street and stood near, watching, also through bloodshot eyes. The man continued to stare at the diner, who finally swung his mirror lenses toward him. "You the one I'm looking for?" the newcomer asked. "Maybe so," the diner replied, lowering his fork, "if it involves money and certain special skills." The big man smiled. Then he raised his right hand and dropped it. It struck the edge of the table, removed the corner, shredded the tablecloth, and jerked it forward. The linguine spilled backward into the dark-haired man's lap. The man jerked away as this occurred, and his glasses fell askew, revealing a pair of glittering, faceted eyes. "Prick!" he announced, his hands shooting forward, paralleling the other's club-like appendage. "Son of a bitch!" the giant bellowed, jerking his hand away. "You fucking burned me!" "Fucking shocked," the other corrected. "Lucky I didn't fry you." "What is this? Why you taking my table apart? You're hiring fucking aces, ain't you?" "I wanted you to see my shit." "I'm not hiring aces." "I thought you were, the way you came on." "Hell no, bug-eyed bastard." The other moved quickly to adjust his glasses. "It's a real pain," he stated, looking at 216 views of an asshole. "I'll give you something up the asshole," said the giant, raising his hand again. "You got it," said the other, an electrical storm erupting suddenly between his palms. The giant stepped back a pace. Then the storm passed, and the man lowered his hands. "If it weren't for the linguine in my lap," he said then, "this would be funny." "Sit down. We can wait together." "Funny? Think about it while I go clean up," he replied. Then, "Name's Croyd," he said. "Croyd Crenson?" "Yeah." "And you're?" "Bludgeon, aren't you?" "Yeah." "What do you mean, funny?" Croyd answered. "Two guys thinking they're each somebody else, you know." Bludgeon's brow was furrowed for several seconds before his lips formed a tentative smile. Then he laughed, 4 cough-like barks. "Yeah, fucking funny," he said then, and barked again. Bludgeon slid into the booth, still chuckling, as Croyd slid out. Croyd headed back toward the men's room, and Bludgeon ordered a pitcher of beer from the waiter who came by to clean up. A few moments later, a black-suited man entered the dining area from the kitchen, and stood, thumbs hooked behind his belt, toothpick moving slowly within a faint frown. Then he advanced. "You look a little familiar," he said, coming up beside the booth. "I'm Bludgeon," the other replied, raising his hand. "Chris Mazzucchelli. Yeah, I've heard of you. I hear you can bash your way through nearly anything with that mitt of yours." Bludgeon grinned. "Fucking A," he said. Mazzucchelli smiled around the toothpick and nodded. He slid into Croyd's seat. "You know who I am?" he asked. "Hell yes," Bludgeon said, nodding. "You're the man." "That I am." "I guess you heard there's some trouble coming down, and I need some special kind of soldiers." "You need some fucking heads broke. I'm fucking good at it," Bludgeon told him. "That's nicely put," Mazzucchelli said, reaching inside his jacket. He removed an envelope and tossed it onto the tabletop. "Retainer." Bludgeon picked it up, tore it open, then counted the bills slowly, moving his lips. When he was finished, he said, "Fucking price is fucking right. Now what?" "There's an address in there, too. You go to it, 8 o'clock tonight, and get some orders, okay?" Bludgeon put away the envelope and rose. "Damn straight," he agreed, reaching out and picking up the pitcher of beer, raising it, and belching. "Who's the other guy? The one back in the John?" "Shit, he's one of us," Bludgeon replied. "Name's Croyd Crenson. Bad man to fuck with, but he's got a great sense of humor." Mazzucchelli nodded. "Have a good day," he said. Bludgeon belched again, nodded back, waved his club hand, and departed. Croyd hesitated only a moment on re-entering the dining room and regarding Mazzucchelli in his seat. He advanced, raised 2 fingers in mock salute, and said, "I'm Croyd," as he drew near.
"Are you the recruiter?" Mazzucchelli looked him up and looked him down, eyes dwelling for a moment on the large wet spot at the front of his trousers. "Something scare you?" he asked. "Yeah, I saw the kitchen," Croyd replied. "You looking for talent? What kind of talent you got?" Croyd reached for a small lamp on a nearby table. He unscrewed the bulb and held it before him. Shortly it began to glow. Then it brightened, flared, and went out. "Oops," he observed, "gave it a little too much juice." "For $1.50, Mazzucchelli stated, "I can buy a flashlight." "You got no imagination," Croyd said. "I can do some heavy stuff with burglar alarms, computers, telephones, not to mention anybody I shake hands with. But if you're not interested, I won't starve." He began to turn away. Sit down, Mazzucchelli said. "I heard you had a sense of humor." "Sure, I like that stuff, and I think maybe I can use you in a certain matter. I need some good people in a hurry." "Something scare you?" Croyd asked, sliding into the seat recently vacated by Bludgeon. Mazzucchelli scowled and Croyd grinned. "Humor," he said. "What can I do for you?" "Crenson," the other stated. "That's your last name. See, I do know you. I know a lot about you. I've been stringing you along. That's humor. I know you're pretty good, and you usually deliver what you promise. But we got some things to talk about before we talk about other things. You know what I mean?" "No," Croyd answered, "but I'm willing to learn." "You want anything while we're talking?" "I'd like to try the linguine again," Croyd said, "and another bottle of Chianti." Mazzucchelli raised his hand, snapped his fingers. A waiter rushed into the room. "Linguine e una bottiglia," he said. "Chianti." The man hurried off. Croyd rubbed his hands together, to the accompaniment of a faint crackling sound. "The one who just left?" Mazzucchelli said at length. "Bludgeon." "Yes," Croyd said after an appropriate wait. "He'll make a good soldier," Mazzucchelli finished. Croyd nodded. "I suppose so." "But you have some skills besides what the virus gave you. I understand you were a pretty good second-story man. You knew old Bentley." Croyd nodded again. "He was my teacher. I knew him back when he was a dog. You seem to know more about me than most people do." Mazzucchelli removed his toothpick, sipped his beer. "That's my business," he said after a time, knowing things. "That's why I don't want to send you off to be a soldier." The waiter returned with a plate of linguine, a glass, and a bottle, which he proceeded to uncork. He passed Croyd a setting from the next booth. Croyd immediately began to eat with a certain manic gusto that Mazzucchelli found vaguely unsettling. Croyd paused long enough to ask, "So what is it you've got in mind for me?" "Something a little more subtle, if you're the right man for it." "Subtle? I'm right for subtle," Croyd said. Mazzucchelli raised a finger. "First," he said, "one of those things we talk about before we talk about other things." Observing the speed with which Croyd's plate was growing empty, he snapped his fingers again, and the waiter rushed in with another load of linguine. "What thing?" Croyd asked, pushing aside the first plate as the second slid into place before him. Mazzucchelli laid his hand on Croyd's left arm in an almost fatherly fashion and leaned forward. "I understand you got problems," he said. "What do you mean?" "I have heard that you are into speed," Mazzucchelli observed, "and that every now and then you become a raging maniac, killing people, destroying property, and wreaking general havoc until you run out of steam, or some ace who knows you takes pity and puts you down for the count." Croyd laid his fork aside and quaffed a glass of wine. "This is true," he said, "though it is not something I enjoy talking about." Mazzucchelli shrugged. "Everybody has the right to a little fun every now and then," he stated. "I ask only for business reasons. I would not like to have you act this way if you were working for me on something sensitive." The behavior of which you've heard is not an indulgence, Croyd explained. It becomes something of a necessity, though after I've been awake a certain period of time. Are you anywhere near that point yet? Nowhere near, Croyd replied. There's nothing to worry about for a long while. If I was to hire you, I'd rather I didn't worry about it at all. Now, it's no good asking somebody not to be a user, but I want to know this. Have you got enough sense when you start on the speed that you can take yourself off of my work? Then go crash and burn someplace not connected with what you're doing for me. Croyd studied him for a moment, then nodded slowly. I see what you mean, he said. If that's what the job calls for, sure, I can do it, no problem. With that understanding, I want to hire you. It's a little more subtle than breaking heads, though, and it isn't any sort of simple burglary either. I've done lots of odd things, Croyd said, and lots of subtle things. Some of them have even been legal. They both smiled. For this one, it may well be that you see no violence, Mazzucchelli said. Like I told you, my business is knowing things. I want you to get me some information. The best way to get it is so that nobody even knows it's been got. On the other hand, if the only way you can get it is to cause somebody considerable angst, that's okay, so long as you clean up real good afterwards. I get the picture. What do you want to know, and where do I find it? Mazzucchelli gave a short, barking laugh. There seems to be another company doing business in this town, he said then. You know what I mean? Yes, Croyd replied, and there is not usually room on one block for two delicatessens. Exactly, Mazzucchelli answered. So you are taking on extra help to continue the competition by heavier means. That is a good summary. Now, like I said, there is certain information I need about the other company. I will pay you well to get it for me. Croyd nodded. I'm willing to give it a shot. What particular information are you after? Mazzucchelli leaned forward and lowered his voice, his lips barely moving. The chairman of the board. I want to know who's running the show. The boss? You mean he didn't even send you a dead fish in somebody's pants? I thought it was customary to observe certain amenities in these matters. Mazzucchelli shrugged. These guys got no etiquette. Could be a bunch of foreigners. Have you got any leads at all, or do I go it cold? You will be pretty much a groundbreaker. I will give you a list of places they sometimes seem to operate through. I also have names of a couple people who might do some work for them. Why didn't you just pick one of them up and pop the question? I think that, like you, they are independent contractors rather than family members. I see. Then, and that may not be all they have in common with you, Mazzucchelli added. Aces? Croyd asked. Mazzucchelli nodded. If I've got to mess with aces, it's going to cost more than if they're just civilians. I'm good for it, Mazzucchelli said, withdrawing another envelope from his inner pocket. Here is a retainer and the list. You may consider the retainer 10% of the total price for the job. Croyd opened the envelope, counted quickly. He smiled when he finished. Where do you take delivery? He asked. The manager here can always get in touch with me. What's his name? Theotokopoulos. They'll do. Okay, Croyd said. You just hired subtlety. When you go to sleep, you turn into a different person, right? Yeah. Well, if that happens before the job is done, that new guy's still got a contract with me. So long as he gets paid, we understand each other. They shook hands. Croyd rose, left the booth, crossed the room. Moth-sized snowflakes swirled in as he departed. Mazzucchelli reached for a fresh toothpick. Outside, Croyd tossed a black pill into his mouth.
Wearing gray slacks, blue blazer, and blood-clot tie, his hair marcelled, shades silver, nails manicured, Croyd sat alone at a small window table in Aces High, regarding the city's lights through wind-whipped snow beyond his baked salmon, sipping Chateau d'Yquem, hashing over plans for the next move in his investigation, and flirting with Jane Dow, who had passed his way twice so far and was even now approaching again, a thing he took to be more than coincidence.
chance and a good omen, having lusted after her in a variety of hearts, some of them multiples, on a number of occasions, and hoping he might fit the occasion to the feelings, he raised his hand as she drew near and touched her arm. A tiny spark crackled. She halted, said, "Yike," and reached to rub the place where the shock had occurred. "Sorry," Croyd began. "Must be static electricity," she said. "Must be," he agreed. "All I wanted to say was that you do know me, even though you wouldn't recognize me in this incarnation. I'm Croyd Crenson. We've met in passing, here and there, and I always wanted just to sit and talk a spell, but somehow our paths never crossed long enough at the right time." "That's an interesting line," she said, running a finger across her damp brow. "Naming the one ace nobody's certain about. I bet a lot of groupies get picked up that way." "True," Croyd replied, smiling as he opened his arms wide. "But I can prove it if you'll wait about half a minute." "Why? What are you doing?" "Filling the air with neg ions for you," he said, "for that delightfully stimulating before the storm feeling. Just a hint at the great time I could show." "Cut it out," she began, backing away. "It sometimes triggers." Croyd's hands were wet, his face was wet, his hair collapsed and leaked onto his forehead. "I'm sorry," she said. "What the hell?" he said. "Let's make it a thunderstorm." And lightning danced among his fingertips. He began laughing. Other diners glanced in their direction. "Stop," she said. "Please." "Sit down for a minute, and I will." "Okay." She took the seat opposite him. He dried his face and hands on his napkin. "I'm sorry," he said. "My fault. I should be careful with storm effects around someone they call Water Lily." She smiled. "Your glasses are all wet," she said, suddenly reaching forward and plucking them from his face. "I'll clean 216 views of moist loveliness," he stated. "The virus has, as usual, over-endowed me in several respects." "You really see that many of me?" He nodded. "These Joker aspects sometimes crop up in my changes. Hope I haven't turned you off." "They're rather magnificent," she said. "You're very kind. Now give back the glasses." "A moment." She wiped the lenses on the corner of the tablecloth, then passed them to him. "Thanks." He donned them again. "Buy you a drink? Dinner? A water spaniel?" "I'm on duty," she said. "Thanks. Sorry. Maybe another time." "Well, I'm working now myself, but if you're serious, I'll give you a couple of phone numbers and an address. I may not be at any of them, but I get messages." "Give them to me," she said, and he scribbled quickly in a notepad, tore out the page, and passed it to her. "What kind of work?" she asked. "Subtle investigation," he said. "It involves a gang war." "Really? I've heard people say you're kind of honest, as well as kind of crazy." "They're half right," he said, "so give me a call or stop by. I'll rent scuba gear and show you a good time." She smiled and began to rise. "Maybe I will." He withdrew an envelope from his pocket, opened it, pushed aside a wad of bills, and removed a slip of paper with some writing on it. Before you go, does the name James Spector mean anything to you?" She froze and grew pale. Croyd found himself wet once again. "What did I say?" he asked. "You're not kidding? You really don't know?" "Nope, not kidding. You know the Aces jingle." "Parts of it. 'Golden boy ain't got no joy,'" she recited. "If it's Demise, don't look in his eyes. That's him. James Spector is Demise's real name." "I never knew that," he said. Then, "I never heard any verses about me. I don't remember any either. Come on, I always wondered." "Sleeper waking, meals taking," she said slowly. "Sleeper speeding, people bleeding." "Oh, if I call you and you're that far along." "If I'm that far along, I don't return calls." "I'll get you a couple of dry napkins," she offered. "Sorry about the storms." "Don't be. Did anyone ever tell you you're lovely when you exude moisture?" She stared at him. "Then I'll get you a dry fish, too," she said. Croyd raised his hand to blow her a kiss and gave himself a shock. Only the dead know Jokertown. Epilogue.
The new locks that Jennifer had had installed were so efficacious that Brennan couldn't let himself into her apartment. That was good, he thought. She'd probably need them. He sat on the fire escape landing outside her bedroom window and watched the city traffic pass below him. He had hated the city when he'd first arrived, still did, in fact, but now he hated the thought of leaving even more. And he had to leave. When he'd first come to the city, nothing could have stopped him from bringing down Kian. He would have sacrificed heaven and hell to get him. But now he wasn't the same man. Now he had allowed himself to care, and he had to pay the price for his weakness. Kian had won. His vendetta was over. He watched the city move beneath his feet, realizing for the first time how lonely the mountains would be. The warm spring afternoon had turned to dusk before a small sound in the room behind him made him turn around. Jennifer, home from the library, was looking out the window, watching him. After a moment, she crossed the room and opened the window, and Brennan ducked inside. "Well," Jennifer said, "every few months you turn up just like clockwork." She was angry, and Brennan knew why. He hadn't seen her since he'd foiled a Shadow Fists ambush at her apartment in the wintertime. There'd been something of an unspoken agreement between them that he'd come back to see her, but he hadn't until now. "I have to warn you." There was no easy way to say it. "I'm leaving the city." Kian said he'll leave you alone, but I don't trust him. Jennifer frowned. "You're leaving because of me?" Brennan shrugged. "Let's just say that I've chosen the living over the dead." Her frown deepened. "He did use me to threaten you. He said he'd send his goons after me if you kept at him." "Something like that," Brennan admitted. "He pointed out that he'd have nothing to live for if I brought him down, that there'd be nothing I could threaten him with to keep him from killing you." Jennifer nodded slowly. "I see. Then my life means so much to you that you'd give up your vendetta, that you'd let Kian win?" Brennan let out a deep breath and nodded. Jennifer smiled. "It's good to know that. It'll make things easier." "Things?" Brennan said suspiciously. "What things?" "Things neither you nor Kian took into account. The fact that I won't allow myself to be held hostage by anyone. The fact that I can't be held hostage if no one knows where I am." She looked at Brennan for a long, long moment, and he felt a stab of pain at the love and beauty she saw on her face. "Goodbye, Daniel, and good hunting." She ghosted. She stepped out of her clothes and through her bedroom wall and vanished. Brennan stared at the blank wall, utterly confounded. She was gone, vanished like an exorcised specter. "Wait," he croaked, but it was too late. The room was empty, except for him and her belongings, abandoned and deserted now and forever. "Wait!" He sat down heavily on the bed, overcome by shock and a sense of overwhelming loss that struck him with the force of a physical blow. "You don't understand," he said aloud to the empty room, partly to himself, partly to a vanished Jennifer, struck with the force of his sudden insight. "Kian presented me with the choice, but I'm making it freely. I want you more than him. I want love more than hate, life more than death." His voice trailed off, and he stared at the wall where Jennifer had vanished. His eyes nearly bugged out of their sockets when she stuck her head back through the wall.
"Good," she smiled. "I hoped you'd say something like that." He shot off the bed. "Christ almighty, get back in here and get solid." "Why? Are you going to kiss me or slug me?" "You'll have to take your chances," Brennan started to say, but her mouth covered his before he could get half the words out. "You know," Jennifer said when they finally got their breath back, "it may be best to play Keen's game, at least for a little while." Brennan nodded, his right arm tight around her waist, his left hand gently tracing the delicate curves of her jawline and chin. "You're right." His voice, his eyes were dreamy and strange-looking. Jennifer was startled, and then immensely pleased to see happiness and perhaps even contentment in them. "I have a beautiful place in the Catskills I'd like you to see. And I haven't been back to New Mexico since, Christ, has it really been that long?" She smiled and kissed him again.
And Keen? She asked him when they broke apart. Brennan shrugged. Hell be here. I can wait. His smile came back, but there was a chill in it that both frightened and attracted her, drawing her like a moth to a dangerously burning flame. It's what a hunter does best. All the king's horses, 7. This is ridiculous. Brooder was in a fury. He had a pair of leather driving gloves in one hand, and he slapped them against his legs compulsively as he spoke. Do you realize what you're doing? You're throwing away a fortune. Millions of dollars. Moreover, you're opening yourself up for a lawsuit. Tudbury and I were partners. This land ought to belong to me. That's not what the will says, Joey DeAngelis said. He was sitting on the rust-eaten hood of a 1957 Edsel Citation, a can of Schaefer in his hand, as Brooder paced back and forth in front of him. I'll contest the goddamn will, Brooder threatened. Damn it, we took out loans together. The loans will be paid, Joey said. Tuds was insured for $100,000. There's a lot left, even after the funeral expenses. You'll be covered, Brooder, but you ain't getting the junkyard. That's mine. Brooder pointed at him, gloves dangling from his hand. If you think I won't take you to court, you better think again. I'm going to take everything you own, you asshole, including the shit-eating junkyard. Fuck you, Joey DeAngelis said. So sue me. I don't give a shit. I can afford lawyers too, Brooder. Tuds left me all the rest of his stuff, the house, the comic collection, his share of the business. I'll sell it all if I have to, but I'm keeping this junkyard. Brooder scowled. DeAngelis, he said, trying to sound a little more conciliatory. Listen to reason. Tudbury wanted to sell this place. What good is an abandoned junkyard? Think of all the people who need housing. This development will be an enormous boon to the whole city. DeAngelis took a swig of beer. You think I'm a moron or what? You're not building no shelter for the homeless. Tom showed me the plans. We're talking $250,000 townhouses, right? He looked around at the acres of trash and rusted cars. Well, fuck that shit. I grew up in this junkyard, Stevie boy. I like it just the way it is. Then you're an idiot, Brooder snapped. And you're on my property, Joey said. You better get the fuck off, or I might get the urge to jam a tailpipe up that tight ass of yours. He crushed the beer can in his hand, tossed it aside, and slid off the hood of the Edsel. The two men stood toe-to-toe. You can't intimidate me, DeAngelis, Brooder said. We're not kids in a schoolyard anymore. I'm bigger than you, and I work out 3 times a week. I've studied martial arts. Yeah, Joey said, but I fight dirty. He grinned. Brooder hesitated, then turned angrily on his heels and stalked back to his car. You haven't heard the last of this, he shouted, backing out. Joey smiled as he watched him drive off. After Brooder had gone, he went to his own car and pulled another Schaefer off the 6-pack on the passenger seat. He drank the first swallow by the shore as the tide came in off the bay. It was a wet, windy, overcast day, and in an hour or so it was going to turn into a wet, windy, overcast night. Joey sat on a rock and watched the fading light paint rainbows in the oil slicks on the water, thinking of Tuds. The wake and the funeral had both been closed casket, but Joey had gone into the back room after everyone else had left and told a junior mortician that he wanted to see the body. The wild card hadn't left much that looked like Tom. The corpse had skin like an armadillo, scaly and hard, and a faint greenish glow, like it was radioactive or some fucking thing. Its eyes were huge sacks of glistening pink gelatin, but it was wearing Tom's aviator frames, and he'd recognized the high school ring on the pinky of one webbed hand. Not that there was any room for doubt. The body had been found in a Jokertown alley, wearing Tom's clothes and carrying all of Tom's ID, and Dr. Tachyon himself had done the autopsy and signed the death certificate after comparing dental records. Joey DeAngelis sighed, crushed another beer can in his hand, and tossed it to the side. He remembered when he and Tom had built the first shell together. Back then, they made beer cans out of steel, and you had to be strong to crush the motherfuckers. Now any old wimp could do it. He grabbed the rest of his 6-pack by an empty ring in the plastic holder and walked on back to the bunker. The big door was open, and down inside the hole Joey saw the flare of an acetylene torch.
He sat down with his legs over the edge and dangled the six-pack out in front of him. "Hey, Tuds," he shouted down. "You ready for a break?" The blowtorch went out. Tom walked out from behind the framework of the huge new half-built shell. What a fucking monster, Joey thought again as he looked down at its skeleton. It was going to be almost twice as big as any previous shell. Airtight, watertight, self-contained, computerized, armored to hell and gone. $150,000 worth of shell. All the suitcase loot and most of the insurance settlement too. Tuds was even making noises about cannibalizing that fucking head he'd brought back to see if he could figure out some way to fix the radar set. Tom pulled off his goggles. They left big pale circles around his eyes. "Asshole," he shouted up. "How many times I gotta tell you? Tudberry is dead. There's no one home but us turtles." "Fuck it then," Joey said. "Turtles don't drink beer. This one does. Give it here. That goddamn torch is hot." Joey dropped what was left of the six-pack. Tom caught it, tore off a can, and opened it. Beer sprayed all over his face and hair. Joey laughed. Breakdown by Liam C. Harper. The pair of bodyguards left Giovanni's first. Behind their dark glasses, they immediately began scanning the street, looking for trouble. At a wave from the man on the right, another bodyguard preceded Don Tommaso, head of the Anselmi family, onto the street. The Don had to be assisted in walking. He was an old man, bent and in obvious pain, but his old-fashioned black suit had been hand-tailored and pressed into sharp creases. He surveyed the street as well, swiveling his shaking head from between his hunched shoulders like an aging turtle. The red and green neon of the restaurant sign alternately revealed and hid his weathered face. Don Tommaso's black Mercedes limousine was double-parked directly in front of Giovanni's entrance. Surrounded by his men, the Don approached his car with his head held as high as possible in defiance to any unseen observers. A dark BMW pulled up behind Tommaso's Mercedes. He nodded in recognition at the driver before ducking his head and climbing into the limousine. One of the bodyguards followed him. The others moved back to the BMW. Both cars were in motion before the doors of the BMW were shut. Lit by a dull orange street lamp, two children played on the sidewalk in front of a brownstone half a block down the street from the restaurant.
The boy had just tossed the baseball to the younger girl when the Mercedes exploded, followed instantly by the BMW's destruction. The fireballs bloomed and met as pieces of the cars and bricks from the nearby buildings crashed back to Earth. Rosemary Muldoon continued to watch the flames on the oversized video screen in front of her. She said nothing until the tape ran down into static. She sat immobile in the carved black walnut chair at the head of the long table, but her hands clutched the chair's arms until her knuckles were white. Chris Mazzucchelli got up from the chair beside her to pull the tape from the VCR. Rosemary glanced around her father's library, where strategy meetings for his family, the Gambinos, had always taken place. She had left almost everything in the penthouse the same, only bringing in some high-tech equipment such as the video and her computer to help her run the empire she had inherited. Right now, the room felt very empty, as if even her father had abandoned her. When Chris came back to the conference table, he laid the tape down and stroked her dark brown hair. As his hand cupped her face, Rosemary roused herself. "Only two of us left now, Don Calvino and I. 3 Dons dead in a matter of weeks, and we don't even know who's destroying us. All we know is who they are using." Rosemary shook her head. "The 5 families have never faced a threat like this. We're not prepared to fight on this scale. We've lost most of the drugs in Jokertown. Harlem has stopped paying our portion of the numbers. We're getting hit from the top and the bottom. They took over our biggest drug factory in Brooklyn. We've got to get prepared. You're the only active Don left. I talked to Tommaso's capos. They're all with us, just like the others. I only wish I could point them in the right direction. Right now, I'm just trying to keep business going so we have the money to survive and fight back." Calvino tried his hand at negotiating. So far, it doesn't seem to have worked. We had both of the remaining Dons covered at all times. That's how we got this tape.
Chris picked it up and tossed it into the air. Remotely controlled explosives, PE we assume. They were probably within sight of the cars to make sure they got Don Tommaso, so they knew about the kids. Rosemary glanced up at him. Probably. Chris shrugged. So far, they haven't been particularly careful about civilian casualties. They're terrorists. They're bastards. Chris nodded, and Rosemary knew he was already working out the details of backtracking the explosives. One of the things she had learned in the last few months of working with him was that he was superb at taking her objectives and desires and accomplishing them through his position as her frontman to the families. She had known she would never be accepted as the head of the Gambinos by the capos. They required a masculine figurehead. So Chris ran things in public, and she, Maria Gambino, pulled the strings. Except that it had not worked out quite like that. Chris could almost read her mind. He had the practical experience she lacked. They made a great team. Without him, she would never have pulled it off. The Shadow Fist is causing us trouble, but I didn't think that it had the organization to accomplish all of this. On the other hand, we know they are working with the Immaculate Egrets and the werewolves from Jokertown. Together, they're giving us a lot of trouble. But a bunch of gangs? With the right leader, Rosemary spread her hands. With the right leader, anything's possible. But we would have heard something about him. How could they keep him under that sort of deep cover? Chris shrugged. I'll check it out, but I won't hold my breath. I had another idea. Think about Tommaso's murder. Those cars would have been under 24-hour guard by teams of his most trusted men. How the hell did they plant those bombs? Chris pulled a chair out and sat down backward. How? Rosemary had learned not to get too impatient with Chris's occasional use of Socratic method. As in law school, it taught her much. Aces again. Just like Don Piccietti. Who else could pop in and out without being seen? Nobody really knows how many there are, or who they are, or what they can do. What if some of them decided that wearing funky costumes and being altruistic was silly? Jokers, too. Look at the werewolves. Get back at the gnats. That's a pretty fierce army we're talking here. Look at where the action is going on most of the time. Jokertown. Maybe it's because we control it and they're trying to get us, or maybe it's because the Jokers have decided that they want their own piece of the action. Chris had leaned forward to emphasize his point. If these guys aren't all aces, they've got some working for them, and I think that's the way to go. If we don't get our own aces, we're going to get slaughtered. We can't compete. I like that. I could use the district attorney's office to get volunteers. A little steering of their efforts, and a number of our troubles could get solved. We'll get higher quality aces that way too. Pity a lot of the big names are still on that Who tour. Rosemary nodded, more enthusiastic about this plan than she had been about anything in some time. Good. Can you pull in anyone? To be honest, I already have. We've got a detective named Croyd doing some checking for us, and a heavy name of Bludgeon he'll come in handy in a fight. Course, they won't be as high quality coming from the criminal element like me. Chris straightened and looked down his nose at her, trying to hide his grin. They'll do. The criminal element isn't all bad. Rosemary reached up and pulled him down to her to kiss him. Vagabond walked down the crowded East Village street, trying not to be impatient with C.C. Ryder's window shopping. It seemed as though every 10 feet, the spike-haired redhead saw something she just had to have, as long as she didn't actually have to go in and talk to anyone about it. Vagabond was about to suggest going back to the songwriter's loft when she heard a Bayou-accented voice behind her. Hey y'all, que pasa? The teenage, hyperactive body, encased in a tiger-striped leotard with gold lame sneakers, belonged to Jack's niece, Cordelia. She bounced out of the restaurant she had been about to enter and grabbed both Vagabond and C.C. Ryder by the elbows to guide them into the Riviera with her before either could muster a protest. C.C. quickly shrugged her off when they were inside, but neither woman put up a struggle when Cordelia immediately got them a table. Vagabond had learned it was useless to resist unless one wanted an excessively hurt teenager on her hands. So y'all, seen Rosemary's television appeal to aces yet?
Cordelia opened and shut her menu with the same movement. Gonna join up, Vagabond? Haven't been asked. Vagabond chose to take her time with the menu. What about you? Glancing up over the top of her oversized menu, Vagabond was surprised to catch the expression of revulsion on Cordelia's face. For possibly the first time, she had stopped Cordelia cold in her tracks. Don't do that anymore. Cordelia opened her menu again and stared at it fixedly. I could hurt somebody, you know. I'm never going to do that again. It's not right. I'm not sure it's a good idea. Ace vigilantes are not what we need in this city. Cece looked from Cordelia to Vagabond before excusing herself. So, you seen Jack lately? Cordelia followed Cece's progress to the rear of the restaurant intently before turning to Vagabond with wide, innocent eyes. Yeah, he asked if I'd seen you. Ever think of calling your uncle once in a while? Vagabond's irritation was evident in her rough voice. I've been so busy, what with working for Global Fun and Games and all. And you haven't wanted to talk to him anyway, right? I don't know what to say, Cordelia blushed. I mean, it's like I don't know him anymore. You don't understand. I was raised in the church. I was taught that being a homo, what Jack is one of the worst sins. It's not catching, and he's your uncle.
He's risked his life for you, and you won't even give him a call? I'm glad you're so strong on right and wrong. Vagabond looked disgusted and unconsciously flicked her wrist at the girl. Michael's good for him. I've never seen Jack so happy. Yeah, well, Michael's a son of a bitch. I saw him in a club in the village last week. He was with someone, and it wasn't Uncle Jack. Cordelia was furious. Everything okay here? C seated herself and looked at each woman in turn. Hey, no prob. Cordelia waved the waitress over. You gonna do my benefit or what? You keep asking and I keep saying no. Cece shook her head in affectionate exasperation. I just want to write my songs, do some recording at home. I don't need a live audience, and I certainly don't want one. Cece, Dodd, the audience needs you. It's a benefit for wildcard victims as well as AIDS. You, of all people, should have sympathy for the cause. Vagabond watched Cece's face tighten at the mention of the wildcard virus. It had taken years of drugs, therapy, and God knows what else to bring her back to humanity. Cece's very real nightmare was that she would again become a living subway car, formed from nothing save hate, or something much worse. Cece had spoken of a little of this to Vagabond. Cece Ryder controlled her emotions rigidly, never allowing them to exceed a certain low level. If she continued taking the downs and antidepressants prescribed for her, she couldn't write. Not being able to create her songs was even worse than the prospect of changing back. So she avoided any situation that might be more than she could handle. Not even Tachyon could tell her what might set off the series of internal changes that could result in another transformation. Vagabond did not understand how Cece could live in that state of constant fear and still create the songs. But she did understand why she wanted to stay away from most humans. She approved. No. Cece's voice had become as tense as her muscles, although it was equally clear that she was controlling the effect the discussion was having on her. It could be your big comeback, Cordelia. You can't have a comeback if you were never there in the first place. Cece forced a smile. I'm sure there are many more likely candidates out there. Your songs have been recorded by the best. Peter Gabriel barely paused in her diatribe. Simple Minds, you too. It's time for you to show them all what you can do. Bored by the argument and reassured that Cece was holding her own, Vagabond reached out across the city, flashing through the tangle of feral intelligences, darkness, bright light, hunger, fulfillment, the tense anticipation of the hunter, the cold, shivering fear of the stalked, death, birth, pain, so much pain in living each minute. Why did these human fools insist on creating even more for themselves by their little games? Playing at living. She touched a squirrel with a broken back. It had been struck by a passing car near Washington Park, and she stopped its heart and brain simultaneously.
In Central Park, the gray son of the black and the calico dashed into a copse of oaks and, sheltered by the underbrush, spun and raked the nose of the Doberman that had chased it. Vagabond felt the cat's triumph for an instant before it recognized her touch and hissed in anger. Feeling no need to force the contact, she moved on. She allowed herself another instant to ascertain that the black and the calico's most recent litter of kittens was well in the warm service tunnels beneath 42nd Street. As her eyes rolled back down, Vagabond realized that Cordelia's conversation with CC had stopped. "Suzanne, are you okay?" CC ran her gaze across Vagabond's face, then nodded slowly. "She's fine, Cordelia." CC brought the young woman's attention back to herself, giving Vagabond time to return. Sometimes it had become difficult to come back to the slow, jabbering world of the humans. Someday, she thought, looking at CC Ryder, she would not come back. CC was the only person she had ever met who understood that. One day she would ask what CC had felt as the other. CC mentioned it rarely, but when she did, Vagabond had seen a haunted need still there behind her eyes. Okay. Anyway, GFG, you know, would love to back you on your reintroduction. The Funhouse is an intimate venue, perfect for you and your music. Cordelia leaned toward CC, hand extended. And you know Xavier Desmond's one of your biggest fans. Christ, girl, you're turning into a freaking agent. CC leaned back in the 50s plastic-covered chair. And I've already got one agent. That's bad enough. Well, hey, I've got to get home. It's late. Good to see you guys. Cordelia dropped a few bills onto the table and got up. She swung the armadillo shoulder bag off her chair. Catching Vagabond's eyes on the dead animal, she elbowed it behind her and backed toward the door, still working on CC. You've got a few weeks to make your final decision. The show's not until late May. Bono said he was looking forward to meeting you. So did little Steven. Good night, Cordelia. CC Ryder had clearly reached the end of her patience. I'm too old for this, Suzanne. Wriggling underneath the padded shoulders of the business suit Rosemary had bought her, Vagabond stepped out of the elevator onto Rosemary's floor. The receptionist recognized her instantly. Good morning, Miss Melody. Let me buzz Miss Muldoon. Thank you, Donis. Vagabond sat down uncomfortably in one of the chairs scattered around the waiting area. I'm afraid you just missed Mr. Goldberg. He left a few minutes ago for his court appearances today. The older woman behind the word processor smiled at Vagabond indulgently while she punched Rosemary's intercom number and announced her. For once, everything's running on time. Go right on in. Vagabond nodded and got back up onto her high heels. With her back to the receptionist, she blinked at the pain in her feet. She hated these days when she played dress-up to talk to Rosemary. At Rosemary's closed door, she knocked twice and walked in to see the assistant DA with a phone resting on one shoulder. As usual, Vagabond sat on Rosemary's big oak desk. She listened to the conversation. Wonderful, Lieutenant. I'm so glad that tip on the designer drug factory panned out. Rosemary rolled her eyes at Vagabond as she signed papers and balanced the receiver. So, it wasn't a mafia operation after all. Any clues as to the ownership? If we could just find out who's behind this senseless crime war with the mafia, we could go a long way toward stopping it. Rosemary nodded to her unseen caller and almost dropped the phone. True, but as long as they're wiping each other out, they're hurting innocent people. Well, you can rest assured that I'll be forwarding any other aces who volunteer over to you immediately. You're right. Uncoordinated activity is dangerous for all concerned. I'm just glad to help. Right, I'll be in touch. Bye. Rosemary hung up the phone. We took out a drug plant last night. Rosemary leaned her chin on her hand and smiled up at Vagabond. I'm pleased. Vagabond nodded, looking across the office toward the dark wooden door. And I'm curious. Rosemary got up and checked to make sure that the door was securely closed. Why haven't you volunteered? Vagabond noticed for the 100th time that Rosemary had no trouble walking in her spike heels. She looked up to see Rosemary staring at her, a muscle jumping along her jaw. You never asked. Vagabond was uncomfortable. She hated it. Guilt was for humans, or pets. I didn't think I had to. I thought we were friends. They glared at each other like two cats in a territorial battle. Rosemary broke the impasse. And of course we are. The DA sat down and leaned back in her chair. I should have asked.
I'm asking now. I need your help." Rosemary's smile reminded Vagabond of a tiger's yawn. Teeth, lots of teeth. Vagabond felt cold. "What can I do? I talk to pigeons." Vagabond examined Rosemary's face for duplicity.
Well, pigeons see things. Sometimes I'm sure they see interesting things. I'd just like to hear about those things. Which one of you, the DA or the Mafia Don? Rosemary's eyes flashed up to the door and back to Vagabond. After an instant of hesitation, she smiled at the woman sitting on her desk. You'd be amazed to discover how much their interests are intertwined. Yes, I would. Vagabond shook her head. No, I don't think I can help. Come on, Suzanne. People are getting hurt out there. We can stop that. Rosemary reached toward her window. People killing other people? Vagabond nodded. Good. The fewer of them, the better I'll like it. Being a hard case today, I see. Rosemary relaxed back into her chair. I've heard this one. I mean it. Vagabond looked down at her old friend. I know, but I do need you. I need your connections. I need your information. And it's not just humans getting hurt. Rosemary stretched her hands out on top of the papers on her desk. They both watched the fingers shake until they were clenched into fists. Don Piccietti and Don Covello are already dead. They just took out Don Tommaso. He was my godfather. Please, Vagabond, help me. Rosemary looked up at Vagabond, pleading her case with both her voice and her face. Piccietti was hit with an ice pick in his ear. Nobody around him saw anything. Rosemary smiled at her with a twisted and unamused grin. And for once, they weren't lying. You don't know what you're doing, but my help won't hurt anything either. Vagabond tasted bitterness at her surrender and felt anger at herself, but she could not abandon her friend. Thank you. Rosemary relaxed and picked up her pen, flipping it through her fingers. Talked to Jack lately? Almost never. Vagabond slid a part of her consciousness to the rat whom she had set to watch Jack as he worked his way through the subway tunnels. She smelled him first. Then, turning the rat's head toward Jack Robichaux, she saw him in the rat's dim, black and white vision. Maybe you could pass on that I'd like to see him? Rosemary had obviously tired of sparring with Vagabond. I can tell him. Vagabond nodded. No promises. Who's the lieutenant I report to? Don't be ridiculous, Suzanne. You'll give anything you come up with directly to me. When Rosemary met her eyes, Vagabond found no friendship at all. Hands clenched atop a stack of case briefs, Rosemary stared out the window of her office. She was afraid for Chris. Until they found out who was behind the war on the families, he was in extreme danger as the public chief of the Gambinos. And they still had few clues, although every day there was another mafia loss. They'd hit all the numbers runners, dealers, small-timers, and extortionists they could find to try to get a lead to the top. It hadn't worked. The cells of lower-level criminals had no information about the cells above them. It was brilliant organization on someone's part, and it was destroying her people. She shook her head unconsciously, one part of her preoccupied with the families, while the other was trying to keep on top of her office's caseload. More and more she had come to depend on her assistants for aid in prosecuting the cases she would have dealt with personally a few months ago. She wondered if anyone had noticed and made a mental note to be more careful. But it was so hard to balance everything, so much more difficult than she had ever imagined. There's someone here to see you, Miss Muldoon. Donis's quiet voice broke into her thoughts so abruptly that she jumped. Who is it, Donis? I've got a desk full of cases. Well, Miss Muldoon, she says her name is Jane Dow. The name was familiar, although Rosemary failed to place it for a moment. Then she had it. Water Lily. What did the girl want? I'll see her. Entering, the auburn-haired girl, no, young woman, Rosemary corrected herself, carefully closed the door after herself. Thank you for seeing me, Miss Muldoon. Please have a seat, Miss Dow. What can I do for you? Water Lily looked down at her twisting hands, and Rosemary saw droplets of liquid forming on her forehead. Rosemary wondered if sweating was the extent of her ace power. Just what she needed. Well, I thought maybe I could do something for you.
I heard that you were looking for aces, and I know I'm not much of one, but I thought I could work for you, help out." For the first time, Water Lily met Rosemary's eyes and shrugged. "If you have anything that I could do." "Possibly," Rosemary sighed. She couldn't imagine what, but she was not about to turn down any help at this point. "Tell me what precisely is the extent of your power." "Well, I control water. I'm really good at floods." Water Lily turned pink, and the water on her face shone. She seemed very young. Rosemary heard dripping, but chose to ignore it. "All water? Everywhere? I mean, do you have a range? Do you generate it? Or can you use the water around you?" Rosemary stopped and smiled apologetically. "Sorry about the third degree. I'm just trying to see where you'll fit in. It has to be fairly close, but I can use any water in my vicinity, and control the force of its flow. And I can change the electrolyte balance in someone and knock them out." Water Lily was looking fractionally less embarrassed now that she was being taken seriously. Rosemary no longer heard the dripping. "I was thinking that I would be good with crowd control, sweeping people off their feet without really hurting them with a small flood, or causing distractions if you needed it. What about other forms of water, high-pressure steam, for example? I don't know. I've never tried it." Water Lily appeared to be interested in the idea. "Okay, that sounds as if it could be quite helpful. Welcome aboard, Water Lily. Or do you prefer Jane?" Rosemary thought about the raid she was trying to organize on some of the Shadow Fist drug operations. A few burst pipes could do an amazing amount of damage. She smiled broadly at the younger woman without seeing her. "Jane, please. You can reach me at Aces High. I brought a card. Just let me know what I can do." Jane looked pleased by her acceptance. Rosemary stole half an hour to familiarize herself with the cases stacked in front of her before she called in Paul Goldberg. His experience had made him an obvious choice to be her immediate aide, and Rosemary had taken advantage of it. Paul came in and sat down uninvited. He held a fat sheaf of reports that he dropped on her desk with a thud. "The latest info on our caseload. We won the case against Malarucci." Rosemary glanced up from the paperwork at the mention of the name. "I know you didn't think much of the case we had, but I decided to go ahead with it. It worked out. Maybe you're not aware of this, but we've been taking some heat about the number of mafia cases we're prosecuting, or rather, not prosecuting. The cops have come to me several times, complaining about doing all the work and getting no support from this office." "The cops are always complaining. You know that, Paul. They don't understand that we have this Constitution thing we have to pay attention to when we haul someone into court. Good work on the Malarucci case, but you took a chance there. The jury could have gone either way based on that evidence, especially after somebody got to the police evidence lab and destroyed most of the coke." Paul crossed his legs on Rosemary's desk and leaned back in the chair. "We haven't been able to trace that leak yet. In the future, please stick to my instructions on which cases to go after. I'd appreciate it, speaking strictly as your boss." Rosemary smiled at him and leaned back in her own chair. "Boss, I've noticed a trend in the cases you okay, and I'm not the only one. Why aren't we going after the mafia? With this war going on, we could put a lot of nasty people away. Their resources are stretched too thin to protect all of their people." He reached out and tapped the stack of papers with a rigid forefinger. "It's all right here. I've even got a possible tax evasion on Chris Mazzucchelli."
"What do you say? Let me at him." No, Rosemary put on her best inscrutable Madonna look. "I want to wait until the war has shaken out some more. The mafia appears to be self-destructing anyway. We can just save ourselves the trouble. You know that if we put some of these people behind bars, we might just be saving their lives." Paul was watching her closely. His scrutiny made Rosemary uncomfortable. "I make the decisions here." The tone in her voice was meant to shut Paul up, and it worked, but she still didn't like the stare she got after she said it. After working out strategy for the 20 most urgent cases they had, Rosemary had relaxed, and so had Paul. In many ways, it reminded her of working with Chris. She came up with the plan, and he carried it out. Only with Paul, everything was on the right side of the law. It was after 6, and she was leading Paul and his stack of cases to her door when he turned around to speak to her once more. "You ever go to Holy Innocents?" Paul asked about her Catholic elementary school in offhand tones. Me? Are you kidding? That's for rich Italian kids. I went to good old PS 192 in Brooklyn. Rosemary studied his face. I didn't think so. Friend of mine went there. He said the craziest thing the other night. Thought you looked just like Rosa Maria Gambone grown up. What a crock, huh? She died back in the early 70s. See you in the morning. Paul nodded his farewell, and Rosemary wondered if she had seen a warning in his eyes or an indictment. Vagabond moved quickly through the subway maintenance tunnels, accompanied by the Black and one of his kittens. The kitten, a mottled ginger, was even bigger than he was. She had watched Jack return to his old home in the 19th century abandoned station through the eyes of a succession of rats. Vagabond waited to catch him when he was still underground. It always felt more natural talking to him here. When she met him above, he was different. They both were. She pulled the ragged blue coat farther up above her knees and hurried to cut him off before he could go. The Black paced her while his daughter loped ahead to spot trouble. Vagabond reached the door and opened it onto Jack reaching for the knob. The compact, pale man smiled in surprise. "Hello there." He set down the box he had been cradling and knelt to let the Black sniff the back of his hand. The other cat kept her distance, standing in front of Vagabond to protect her. "I haven't seen you for a long time. I've been a little worried." Jack stood up to face the woman in tattered clothing. "Come on in and sit down. You've been busy." Vagabond had swung her snarled hair back down across her face and hunched within the pile of ill-fitting dresses and pants she wore. She knew that with her rough voice and trembling manner, she now looked at least 60 years old. "So have you." Jack looked at her hesitantly making her way down the carpeted stairs. He grinned broadly. "You could win a Tony for that, you know. I met this Broadway producer. He's looking for an actress." "Friend of Michael's?" Vagabond straightened as she sat on the edge of the Victorian horsehair sofa. The ginger sat tensely at her feet. The Black leaned against Jack's leg and looked up at him. "Yes, a friend of Michael's. Why won't you come over and spend some time with us? Get to know Michael. You'd like him. Why don't you get to know Paul?" Vagabond drew her feet up under her and looked at Jack sitting on the equally antique chair opposite her. "I don't think a yuppie would see much in a blue-collar transit worker. I don't think Michael would approve of my style sense." Vagabond spread out her layers of mismatched clothing along the couch. "So there we are, huh? I don't like it, and neither do you, but we've become trapped in our undercover lives as normal people." Jack looked sad. "Have you seen Cordelia?" "Yeah." Vagabond shrugged. Another shrug, another avoidance of responsibility. She straightened her shoulders. "I tried. I don't know. When you see her again, tell her I understand. I grew up there too, after all." Jack ran the palms of his hands down his sharply creased black denim jeans. "So, you tracked me down. What can I do for you?" Jack reached down to scratch behind the Black's ears, and they both listened to the loud purring for a few moments. "Rosemary wants to see you." Vagabond had pulled her knees up and drawn her armor back around her. She refused to meet Jack's eyes. "No, Jack, she's just trying to keep everything cool. She could use some help." "For Christ's sake, Vagabond, she's on the side of the bad guys. She's the head of the friggin' mafia." Jack got up and began pacing on the oriental carpets. The Black got up to join him, then looked at Vagabond and lay back down. Vagabond got a flash of warning from the cat. She didn't know if it was for her or for Jack. "What the hell does she need me for anyway?" "Well, you could help with surveillance. You could keep your ears open for anything strange going on." "Oh, right. Am I supposed to be her lead into the gay community?" "No, maybe she thinks the reptiles are against her too. Or maybe she just wants me to bite off a strategic foot or two." Jack turned to face Vagabond. "No fucking way. Jack, she just needs someone on her side." "Someone on her side? She's got the whole mafia. I find it a little hard to believe that one were-alligator would make all that much difference." Jack walked over to the sofa and looked down on Vagabond. She refused to look up to meet his eyes. "Suzanne, you stay out of this. She doesn't care about you anymore. She'll use you too, get you killed, and not even blink." The Black stood up and moved between Jack and Vagabond. The ginger began growling deep in her throat, the hair on her back standing up. Jack retreated a few steps. Vagabond slid off the sofa onto her feet and stared back into Jack's green eyes. "She's my friend.
I guess she's my only friend." She stalked to the stairs. The cats followed her. The ginger never took her eyes off Jack as she backed across the narrow room. The black walked a few steps, then stopped and looked back at Jack before leaping up the stairway to catch up with the others. "Well, whoever they are, you're keeping them busy." Chris helped himself to a bite of Rosemary's grilled tuna. "You said you weren't hungry." Rosemary swatted away his fork. "I lied. It's definitely not the Yakuza. They're taking hits too. Lost one of their top men here in the city. It seems our friends are not above going after anybody if they can't have their mafia for breakfast. Your program of authorized trouble is taking its toll. They may not be out, but they're definitely down. You having any trouble with that?" "No. Now that the capos are all following our instructions, I know everything that's happening anywhere among the families. It makes it easy. I hate to say this, but you may need to arrange a hit on us. Nothing too severe, just something to ease off any suspicions." Chris glanced around the bright kitchen. It was the only cheery space in the otherwise dark and gloomy penthouse. "Got any cookies?" "Afraid not." "Do you know something I don't?" Rosemary examined Chris's face. "No, I just believe in prevention. I don't want anyone to see a pattern in what your aces are doing. I'll be fine. Who'd connect me, assistant DA, with the Gambioni family? I'm more concerned with you." Rosemary pushed away her plate. She was not about to mention Paul's suspicions to Chris. She already knew what he would say. "What kind of security are you carrying?" "Beretta, of course." Chris swung open his black leather jacket. "That's not what I mean." "All right, okay. You got no sense of humor sometimes, you know. I've got some guys I know I can trust. They're with me 24 hours a day. One's outside right now, 3 more are downstairs. I'm covered, babe. These guys owe me. Their souls are mine. Tell me what's happening with our regular operations." Rosemary was annoyed at his possessiveness of his cadre of her men, but decided it was only her native paranoia.
Don't worry about it. I've got it all taken care of. Each of the other families has a representative who reports to me directly. Any problems? I take care of them. You need to come up with a way to find out who we're up against and how to take them out." Chris smiled happily at the ceiling. "You know, I think those boys still don't like my rat tail. I'm still working on it. Have you investigated the Vietnamese? The Shadow Fist gang in Jokertown is involved in this somehow. That much has become clear." Rosemary decided not to press the issue of her normal briefing. Chris was right. She had more important things to think about. "Well, I'm trying to get somebody to infiltrate them. You got any idea how hard it is to find an Oriental in the Mafia?" Chris sighed elaborately. "I'm trying to borrow somebody from the Yakuza." "Good idea. Listen, Chris, I need some time by myself tonight, okay?" Rosemary hesitated. "To make plans? I can find something to keep myself busy." Chris smirked in a way that worried Rosemary. "Stay out of trouble. I don't know what I'd do if I lost you." "Me either." Chris got up and kissed the top of Rosemary's head. "I may not be around for a few days. Don't worry about me. I'm just taking care of business." When Chris had gone, Rosemary went to the library. She kept trying to keep her 2 lives straight, but it was getting more and more difficult. She had promised herself that she would get the mafia out of drugs and prostitution. But now that the war was going on, there was no way that she could do that. They needed the money desperately. Protecting her people was causing her trouble at the office. Paul Goldberg had openly asked her if her informants couldn't get more dirt on the mafia. And that comment about Maria Gambione. Christ, there had to be something she could do about him. Kill him before he passed on his suspicions? But he was Suzanne's boyfriend. What could she do? She had thought it would be easy to run things from behind Chris. Instead, it seemed that he was more and more in control of what was happening in the streets. Nothing was going the way she had planned. Rosemary rested her forehead on the table between her outstretched arms. She knew that she was not doing her job in the DA's office. But it was only a matter of time until this damned war was over and she could get back to doing what she was supposed to be doing. Then she could get rid of the drugs, prostitution, and corruption.
just as soon as they had won the war. She woke up from the nightmare with a small cry, quickly stifled by the heavy atmosphere of the library. She had been in a religious painting she had seen as a child, the crucifixion. But it was her broken body on the center cross, with Chris hanging on her right and her father on her left. Rosemary put her arms around herself to stop the trembling. Vagabond woke instantly, the warning of danger as insistent as a cat's claws set in her skin. She separated the thought streams entering her own mind and found the sending carrying the cry for help. There was still a shock when she recognized Jack Robichaux down the alley. The strength and clarity of the sending told her that the creature observing the scene in the alley was the Black. So that's where he had been for the last few days. When he vanished, she had not followed him mentally except to make sure he was alive and well. Silently, she told him to return home. He snarled at the suggestion. He and Jack had been close since they had first met. The Black's curiosity about the man-big lizard had created a bond. The Black focused on the tableau at the end of the streetlight-spotted alley. Jack was trapped by a much larger man who taunted him. Despite herself, Vagabond allowed the Black to transmit more and draw her into the situation. "Hey, fucking faggot, guess taking off down this alley wasn't so smart, huh?" The hulk looming over Jack was ugly, with close-set eyes and a sloping forehead. Vagabond suddenly recognized him. Bludgeon. She'd seen him once before in the tombs with Rosemary. He was just as mean and just as stupid as he looked. Jack was in trouble, but Jack could handle himself. "All I wanted to do was play witcha a little, and I know you faggots just love rough trade. You don't want to mess with me, man." Jack was plastered against the fence cutting off the alley. "I'm a lot more trouble than I look." "Oh, I want to mess with you, pretty boy. I'm gonna start with your face and work down, pervert. Ain't nobody gonna want you when I get through." Bludgeon reached out for Jack, but the smaller man ducked under the paw. "Please, I don't want to hurt you. Just leave me alone." Jack's voice shook. Vagabond wondered why he was so afraid. "You won't like what you see. You think you know that gook chopsocky stuff, huh?" Bludgeon laughed, and even Vagabond winced at the sound like gears stripping. "It's okay, I'm part of the family now. I got me an insurance plan." The Black was more insistent as he sensed Vagabond's reluctance to help his other human friend. It transferred to pain in Vagabond's own mind. She sent Jack's refusal to help her and Rosemary back out to the Black, but the cad would not turn away. Tiring of watching the two men spar, Vagabond called the Black to return and showed him Jack's transformation to alligator. If he didn't want her help, fine. She wouldn't force it on him. He thought he didn't need her around. Okay. The Black's wild anger at her stand surged back at her, and she cut off contact. It wasn't her problem anymore. She lifted her hands to probe gently at the pain in her temples. The Black had overridden her defenses because she had not expected his response. Christ, what was wrong with everyone? Why did everybody hate her now? Curled upon a pile of rags in a steam tunnel yards below the surface, Vagabond had slept for hours. Despite her best efforts, the headache clung on. She couldn't reach the Black either, although she knew he wasn't dead. She searched through her layers of clothing until she found the strapless watch she used when she needed to keep track of time. Less than an hour until she was supposed to meet Paul. She'd be late. It would take half an hour to get to CC's, where she had taken to keep dresses and suits that had to be hung up. Stupid game. With a little luck, CC would be working in the studio and never know she had been there. The only luck she'd had all week actually happened. The red light was on over the door to CC's studio, so Vagabond got in and out without distraction. Still, the always late Paul was standing in the bar waiting at West 4th Street, where they were meeting for dinner before a movie. Dinner was pleasant, but Vagabond knew that Paul was not entirely there, even as he regaled her with tales of the latest escapades and defenses he had encountered during the last week.
So then this guy starts claiming that his his ancient Persian contact told him that this other poor guy was really an ancient Greek and a personal enemy. And he starts channeling right there in the courtroom. Lots of grunts, rolling around on the floor, speaking in tongues. Who knows if it's Persian? The judge breaks 2 gavels screaming for order, while the schmuck's defense attorney is alternately calling for a doctor for his client and trying to build a defense based on this fit. He did get a continuance, which means I have to go back in there with those idiots next week. Oy vey, as my sainted mother used to say. Paul Goldberg grinned over the cheesecake at her. So, how was your week? The animals are all okay. No major problems. What a city to be a veterinarian in. Between poodles and Rottweilers, I don't know how you manage. That's why I try to stick to cats, with the occasional exotic rat or raccoon. Vagabond smiled across the table, wondering why she had ever come up with this story. Paul's mood changed abruptly. Listen, I need to talk to you. Can we skip the movie tonight? Paul stared into his coffee cup, as if the swirls of cream would reveal his future.
Sounds serious. It is. At least I think it is. You're the sensible sort. You'll tell me if you think I'm crazy. Just don't start speaking in Persian. Right. He picked up the check. This one's mine. Don't argue. They took a cab over to Paul's huge 2-level apartment on the Upper East Side. He said almost nothing, just examined her hands with their short, blunt nails and joked about her lack of claws. Once up in the apartment, he made coffee and put on Paul Simon. When he finally sat down, it was in a chair he pulled to face her rather than on the couch beside her. There are some things happening down at the office. Weird stuff. I need a second opinion. You're probably not the best person to ask for a number of reasons, but you're a friend, and that's what I need right now. He rolled the coffee cup between his palms. I'm here. Sounds serious. It is. At least I think it is. You're the sensible sort. You'll tell me if you think I'm crazy. Just don't start speaking in Persian. Right. He picked up the check. This one's mine. Don't argue. They took a cab over to Paul's huge 2-level apartment on the Upper East Side. He said almost nothing, just examined her hands with their short, blunt nails and joked about her lack of claws. Once up in the apartment, he made coffee and put on Paul Simon. When he finally sat down, it was in a chair he pulled to face her rather than on the couch beside her. There are some things happening down at the office. Weird stuff. I need a second opinion. You're probably not the best person to ask for a number of reasons, but you're a friend, and that's what I need right now. He rolled the coffee cup between his palms. I'm here. Vagabond knew she wasn't going to like what he was about to say. I think somebody's gone bad. I've got people out on the street, snitches, we all do. Rumors are springing up about the DA's office. Rumors about mafia connections. What sort of mafia connections? Vagabond got up and walked around the white-on-white living room. Nothing specific, but I do know that the last 3 raids on mafia operations have netted us nothing. Just a few minor soldiers, virtually no drugs or guns. We're being given enough to keep us happy, but not enough to do actual damage. Paul looked up at Vagabond. We're being used. The raids on the mafia's enemies are always well-informed and almost always effective in hurting the opposition, and I think I know why. What are you going to do about it? Vagabond sipped her coffee and pondered her options. If she killed him here, she had been seen and would be a suspect. Rosemary might or might not protect her. I can't trust anyone in the DA's office, and I'm not so sure about the mayor's office either. Paul put down his cup and paced across his living room in front of the fireplace. I want to go to the press, the Times. Are you absolutely certain about your information? Vagabond stared past Paul into the flames. Rosemary had left herself open to this. She had not been careful enough. Absolutely. I can corroborate everything I've said. Paul turned his back to her and warmed his hands over the fire. Vagabond stared into the back of his head. But I'm hoping that the situation can be salvaged. If the person in question comes to their senses, maybe all this can be avoided.
There are some other strange things going on here, too. Some of this information that I have appears to have come directly from the mafia. That I don't understand. Vagabond remembered Chris Mazzucchelli. She had never trusted the man, regardless of Rosemary's attachment to him. Was he betraying Rosemary? You have to do what your conscience tells you. But if these people are really mafiosi, isn't that a little dangerous? Vagabond remembered Rosemary's telling her how everything was going to be different now that she was in charge. Rosemary had made her decision. True, that's one of the reasons I'm telling you. I've told some other people, given them the evidence. I didn't want to endanger you with it. Paul seemed relieved that she had not openly recognized Rosemary from the description. Vagabond wondered if this conversation had been a trap of some sort. Had she failed or won? Paul put his arms around her and pulled her close. Vagabond did not resist, but she did not encourage him. She awkwardly embraced him in return. You could stay over tonight. Paul kissed her forehead. No. Paul, I'm just not ready to get involved that way. I'm old-fashioned, I guess. Vagabond pushed him away. I need time. We've been seeing each other for months. I still don't know where you live. What is it about me that you don't trust? Paul stood in front of her with his hands dangling at his sides. It's not you. It's me. Vagabond avoided his eyes. Give me time. Or don't. It's your choice. My choice? Paul shook his head in resignation. This would be easier if you weren't so damned intriguing. Next Friday, dinner and, I promise, a movie next time. Meet me here? Okay. Good luck. At work. Vagabond didn't know whether she meant it for Paul or for Rosemary. Vagabond watched the muzzle flashes and heard the sound of pistols, rifles, and shotguns going off and destroying the night as she circled the building. With a small army of rats, cats, and a few wild dogs, she was patrolling the perimeter, as Rosemary had put it in their meeting 2 days ago. Whenever anyone tried to break and run, she and the animals drove them back to the waiting police. She almost tripped over a body, face blown off by a shotgun blast. As she retreated, she ran into a black cop. He caught her gently and steadied her. Ma'am, it'd be better if you found someplace else to sleep tonight. His big hands turned her away from the battle toward the quiet surrounding streets. Those hands reminded her of bludgeons reaching for Jack. She twisted free, leaving a dirty leather coat in his hands, and limped swiftly away. When she found herself hidden in the darkness again, she made contact with her animals. The ginger remained with her at all times, but the others ranged around the building. With the eyes of a rat crouched on a pile of garbage, she followed the slow progress of a young Oriental man who was attempting to flee the fight. A trail of blood followed him, dripping down the right leg of his pants. She smelled it, and so did the escaped Rottweiler that suddenly filled the mouth of the alley. The Vietnamese gasped and began to back slowly down the alley. Holding the dog back, Vagabond pulled the Rottweiler onto her haunches, and the dog howled a summons to the sky. There was water everywhere. Rosemary had said that a new ace named Water Lily would be that night. Vagabond had grown tired of splashing through puddles. The bottom 6 inches of her coats and skirts were soaked through, and so were her boots. Where was all the water coming from? She hoped there weren't any fires in Jokertown tonight. Even though it revealed her presence, Vagabond had set up a fire line of feral cats to prevent any jokers from coming closer than a couple of blocks away from the fighting. The Jokertown warehouse at the center of the Ring of Protection was, according to Vagabond, one of the major Shadow Fist weapons storage areas. Vagabond's concentration was flagging. Rosemary had given little thought to how long her pet ace could continue to scan through animals' minds and control hundreds of them in coordinated action. The ginger cat snarled and woke Vagabond from her reverie. She straightened up from the wall she had leaned against to conserve her strength. Holding an Uzi in firing position, another Vietnamese was making his way down the dark street, moving from shadow to shadow without a sound. Vagabond fixed on him, then called the rats. Within seconds, 100 rats attacked the man, driving him back. They leapt up his pants and ran up his flailing arms, biting his face and neck. Their sheer numbers tripped him as they covered the ground beneath his feet. He screamed. The Uzi began firing and did not stop, its pulsing fire echoing between the walls in an eerie rhythm to the man's screams. Both climbed the scale until the Uzi ran out of ammunition and the man's throat was too raw to make another sound. It was a silence broken only by the scrabbling rats.
Vagabond sent them scurrying away to a new position. The sight of the man in his pool of blood disturbed her. He should not have struggled. Lasers arced through the sky above the building, surgically cutting it apart. When the beams hit Water Lily's puddles, clouds of steam rose. The intermittently lit scene reminded Vagabond of a Ken Russell staging of hell. Using the kitten Rosemary had left with her, Rosemary called her. Vagabond turned and left the body. He had done nothing to her. He would not feed her or the animals.
What right did she have to kill him? When Vagabond arrived, Rosemary had stepped back into a deep, shadowed doorway to wait for her. The bag lady slipped along the wall, remembering the Vietnamese maneuvering in the same way minutes before. No one saw her. What do you see? Rosemary had no time for preliminaries. We got everyone. Nobody escaped through my eyes. Good, good. The bastards won't forget this one soon. Rosemary was pleased, but her thoughts were elsewhere. You see, I knew you could do a lot for me. Rosemary stepped out into the street as a policeman stepped up to greet her. Great job! Those aces of yours really made the difference, much as I hate to admit it. That black guy, the hammer, something else, gave me a chill just being around him and that cloak of his. The captain thrust out his hand in congratulations. Glad we could help, Captain, but the Harlem Hammer is still out of the country. Sure it wasn't one of your undercover people? Rosemary smiled and shook his hand. By the way, could you have one of your officers help this lady out of the area? Rosemary nodded toward Vagabond, who waited next to the doorway. She got herself a little lost. Before the cop could catch her, Vagabond moved down the sidewalk and ducked into an alley. She took a moment to scatter her gathered animals before following the ginger into a manhole she had left open earlier. In the wet night below the streets, she considered what she had accomplished. To what end? So that Rosemary's mafia could carry on? At least a score of rats, a cat, and one of the dogs had been lost tonight. Not again, Rosemary. Your games aren't worth it to me. Catching the gleam of the ginger's eyes, she followed her home through the tunnels. When Rosemary got to the Gamboni penthouse, Chris was already there. He was sitting in the chair at the head of the conference table in her father's library. He said nothing while she took a seat next to him. "We've got trouble." Chris reached out and took her hand. "Paul Goldberg knows who you are." "How?" Rosemary simultaneously felt fear and a strange small relief that the masquerade was over. "That we don't know, but it doesn't matter much now, does it? We've been watching your office on general principles and found this stuff in his apartment." Chris shoved an envelope across the table at her. When she opened it, she discovered pictures of herself and her father, records, everything they needed to pin her to a wall. "We've got to get rid of him." Chris drummed his fingers on the oak top. "But I wanted to get your okay first. He is one of your employees after all." "Of course, immediately." Rosemary kept staring at the photographs and moving them around. "Did he give it to anyone? Who else knows?" "I think we got him in time." Chris picked one of the pictures and looked at it almost idly. "I'd suggest you check with your great good friend Suzanne, however. They've been seen together." "Jesus, she and Paul have been dating. I don't know what she'll do if he's hit. She's not very stable sometimes." "So you want us to wait on the hit? Come on, you know it's either him or you." Chris tipped the heavy chair back on its rear legs. "No, take him out. Take him now. If he hasn't had time to tell anybody, I'll still be safe." Rosemary turned her head from side to side, as if seeking an escape route. "It's the only good choice. I'll take care of it." "Unless," Chris set the chair down with a small crash that was quickly dampened by the heavy rug. "No, you do it." Rosemary looked up at him gratefully. "Thank you." Smiling broadly, he leaned over and kissed her. "No problem. That's what I'm here for." Walking around the corner of Paul's high-rise, Vagabond simultaneously tugged her skirt down and tried to avoid the puddles left by the afternoon rain. The doorman held open the heavy glass door for her with a badly hidden smirk that told her he had seen her adjustments. She considered making his life a little more miserable by perching a pigeon directly above him, but he was not worth it. She had more important things on her mind. It would depend, she had decided, but she might stay with Paul tonight. She still felt a little queasy about the decision. She waved at Marty, who nodded and checked her off on his guest register.
As always, the echoes of her heels tapping across the marble made her self-conscious. The elevator took forever. She had determined that everyone who had seen her come in knew what she was thinking about Paul by the time it showed up. This was ridiculous. She was an adult, for Christ's sake. One deep breath, and she was in the car, headed for Paul's 32nd floor apartment. Mercifully, there was no one in the hall when she got out of the elevator. Up here, the carpet felt 3 inches thick, and she made no noise at all as she stepped up to Paul's front door and rang the bell. When several minutes had passed, she rang again and began paying attention to any sound from inside. She heard nothing. She mentally scanned for any creatures inside, a mouse or a rat, but Paul's building was much too classy for that. Failing to locate an animal inside, she pulled a pigeon across the windows. A couple of lights were on, but she didn't see Paul. Great, what a night to stand her up. Good timing, Paul. Vagabond started back for the elevator with a certain lurking sense of relief that she kept shoving to the back of her mind. Riding down, she realized that she must have been expected, or the security guard wouldn't have let her up. For the first time, she felt concern about Paul. Marty, the guard, had seen Paul come in several hours earlier. They had chatted about the fact he had actually won a case for once and had left early to relax before Vagabond came over. Marty blushed as he mentioned that Mr. Goldberg had told him to look out for her. Paul had said they would be celebrating together. There was no record of Paul's going back out, and none of the doormen had seen him leave. Marty called another guard to take over his station and got the skeleton key for Paul's apartment. As soon as the door opened, Vagabond knew that something was wrong. Following her sense of dread, she led Marty straight to the bathroom. Paul was naked in the black marble jacuzzi. Blood swirled around him in the bubbling water. He had been shot in the eye at close range. She stared at him while Marty frantically dialed the police. The police took her down to the station and questioned her for hours. At first, they were determined to get her to confess to the crime. When the initial coroner's report finally came in, they gave up and began asking her about her knowledge of Paul's activities. Who might have wanted him dead? She thought about Rosemary over and over, but denied knowing anything. Could Rosemary have had him killed? Rosemary knew that she cared about Paul. Rosemary had encouraged them. Was she capable of murdering someone she had worked with and respected? Vagabond did not allow herself to answer the questions. It was almost 6 in the morning when CC finally got permission to take Vagabond home. Vagabond said nothing on the taxi ride back to CC's loft. She reached out for the cats and mentally pulled them close to her, shivering. CC scooped her morning paper up off the sidewalk in front of her building and tucked it under her arm as she guided Vagabond into the lift. In the loft, Vagabond stared blindly at the opposite wall while CC made tea. Vagabond realized that CC was repeatedly calling her name. It had brought her back to herself. She preferred spreading her consciousness across the city. It spread her pain as well. Only the urgency in CC's voice made her focus on the paper in front of her. Rosemary Gamboni Muldoon's picture took up a quarter of the front page. Rosemary was icily calm. The warning had come from an obit writer who just happened to owe a lot of money in Vegas. She had bought his marker some time ago. Today had been the payoff. He had heard the excitement in the newsroom and checked it out.
Seeing her picture on the front page mock-up had been enough. He placed the call to his family contact. Chris had pounded on her door at 2 a.m., and together they had thrown clothes into a suitcase. Chris had brought 4 of his best men to guard her 24 hours a day. The 6 of them sat in the black limousine that took them to one of the Gamboni's safe houses. Rosemary said nothing. What was there to say? Part of her life had been destroyed. Only the family was left. As she had begun, she was going to finish. Rosemary sat alone in the house. Her bodyguards patrolled the exterior and kept watch on the windows and doors. Chris had left her to organize a safer retreat from which she could lead the Gambonis. She felt free and more alive than she had since she had taken over the task of living 2 lives. Her head swam with plans for keeping the families alive and viable. Now that she could concentrate on the problems at hand, everything would be different. Paul had done her a favor. Pity he had had to die for it, but one couldn't show weakness after all.
She wondered when Chris would come back. She had so much to discuss with him. All the king's horses. The water made a sullen, gurgling sound somewhere in the close, hot blackness. The world twisted and turned, sinking. He was too weak and dizzy to move. He felt icy fingers on his legs, creeping up higher and higher, and then sudden shock as the water reached his crotch, jolting him awake. He tore away his seat harness with numb fingers, but too late. The cold caressed his chest. He lurched up, and the floor tumbled, and he lost his footing. And then the water was over his head, and he couldn't breathe, and everything was black, utterly black as the grave. And he had to get out. He had to get out. Tom woke, gasping for breath, a scream clawing at the inside of his throat. In his first groggy waking moment, he heard the faint tinkle of broken glass falling from the window frame to shatter on the bedroom floor. He closed his eyes, tried to steady himself. His heart was trip-hammering away in his chest, his undershirt plastered to his skin. Only a dream, he told himself. But he could still feel himself falling, blind and helpless, locked in a coffin of burning steel as the river closed in around him. Only a dream, he repeated. He'd lucked out. Something had exploded the shell, and he'd gotten out. It was over. He was alive and safe. He took a deep breath and counted to 10, and by the time he had 7, he'd stopped trembling. He opened his eyes. His bed was a mattress on the floor of an empty room. He sat up, the bedclothes tangled around him. Feathers from a torn pillow floated in the shafts of sunlight that came through the broken window, drifting lazily toward the floor. The alarm clock he'd bought last week had been flung halfway across the room and had bounced off a wall. A series of random numbers blinked red on its digital LED display for an instant before it went dark entirely. The walls were pale green, utterly bare, and spider-webbed with a growing network of cracks. A chunk of plaster dropped from the ceiling. Tom winced, untangled himself from the sheets, and stood up. One of these nights his fucking subconscious was gonna bring down the whole house on top of him. He wondered what his neighbors would make of that. He'd already reduced most of his bedroom furniture to kindling, and the plasterboard walls weren't holding up real well either. Then again, neither was he. In the bathroom, Tom dropped his sweat-soaked underwear into the hamper and stared at himself in the mirror over the sink. He thought he looked 10 years older than he was. A couple of months of recurring nightmares will do that to you, he supposed. He climbed into the shower, closed the curtain. A half-melted bar of Safeguard sat in a film of water in the soap dish. Tom concentrated. The soap rose straight up and floated into his hand. It felt slimy. Frowning, he gave the cold faucet a good hard twist with his mind, and he winced as the stream of icy water hit him. Very quickly, he grabbed for the hot faucet with his hand, turned it, and shuddered with relief as the water warmed. It was getting better, Tom reflected as he lathered up. 20-odd years as the turtle had atrophied his telekinetic abilities almost to nothing, except when he was locked inside his shell. But Dr. Tachyon had helped him understand that the block was psychological, not physical. He'd been working on it ever since, and it had gotten to the point where bars of soap and cold water faucets were candy. Tom stuck his head under the showerhead and smiled as the warm water cascaded down around him, washing away the last residue of nightmare. Too bad his subconscious didn't realize his limits. He'd feel a fuck of a lot safer going to sleep, and maybe his bedroom wouldn't be such a mess when he woke up. But when the nightmare came, he was the turtle, weak, dizzy, falling, and about to drown, but still the great and powerful turtle who could juggle locomotives and crush tanks with his mind. The late, great turtle. All the king's horses and all the king's men, Tom thought. He turned off the spray, shivered in the sudden chill, and climbed out of the tub to towel off. In the kitchen, he fixed himself a cup of coffee and a bowl of bran cereal. He'd always thought bran cereal tasted like wet cardboard,
and these new, extra healthy brand cereals tasted like wood shavings. But his doctor said he had to get more fiber and less fat in his diet. He was also supposed to cut down on his coffee, but that was a hopeless case. He was an addict by now. He turned on the small TV next to the microwave and watched CNN as he sat at the kitchen table. The city was launching a full-fledged investigation of corruption in the Manhattan District Attorney's Office, which seemed like the least they could do now that one of their assistant DAs had been exposed as a mafia don. Indictments were promised. Rose Maria Gamboni, alias Rosemary Muldoon, was still being sought for questioning, but she'd vanished, gone underground somewhere. Tom didn't figure she'd be turning up anytime soon. He'd felt guilty about ignoring Muldoon's appeal for ACE volunteers when the gang war had begun raging in the streets of Jokertown. It wasn't like the Turtle to ignore a plea for help, and if it had a working shell or the money to build one, his resolve might have softened enough to bring the Turtle back from the dead. But he hadn't, so he didn't, and now he was glad of it. Paul and Waterlily and Mr. Magnet and the other aces who had responded had put their lives and reputations on the line, and now they have hack politicians going on the evening news demanding that all of them be investigated for ties to organized crime. It was times like this that made Tom glad that the Turtle was dead. On the tube, they moved to the international desk for an update on the Aces tour. Peregrine's pregnancy was already old news, and there had been no new violence like the incident in Syria, thank God. Tom watched footage of the stacked deck landing in Japan with a certain dull resentment. He'd always wanted to travel, to see distant, exotic lands, visit all the fabulous cities he'd read of as a child, but he'd never had the money. Once the store had sent him to a trade show in Chicago, but a weekend in the Conrad Hilton with 3,000 electronics salesmen hadn't fulfilled any of his childhood dreams. They should have asked the Turtle to be on the tour. Of course, transporting the shell might have been a problem, and he couldn't get a passport without giving them his real name, which he wasn't prepared to do. But those problems could have been handled if anyone had cared enough to bother. Maybe they really did think he was dead, though Dr. Tachyon at least ought to have known better.
So here he was, still in Bayonne with a mouthful of high-fiber bran, while the likes of Mistral and Fat Man and Peregrine were sitting under a pagoda somewhere, eating whatever the hell the Japanese ate. It pissed him off. He had nothing against Perry or Mistral, but none of them had paid the dues he had. Jesus Christ, they'd even invited that scumbag Jack Braun. But not him. Oh no, that would have been too much fucking trouble. They would have had to make special arrangements. And besides, they had so many seats allocated for aces and so many for jokers, and nobody knew quite where the Turtle fit. Tom drank a mouthful of coffee, got up from the table, and shut off the TV. Fuck it all, he thought. Now that he'd decided that the Turtle was gonna stay dead, maybe it was time that he buried the remains. He had a notion or two about that. If he handled it right, maybe by this time next year, he could afford to take a trip around the world too. Concerto for Siren and Serotonin 2. Checking to see that no one was watching, Croy dropped a pair of black beauties with his espresso. He cursed softly as a part of the sigh that followed. This was not working out as he had anticipated. All of the leads he had tried during the past days had pretty much fizzled, and he was further along into the speed than he cared to be. Ordinarily, this would not bother him, but for the first time, he had made two separate promises concerning drugs and his actions. One being business and one being personal, he reflected. They kinda caught him coming and going. He would definitely have to keep an eye, or at least a few facets, on himself so as not to mess up on this job, and he didn't want to turn Waterlily off on their first date. Usually, though, he could feel the paranoia coming on, and he decided to let that be his indicator as to his degree of irrationality this time around. He had run all over town, trying to trace two leads who seemed to have vanished. He had checked out every possible front on his list, satisfying himself that they had only been randomly chosen rendezvous points. Next was James Spector.
While he hadn't recognized the name, he did know Demise. He had met him, briefly, on a number of occasions. The man had always impressed him as one of the sleazier aces. "If it's Demise, don't look in his eyes," he hummed as he signaled to a waiter. "Yes, sir. More espresso, and bring me a bigger cup for it, will you?" "Yes, sir. For that matter, bring me a whole pot." "All right," he hummed a little more loudly and began tapping his foot. "Demise eyes. The eyes of Demise," he intoned. He jumped when the waiter placed a cup before him. "Don't sneak up on me like that." "Sorry, didn't mean to startle you." The man began to fill the cup. "Don't stand behind me while you're pouring. Stand off to the side where I can see you." "Sure." The waiter moved off to Croyd's right. He left the carafe on the table when he departed. As he drank cup after cup of coffee, Croyd began thinking thoughts he had not thought in a long while, concerning sleep, mortality, transfiguration. After a time, he called for another carafe. It was definitely a two-carafe problem. The evening snowfall had ceased, but the inch or so that lay upon the sidewalks sparkled under the street lamps, and a wind so cold it burned whipped glittering eddies along 10th Street. Walking carefully, the tall, thin man in the heavy black overcoat glanced back once as he turned the corner, breath pluming. Ever since he'd left the package store, he'd had a feeling that he was being watched. And there was a figure, 100 yards or so back, moving along the opposite side of the street at about the same pace as himself. James Spector felt that it might be worth waiting for the man and killing him, just to avoid any possible hassle farther along the way. After all, there were 2/5 of Jack Daniels and a 6-pack of Schlitz in his bag, and if someone were to accost him abruptly on these icy walks... He winced at the thought of the bottles breaking, of having to retrace his path to the store. On the other hand, waiting for the man and killing him right here, while holding the package, could also result in his slipping, even if it was only when he leaned forward to go through the man's pockets. It would be better to find a place to set things down first. He looked about. There were some steps leading up to a doorway farther along. He headed for them and set his parcel down on the third one, against its iron railing. He brushed off his collar and turned it up, fished a package of cigarettes from his pocket, shook one out, and lit it within cupped hands. He leaned against the rail then and watched the corner. Shortly, a man in gray slacks and a blue blazer came into sight, necktie whipping in the wind, dark hair disheveled. He paused and stared, then nodded and advanced. As he came nearer, Spector realized that the man was wearing mirror shades. He felt a sudden jab of panic, seeing that the other possessed an adequate first line of defense against him. It wasn't likely to be an accident either, in the middle of the night. Therefore, this was more than some strong-arm hood on his tail. He took a long drag on his cigarette, then mounted several steps backward, slowly, gaining sufficient height for a good kick at the other's head, to knock the damn things off. "Yo, Demise!" the man called. "I need to talk to you." Demise stared, trying to place him. But there was nothing familiar about the man, not even his voice. The man came up and stood before him, smiling. "I just need a minute or two of your time," he said. "It's important. I'm in a big hurry, and I'm trying for a certain measure of subtlety. It isn't easy." "Do I know you?" Demise asked him. "We've met. In other lives, so to speak. My lives, that is. Also, I believe you might once have done some accounting for my brother-in-law's company, over in Jersey. Croyd's the name. What do you want?" "I need the name of the head of the new mob that's trying to take over operations from the kindly old mafia which has run this town for half a century or so." "You're kidding," Demise said, taking a final drag on his cigarette, dropping it, and moving his toe to grind it. "No," said Croyd. "I definitely require this information, so I can rest in peace. I understand you've done some work other than bookkeeping for these guys. So tell me who runs the show, and I'll be moving along." "I can't do that," Demise answered. "As I said, I'm aiming for subtlety, so I'd rather not work this the hard way."
Demise kicked him in the face. Croyd's glasses flew over his shoulder, and Demise found himself staring into 216 glittering eye facets. He was unable to lock gazes with the points of light. "You're an ace," he said, "or a joker." "I'm the sleeper," Croyd told him as he reached out and took hold of Demise's right arm, then broke it across the railing. "You shoulda let me be subtle. It doesn't hurt as much." Demise shrugged, even as he winced. "Go ahead and break the other one, too, but I can't tell you what I don't know." Croyd stared at the arm hanging at Demise's side. Demise reached across and caught hold of it, twisted it into place, held it. "You heal real fast, don't you?" Croyd said. "In minutes, even. I remember now. That's right. Can you grow a new arm if I tear one off? I don't know, and I'd rather not find out. Look, I've heard you're a psycho, and I believe it. I'd tell you if I knew. I don't enjoy regenerating. But all I did was a lousy contract hit. I've got no idea who's on top." Croyd reached out with both hands, catching hold of Demise's wrists. "Breaking you up may not do much good," he observed, "but there's still room for subtlety. Ever have any electroshock therapy? Try this." When Demise stopped jerking, Croyd released his wrists. When he could speak again, Demise said, "I still can't tell you. I don't know." "So let's lose a few more neurons," Croyd suggested. "Cool it a minute," Demise said. "I never learned the names of any of the big guys. Never meant dick to me. Still don't."
All I know is this guy named Eye Joker. He just has one big eye and he wears a monocle in it. He met me once in Times Square, gave me a hit, and paid me. That's all that matters. You know how it is. You freelance yourself." Croyd sighed. "Aye. Seems I've heard of him someplace or other. Where can I get hold of the guy? I understand he hangs around Club Dead Nicholas. Plays cards there a while on Friday nights. Kept meaning to go by and kill the fucker, but I never got around to it. Cost me a foot." "Club Dead Nicholas?" Croyd said. "I don't believe I know that one. Used to be Nicholas King's Mortuary, near Jokertown. Serves food and booze, has music and a dance floor, gambling in a back room. Just opened recently. Kinda Halloween motif. Too morbid for my taste." "Okay," Croyd said. "I hope you're not bullshitting me, Demise." "That's all I got." Croyd nodded slowly. "It'll do." He released the other and backed away. "Maybe then I can rest," he said. Subtle, real subtle. He picked up Demise's package and put it in his arms. "Here, don't forget your stuff. Better watch your step, too. It's getting slippery." He continued to back away, muttering to himself, up the street to the corner. Then he turned again and was gone. Sinking to a seated position on the stoop, Demise cracked open a fifth and took a long swallow. Jesus Was an Ace by Arthur Byron cover. In these times of trouble and dark travail, in this fertile land where the handiwork of Satan is on the verge of bearing fruit, you don't need to pussyfoot with Marx or stick your nose in Freud. You don't need the help of liberals like Tachyon. You don't need to open yourself up to anyone but Jesus, because he was the first and the greatest ace of them all. Reverend Leo Barnett. There are a few blocks or so between Jokertown and the Lower East Side that gnats and virus victims alike call the Edge. No one knows which group originated the term, but it applies equally to either side. A joker might think of the place as the edge of New York, a gnat as the edge of Jokertown. People come to the Edge for the same reasons why some people watch a slasher movie, or see a good speed metal rock concert, or get wasted on the designer drug in fashion at the moment. They come to the Edge drawn by the illusion of danger, a safe, fleeting illusion that gives them something to talk about at parties attended by people too timid to go to the Edge themselves. The young preacher thought about that as he watched the television news team wandering the street below through the bathroom window of the cheap hotel room he had rented for the night, though he had intended to use it for only a few hours. The team consisted of a male reporter in a coat and tie, a minicam operator, and a sound man.
The reporter was stopping pedestrians, gnats, and jokers alike, jabbing his microphone into their faces and trying to get them to say something. For a long, torturous moment, the young preacher was afraid his tryst with Belinda May was the story the news team was searching for. But he comforted himself with the notion that the news team no doubt prowled this vicinity routinely. After all, where else did they have a better chance of finding a strong visual lead-in for the 11 o'clock news? The young preacher didn't like to think sinful thoughts, but under the circumstances, he relished the hope the news team would be distracted by a spectacular auto accident a few blocks away, with lots of visual flair in the form of fire and crumpled hoods, but with no fatality, of course. The young preacher let the flimsy white curtain drop. He finished his business, and while washing his hands with quick, efficient motions, stared at his cadaverous reflection in the mirror over the rust-stained sink. Was he really that unhealthy, or was his pale, yellowish complexion only the result of the unshielded glare of the two naked light bulbs above the mirror? The young preacher was a blond, blue-eyed man, just turned 35, with handsome features dominated by high cheekbones and a dimpled square chin. Right now, he was stripped down to a white t-shirt, light blue boxer shorts, and socks. He perspired profusely. It was definitely hot in here, but he hoped to make it a lot hotter real soon now. Even so, he couldn't help but feel out of place in this tacky little hotel room with this particular woman who just happened to be one of the key staff members of his new Jokertown mission. Not that he was inexperienced. He had done it many times before with many kinds of women, in rooms like this one. The women had done it because he was famous, or had felt good listening to his sermons, or wanted to feel closer to God. Occasionally, when he himself was having a little difficulty feeling close to God, they'd done it for money, the payments having been arranged by a trustworthy member of his most intimate circle. A few women had foolishly believed they were in love with him, a delusion he generally shattered without much trouble, but only after satiating their carnal desires. But nothing in the young preacher's experience had quite prepared him for a woman such as Belinda May, who apparently was here for the sheer joy of it. He wondered if Belinda May's attitude was typical of unmarried big-city Christian women. Where in the world is Jesus going to come from, he thought, when the time arrives for him to return again? He opened the door to the bedroom and, before he had taken a single step outside, received the shock of his life. Belinda May sat cross-legged on the bed, smoking a cigarette, as pretty as you please, but as naked as a jaybird. He'd expected to see her naked, of course, but not right away, and even then he'd thought she'd be discreetly under the sheets. "About time you showed up," she said. She stubbed out her cigarette and stepped into his arms before he could take a breath. Now he knew how a frying pan felt on a hot stove. She clung to him as if she wanted to pull herself into his body. He was unbelievably aroused by the sensation of her breasts pressed against his chest, and by the way she had mounted his thigh, rubbing against it as if she were trying to sit on the bone. Her tongue was like an eel exploring his mouth. One hand was under his t-shirt, the other down his shorts, caressing his buttocks. You taste good," Belinda May whispered in his ear, after what seemed like an eternity in a place that was an eerie combination of the stratospheres of heaven and the lower levels of hell. No doubt about it, Belinda May was more sexually aggressive than the kind of woman he was used to. "Come on, let's go to bed," she whispered, taking him by the hands and pulling him along. She climbed on the bed, got on her knees, and directing him to stand beside the bed, gently placed his right hand smack onto her pussy. Though the young preacher experienced a deep and abiding satisfaction every time his foreplay brought her to orgasm, he felt strangely disjointed from the entire affair, as if he was watching the scene through a one-way mirror in the wall. Very self-consciously, he wondered anew what he was doing in this dive, with its paint peeling off its badly plastered walls, those tacky lamps, the bed with creaky springs, and that television set staring at him with an unsleeping eye. He regretted going along with Belinda May's request that they pick a room here, at the edge, to engage in their encounter. It disturbed him to think that in some part of his soul, he so closely resembled the people who routinely came to the edge in search of a safe chance to take.
The young preacher wanted to believe God had already filled the important voids in his heart. However, Belinda May's accessible beauty disturbed him on a deeper level than did his intrusive self-doubts. Gently he pushed her down, and with a strange thrill, not unlike the one he had experienced as a youth the first time he'd knelt alone before an altar, he noted how her blonde hair was spread out over the pillow like the wings of an angel.
She squirmed beguilingly as he kissed her ear and moved down to lick her neck. He moved down further to kiss her breasts and felt a renewed surge of heat in his scalp as she signaled the measure of her passion by running her hands through his hair and groaning softly. Then he was down at her stomach, running his tongue around the edges of her belly button, an outie, with what he hoped was a delicate, masterful touch. He was gratified beyond his capacity to understand when she at last spread her legs wide apart, an invitation he accepted almost instantly, burying his face and licking her with pagan ferocity. Never had he known a woman to taste so good. Never had he desired so fervently to serve another instead of being served. Never had he worshipped so humbly, so eagerly at the altar of love. Never had he so gladly debased himself, or so wantonly. "Leo," said Belinda May, moving back on her elbows, "is something the matter?" The young preacher rose onto his elbows and looked down between his legs, where his male member hung as limp as a man on a noose. "Oh, Lord, why have you forsaken me?" he thought forlornly, reining in a childish urge to panic. He smiled sheepishly, looked past the altar with its still wide-open invitation, past her sweat-drenched body and those glistening breasts, to her sweetly smiling face. "I don't know. I guess I'm just not with it tonight." Belinda May pouted and stretched as innocently and as naturally as if she'd been alone. "Too bad. Is there anything I can do to help?" For the next few seconds, the young preacher weighed several factors in his mind, most of them having to do with the proper balance between frankness and delicate diplomacy. In the end, he decided she would respond well to frankness, but he wasn't sure how much he could get away with. He smiled wolfishly. "Think you'd like to something to eat?" His life passed before his eyes as she swung her left leg over his head, climbed off the bed, and exclaimed, "What a great idea! There's a sushi bar across the street. You can buy me dinner." Her buttocks bounced enticingly as she disappeared into the bathroom, closing the door behind her. She turned on the water faucet and then, apparently before commencing her business, opened the door and stuck out her head just long enough to say, "Then we can come back here and try again." The young preacher was speechless. He rolled over and stared at the ceiling, the random pattern of the intersecting cracks there enigmatically symbolic of his entire existence at this juncture. He sighed heavily. At least the possibility that the roving news team outside would discover his tryst was no longer the worst thing that could happen to him. Now, the worst thing would be if they discovered he hadn't been able to get it up. In that case, the damage done to his political ambitions would be incalculable. The American people were willing to forgive any number of sins in a presidential candidate, but at the very least, they expected their sinners to be good at it. "You really have a good pair of hands, you know that," called out Belinda May from the bathroom. Terrific, thought Leo Barnett, clinging to the precipice of despair with progressively weaker force. Bye-bye, White House. Hello, heaven. 2. Tonight he felt the city inside him, and he was inside it. He felt its steel and mortar and brick and stone and marble and glass, felt his organs touching the various buildings and places of Jokertown as their atoms phased in and out on their way and back again across the planes of reality.
His molecules grazed the clouds swirling toward the city like an incoming black cotton tide. They mingled with air pregnant with moisture and the promise of more moisture to come. They trembled with the vibrations of distant thunder. Tonight, he felt inexorably linked with Jokertown's past and future. The coming rainstorm would differ in no way from the last one and would be exactly the same as the next. Just as the steel and the mortar were constant, the brick and stone forever, and the marble and glass immortal. So long as the city remained so, however tenuously, would he. His name was Quasimon. Once he had had another name, but all he could remember about his pre-virus self was that he had been an explosives expert. Currently, he was a caretaker of the Church of Our Lady of Perpetual Misery, and of him Father Squid relished saying, time and time again, the bomb squad's loss has been the God squad's gain. Usually, it was all Quasimon could do to remember those bare facts, because the atoms of his brain, like those in the rest of his body, constantly, randomly, phase in and out of reality, soaring to extra-dimensional realms and snapping back again. This had the dual effect of making him more than a genius and less than an idiot. Most days, Quasimon considered it a victory to keep himself in one piece. Tonight, maintaining even that modest goal was going to prove more difficult than usual. Blood and thunder were in the air. Tonight, Quasimon was going to the edge. As he reached the door at the top of the stairs leading to the roof of the Cheap Jack apartment building where he lived, portions of his brain glanced off the immediate future. Already he felt cool night air, saw distant flashes of lightning, felt rooftop gravel crunch beneath the soles of his tennis shoes, and saw an old bag lady, a joker, sleeping beside a warm air duct, her belongings behind her in a cart she had pulled up the fire escape. The intersection between present and future became stronger and more vivid the instant he actually touched the doorknob, and becoming stronger still once he turned it. Quasimon was used to this sort of minor precognition by now. For him, the different levels of time constantly clashed together like discordant cymbals. Long ago, he had accepted the only conclusion possible from living in such a mind world. Reality was just the fragments of a dream shattered before the dawn of being. Future and present merged seamlessly as he stepped through the doorway. The lightning flashes and the gravel underfoot and the sleeping old one were there as he had known they would be. What he hadn't envisioned was the creaking of the door's rusty hinges, screeching like a buzzsaw cutting through nails over the steady hum of the automobile traffic below, startling the old woman from her uneasy sleep. She had brown, scaly skin and the face of a furless wat. Her lips drew back and exposed sharp white fangs. "Who the fuck are you?" she demanded with false bravado. He ignored her. A hunchbacked man with an unbending left hip, he shuffled to the building's ledge with the efficient grace of a dancer permanently engrossed in a sick, satirical joke. Without the slightest hesitation, he stepped off the ledge. The old woman, mistakenly believing he was committing suicide, screamed. Quasimon didn't care. He was too busy doing what he always did after stepping off a building. He willed himself to where he wished to be. Time and space folded about him. In the following instant, his rapidly fading intellect fought hard to hold on to his own self-image. For an enduring nanosecond, he almost became lost in the fluidity of the cosmos. But he maintained, and when that moment ended, he was in an alley in the edge. He was 1 second closer to the thunder, 1 step closer to the blood, 1 event closer to the final blackout. 3. Tonight was the night of Vito's big break. The man never would have instructed him to come along on this little excursion to the edge if he hadn't already indicated his ability to handle responsibility.
Of course, that also meant Vito was a mite expendable, but that was okay. It came with the territory. You had to take risks if you wanted to move up in the Calvino family. And lately, there had been a lot of openings in the family hierarchy. Vito, an ambitious youngster, hoped to survive long enough to rise a few notches, just high enough to get somebody else to take the more obvious risks.
Unfortunately, a truce of some sort seemed likely if there was any truth to the scuttlebutt he had picked up from a few of the boys while he was busy waxing the man's limo. Evidently, the man planned to hash over some important business with one of the high mucky-muck jokers pulling the strings on all the hits that had decimated the 5 families recently. Some joker named Wyarm. Yeah, that's his name, thought Vito tensely as he walked down a sidewalk in the middle of the edge, weaving through a flood of tourists and jokers and maybe even a few aces. He checked out the street scene for potential trouble. It wasn't his job. That was to walk into the lobby of the cheap dive just ahead and pick up the key to the room where the man and the joker had agreed to meet. But he couldn't help hoping he'd notice something significant in the security area anyway, so the man and the boys would maybe consider him a little less expendable. Stepping into the lobby, however, Vito felt like a blind bear walking into a campsite full of hunters. Trying to keep his posture straight and his jaw tightly set, the way he'd seen the boys do while rousting some Welsher, he strode up to the registry counter and slammed his palm on it with what he hoped was an authoritative air. "I'm here for one of your, most important customers," he said, with an unfortunate crack in his voice. The clerk, a seedy old man with white hair and a black eye patch, probably some joker passing for Nat, barely looked up from the girly magazine he was reading. The back of the cover heralded some joker fetish article, and in the blurry photo, some beefy dude straddled a creature with gorgeous, lusty eyes, but who otherwise resembled a giant scoop of vanilla ice cream with skinny arms and legs and tiny hands and feet. The clerk nonchalantly turned a page. Vito cleared his throat. The clerk cleared his. After a long pause, he finally looked up and said, "We've got a lot of important customers, young man. Which one do you represent?" "The one you owe so many favors to." The words were barely out of Vito's mouth when the old man jumped up and picked up a key from the rack and dashed to the counter and held it out for Vito, saying, "Everything's been taken care of, sir. Hope you find the facilities to your liking." "It's not my opinion that counts," Vito said, plucking the key from the clerk's hand. "Watch it, or else those pages will stick together," he added, turning toward the exit. Briefly, he wondered if he should check out the room, but then he remembered that his instructions had been very succinct and to the point. Go to the lobby and bring back the key. Vito had already learned from watching a few fellas learn the hard way that the boys often didn't appreciate initiative. So he went outside into the cool air and put his head down as if walking into a strong wind, although it was barely blowing, and his posture allowed his greasy black hair to fall into his eyes. His confidence that things would go his way tonight, based on how things had gone so far, was almost immediately negated by the presence everywhere of men he recognized, on both sides of the street, standing around, sitting at the tables at junk food venues, or in parked cars. Usually the only time that many family members and grunts were together in the same area was during a funeral. Now, though, rather than being conspicuous in their clothing of mourning, they were trying to blend into their surroundings. Vito didn't recognize a few of the people accompanying the boys, but something about their cool confidence exuded an air of restrained cruelty that made even the roughest, toughest boys appear a little uneasy. His mind racing with 100 questions, Vito walked with a quickened pace to the street corner where Ralphie was waiting for him. Ralphie was one of the man's most trusted assistants. Rumor had it he had been a hitman of such talent that he once shot a mayoral candidate from 200 yards and disappeared into a crowd right in front of the television cameras. Vito didn't doubt it was possible. For him, Ralphie was more of a force than a human being. So when Vito halted a few respectful yards from Ralphie, he looked up into those cold brown eyes above those pockmarked cheeks and saw a man who would snuff him out as casually as he would step on a bug. Vito held out the key. "Here it is," he proclaimed, perhaps a trifle too loudly. "Good," said Ralphie in his gravelly voice, pointedly not taking the key. "You check out the room?" "No, I wasn't told to." "Right. Check it out now." "What's going on?" Vito blurted out. "I heard this was supposed to be a peace conference." "You ain't heard nothing. We're just taking precautions, and you've been volunteered." "What am I looking for?" "You'll know if you find it. Now get." Vito got. He didn't know if he should be elated or worried that he was being trusted with this part of the operation. His musings were interrupted as he accidentally bumped into a hunchbacked Joker with a stiff hip shuffling from an alleyway. "Hey, watch it," he barked, pushing the Joker away. The Joker stopped and drooled, nodding fearfully at Vito. Something flickered on in his dull eyes, lasting for only a second, as the Joker clenched and unclenched his fist. During that second, the Joker straightened, and Vito got the distinct impression he could crush granite in that massive fist. Then the Joker deflated, another stream of spittle drooled from his mouth, and he shuffled backward into the alley until he bumped into a garbage can. The Joker ignored Vito and rummaged about in the garbage. He found a dried, half-eaten chicken and took a big chomp of it with his white, straight teeth, masticating it furiously. Disgusted, Vito turned away and hastened back to the hotel. Only as he pushed his way through the rotating doors that led into the lobby did Vito note that the Joker's clothing, a lumberjack shirt and blue jeans, had been very clean and tidy. He couldn't remember having seen before a street person reduced to scrounging in garbage cans for food with fresh patches on his jeans at the knees. Vito put the picture of the man from his mind with a shrug. He walked past the counter where the clerk still had his nose buried in the magazine, and, thinking he might be trapped in the elevator with an unsavory sort who could reduce his probability of surviving the peace conference to 0, he instead took the 6 flights of stairs to the 3rd floor. The hallway was depressingly dark, the dim fluorescence casting as much haze as actual light that barely reflected off the grimy tan walls, infusing them with an unpleasant glare. He found the room. He looked up and down the hall. No one was there. He could hear the muffled sounds of a few TV sets coming through the doors, as well as what seemed to be the sounds of the plumbing working in the room across the hall. All this was pretty normal hotel activity in Vito's opinion, but he nevertheless felt prickly and uneasy inside, the way he always felt when he believed he was being watched by unseen eyes. He inserted the key with trembling fingers and opened the door, and found himself staring into the face of one ugly motherfucker. The dude had virtually no jaw, 2 nostril pits instead of a nose, and a forked tongue that flicked in and out of his mouth. The way the Joker grinned and looked at Vito with those predatory yellow eyes was definitely evil. Vito was used to a more banal, businesslike version. This Joker savored the knowledge that he had already frightened Vito to the core. The Joker sneered. "I see, the Calvinos are sending boys to do their work now. Tell your boss it's all right for him to come in. I am quite alone." "IV, maybe you should try taking off your socks next time," said Belinda May mischievously as the young preacher pulled the door closed. He winced at the playful sting of her words as he twisted the knob to make sure the room was locked. Belinda May giggled and put her arm around him. "Lighten up, Reverend."
You take yourself too seriously. She gave him a squeeze that started his heart pounding, and he attempted a smile. "Just remember what Norman Mailer said," she whispered seductively into his ear. "Sometimes desire just isn't enough. It doesn't make you any less of a man." "I don't read Mailer," he replied as they walked toward the elevator. "His book's too dirty for you?" "That's what I've heard. It's only life that he writes about. Life is what's happening to us now. The Bible tells me everything I need to know about life." "Bullshit."
Shocked by her casual profanity, he opened his mouth to reply, but she continued before he could get a word in. "It's a little late to protest your innocence, Leo." The young preacher suppressed his anger. Normally, he only became angry before his congregations, and he wasn't used to being talked back to. Furthermore, he wasn't used to being in the company of a female who implied his understanding of the moral dilemmas of love, life, and the pursuit of happiness wasn't beyond questioning. But in this case, he was forced to admit, though not allowed to Belinda May, he was in the wrong, because he had indeed read the works of Norman Mailer, in particular, the Executioner's Song, the exhaustive case study of the tormented young ace who had been executed for turning 9 innocent people into pillars of salt. The young preacher still had a copy of the paperback edition, hidden away in a cabinet drawer in his study, in his southwestern Virginia home, where it was unlikely to be seen by anybody else. Many other books of dubious moral content were hidden away in the same drawer, and in many others, concealed from the curiosity of his closest associates, the way other evangelical preachers might conceal the contents of their liquor cabinets. So what else could he do, except let Belinda May get the better of him? He was satisfied with the prospect of getting the better part of her body later. Besides, he wasn't all that interested in her mind anyway. She gave him another squeeze as they stood and waited for the elevator to arrive. The thrill was twice as great as before, because this time she squeezed a buttock. "You have such a cute ass for a possible presidential candidate," she said. "Most of the current crop looks like a bunch of hound dogs." His eyes darted back and forth suspiciously. "Don't worry," she said, giving him a pinch. "There's nobody here." Then the elevator doors opened, and they found themselves staring at 4 men with impassive faces and eyes of steel. The young preacher felt his knees quake, and Belinda May's squeeze this time conveyed her fear and need for protection, a signal direct and primal. The 2 men in the middle were the focus of the young preacher's attention. One was short and corpulent, red-faced and thick-lipped, with a long patch of white hair combed over the top of his head in a failed attempt to conceal the bald dome glistening beneath the fluorescence. His big eyes looked as if they would pop out of his head if someone slapped him on the back too hard. His fingers were thick and meaty. Despite a well-tailored black suit, with a red carnation in the lapel, and a neat white shirt and a gray vest, his taste in clothing was questionable at best, thanks to a red tie whose shade practically sent it into the day-glow category. The man serenely puffed at a big Havana cigar. The tobacco at the end had been darkened by his spittle, making it resemble nothing so much as a dried turd. The man blew cigar smoke into the young preacher's face. The act was deliberately inconsiderate, and the young preacher might have responded had it not been for the cold brown eyes of the tall, pockmarked man beside the fat one. This man had thin, pale lips that looked like scars. His brown hair was pressed so flat against his skull, the young preacher imagined he slept with a stocking over his head. He wore a beige trench coat with a decided bulge in the right pocket. 2 beefy men flanked them. They wore the brims of their hats tilted down so that most of their faces were concealed in shadow. One had his arms crossed, while the other, the young preacher belatedly noted, was waving the couple aside. The couple obeyed. The 4 men left the elevator and walked down the hall without a backward glance. The young preacher couldn't help pausing to stare at them, even as Belinda May dashed inside. "Come on, Leo," she whispered, holding open the closing doors with her body. The young preacher hastened inside. Who was that? Not now. Only when the elevator had begun its downward descent did Belinda add, "That was the head of the Calvino family. I saw him on the news once." "Who's the Calvino family?" "The mob." "Oh, I see. We don't have the mob where I come from. The mob's wherever it wants to be. There are 5 families in the city, though right now there are only 3 heads, or maybe 2. There've been a lot of gang murders lately. If that guy's such a bigwig, what's he doing here? You can bet it was business. Calvino numero uno will probably incinerate his shoes when he gets out of here." The elevator doors opened at the lobby. Completely oblivious to the fact that several people, including a beefy joker with a rhino face, were standing at the entrance, Belinda May put her hands around the young preacher's elbow and said, "Did you bring a box of prophylactics by any chance?" He felt his face blaze red. But if any of these people recognized him, he got no indication of it. At least he did not hear his name being spoken or the click of a camera. As they made their way through the rotating doors, he realized that his relief at having gotten out without being recognized could be illusionary. If he was being staked out by a muckraker, the young preacher would never know until he saw the proof on the evening news or read it on the front pages of the supermarket rags. "Belinda, why did you say that?" he demanded. "What? Do you mean about the prophylactics?" she asked innocently, reaching for a cigarette and lighter from her pocketbook. "It seems like a reasonable question. I think it's very important for sexually active people to practice safe sex, don't you?" "Yes, but in front of all those people." She stopped at the edge of the sidewalk, turned away from him, cupped her hand over the cigarette in her mouth, and lit it. When she turned back to him, puffing smoke, she said, "What do they care?" "Besides," she added with a mischievous smile, "I should think you'd approve my inherent optimism." The young preacher covered his face. He clenched his other hand into a fist. He felt as if the eyes of every individual on the street were upon him, even though the most casual appraisal of the situation demonstrated he was simply being paranoid. "Where do you want to eat?" he asked. Belinda May playfully jabbed his ribs. "Brace up, Reverend. I was only kidding. You worry too much. Keep on worrying, and we'll be in that room for weeks. I'm not sure I've got that much credit on my plastic. Oh, don't worry about that. I'll see that the church reimburses you somehow. Now, where do you want to eat?" "That place looks good," she said, pointing across the street. "Ruddy's Kosher Sushi. It's a deal." He took her by the elbow and walked her to the corner of the intersection. He looked both ways as the light at the crosswalk turned green, not just to make sure all the automobiles were stopping, something no big city denizen took for granted, but to see if anyone was around whose presence he should be concerned with. The television crew was accosting a young woman at the end of the next block, but that was it. He felt reasonably safe they would be seated at a restaurant table in the back. Before they had stepped off the curb, someone coming from his blind side bumped into him. On a usual night, the young preacher would have turned the other cheek, but normally he wasn't so frustrated. He yelled, "Hey, watch where you're going!" and then realized with a shock of horror that his harsh words had been spoken to a joker. An obviously retarded joker with a hunchback and dim eyes. The man had curly red hair and wore a freshly pressed lumberjack shirt and denim jeans. "Sorry," said the joker, sticking the tip of his forefinger in his nostril, and then, as if thinking better of it, merely wiping his wrist across his nose. The young preacher for some reason suspected the gesture as an affectation and became certain of it when the joker bowed stiffly and said, "I was just a tad preoccupied. Lost in my own world, I suppose. You do forgive me, don't you?" Then the joker stepped away from the curb as if he had completely changed his mind about which direction he was headed in. A trickle of drool dropped down his chin almost as an afterthought. Wide-eyed and confused, the young preacher took a few steps after the man. Belinda May detained him, demanding, "Leo, where do you think you're going?" After him, of course. Why?" The young preacher thought about it during a particularly uncomfortable moment. "I thought I would tell him about the mission, see if he couldn't use a little help. He looked like he could." "Nice sentiments, but you can't. You're incognito, remember?" "I am." "All right." He couldn't see the hunchback anymore anyway. The pitiful creature had already disappeared into the crowd. "Come on, let's feed our faces," she said, again taking him by the elbow. They weaved through a slew of automobiles gridlocked at the intersection. The young preacher was still looking back, searching for a glimpse of the hunchback, when they came to an abrupt stop. He turned to see a microphone poised before his face. The television news team blocked their path. "Reverend Leo Barnett," said the reporter, a clean-cut man with curly black hair, wearing glasses and a three-piece blue suit, "what in the world are you, with your well-known stance on Joker's rights, doing here in the Edge?" The young preacher felt his life passing before his eyes. He managed a weak smile. My date and I are simply having a bite to eat." "Do you have an announcement for the society pages?" the reporter asked slyly. The corners of the young preacher's mouth turned.
I make it a policy never to answer questions of a personal nature. This young lady is my companion for the evening. She works at the new mission my church has opened in Jokertown, and she suggested we sample some of the fine cuisine the Edge has to offer. Some commentators think it's strange, peculiar even, that a man who has opposed Joker's rights so stridently at his pulpit would be so concerned with the day-to-day plight of Jokers. Just why did you open the mission? The young preacher decided he didn't like the reporter's attitude. I had a promise to keep, that's why I did it, he said curtly, trying to imply the interview was over. That was precisely the opposite of his true intention. And what was that promise? Who did you make it to? The reporter had taken the bait. Now the young preacher's major difficulty was in keeping a straight face. The information on his mind hadn't been made public before, and his instincts guessed these were the right circumstances to do so. Well, if you insist. There's been a great deal of speculation on the matter, sir, and I think the people have a right to know. Well, I met a young man once. He had been infected by the wild card virus and had gotten himself in a great deal of trouble as a result. He asked to see me, and I came. We prayed together, and he told me he knew I couldn't do anything for him, but he wanted me to promise to help as many Jokers as I could, so maybe they wouldn't get into the same type of trouble as he did. I was very moved, and so I promised. A few hours later, he was executed by electrocution. I watched as 20,000 volts of current shot him in a hot flash and fried him like a piece of bacon. And I knew I would have to keep that promise no matter what anyone else thought. He was executed? The reporter asked stupidly. Yes, he was a first-degree murderer. He had turned some people into pillars of salt. You made that promise to Gary Gilmore? The reporter asked incredulously, his face ashen. Absolutely. Though maybe he wasn't a joker. Maybe some people would call him an ace, or an individual with some of the powers you'd expect from an ace. I don't really know. I'm only finding some of these things out. I see. And has your opening of the Jokertown mission had any effect on your position toward Joker's rights? Not at all. The common man still must be protected, but I have always emphasized that we must deal with the victims of the virus compassionately. I see. The reporter's face remained ashen, while the sound man and the minicam operator smiled smugly. Evidently, they realized, as the young preacher realized, that the reporter lacked the quick wit necessary to ask a logical follow-up question. But since the young preacher was feeling fairly merciful, as well as confident that he had just achieved his 60-second bite on the news, he felt like giving the reporter a break. A slight break. My companion and I must get something to eat, but I think we have time for one more question. Yes, there is something else I'm sure our viewers would like to know. You've made no secret of your presidential ambitions. That is true, but I really have nothing further to add on the subject right now. Just answer this, sir. You've just turned 35, the minimum age for that office. But some of your potential opponents have stated that a man of 35 can't possibly have the experience in life that's necessary for the job. How do you respond to that? Jesus was only 33 when he changed the world for all time. Surely a man who's reached the grand old age of 35 can have some positive effect. Now, if you'd excuse me. Taking Belinda May by the arm, he brushed past the reporter and the crew and walked into the restaurant. I'm sorry, Leo. I didn't know, she said. That's all right. I think I handled them well enough. And besides, I've been meaning to tell that story for some time. Did you really meet Gary Gilmore? Yes. It's been a fairly well-kept secret. There really hadn't been the need to publicize it before now, though it might do the mission some good in the public relations arena. Then maybe you have met Mailer. He said he hadn't been able to confirm all the identities of the people who saw Gilmore toward the end. Please, we have to have secrets from one another. Otherwise, what would we discover about each other tomorrow? Would you like a table for two? Asked the maitre d', a tuxedoed, fish-faced man wearing a water helmet for breathing purposes. The words from the speaker grill on the helmet gurgled eerily. Yes, in the back, please, said the young preacher. When they were alone at the booth, Belinda May lit yet another cigarette and said,
If those reporters find out about us, would it help if we assure them we're only going to use the missionary position? V. Quasimon did not fear death, and death certainly did not fear him. Quasimon lived with a little piece of death in his soul every day, a little bit of terror and beauty, of blood and thunder. Fragments of his forthcoming demise perpetually crashed together with fleeting images of his pre-viral past inside his brain. How distant were those fragments? Quasimon had the distinct sensation the future might be closer than he had hoped. He shuffled up to a newsstand and stood before the rows of girly magazines. He thought how there had been something tantalizingly familiar about the face of the man he had bumped into, something that eluded him as parts of his brain twisted into another dimension. Quasimon would have dropped everything until enough of his brain had reassembled in one plane for him to remember, but right now he figured it was more important to remember why he had come to the edge tonight in the first place. Suddenly, his hand became very cold.
He looked down at it. It had gone somewhere else, and his wrist tapered off into a stub, as if the hand had become transparent. He knew it was still attached, because otherwise he would be feeling intense pain, as he had when an extra-dimensional creature had eaten a stray toe. The extreme cold numbed his arm all the way to his shoulder, but there was nothing he could do about that, except suffer until the hand returned, which would be soon enough, probably. Even so, he couldn't help thinking about how Christ had visited a synagogue and cured a man who had a withered hand. Something in his heart, like faith, told him Father Squid had sent him to the edge tonight on a mission. Whether or not the idea for the mission had originated in Father Squid's fevered mind was a moot point. Many from all walks of life requested assistance from the Church of Our Lady of Perpetual Misery, and Father Squid was only too happy to provide it, if he saw that only good could result. Quasimon shuffled up and down the street, casing out the scene. His suspicions were aroused by a few of the men sitting at some tables on the sidewalk. The rumpled clothing of a man at the newsstand, come to think of it, had indicated he probably wasn't the type who'd spend so much time looking at investors' magazines. Finally, an unusual number of alert, grim-faced men just sat in their cars, watching, waiting. Several little pieces of death manifested themselves in Quasimon's brain. Death that pointed, thank God, at these grim-faced men. For a moment, Quasimon saw the streets running red with blood. But a closer inspection of the environment indicated the vision had just been an optical illusion, caused by reflecting red neon lights off water collecting in a few large, shallow potholes. The revelation could not, however, explain the smell of blood and fear, permeating the air like a memory that hadn't happened yet. As important parts of the muscle group in his right thigh phased into another plane of existence, where the air had a slightly acidic quality, Quasimon shuffled to a street corner. There, pretending to be a beggar, he would wait for the blood and the fear to become real. The memory of thunder echoed in his ears. War is a bad thing for business, said the man philosophically. He sat, legs crossed, in a chair in the corner of the room, beside a table and the other chair. He absently rolled his half-smoked cigar in his fingers. "It's especially bad for the lossers," said Worm with a grin, sitting in the other chair. Vito stood at the door with his arms folded across his chest and felt something inside turn to ice. He had assumed, as presumably the man and the boys had assumed, that this Joker was just another businessman whose interests lay outside the law, just as their own did. Vito couldn't help feeling, however, this Worm character had a hidden agenda. If the head of the Calvino clan was as disturbed as Vito, though, he gave no indication of it. He conducted himself forcefully, secure in his position as the person who pulled the strings on the other 4 men in the room. Of these, Mike and Frank were simple enforcers. Vito wasn't particularly afraid of them, but he wouldn't want to be on their bad side either. It was always prudent to be a little afraid to Ralphie, even when he was in a good mood. Even so, Vito couldn't help but notice that the man was deliberately acting deferentially to this Joker who couldn't keep his forked tongue in his mouth. Thus far in the course of their conference, whenever Worm had raised his voice, the man had soothed his feelings.
When Worm made demands, the man had said he would see what he and the boys could do to strike a balance. And whenever Worm dared the man to step over a line, the man politely declined. Vito had to admit to nursing some concern for the future of the 5 families if they'd have to kowtow to the Jokers to survive. Besides, a man dies a little every day, said Worm with a cryptic smile. What difference does it make if he dies all at once? The man laughed. His smile was condescending. If Worm noticed the implied insult, he gave no indication. Once I believed as you, said the man. I took delight in times of trouble, and took great relish at seeing my enemies fall. But that was before I got married and began raising a family. I began to yearn for a more orderly way of resolving differences. That is why we are meeting now, so that we can resolve our differences like civilized human beings. I'm not particularly human. The man's face reddened. He nodded. Forgive me, I did not mean to offend. Vito glanced at Ralphie, leaning against the wall beside a desk. Ralphie's cheek was twitching, a sign he was getting suspicious. The fingers of his right hand twitched too. Ralphie and the man exchanged glances, and then, as the man turned back to Worm, Ralphie looked meaningfully at Mike and Frank, who sat on the bed, carefully watching the proceedings. Mike and Frank nodded. Vito wasn't exactly sure of the meaning of all those signals, but he definitely wasn't going to ask. There has been much killing, much bloodshed, said the man. And for what? I do not understand. This is a big town. It is a gateway to the rest of the country. Surely there is enough business for all. Worm shrugged. You don't understand. My associates strive for something more than just lining their pockets. That is what I am trying to say, replied the man, though please don't get me wrong. Greed is a great and noble thing. It makes the world go round. It makes for the bull market. Worm shrugged. Bull or bear, it is all the same to the man who owns the building where the market stands. My associates claim our fair share of every business operating in this market. What you get out of it is your own affair, but you will have to bargain with us first. Ralphie stood straight up. Mike and Frank both reached toward the guns in the holsters beneath their jackets, but they were restrained by a signal the man made with his forefinger. The silence filled the room like the scent of a crisp pizza in a microwave, and Worm ran his forked tongue over his face, as if anticipating the tasty morsels to come. Vito debated which way he should duck. The man stared at Worm for several moments. He thoughtfully rubbed his double chin. He put his cigar in his mouth, took a lighter from his pocket, and in a few seconds had filled the room with the pungent odor of burning Cuban tobacco. Vito, I am hungry. He reached for his wallet, which Ralphie took and gave to Vito. Take my credit cards, said the man, and go to that sushi bar across the street. Order a generous selection. For 6? Who knows? By the time you return, our business might be concluded and we'll be comfortably watching a hockey game. Isn't that right, Mr. Worm? Worm hissed in agreement. It's amazing how the game becomes much more exciting every year, said the man. Tonight's Ranger game should be a good one, shouldn't it, Mr. Worm? This time Worm merely nodded. Hustling down the hall toward the elevator, Vito realized how relieved he was to be out of Worm's company. He imagined the man would feel the same way, and Vito admired the manner in which his boss hid his discomfort. Worm seemed not to notice. Of course, you could never really be sure what a Joker noticed, and what he simply chose to ignore. 7. What is it you people want? The man asked Worm angrily after Vito had left. We're both businessmen. What is it that we can reasonably do to help us live together? Worm hissed. Yes, that is the question. The organization I represent, like the organization you represent, is very large. It already has considerable influence. So, naturally, it wants more. The man puffed his cigar. Your ambition has not escaped me, he said sarcastically. Worm grinned. I didn't think it would. I am merely emphasizing that, like yourself, I can't make promises for others.
"Oh, but I can," said the man, making a subtle gesture that restrained Ralphie from giving the signal to Mike and Frank. "And I gather you can too, otherwise you wouldn't have taken the trouble to have this meeting with us alone. We're not naive, Mr. Wyam. You must have some bargaining leeway, otherwise there'd be no point in you being so very, very alone. You are alone, aren't you?" said Ralphie, completely ignoring the irate glare the man shot at him as he walked past Worm to the window and peeked out the curtain, looking to the streets below. "Of course, Worm," replied. Suddenly they heard the sounds of two men arguing in the hall. The tone quickly became violent. They heard the sound of a fist striking a jaw. Someone grunted and thumped hard against a wall. The impact made the floor shake. One of the men snarled a curse and then went thump against the other wall, twice as loud as before. Ralphie turned from the window and said to Mike and Frank, "Check it out." The noise of the altercation in the hallway continued unabated. Mike and Frank walked from the room. Ralphie followed them to the door to make certain it was locked. They heard Mike say something, then the hallway quieted down. "You still haven't answered my question," the man said. "What question is that?" asked Worm, glancing up at Ralphie as the enforcer returned to his position at the window. "What can we do to help us live together?" "Oh, I think I can come up with a reasonable answer." Then there was a knock at the door. "What is it?" Ralphie called out. "You better'd come here." It was Frank. "Good," said the man, responding to Worm's remark. "The Calvino interests want to be reasonable." Worm hissed, his tongue darting in and out. Ralphie opened the door and barked, "What, for Christ's sake?" His answer was a gunshot. The bullet ripped a hole the size of a silver dollar in Ralphie's back and sprayed the room with bright red blood. Ralphie was dead before he hit the floor. He twitched, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. Standing in the doorway were two toughs wearing Macintosh coats. Their faces were concealed by plastic masks that, even in his state of surprise and shock, the man found to be strangely, disturbingly familiar. Between them was Frank, a gun held to his head. There was another shot, and an eruption of blood and brains sprayed from Frank's temple and splattered the door. Frank slumped to the floor. "Mike?" said the man softly. It had been many years since he had personally witnessed violence. He hadn't refrained because he was afraid or gotten soft in his old age, but because his lawyers had advised him to conduct his affairs in this manner. So he was a little slow to react, a little slow to realize he was 100% alone. By the time he stood up, with the intention of calling to his man on the street, Worm had already grabbed him. The man struggled, but Worm was too strong. The man was like a rag doll in his grip. The last thing the man saw was Worm's open mouth, coming closer to his face. The man closed his eyes in panic and kept them closed as Worm kissed him. The man tried to scream, then unconsciousness claimed him as Worm bit off his lips and spat them across the floor. 8. "Where is our food?" the young preacher asked, half impatiently, half rhetorically. He saw the waitress coming their way, carrying an array of trays on suspiciously wide arms. She stopped at a foursome 2 booths down and served 2 plates of steamed seafood in kelp boats, plus 1 of chilled noodles with peanut miso sauce, and another of a variety of meats and vegetables deep-fried tempura style. A large bowl of rice and replenishment of refreshments were quickly added for the entire table. The air conditioner carried a fresh whiff of the tempura to the young preacher, and his mouth watered in anticipation. The worm of envy gnawed in his soul as he made a quick inspection of the lucky ones whose food had already arrived. They were a team of double daters. 3, including an Oriental man, seemed normal enough, but he found himself unable to pry his eyes away from the scarlet-skinned victim of the virus, a beautiful woman with soft pink compound eyes like a butterfly's, and 2 large blood-red antennae protruding from her forehead. She wore a low-cut gown that revealed her shape to be enticingly, even staggeringly normal. He deduced that the scintillating silver cape hung up on a nearby coat rack belonged to her.
The dining area of the sushi bar itself was L-shaped, with the front door and the cash register in the middle corner. The young preacher and Belinda May sat in the row of booths at the discreet furthermost edge of the shorter corridor, which was hidden from the storefront window that ran along most of the longer corridor. The young preacher distracted himself from the beautiful Ace by watching the fish-faced maitre d' seat a couple who laughed and made jokes between themselves. At the register booth was a somber young man whose slick black hair made him resemble some juvie or punk from a gangster movie. "Leo," said Belinda May, a mischievous light appearing in her eyes. "I was not. I was looking at that boy. I bet he's some kind of fledgling gangster. They're all over the streets tonight, for some reason. Did you notice?" "No, I didn't. Anyway, you were looking at that Ace earlier." "Well, yes. Who is she?" "Her name is Pesticide. She's becoming quite well known, thanks to that society column she writes for, the Jokertown Cry. Anyway, if you're going to stare at any woman tonight, it's going to be me." The young preacher raised his cup of coffee as if to make a toast. "It's a deal." Then the worm of envy finally knew defeat as the waitress brought their meal. In a few moments, all thoughts of small talk were erased as the young preacher reached out for a piece of hirame, its tender white color, like glistening ivory, beckoning him like a white, cool light. The cold rice was scrumptious, the taste of the flounder delectable. Belinda May's fingers flittered over the selection of sushi and tempura on her tray. Quickly, she settled on a piece of dark red maguro. She bit the tuna in half and chewed with an expression of ecstasy he remembered all too well. He picked up a fan-tailed shrimp and bit off all but the tip. The shrimp was nudging its way down his throat like a pebble in a narrow water pipe when a sudden chilly blast of air whipped through the sushi bar. He glanced up to see the patrons in the other booths, including Pesticide, looking toward the door. A gang of young toughs had entered, dressed in Macintosh coats to a man. It was evident they had some sinister purpose in mind. The fish-faced Joker gurgled something to them via his helmet speaker, probably urging them to vacate the premises at once. The short tough, who appeared to be their leader, responded threateningly with a hammer directed at the Joker's water helmet. Their faces, Leo thought, the muscles in his gut tightening. He barely noticed the young juvie, if that's what he was, slipping out the door. Something about their faces. The toughs' faces were all the same, immobile, strangely devoid of life. The young preacher realized with a start the toughs were wearing plastic masks. The familiar, grinning likeness, an exaggerated pug nose and a lick of blonde hair falling across the broad forehead, was distorted with a tone that would have been satirical if the toughs hadn't exuded such dark menace. With a bolt of horror, he recognized the face as his own. The toughs were wearing Leo Barnett masks. He barely felt the restraining touch of Belinda May on his arm as he stepped from the booth. "Don't go! Don't draw any attention to yourself," she hissed. "They're werewolves, a Joker street gang, and they know who you are." Her words reminded him that many Jokers had publicly spoken of their hatred of him for the political and the moral stands he had taken in the past.
Their overreaction had only hardened his followers in the belief that something had to be done to end the problem of the wildcard virus. This, in turn, had hardened victims in their belief that something had to be done to end political repression. The young preacher trembled. What would he do if the werewolves recognized him? Wild, fearful thoughts that made him ashamed flashed through his brain. A moment ago, he had been a semi-anonymous patron of a sushi bar. Now he was a lightning rod that anyone in danger could point to in order to distract the werewolves. "For God's sake!" hissed Belinda May, yanking him down beside her. He landed with a thump, and a hollow chill tore through his being as he saw the nearest of the masked faces turn toward him. That thump had been just loud enough. He instinctively put his hand over his mouth as if to hide a belch or an untimely remark.
and for the next few moments he dared to hope his ploy had worked, for the tough seemed content to use his tentacle to scratch the folds of skin hanging below his mast. The maitre d', meanwhile, was held motionless by the threat of the hammer above his helmet. One tough withdrew a gun from beneath his mackintosh. There was a commotion at the far end of the sushi bar as the other patrons reacted to the situation. Another tough withdrew a machete from his coat and tossed it into the air. He tapped the forehead of his mask, a gesture evidently indicating his telekinetic power over the weapon, which spun out of sight down the far corridor like a giant version of those deadly ninja stars Leo had seen thrown in kung fu movies. There was a loud "Shick!" People screamed. Drawing their knives, two other toughs moved out of sight. The machete returned to the hand of the thrower like a boomerang. The tentacled tough, meanwhile, nodded at two comrades, pointed at someone, then at someone else, and then at Leo. The trio walked up the corridor. The young preacher barely noted the screams from the other corridor. "Sweet Jesus, not me. Don't let them be heading for me," he thought. Now very much afraid that even the slightest motion would make the werewolves notice him, he refrained from wiping the beads of sweat on his brow. Regardless of what happened next, the spotlight of the nation would be thrown on him. He prayed to the Lord, asking for guidance, but none came. He could only wait and hope. The ensuing seconds seemed like eons, endless stretches of time punctuated by the sounds of gunfire from outside or screeching tires and of people screaming. The edge had erupted into a war zone. The toughs with the knives, now bloody, returned. Their leader shouted to the ones approaching the young preacher, "What are you assholes doing? Let's get out of here!" The tentacle tough looked back just long enough to say, "In a minute, man. We've got some business to take care of." An obese tough with lobster's claws instead of hands stopped by the booth where Pesticide sat, put one claw under her chin, and lifted her face to his. One of the men with her almost made a move, was detained by a look from the third tough, who signaled very clearly with his handgun. "Pretty, pretty," said the clawed tough. "You wouldn't be so proud to show your face in public if it was anything like mine." The tentacle tough turned toward the young preacher and motioned as if to say, "Be right with you." The tough, menacing Pesticide became distracted by staccato machine gun fire from outside, and Pesticide took advantage of the opportunity to bat his claw from her face with a tiny hand and stand up defiantly. Compared to the man she was facing, she seemed fragile, helpless, and small. Meanwhile, the young preacher's sense of outrage grew, overpowering both fear and common sense. The sushi bar alarm began to clang deafeningly, with no sign of abating. The leader of the toughs said, "That was a stupid thing to do, fish face," and smashed his hammer down on the maitre d's water helmet. The Joker immediately began coughing, unable to draw oxygen from the air. He cut his hands on the shards of his helmet as he brought them to his throat, as if warding off an invisible strangler. While everyone was preoccupied with the maitre d's death throes, a strange yellow light began to glow from within Pesticide. It became so bright that her clothing resembled gossamer thrown over a spotlight. Her entire skeleton became visible, sheathed by the outlines of her skin and the dim silhouettes of her inner organs. A black force gathering inside her became evident. She opened her mouth, as if to scream. Instead, an intense light like that of a laser stabbed from her mouth and struck the lobster-handed tough. The black force rushed up her throat and came out of her mouth and followed the path of the light. It was a horde of scarlet insects, wing-backed and hideous, chirping like the incessant chorus of a nightmare. They covered the tough like a swarm of locusts before he could react. They began chewing immediately, chewing through his coat, through his mask,
through the shells of his claws, burrowing inside him in a matter of seconds. The tough screamed and fell backward onto the table of an empty booth. He rolled into the seat and beat what was left of his claws frantically on his body, futilely attempting to stop the horde of insects from continuing their grisly meal. Through it all, Pesticide stood motionless, shining, staring at him with lifeless eyes that in the wake of her inner glow resembled ebony jewels. She did not notice the tough with the gun point the barrel at her head. The shot that rang out was only dimly muffled by the clanging of the alarm. Pesticide's brain splattered against the wall and onto the friend beside her. She fell, dead instantly, into his arms. The tough backed away, pointing his gun to her other two companions to hold them off. The leader called out, "Come on, let's get the fuck out of here!" Belinda May shouted, "No, Leo, no!" For the young preacher had already given in to his rage and charged the two remaining toughs in the corridor. He had no idea exactly what he planned to do. He only knew Pesticide's only crime had been defending herself, however strangely, against their aggression. His ill-defined plans were quickly aborted when he was stopped by a tentacled tough. The werewolf's arm was elongating from his sleeve. It wrapped around the young preacher's neck and lifted him from the floor like a doll caught in a hangman's noose. The young preacher kicked and waved his arms about. He attempted to scream in defiance, but the hold of the tentacle was too tight. All he could really do was choke. He had just enough air to breathe, no more. Still, he continued to fight and kick. Something hard struck him at the back of the head. It was the ceiling. He felt the world swirl around him as the tough partially retracted his tentacle. The touch drew him close. He stared into the weird gray eyes behind the mask. "Look what I've got," the tough said. "How does it feel to be staring into your own face, preacher? Isn't pretty to live in fear, is it?" The young preacher half screamed, half choked. The tough laughed unpleasantly. "I have to thank you for providing us with something to play with after the evening's entertainment is over. Don't worry, she'll be returned to you unharmed. Only her pride will be a little damaged." The young preacher turned into an animal at that moment, a trapped, frenzied animal. His weak fists beat furiously but vainly at the tentacle. He heard Belinda May scream, but didn't catch exactly what was happening to her because he felt himself rising. His last coherent vision was that of the dead tough still being eaten by the insects, who were slowing down now that their host had died. Even so, half the tough's torso had already been consumed, as well as most of his arms and thighs. Chirping insects listlessly poked through the Joker's eyes and crawled out on what remained of the mask to breathe their last.
The young preacher's last coherent thought was, "Oh well, at least no one can fault me for fainting, not under these circumstances." Then his head struck a beam and the lights went out. "Ix, mother of mercy, is this the end of Vito?" thought the young hood as he ran from the sushi bar into the street. For a moment, he hoped he had been imagining everything, that the werewolves were just out on an insignificant robbing spree, and that he would return to the hotel room to find the man incredibly incensed that he had left the sushi bar before even placing an order. Then the shooting started. Vito hit the sidewalk and rolled beneath an automobile. He bruised his knee against the concrete and scraped his forehead against the metal, but except for being inconvenienced by the trickle of blood flowing into his left eye, he was way beyond caring about minor injuries. Judging from how things were going so far, he would be lucky to survive the night. Across the street, two of the boys were being attacked by more members of the werewolf street gang. One of the boys managed to stab a werewolf in the chest, but as the blood spurted high in the air, the werewolf behind him cut his throat from ear to ear. It became difficult to tell whose blood was whose. The other boy pulled out his gun, but only managed to get a single shot off, getting a werewolf smack between the eyes of his plastic mask, before he was sliced to ribbons by a slew of attackers. Indeed, the werewolves, apparently unimpressed by the fact that their victims were decidedly dead, continued to cut them both up with such frenzy that Vito feared they might throw the ensuing pieces of meat to the rest of the gang. Of course, the rest of the werewolves were a little too busy at the moment to notice. Chaos had erupted on the streets of the Edge. Gnats and jokers alike ran in every direction, taking cover wherever they could find it, which was nowhere to be found. There were simply too many bullets flying about for anybody to be safe for long. Those werewolves not engaged in personal combat with the members of the Calvino family indiscriminately fired machine guns in every direction, sometimes cutting down their fellow gang members in their efforts to get everyone who even looked like they might be a Calvino. The members of the Calvino family reacted pretty much in kind, except for those trying to get away in their cars. Vito covered his head with his hands and watched as a werewolf stood before an oncoming automobile and sprayed the front windshield with bullets. Vito couldn't tell if the driver bought it or if he merely ducked. In any case, the guy in the passenger seat lost the majority of his brains. The car plowed into the attacking werewolf and then carried along several pedestrians until it crushed them against a parked car. A few survived long enough to know their last few seconds would be spent waiting for the cars to erupt into flame. The plume of fire was spectacular. Pieces of flaming metal and scorched meat flew high in the air, and they landed on the ground in the sort of slow-motion ballet of violence Vito had thought only happened in the movies. Vito scrambled to the rear of the car he was under, figuring he'd be safer if he was as far away from all that hot debris. He saw a fight happening right next to him. He could only see the legs of the people involved, but he gathered a panic-stricken tourist was trying to wrestle a gun away from a werewolf. The guy's girlfriend was trying to stop him. Vito was still trying to decide whom he should root for when the werewolf succeeded in knocking the guy down. The guy landed on his butt, doubled over with the wind knocked out of him. His girl, a black chick in a tight green dress, knelt beside him and said something. Vito couldn't hear what because of all the noise going down, but whatever it was, it didn't do either any good. Because 2 seconds later, the pair was riddled with bullets and lying in a pool of blood. Vito's stomach tightened into a slab as he watched the werewolf walk away. Vito resolved to stay where he was until one side was wiped out or the cops arrived, whichever came first. He wasn't going to be like some fool showing off to his girlfriend, and he wasn't going to have any stories to brag about to whoever was left in the Calvino clan tomorrow. He was going to survive and nothing more. That would be enough. Across the street, a couple of fool werewolves threw Molotov cocktails. Vito imagined he was a bug, lying low in a pile of leaves, hoping if he imagined hard enough, then maybe on some level he would become one. Even then, he thought, being a bug might still be too big. Vito turned around to see a familiar pair of legs kneeling beside the dead couple. The person was low enough so Vito could see his face. It was the hunchback, making the sign of the cross. Vito couldn't help wondering just how intelligent this nutcase really was. Suddenly, the hunchback turned his head, and Vito found himself staring directly into the nutcase's eyes. He believed he saw many things happening there. The eyes quickly misted, as if they were peering into some far-off place just around the corner. Fear manifested itself in the hunchback's eyes. His face lost all color, and he opened his mouth to say something. But whatever he had on his mind, it was already too late to say it. In that brief second before Vito was engulfed in the flames of the Molotov cocktail that smashed under the car, he was curiously aware that the hunchback recoiled from something that hadn't happened yet. X. The young preacher woke up on the floor of the sushi bar. The bar was packed with folks attempting to escape the chaos outside, which, from what he could hear, resembled one of the more horrendous visions from the Book of Revelations.
The place where the young preacher lay, however, was nearly empty. It contained just a few corpses and a lot of dead insects. Belinda May was nowhere to be found. The young preacher rose, brushed off a few dead insects clinging to his jacket and trousers, and then sat down in the nearest booth to nurse his aching head. He touched the spot where the throbbing was the greatest. When he took his fingers away, they were flecked with dried blood. From outside, he heard the shrill sound of approaching sirens. The police were coming. He hoped they were bringing with them a full complement of paramedics. Of course, there was still all that shooting and screaming going on outside, too. Suddenly, the sushi bar was racked from the shockwaves of a nearby explosion. The young preacher dived under the booth and struck his head against the pedestal. He didn't mind. After what he had already been through, a tad more excruciating pain wasn't going to make that much difference. He crawled on the floor through a pile of dead bugs, under the limp legs of the dead pesticide, and wondered where Belinda May was. He couldn't think straight, but he knew he couldn't let his mental fog prevent him from finding her. What would the people say? What would the Lord say? Or the reporters? Worse, what would she say if he tried to have her again and discovered he didn't have the courage to brave fire and brimstone for the honor of parting her like the Red Sea? He was vaguely aware of people trying to stop him as he got up and staggered into the street where the ruins of a car burned. There weren't nearly as many panic-stricken people running about as he had expected. Bodies, bloody or burned to a crisp, were strewn all over the sidewalks. The young preacher hoped the television crew was picking all this up. Where's Belinda May? He wondered. Then he saw the tentacled tough in the middle of the street. The tough held a limp Belinda May high, daring others to make her a target. The tough approached some hoods with machine guns. The hoods were beaten and battered, but they were still alive, and they were lifting their guns. The tough lowered Belinda May.
He was going to use her as a shield. Now that it was too late to make a difference, Quasi-Man remembered that Father Squid had sent him to the edge to prevent Worm from making a hit on a Mafia Don. Of course, neither Quasi-Man, Squid, nor the individual who had provided the information about the hit had guessed that Worm would cover his tracks with a sea of blood. It was proving to be an effective, if brutal, idea. And although Quasi-Man knew no one would blame him for being unable to prevent the bloodshed of the evening, he hated himself for not having done anything to prevent all this suffering. He had seen so many people die. A few details were lost as portions of his brain phased in and out of reality, but nothing could diminish the profound sense of desolation that assailed him. The worst death he had seen was that of the kid hiding beneath that car. He'd watched the flames engulf the kid before the event had actually happened. Maybe that was why it had been so unnerving. But the night wasn't over yet. Quasi-Man had seen the blood, but the thunder was still to come. Quasi-Man belatedly noticed the sounds of the approaching sirens as he decided he might as well split with the rest of the survivors. A few hoods and werewolves still battled on the street, but Worm had doubtlessly made himself scarce long ago. Quasi-Man was still visualizing where he wanted to be when he saw the werewolf, an unconscious woman in his tentacle above his head, walking down the middle of the street toward a couple of hoods. The hoods lifted their weapons. Quasi-Man didn't need precognitive senses to guess what might happen next. He knew he had to help the woman, somehow. He was about to make a turn through space when he saw the man with the familiar face rushing toward the werewolf and the woman. The blasting reverberating in Quasi-Man's head wasn't exactly thunder. 12. If the young preacher had given the matter a serious thought, he would have gotten down on his knees and prayed. Instead, he ran as fast as he could toward the werewolf and knocked him down. The hood's tentacle snapped like a whip, flinging Belinda May to safety. She landed on the hood of an automobile. At the same time, the werewolf and the young preacher struck the ground. The two members of the Calvino clan pulled the triggers of their machine guns. Surprisingly, the young preacher felt no anticipation for the next life to come.
Instead, he felt a curious sense of regret, along with a particular, only slightly contradictory sense of relief. He drew his mind in upon itself and, tightening it up into a psychic ball, hurled it to a place where he had once dared not look. The gunshots were like thunderclaps, magnified to an infinite power, and he almost visualized the bullets speeding through the barrels. If this was to be the last nanosecond of his life, well, then he would live it gladly. It was still a long time. Enveloped by cold, he felt himself going down, 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 into a hell colder than any polar nightmare. He felt his soul dissipating. Was this what death was like? Would he soon envision himself lying on the street, surrounded by the others who had died before him? Would he then be inexorably pulled toward a beckoning white light, where the Virgin Mary and Jesus Christ stood side by side with his own mother, awaiting him with outstretched arms? Would he know at last what heaven was like? Why then did he feel as if his mind were being ripped apart in 1,000 directions? 100 flashes of intense heat alternated with 100 flashes of absolute zero. He suddenly believed all his concepts of eternity were just timepieces glimpsed in dream, his concepts of infinity motes in a sandbox. The young preacher couldn't escape the notion that he had merged somehow with all conceivable times and places, a prelude to merging with the inconceivable times and places that lay just beyond the confines of reality. Death was turning out to be a more complicated experience than he had ever imagined. He wondered if the bullets had already penetrated his body, if his skull was being shattered and his heart and lungs perforated. Thankfully, there was no pain. Yet, perhaps he would be spared that one unpleasant aspect of his death. It was strange, though, to feel so whole and complete when he was actually coming apart. It was strange still that the nothingness, at first incomprehensible and indescribable, suddenly became just an expanse of concrete, lined at varying intervals, just like a sidewalk. It was strangest of all to think that instead of lying in the street beside the dead tentacled werewolf, he found himself still alive. The sidewalk was drenched with blood, none of it, thankfully, his. But what was that weight on top of him? How had it gotten there? The weight slid to the sidewalk beside him. It was the hunchbacked Joker he had spoken harshly to earlier. Only this time, the hunchback lay face up, as haggard as a corpse, and was sinking half an inch into the concrete. The young preacher could only guess how, but he was certain the hunchback was paying the price for saving him. Suddenly, someone jammed a microphone in his face. He looked up to see the television reporter, flanked by his remote team, leaning down. The sound man had a bloody makeshift bandage over his wrist, and the reporter a fresh wound across his forehead. The camera was on, the sound was on, and the reporter said, "Hey, Reverend Barnett, how are you feeling? Do you have any words for your—" But before the young preacher could answer, a policeman yanked the reporter away. Another policeman grabbed the young preacher and tried to pull him away from the hunchback. The wail of sirens blasted the air with shrill vibrations, and a horde of red and blue lights added an entirely new level of surreality to the scene. "Get the fuck away from me!" the young preacher shouted, breaking away from the policeman. He was vaguely aware of the newsman saying softly into his mic, "You heard it on Channel 4 first, folks. A minister using an expletive in public. I'm sure a lot of Reverend Barnett's constituents are wondering what this world's coming to." The young preacher felt a flash of anger at the impertinent bozo, but he decided to be patient and beg God to curse him later. Right now, all he was concerned about was the ace, or Joker, or whatever, who had saved him. He knelt beside the man, who was already sinking deeper into the sidewalk. A paramedic with a confused expression knelt beside the pair. "Save him," the young preacher implored. "You've got to save this man." "How?" asked the paramedic helplessly. "I don't know what the matter is, and besides, I can't even touch him." It was true. The paramedic's hands had penetrated into the hunchback's body. The paramedic yelped and jerked them out and stuck them beneath his armpits. He shivered as if he had been immersed in a deep freeze. The young preacher remembered feeling cold while he thought he was dying. A small, dark part of that cold still resided in his soul like an unwanted friend. He realized nothing the paramedic or anyone could do would help the hunchback. The hunchback was gradually becoming just an outline of his former self. Even as he watched, the hunchback sank another half-inch into the concrete. The poor man's glazed eyes stared at the sky, and his breathing was tortured, as if whatever kind of air he was gasping at was unsuitable for the job at hand. "Who are you?" Leo asked. "How can we help you?" The man blinked his eyes. It was hard to tell just how lucid he was. "My name is Quasi-Man," he whispered. "I've never jaunted with so much weight before. So hard, even now to hold myself together." He coughed. The young preacher looked up to see Belinda May kneeling down beside him. "Are you all right?" he asked curtly, but not without feeling. "Yes," she replied. "What happened to you?" "I'm not sure, but I think this man was responsible." "My God, I remember him. Leo, you've got to help him." "How? I can't even touch him."
That old mischievous light returned to Belinda May's eyes. "You're a preacher," she said, in a tone greatly resembling the one she had used when she'd said she wanted to go to bed with him. "Heal the poor bastard." It had been many years since the young preacher had performed an act of faith healing. He had refrained from the activity, having been advised that it didn't look good on videotape, especially for a man planning a presidential bid. Even so, he couldn't let this noble spirit be snuffed out, not if it was somehow in God's power. He looked up to the sky. The clouds, pregnant with rain, were occasionally illuminated by flashes of lightning. Their thunder was only a soft rumble. He breathed deeply. He reached out to those clouds, to the earth beneath the concrete of this city, to the dark forces of creation. He gathered it all into his spirit and into a single ball of energy. Then he reached inside Quasi-Man. The spectrum of sensations in his fingers clearly originated someplace he would never know, at least during this lifetime. He forced himself to be calm, to ignore the cold, to disassociate himself from the itching of his hands and the overwhelming numbness of his fingertips. And when he believed he had succeeded, he said with all the passion he could muster, "Heal, you goddamn son of a bitch! Heal!" Finally, it began to rain. The thunder erupted directly overhead, as if a nuclear device were ripping the sky apart. 13. That night, over 50 people died at the edge. 100 more were seriously injured. The carnage, however, wasn't the lead-in story on the news that night, nor was it the biggest headline on most of the front pages across the country. After all, the gang war had been going on for some time, and the fact that scores of innocent people had been caught in that grisly crossfire was unfortunate, but not really of much consequence so far as the day-to-day development of the news was concerned. There's a big place between New York and Los Angeles. It's known as the American Heartland, and for the people who live there, the story of the hour was the one about the Reverend Leo Barnett proclaiming his candidacy for President of the United States. He had laid his hands on the outline of some poor joker and had brought him back from an involuntary trip to parts unknown. He had done something no one had ever done before. Using only the power of his faith, he had healed a joker. He had proved that the grandest power on earth was the love of the Lord and of Jesus Christ, and he had put some of that love in the body of a creature whose body had been polluted by that obscene alien virus. Even the liberal news media, which had captured that event for all the world to see on videotape, had to admit that the Reverend Leo Barnett had done an amazing thing. Maybe it didn't qualify him to be president, but it certainly set him apart from the pack as someone to watch. It also helped that immediately after healing the Joker and watching the paramedics carry him off on a stretcher, the Reverend Leo Barnett didn't consult with his advisors or wait to see how the incident played on the news or how it sat with the public.
He simply walked up to the array of cameras and microphones and announced that God had said the time had come for him to declare his candidacy. He demonstrated, clearly and forcefully, that he could make a decision and act on it. Reverend Leo Barnett, standing in the polls, became very high, very respectable, almost immediately. Of course, a few of the voters were a little concerned about what he was doing in the Edge in the first place, especially with regard to that hotel room he and the young mission worker had checked into, but it wasn't as if either one was married or anything. And there had been talk, which neither would confirm or deny, of an impending engagement announcement. Women in the Democratic Party, as it turned out, were particularly impressed that the Reverend Leo Barnett might have found his true love and his political destiny on the same night. If true, then perhaps all that carnage hadn't been in vain. If God doesn't judge America, he'll have to apologize to Sodom and Gomorrah. Reverend Leo Barnett, presidential candidate. All the king's horses 3. The junkyard sat hard by the oily green waters of New York Bay, way at the end of Hook Road. Tom got there early, undid the padlock, and swung open the gates in the high chain-link fence. He parked his Honda beside the sagging tin-roofed shack where Joey DeAngelis had once lived with his father, Dom, back in the days when the junkyard had been a going concern, and sat for a moment with his arms folded across the top of the steering wheel, remembering. He'd spent endless Saturday afternoons inside that shack, back when it had still been habitable, reading old issues of Jet Boy to Joey after they'd heisted their comic book collections back from a PTA bonfire. Over there, back behind the shed, was where Joey used to work on his cars, long before he turned into Jokeyard Joey DeAngelis, king of the demolition derby circuit. And way in back, where no one ever went, behind that mountain of rusted junkers, that was where he and Joey had welded armor plate over the frame of a VW Beetle to make the first shell. Later, much later, after Dom had died and Tom had bought the junkyard from Joey and shut it down, they dug the bunker under the junkyard, but they hadn't been that sophisticated at the start. A greasy tarp was about all the concealment they had. Tom climbed out of the car and stood with his hands shoved deep into the pockets of his shapeless old brown suede jacket, breathing the salt air off the bay. It was a chilly day. Out across the water, a garbage barge passed slowly, flocks of seagulls circling around it like feathered flies. You could see the vague outline of the Statue of Liberty, but Manhattan had vanished in the morning haze. Vanished or not, it was out there, and on a clear night, you could see the lights shining off the towers. A hell of a view. In Hoboken and Jersey City, run-down houses and cramped condos that offered views like this went for 6 figures. Constable Hook was zoned for industrial use, and Tom's land was surrounded by an import-export warehouse, a railroad siding, a sewage treatment plant, an abandoned oil refinery. But Steve Bruder said that none of that mattered. That big a chunk of land, right on the waterfront, it was just prime for development, Bruder had said, when Tom told him he was thinking of selling the old junkyard. He should know. He'd already made himself a millionaire with real estate speculation in Hoboken and Weehawken, rehabilitating old tenements into expensive condos for yuppies from Manhattan. Bayonne was next, Steve said. In 10 years, all this Rust Belt industry would be gone, replaced by new housing developments, but they could be first and make the biggest killing. Tom had known Steve Bruder since childhood, and cordially loathed him most of that time, but for once Bruder's words were music to his ears. When Bruder offered to buy the junkyard outright, the price made Tom's head spin, but he resisted the temptation. He'd thought this all out beforehand. No, he said, I'm not selling. I want to be a full partner in the development. I provide the land, you provide the money and know-how, we split the profits 50-50. Bruder had given him a shark, slow smile. You're not as dumb as you look, Tudbury. Someone been coaching you, or is this all your own idea?
Maybe I've finally gotten smart, Tom said. Now what is it, yes or no? Shit or get off the pot, asshole. It's not nice to call your partner an asshole, wimp, Bruder said, extending his hand. He had a very firm handshake, but Tom was careful not to wince. Tom looked at his watch. Steve would be bringing the bankers by in about an hour. Just a formality, he said. The loan would be candy. The property screamed with potential. Once they had the line of credit, they could get the zoning changed.
By spring, they'd have the junk cleared out and the land subdivided into building lots. Tom wasn't sure why he'd come so early, unless it was just to remember. It was funny that so many of his important memories were rooted in this junkyard, but somehow appropriate considering the way his life had gone. But all of that was about to change, forever. Thomas Tudbury was about to become a rich man. Tom walked slowly around the shack, kicked at a threadbare tire in his path, then lifted it with his mind. He held it 5 feet off the ground, gave it a brisk telekinetic shove that set it spinning, and counted. At 8, the tire began to wobble. At 11, it fell. Not bad. Back in his teens, before he'd crawled into a shell, he could have held that tire up all day. But that was when the power had been Tom's, before he'd given it away to the turtle. Like he'd given so much else. "Sell the junkyard?" Joey had said when Tom told him the plan. "You're serious about this, aren't you? That's one hell of a bridge to burn. What if they find the bunker? They'll find a fucking hole in the ground. Maybe they'll worry about it for 5-10 minutes, then they'll push some dirt into it and it'll be over. What about the shells?" "There are no shells," Tom said, "just some junk that used to be shells. All the king's horses and all the king's men, remember? I'll go out there one night and turn turtle just long enough to drop them into the bay." "Hell of a waste," Joey said. "Weren't you the one telling me how much money and sweat you put into those fucking things?" He took a long swig of beer and shook his head. Joey looked more like his father Dom every year. The same skinny arms, the same rock-hard beer belly, the same salt and pepper hair. Tom remembered when it had been pure black, always falling down into his eyes. In those days before pull tabs, Joey used to wear a church key around his neck on a leather thong, even when he donned a cheap frog mask and gone to Jokertown with the turtle to help roust Dr. Tachyon from an alcoholic pout. That was 23 years ago. Tachyon hadn't aged, but Joey had, and so had Tom. He'd grown old without growing up, but all that was changing now. The turtle was dead, but Tom Tudbury's life had just begun. He strolled away from the shoreline. Broken headlights stared at him like so many blind eyes from mountains of dead cars. And once he felt live eyes and turned to see a huge gray rat peering out of the damp, rotten interior of a legless Victorian sofa. In the depths of the junkyard, he passed between 2 long rows of vintage refrigerators, all the doors carefully removed. On the far side was a flat, bare patch of earth where a square metal plate was set into the ground. It was heavy, Tom knew from past experience. He stared at the big ring set into the metal, concentrated, and on the 3rd try managed to shift it enough to reveal the dark tunnel mouth below. Tom sat on the edge of the hole and dropped down carefully into darkness. At the bottom, he fumbled against the wall and found the flashlight he'd hung there, then walked down the cold, damp tunnel until he emerged in the bunker. The old shells waited for him in silence. He'd have to get rid of them soon, he knew, but not today. The bankers wouldn't poke around back here. They just wanted to eyeball the property, see the view, maybe sign a few papers. There was plenty of time to dump this junk in the bay. It wasn't going anywhere. Painted daisies and peace symbols covered Shell 2, the once bright paint now faded and chipped. Just looking at it was enough to bring back memories of old songs, old causes, old certainties. The March on Washington, folk rock blaring from his speakers, "Make love, not war" scrawled across his armor. Gene McCarthy had stood on that shell and spoke with his customary wry eloquence for a solid 20 minutes. Pretty girls in halter tops and jeans would fight for the chance to ride on top. Tom remembered one in particular, with cornflower blue eyes beneath an Indian headband and straight blonde hair that fell past her ass. She loved him, she'd whispered as she lay across the shell. She wanted him to open the hatch, let her in. She wanted to see his face and look into his eyes. She didn't care if he was a joker like they said. She loved him, and she wanted him to ball her, right then, right there. She'd given him a hard-on that felt like a crowbar in his jeans, but he hadn't opened the shell. Not then, not ever. She wanted the turtle, but inside the armor was only Tom Tudbury. He wondered where she was now, what she looked like, what she remembered. By now, she might have a daughter as old as she'd been the night she tried to crawl inside his shell. Tom ran his hand over the cold metal and traced another peace symbol in the dust that lay thick on the armor. He'd really felt as though he was making a difference in those days. He was a part of a movement, stopping a war, protecting the weak. The day the turtle had made Nixon's enemy list had been one of the proudest of his life. All the king's horses and all the king's men. Beyond the painted shell was another hulk, larger, plainer, more recent. That one had seen some hard service too. He paused by the dent where some lunatic had bounced a cannonball off him. His head was rinning for weeks afterward. Underneath, Tom knew, if you looked in the right place, you could find the imprint of a small human hand sunk 4 inches deep into the armor plate. A souvenir left him by a rogue ace the press called the sculptress. She was a cute bit of business. Metal and stone flowed like water under her hands. She was a media darling until she started using those hands to shape doorways into bank vaults. The turtle delivered her to the cops, wondering how they were going to stop her from just walking out again. But she never tried it. Instead, she'd accepted a pardon and gone to work for the Justice Department. Sometimes it was a very strange world. There wasn't much left of either shells 2 or 3 except for the frame and armor plate. The interiors had long since been gutted for parts. Cameras, electronics, heaters, fans, you name it. All that stuff cost money, of which Tom had never had an overabundance. So you borrowed from the old shells to build the new, where you could. It didn't help much, it still cost a fortune. By his rough figuring, he'd had about 50 grand tied up in the shell the goddamn Takahassians had so casually spit out the airlock, most of it borrowed. He was still making payments. In the darkest corner of the bunker, he found the oldest shell of all. Even the layers of badly welded armor plate couldn't quite obliterate the familiar lines of the VW Beetle they'd started with back in the winter of 1963. Inside, he knew, it was dark and stuffy, with barely enough room to turn around, and none of the amenities of the later shells. Shining the flashlight over the exterior, he sighed at his naivety. Black and white TV sets, a Volkswagen body, 20-year-old electrical wire, vacuum tubes. It was more or less intact, if only because it was so hopelessly obsolete. The very idea that he'd crossed the bay in it just a few months prior made him want to shudder. Still, it was the first shell with the strongest memories of all. He looked at it for a long time, remembering how it had been. Building it, testing it, flying it. He remembered the first time he'd crossed over the New York. He'd been scared shitless. Then he'd found the fire, teched that woman to safety. Even now, all these years later, he could see the dress she'd been wearing vividly in his mind's eye, the flames licking up the fabric as he'd floated her down to the street. "I tried," he said aloud. His voice echoed strangely in the dimness of the bunker. "I did some good." He heard scrabbling noises behind him. Rats, probably. It had gotten so bad that he was talking to rats.
Who was he trying to convince? He looked at the shells, 3 of them in a crooked row, so much scrap metal, destined for the bottom of the bay. It made him sad. He remembered what Joey had said about what a waste it was, and that gave him the beginnings of an idea. Tom pulled a pad out of his back pocket and jotted a quick note to himself, smiling.
He'd been playing shell games for 20 years, and he never did find the pea beneath any of them. Well, maybe he could turn the old shells into a whole can of peas. Steve Bruder arrived 45 minutes later, wearing leather driving gloves and a Burberry coat, with 2 bankers in his long brown Lincoln Town car. Tom let him do all the talking as they walked around the property. The bankers admired the view and politely deigned not to notice the junkyard rats. They signed the papers that afternoon and celebrated with dinner at Hendrickson's. Concerto for Siren and Serotonin 3. The wind came and went like heavy surf, vibrating street-side window panes, driving icy pellets against the stone lions flanking the entranceway. These sounds were intensified as the door to the Jokertown clinic was opened. A man entered and began stamping his feet and brushing snow from his dark blue blazer. He made no effort to close the door behind him. Madeline Johnson, sometimes known as the Chickenfoot Lady, doing a partial front desk death watch for her friend Cock Robin, with whom she had a good thing going, looked up from her crossword puzzle, stroked her wattles with her pencil, and squawked, "Close the damn door, mister!" The man lowered the handkerchief with which he had been wiping his face and stared at her. She realized then that his eyes were faceted. His jaw muscles bunched and unbunched. "Sorry," he said, and he drew the door closed. Then he turned his head slowly, seeming to study everything in the room, though with those eyes it was difficult to tell for certain. Finally, "I've got to talk to Dr. Tachyon," he said. "The doctor is out of town," she stated, "and he's going to be away for some time. What is it?" "I want to be put to sleep," he said. "This isn't a veterinary clinic," she told him, and regretted it a moment later when he moved forward, for he developed a distinct halo and began emitting sparks like a static electricity generator. She doubted this had much to do with virtue, for his teeth were bared and he clenched and unclenched his hands as if anticipating strenuous activity. "This is an emergency," he said. "My name is Croyd Crenson, and there is probably a file. Better find it. I get violent." She squawked again, leaped, and departed, leaving 2 pin feathers to drift in the air before him. He put out a hand and leaned upon her desk, then mopped his brow again. His gaze fell upon a half-filled coffee cup beside her newspaper. He picked it up and chugged it. Moments later, there came a clattering sound from the hallway beyond the desk. A blond, blue-eyed young man halted at the threshold and stared at him. He had on a green and white polo shirt, a stethoscope, and a Beach Boy smile. From the waist down, he was a Palomino pony, his tail beautifully braided. Madeline appeared behind him and fluttered. "He's the one," she told the centaur. "He said violent." Still smiling, the quadrupedal youth entered the room and extended his hand. "I'm Dr. Finn," he said. "I've sent for your file, Mr. Crenson. Come on back to an examination room, and you can tell me what's bothering you while we wait for it." Croyd took his hand and nodded. "Any coffee back there?" "I think so." "Well, get you a cup." Croyd paced the small room, swilling coffee, as Dr. Finn read over his case history, snorting on several occasions, and at one point making a noise amazingly like a whinny. "I didn't realize you were the sleeper," he said finally, closing the file and looking at his patient. "Some of this material has made the textbooks." He tapped the folder with a well-manicured finger. "So I've heard," Croyd replied. "Obviously, you have a problem you just can't wait for your next cycle to clear up," Dr. Finn observed. "What is it?" Croyd managed a bleak smile. "It's the matter of getting on with the crapshoot, of actually going to sleep." "What's the problem?" "I don't know how much of this is in the file," Croyd told him, "but I've a terrible fear of going to sleep." "Yes, there is something about your paranoia. Perhaps some counseling?" Croyd punched a hole in the wall. "It's not paranoia," he said, "not if the danger is real. I could die during my next hibernation. I could wake up as the most disgusting Joker you can imagine, with a normal sleep cycle. Then I'd be stuck that way. It's only paranoia if the fear is groundless, isn't it?" "Well," Dr. Finn said, "I suppose we could call it that if the fear is a really big thing, even if it is justified. I don't know. I'm not a psychiatrist. But I also saw in the file that you tend to take amphetamines to keep from falling asleep for as long as you can. You must know that that's going to add a big chemical boost to whatever paranoia is already present." Croyd was running his finger around the inside of the hole he had punched in the wall, rubbing away loose pieces of plaster. But of course, a part of this is semantics, Dr. Finn went on. It doesn't matter what we call it. Basically, you're afraid to go to sleep. This time, though, you feel that you should? Croyd began cracking his knuckles as he paced. Fascinated, Dr. Finn counted each cracking noise. When the 7th popping sound occurred, he began to wonder what Croyd would do when he was out of knuckles. 8, 9, 10, he subvocalized. Croyd punched another hole in the wall. Would you like some more coffee? Dr. Finn asked him. Yes, about a gallon. Dr. Finn was gone, as if a starting gate had opened. Later, not telling Croyd it was decaf he was guzzling, Dr. Finn continued, I'm afraid to give you any more drugs on top of all the amphetamines you've taken. Croyd said 2 promises, that I'd try sleeping this time, that I wouldn't resist. But if you can't knock me out fast, I'll probably leave rather than put up with all this anxiety. If that happens, I know I'll be back on Benny's and Dex's fast. So hit me with a narcotic. I'm willing to take my chances. Dr. Finn shook his mane. I'd rather try something simpler and a lot safer first. What say we do a little brainwave entrainment and suggestion? I'm not familiar with the procedure, Croyd said. It's not traumatic. The Russians have been experimenting with it for years. I'll just clip these little soft pads to your ears, he said, swabbing the lobes with something moist, and we'll pulse a low amp current through your head. Say 4 hertz. You won't even feel it. He adjusted a control on the box from which the leads emerged. Now what? Croyd asked. Close your eyes and rest for just a minute. You may notice a kind of drifting feeling. Yeah, but there's heaviness too, within it. Your arms are heavy, and your legs are heavy. They're heavy, Croyd acknowledged. It will be hard to think of anything in particular. Your mind will just go on drifting. I'm drifting, Croyd agreed. And it should feel very good, probably better than you felt all day, finally getting a chance to rest. Breathe slowly and let go in all of the tight places. You're almost there already. This is great, Croyd said. Something was muttery, indistinguishable. You are doing very well. You're quite good at this. Usually, I count backward from 10. For you, though, we can start at 8, since you're almost asleep already. 8. You are far away and it feels fine. 9. You are already asleep, but now you are going into it even more deeply. 10. You will sleep soundly without fear or pain. Sleep. Croyd began to snore. There were no spare beds, but since Croyd had stiffened to mannequin-like rigidity before turning bright green, his respiration and heartbeat slowing to something between that of a hibernating bear and a dead one, Dr.
Finn had him placed erect at the rear of a broom closet where he did not take up much space, and he drove a nail into the door and hung the chart on it, after having entered, patient extremely suggestible.